Son, time to get up. Are we training today? Hearing his mother's voice, Su Lu stirred from his slumber. Yet, fatigue clung to him like a heavy fog, and he had no desire to rise. Am unwell today, am hanging up my training medal. Such nonsense. When have you ever been sick?Zus' mother retorted. By the way, could you please turn your phone to vibrate? You never answer calls, and what if there's an emergency? Look, your coach has already called to urge you. Su Lu's phone was perpetually on silent, and missing calls was a common occurrence. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "Goodness, is it really that late?" Su Lu typically trained at 7 a.m., while Kochi didn't arrive until noon. With a swift motion, he leapt out of bed, donning his clothes in under a minute. Muttering to himself, Su Lu remarked, "Who would have thought that the so-called human alarm clock could oversleep?" His mother's voice chimed in again. "You haven't overslept, it's only 5 a.m. 5 a.m.? What would be the matter with Kochi?" Su Lu decided against returning to sleep and spent half an hour diligently finishing his breakfast. At this age, he was still growing, and every meal was crucial. His mother adhered strictly to the nutritionist's guidelines. Take your meal with you. Su Lu grabbed his lunchbox and set off for the gym. Upon arriving at the gym, he spotted his coach boasting to another gentleman. Kochi declared, "Old Chi, just look at these conditions. The only reason this kid isn't in the NBA is that he's still in high school, otherwise, he'd undoubtedly make it." Su Lu age, 18 height, 191 centimeters wingspan, 203 centimeters weight, 75 kilograms, 100 meters speed, 11.2 s. Vertical leap, 102 centimeters standing reach, 258 centimeters, Old Chi remarked. His physical attributes are indeed impressive. But how many others have similar conditions? Why isn't anyone making it to the NBA? Is it not due to stamina, skills, and other factors? What does merely looking at physical stats accomplish? At the mention of stamina, Su Lu perked up. No one had ever suggested he lacked stamina. Others dubbed him a monster, incapable of feeling fatigue. Indeed, Su Lu possessed a unique gift. He never fell ill nor sustained injuries. Because he was injury-free, he trained vigorously each day. After intense training, his physical condition improved dramatically. It's not an exaggeration to say his endurance rivaled that of professional athletes. As for basketball skills, he had been playing since the age of 5. He dedicated no less than 10 hours daily to shooting, dribbling, and scrimmaging. For all these years, Kochi had been his training partner. The intensity of their matches had begun to wear on Coach. He could only manage 2 hours of practice each day. Spotting Su Lu, Kochi called him over. "Xiao Lu, I've gathered all the best players in the area today. Make sure to shine." "What do you mean? You came all this way just for that?" Su Lu was taken aback, thinking there was something of greater significance. For such trivial matters, Kochi had called him 12 times. He pulled Su Lu aside for serious talk. "Don't dismiss this as trivial. Old Chi is a basketball coach from the Provincial Sports Academy. If he takes notice of you, securing a place on their team will be a sure thing. Come on, Kochi, do we really need this? We've received acceptance letters from so many prestigious sports schools across the country. You brat, it's not the same. Those are all out of province. If you go out of province, what about your parents? What about Xiao He? Think about it. If you attend the Provincial Sports Academy, you can get home in less than 20 minutes. How convenient would that be? All right, Coach He, I can't believe I didn't think of that." Experience speaks volumes. Su Lu cheerfully approached Old Chi. "Hello, Coach Chi. Full of health and happiness. I am Su Lu. Is such a lengthy self-introduction necessary?" Old Chi responded. "Just try to deepen our impression of each other." Coach Chi interjected. "Enough with the banter, go warm up." Su Lu changed into his practice attire in the locker room before returning to the gym to warm up. This gym, owned by Coach He, featured 5 courts. He still coached there regularly. However, his primary focus lately had been on Su Lu delegating other students' training to different coaches. Adjacent to the gym was a small partition housing a training area exclusively for Xiao He. No one else was permitted entry. As Su Lu warmed up, a large crowd began to filter into the gym. "Coach He, I heard that if you beat this kid Su Lu, the reward is 2,000 yuan. Is that true?" Coach He shouted. "Absolutely true. If you want to compete, pay up 20 yuan each." "That's a bit steep, isn't it?" Despite the grumbling, the crowd obediently paid their fees. Su Lu spotted a familiar face in the throng. It was his best friend. He called out, "Wang Ziming, what brings you here?" Wang Ziming, clad in athletic gear, jogged over to warm up beside Su Lu. 2,000 yuan, that could buy some excellent sneakers. Su Lu scoffed. "You wouldn't stand a chance against me." Just pretend to lose to me, and he'll split the winnings with you. Not a chance. Sulu, never throw games. Do you think Kochi would spread the word if I did? Then let's go all out. I've made significant improvements lately. Watch me dominate you. Dominate me? You might as well wait 100 years. Kochi was growing impatient. Are you done warming up? Quit the chatter and get to it. That kid wouldn't get injured, so why the pretense? Sulu chuckled. All right, Wang Ziming, let's settle this once and for all. Wang Ziming boasted. Su Xiaola, prepare to witness the transformation after 3 days of separation. In the first 3 shots, Sulu initiated the offense. In his 18 years of life, Wang Ziming was his only true confidant. Wang Ziming's prowess was undeniable. He was also 1.9 meters tall, though his wingspan was slightly inferior. Most importantly, Wang Ziming was well acquainted with Sulu, able to predict his movements. Sulu lunged forward, breaking to the right before executing a swift crossover dribble. Wang Ziming stayed closely on his heels, refusing to be shaken off. Unperturbed, Sulu pivoted again, creating half a step of space before abruptly halting for a fadeaway jumper. Wang Ziming's block was as anticipated. His hang time slightly surpassed Sulu's. Yet his shot wasn't quick enough. Instead of waiting for his descent, Sulu released the ball midair. Both players understood each other well. Swish, the ball found its mark. 1 o'clock, well done, look good. You've improved since I last saw you. Now it was Wang Ziming's turn to attack. He began with a probing step, assessing Sulu's defensive stance. However, Sulu remained unfazed. Wang Ziming executed a leap from the ground. Sulu reacted, his shot release rapid, arriving just in time. Chapter 2. The remarkable generation. Wang Ziming deftly caught the ball midair, evading Sulu's attempt to block him. He then gracefully extended his form and released a shot. Although his shooting motion appeared somewhat unorthodox, the basketball ricocheted and ultimately swished through the net. Sulu, exasperated, exclaimed, "Goodness, how did you master such hang time? It's extraordinary. This ability is innate. You simply do not comprehend," Wang Ziming replied confidently. "Be cautious, for I shall launch my attack now," Sulu warned, with the ball in hand. Sulu initiated his offensive, dribbling slowly at first before accelerating. Wang Ziming lowered his center of gravity, anticipating Sulu's imminent drive. Sulu broke to the right, then swiftly switched to his left hand, taking a step forward. He pulled the ball back, executed a spin, and transitioned to his right hand. Using his left hand and body, he effectively sealed Wang Ziming on the left, pressing towards the basket. Wang Ziming stayed close to Sulu. It was now a battle of strength. In this tussle, the one lacking power would inevitably falter. Sulu and Oppo's lower body remained stable as he relentlessly edged toward the hoop. Wang Ziming summoned all his strength, inching his position back. Onlookers were captivated by the intensity of this one-on-one duel. Is the intensity of such a matchup always this high? It's overwhelming, one spectator mused, noting how these two often played together but rarely faced such fierce opposition. $20 well spent. Just witnessing this contest makes it worthwhile. Another chimed in, appreciating the quality of the confrontation. A tall player wearing jersey number 8, named Lu Hang, remarked that Wang Ziming and Oppo's lighter weight would ultimately disadvantage him against Sulu and Oppo's superior strength and speed. No sooner had Lu Hang finished speaking than Sulu, using his body to push Wang Ziming aside, surged forward. Wang Ziming pursued closely. As Sulu prepared to lay up, Wang Ziming leapt, ready to block. To his surprise, Sulu altered his shot into a reverse layup, seamlessly depositing the ball into the basket. The score was now 2-1, and it was Wang Ziming and Oppo's turn to attack. Dribbling the ball, he faced Sulu, who spread his arms wide like a menacing wolf. Recognizing the difficulty of breaking past Sulu, Wang Ziming opted for a quick jump shot. His release was so swift that Sulu barely had time to leap. The basketball soared over Sulu and Oppo's fingertips. Finding nothing but net, Wang Ziming, brimming with pride, declared, "Hey, look good. Did you see that? This is my signature move, and it conquers all." Sulu replied, "It and Oppo's too. Now, you take the final shot, so you won and Oppo's claimed that I bullied you." Wang Ziming, undeterred, responded, "All right, I and Oppo's graciously accept." He felt a twinge of guilt for the advantage he was given, contemplating the consequences of a loss. Sulu, however, was unconcerned with the outcome. He sought only the thrill of challenge and the exhilaration of fierce competition. As the final play commenced, Wang Ziming made his move. Su Lu closed in, refusing to give any space. He was determined not to let this young talent shoot again. Instead of focusing on the ball, Su Lu keenly observed Wang Ziming's movements. Years of friendship had equipped Su Lu with an intuitive understanding of Wang Ziming. No amount of feints could deceive him now. Su Lu transformed from a wolf into a serpent, poised and ready. Wang Ziming pivoted, using his back to push Su Lu aside. Suddenly, he sprang into action. Turning away from Su Lu and initiating a drive to his right. Su Lu swiftly matched his pace, positioning himself firmly in front. Understanding Wang Ziming and Oppo's intentions, Su Lu anticipated the stop-and-pop jump shot. As expected, Wang Ziming gathered the ball and leapt, while Su Lu mirrored his ascent. This is the final shot. I cannot allow you to score, Su Lu thought resolutely. I must make this shot count. 2,000 yuan is at stake. Su Lu strained to maintain his blocking posture. Recalling Wang Ziming and Oppo's previous advice, to envision oneself as a feather, gently floating down. He concentrated his strength above his arms, propelling his body upward. In the past, Su Lu had struggled to grasp how to transfer power and descend slowly. Yet now, clarity dawned upon him. Wang Ziming, surprised, thought, normally, Legu would have descended by now. Why is he still hovering? Wang Ziming held the ball until the last possible moment, forcing a shot. Su Lu managed to graze the ball slightly. It circled the rim before bouncing out. Su Lu erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Only I, Su Lu, could break through like this at the last moment." The thrill of physical confrontation surpasses victory. Wang Ziming joked, "Legu, are you trying to make this impossible for me? I cannot match your speed or strength, and now my once advantageous hang time seems trivial." Alas, I was born for this, Su Lu chuckled, continuing to showcase his impressive dribbling skills. With a series of flashy moves, he executed a jump shot from beyond the three-point line, landing the ball perfectly in the hoop. The score was now 3-2, and Su Lu playfully winked at Wang Ziming. "This time, I let you win. Next time, you won't be so fortunate," he teased. Wang Ziming retorted, "When the sky falls, your mouth will hold it up. How tenacious you are." As the game concluded, the camaraderie remained palpable. "Now it and Oppo's. It's my turn to challenge you," Su Lu declared. "Form a line, do not rush," came the instruction as the players organized themselves. Wang Ziming's ambition was to surpass the peak of Su Li's abilities. Su Lu, hands on hips, asserted, "I do not believe in peak performance. I am perpetually improving." Nearby, Lao He urged, "Next up, hurry. No time to waste." His eagerness was evident, a reflection of his character. Lao Chi interjected, "Lao He, do not rush. I have all the time in the world. Today, it is all yours." Su Lu was indeed intriguing, and Wang Ziming showed promise as well. It was remarkable how many talented young basketball players had emerged in recent years. Just last year, Zhou Qi from Peking University claimed the MVP title as a freshman, an incredible achievement. In the NBA, new talents like Doncic and Antetokounmpo had also surfaced. Yet, compared to the golden generation of and Oppo's, 96, they still fell short. The trend of each generation seemingly outshining the last continued. Perhaps this young man before them could indeed dominate the NBA in the future, with the possibility of returning to the CBA. Chapter 3. The unyielding dunk. Su Lu stood upon the court, surveying his surroundings with an air of superiority. He had achieved an impressive streak of 10 consecutive victories. At this juncture, Lao Chi finally took notice, remarking, "This kid is quite remarkable. He is bound to play in the domestic league in the future." "This is merely the beginning. Let us continue watching," Lao He interjected, arms crossed. While the two conversed, a figure appeared at the entrance of the gymnasium. "Step aside. Let me have a word with him." A towering individual, exuding confidence, strode in, clutching a basketball as if it were a mere toy. It was Li Bang from the neighboring school. "Goodness, how tall is this guy? He's built like a bull," exclaimed one onlooker. "So what if he is strong?" Last year in the City League, he was thoroughly outplayed by Su Lu, another countered, as Li Bang pointed at the defeated players, declaring, "Watch closely. I intend to dominate this fellow." "Stop boasting. Have you forgotten how you lost last year?" Wang Ziming chimed in, a fellow defeated player, joining in the ridicule. Li Bang retorted, "You, the vanquished, lack the right to challenge me." Lao He, with a commanding presence, added, "If you wish to play, you must pay and wait your turn." Upon realizing it was Lao He who spoke, Li Bang immediately softened, knowing he could not provoke the elder. He pulled Lao He aside, slipping him 100 yuan. "Old He, let me cut in line." With the money accepted, Lao He's demeanor shifted entirely. "All right. You're up." He then called out to the player about to enter the court, "You, step aside." This kid is in a hurry to relieve himself, so he goes first. Old he, that's not fair. There's a restroom in your gym, the player protested. Enough chatter, I make the rules here. The man had no choice but to concede, having paid less than the others. Lao Chi remarked, what are these young people consuming these days? This guy must be at least 2 meters tall. Lao He replied, 208 centimeters, with a wingspan of 210 centimeters and a standing reach of 265 centimeters. Lao Chi fell silent, eager to observe Li Bang and Appo's capabilities. He had a fondness for centers and wouldn't mind having 10 or 8 on the court, if necessary. They could play as power forwards too. Versatility is key. Sula passed the ball to Li Bang, who clapped his hands together with a thunderous sound. Sula scolded. What's with the noise? Li Bang smirked. You got lucky last year. I'm here to reclaim my honor. Sulu replied with a grin. Then I shall dunk on you just like last year. Li Bang beckoned with a finger. Sulu closed the distance, but Li Bang pushed him back with his body, causing Sulu to stagger a few steps. Sulu assessed the situation. This guy had grown even stronger. He approached once more, spreading his arms and slightly shifting his weight. This hulking figure was not as reckless as he appeared. His basketball IQ was commendable. Li Bang held the ball at his right hip, his left foot probing. He bent down, using his head and shoulder to once again shove Sulu aside before attempting a right-side drive. Li Bang's initial burst was swift, reminiscent of a fierce tiger. Sula quickly moved laterally to intercept him. Li Bang feigned a move, and Sula fell for the bait, attempting to swipe the ball, only to miss. Li Bang suddenly changed direction, darting towards Sulu's left front. Sulu, deceived, turned to pursue, using his size to his advantage. Li Bang blocked Sulu behind him before leaping for a dunk. Sulu attempted a block from behind but was a moment too late. The ball crashed into the hoop with a resounding thud. Li Bang hung on the rim for a moment before being admonished by Lao He to come down. Damn it. You're damaging my hoop. You'll pay for this. After descending, Li Bang shot Sulu a challenging glance. Sulu replied, Li Bang, let me impart a lesson today. Do not provoke me. Come, let me show you the consequences of challenging me. Li Bang remained unfazed, declaring, I, Li Bang, will challenge whoever I please. Even Jesus wouldn't make a difference. Sulu held the ball, attempting to mimic Li Bang's style. Unfortunately, he found it difficult to move the larger player. Li Bang outweighed him by over 10 kilograms, boasting greater strength. Sulu made a disdainful expression. This guy was tall, muscular, and agile. His physical prowess surpassed Sulu's. Yet, basketball is fundamentally a game of skill. What good is physicality if one lacks technique? Can players like Guichi or Shi Mingxi score 30 points per game? The answer is a resounding no. No matter how great their innate talent, without peak technique, they cannot compete with the true giants of the game. Sulu began to dribble, retreating a few steps. As Li Bang advanced, Sulu made his move, driving forward. This time, he intentionally closed the gap, protecting the ball with his body. With a swift turn, he maneuvered behind Li Bang and executed a quick stop-and jump shot. The ball swishing through the net. No sentiment, solely technique, Sulu remarked, pointing to his head. Big guy, basketball relies on brains. Li Bang scoffed, slapping his chest. Basketball is all about physicality. What do you know? He resumed dribbling, but Sulu decided not to attempt to steal this time, aware of Li Bang's cunning nature. Li Bang, leveraging his strength, continued to push forward. Sulu held his ground firmly. When Li Bang realized he couldn't overpower Sulu, he attempted a turnaround jump shot. Sulu stayed close behind. This time Li Bang was not so fortunate. Under pressure, the ball ricocheted off the front of the rim. Hey, it's my turn to attack now. Come on, I'm not afraid of you, Sulu declared cheerfully. He dribbled, performing flashy moves, wearing down Li Bang's patience. Eventually, Li Bang grew impatient and lunged forward to steal the ball, but he came away empty-handed. Sulu had already darted past, effortlessly laying the ball in off the backboard. Li Bang was furious. Sugu, that's a bit unscrupulous. Sulu retorted. Understanding the rules and exploiting them is perfectly reasonable. To hell with your rules. I am the rule. Li Bang fumed, his frustration boiling over. He furiously dribbled, bulldozing and spinning. Sulu opted not to confront him head-on, choosing to retreat strategically. Li Bang became increasingly exhilarated, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Sulu took another step back before swiftly circling around, stealing the ball. Li Bang, who had the ball firmly in hand, was astounded as Sulu knocked it away. How did he manage that? Li Bang wondered, incredulous at the effort required to achieve such a feat. Sulu raised a finger, signaling, last shot. Li Bang, I'm about to dunk on you again. Come at me. I'm unafraid. Li Bang roared in response. Sula moved forward, his center of gravity low. Li Bang had no chance to steal the ball. Sula ambled confidently to the corner beyond the three-point line. Suddenly, he accelerated, and Li Bang began to retreat defensively. Within the 3-second area, Sulu leapt high. Li Bang also sprang up, reaching impressive heights. However, Sulu, despite being 20 centimeters shorter, soared just as high. As Li Bang began his descent, Sulu remained suspended in midair. This was the result of his recent breakthrough. With force and finesse, Sulu soared over Li Bang, emphatically slamming the ball through the hoop. The gym erupted in jubilant chaos. Is this truly still humanity? Chapter 4. How long has this symptom persisted? Remarkable. Is this truly the prowess of Sulu? My legs have begun to tremble. My excitement has heightened. Li Bang, unfazed, remarked, the dog has grown stronger. Brother Lu, are you man enough to accompany me to confront the neighboring city on the 6th of next month? Sulu inquired, who else is involved? Just some insignificant players. I refuse to partake, he replied. Yaoyang is organizing, and we must rank among the top 10 in their city to qualify. Li Bang's purpose for this visit was precisely that. He bore a grudge against Yaoyang and sought the strongest allies for the confrontation. I will go with Xiaoming. Send me the location when the time comes. Sulu waved his hand. Wonderful. Li Bang did not anticipate a 2-for-1 deal. With that, he only needed to persuade a few more individuals. Wang Ziming chimed in, hey, my appearance fee is quite steep. Li Bang, fearing Wang Ziming might complicate matters, reassured him. No matter the cost, I will cover it. Wang Ziming swiftly altered his demeanor. Brotherly, you are indeed my brother. Transportation expenses must be reimbursed as well, he added. No problem, just wait for you, Li Bang affirmed. Those with numerous enemies often possess considerable wealth. Without riches, they would not dare to act so brazenly. Old Chi interjected. This kid lacks martial virtue. How much effort did he exert just now? He had already discerned that Su Lu had been coasting, not employing his full strength. Old He responded, at least 70%. Shall we increase the intensity? Old Chi inquired. At this rate, this kid could play until dusk, Old He remarked. No issue. He clapped his hands. From now on, I permit you two to take him on together. Sula protested. Old He, after so many matches, you didn't let me rest. And now you want 2 against 1? Today, let Zio He treat you to dinner. Old He proposed the condition. After all, it was Zio He and Amp, Appo's money. What did it matter to him? Su Lu firmly declared, I guarantee to complete the task. Come on, let's all join in, regardless of numbers. Brother Lu, you're too arrogant. Let's all join in. The players below cheered. Su Lu nodded, beckoning with his hand. This time, it was not just 2 opponents. 3 stepped onto the court. They were 3 players from the neighboring school, accustomed to playing together with perfect synergy. Brother Lu, you said it yourself. Don and Amp, Appo's, blame us. Enough chatter, let and Amp, Appo's, start the game. Sulu passed the ball to them. Sulu was beginning to tire of coasting. This level of one-on-one barely reached half the intensity of his training. The point guard initiated the play, while the forwards occupied the paint. Sulu defended the 5, while keeping an eye on the 4. When the point guard passed the ball, he squeezed into the paint. Upon receiving the ball, the 5 saw Sulu approach and quickly passed it to the 4. Sulu seized the opportunity, executing a sharp cut to intercept the ball. The 4 cursed, what are you doing passing this? The 5 was taken aback. How is this even possible? What speed does Brother Lu possess? Hey, that's my ball. Sulu positioned himself at the arc, swiftly bypassing the 1. Closing in on the 4, and taking a shot head-on. The ball swished through the net. 1 o'clock. Oh my, he's a monster. The 3 could not contain him. Double team him. Don't allow him a chance to break through. Naturally, people sympathize with the weaker party, instinctively siding with the trio. In no time, Sula transformed into a formidable giant, drawing everyone's ire. In a flash, he claimed victory at 3-1. Old Chi was genuinely intrigued. This kid was indeed extraordinary. Old He remarked, I spent 13 years training him to this level. Not a bad investment, right? Old Chi teased, if you ask me, it's a loss. You've sacrificed your beautiful daughter for this. Old He objected. Hey, let us not speak carelessly. They are mutually affectionate. What concern is it of mine? I am not one to arrange marriages like in the old days. Old Chi retorted, all right, you're not. Just a slight height difference. If only he were a dozen centimeters taller. That would be something. He is still growing. I believe he will reach 2 meters easily, Old He replied. Old He, how many years have we been teammates? Old Chi earnestly asked. Old He, uncertain of his intent, answered, from childhood, at least 20 years. 20 years of camaraderie. You must bring this kid over, Old Chi insisted. Rest assured, I've already persuaded him. He is quite the homebody. I know him better than anyone. No wonder you're such a good brother, Old Chi smirked. Tonight, come to my place for drinks. After which, Old Chi transferred a large sum to Old He, presenting a generous red envelope. Sounds good, but not tonight. My future in-laws have invited me to dinner. Old He was never one to leave empty-handed, always pursuing multiple goals. Previously, he charged for basketball games. Now, he charged for recommendations, 2 birds with 1 stone. The ensuing chaos involved multiple confrontations, 1v3, 1v2, 1v4. By the end, Su-Lu was almost leisurely, not exerting his full strength. At that moment, Lu Heng pushed through the crowd, announcing, "It's my turn." Su-Lu regarded him, stating, "Come on, serve the ball." He passed the ball to Lu Heng, who continuously declared, "I will obliterate you." Su-Lu widened his eyes, asking, "How long has this symptom persisted?" He recognized Lu Heng. When it came to equipment, he had no rivals. However, in basketball skills, aside from a slightly better shooting accuracy, he was nothing special. Upon receiving the ball, Lu Heng made an immediate shot, which Su-Lu blocked effortlessly. Su-Lu chuckled at Lu Heng, saying, regrettably, "You cannot overwhelm me." Lu Heng, frustrated, declared, "I'm done. I'm leaving." What did I just witness? Someone exclaimed, astonished by the impressive display, only to see Lu Heng retreat faster than a rabbit. Amidst the commotion, a figure entered the gym, someone everyone feared. She possessed a well-proportioned physique, radiating strength. When it came to fighting, her boldness overshadowed the rest. She approached Su-Lu, stating, "Brother Lu, come and spar with me." After which, she strode confidently toward her designated arena. Su-Lu grinned, coming. "Wait, Brother Lu, we haven't even fought yet." Su-Lu lamented, "Next time, for sure." Chapter 5. Childhood Sweethearts. Su-Lu entered the boxing room, where He Huan was warming up. Outside the glass partition, a group of onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle. How long could Brother Lu endure this time? I wager 10 minutes, no more. Nonsense, can't Brother Lu turn the tide? Impossible, for he has never won a match. Quiet down, it's about to begin. Su-Lu donned his gear. After all, He Huan was a professional boxer. Su-Lu launched his attack with remarkable speed. His punches swift and precise. He Huan crouched to evade, then seized Su-Li's arms and executed a shoulder throw, sending him sprawling. That single move would leave me bedridden for a month. No wonder you Kin and Oppos, T compare to Brother Lu. Indeed, he is exceptionally formidable. Look, Brother Lu has landed a hit. Su-Lu sprang to his feet and charged forward, leaping into the air, his feet striking He Huan and Oppos' abdomen, sending her flying. He Huan, unfazed, stood up. Indeed, her strength had increased. Growing up together with Su-Lu, she may not possess his innate talent, but her resilience had been honed through years of practice. Ordinary attacks could hardly harm her. What kind of monsters are they? No wonder they have Brother Lu as a sparring partner. Why rush into things when you've only just warmed up? Is it really necessary for it to be so intense? The sparring continued. Old He accompanied Old Chi towards the gym, saying he wouldn't see them off, as he needed to oversee the match. If Su-Lu harmed my daughter, I wouldn't amp, Oppos, T let him off lightly. Captain, I truly envy you, Old Chi remarked without preamble. Old He laughed heartily. Envy me? I envy you, being a head coach. Merely talking the talk while the money rolls in. Old Chi replied, if you wish to join, you can step in any time. If you're unwilling, what can be done? I see you grumbling, yet you treat that lad like a son. If you put it that way, my daughter wouldn't agree. You should at least refer to him as a son-in-law. They shared a hearty laugh as they parted ways. Old He waved his hand. Sensing the day's earnings might not be substantial, he stepped outside the boxing room and glanced in. The battle was fierce. The punches landed with brutal intensity. He couldn't help but wonder if, in the future, these two young ones would tear their home apart after marriage. Sighing, Old He walked away. This boxing ring was a domain reserved solely for He Huan. In the ring, Su-Lu grasped He Huan and Oppos' right hand, standing on his right foot, while his left leg aimed at her standing feet. He Huan lost her balance and fell to the ground. She gripped Su-Lu and Oppos' right hand tightly, bracing herself, and delivered a left hook to his chin. Ouch, that hurt. It was astonishing how long the match lasted, far exceeding 10 minutes. Damn, this was exhilarating. That 20 yuan spent was worth it. Indeed, with basketball to play and a boxing match to watch, Wang Ziming began placing bets, declaring that Brother Lu would win at odds of 1 to 20. 10 yuan on Brother Lu. Wow, how generous of you. Bet on Sister Huan, free money. In no time, everyone was placing their wagers. The battle in the ring raged on. Su-Lu exclaimed, Why do I feel that boxing is more exhausting than 20 bullfights? Hee-Hwan tucked her short hair behind her ear and said, "Stop pretending, come on, unleash your full strength. Otherwise, I might just flatten you." "All right then." Sula chuckled. He began to sprint, even faster than before. Hee-Hwan dodged Su Li's jab, closing in and ramming her shoulder into his chest. Then, she squatted low, executing a sweeping kick that sent Su Lu crashing to the ground. Hee-Hwan locked Su Lu into Appo's right hand above his head, constricting him while her legs tightly encircled his neck. Sula found himself immobilized, ultimately surrendering by tapping the ground with his left hand. Hee-Hwan released him and stood up, panting. Su Lu also got to his feet, yet he showed no signs of exhaustion, appearing entirely unfazed. Hee-Hwan scolded, "Brother Lu, if you keep this up, you'll turn into a monster, a tireless one at that." Were it not for Hee-Hwan and Appo's boxing skills, the outcome would have been uncertain. Sula replied, "What can I say? It's innate, unlike you, who relies solely on hard work." Hee-Hwan, feeling frustrated at Su Li's towering height, stepped on his foot with force. Su Lu felt no pain, but Hee-Hwan winced. Go play your basketball. I need to train." Hee-Hwan was solely focused on her boxing practice. If she didn't intensify her training, she'd be left far behind by this guy. As Sula walked away, he mentioned, "My mom made a feast today. Remember to come." "I've already called her," Hee-Hwan replied. I know, stop nagging," she retorted as she struck the sandbag with resounding force. Once outside the boxing room, Sulu was surrounded by a group of onlookers. "Brother Lu, how come you lost again? When will you take charge?" "Brother Lu, you made me lose 10 yuan. Compensate me." "Brother Lu, let us continue our basketball game. We haven't finished yet." Sulu stretched and glanced at the time. It was time to train. "You all can play for now." His training consisted of a 20-kilometer run, followed by shooting, dribbling, and jumping exercises. Oldie had advised him that if he didn't grow another 10 centimeters, his competitive edge would diminish significantly. Sulu and Appo's current task was to grow taller and continue building his stamina, although he was already unmatched in endurance. Wang Ziming patted Sulu's shoulder. "I'll join you." The others dispersed, as this training was not for the faint-hearted. "Let us finish the run and then eat. I'll bring you food." Sula dashed out first, with Wang Ziming trailing behind. "Are you going to participate in your dad's company basketball match tomorrow?" Sulu inquired. "Of course. My dad practically begged me to go." "Didn't your dad invite you?" Wang Ziming answered. "He did, but I wanted to know your thoughts." "If you're going, then I want tea," Sulu replied. "We can alternate. You go first, and I'll follow." "Good idea, but you might not even warm up," Wang Ziming teased. "What do you know? Is a company match just a game? It's all about connections," Sulu proclaimed with a knowing expression. "You're impressive. With your 70 in language arts," Wang Ziming retorted. "Xiaoming, you only scored 20 points more than me. But I passed. Get lost." Chapter 6. The future. At the conclusion of a taxing day of training, Wang Ziming was utterly exhausted, to the point of conceding his limits. "I'm off. Take your time to practice," he remarked, clearly overwhelmed. With that, Xiaoming slipped away. Meanwhile, Sula remained undeterred, diligently continuing his high jumps. 49.99, 5,000, 5,001. Incredible. I've surpassed my expectations. Let us round it off, he decided, counting up to 5,099, 5,100. That's a wrap. After a refreshing shower, Hee-Hwan awaited him at the door. Sula naturally took his place in the passenger seat as Hee-Hwan drove off. "Look, although you possess extraordinary talent, I believe you should exercise caution. I heard from an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner that those who are less prone to injuries, once hurt, find it exceedingly difficult to recover." "You're right. But should I sustain an injury and be unable to pursue my athletic career, would you take care of me?" Sulu asked playfully. "Of course, but I do have to nurture you into a hefty 200-pound fellow," Hee-Hwan teased back. "Come on, I'm 2 meters tall." 200 pounds isn't even overweight, is it? I prefer being lean and handsome, he replied with a grin. As their banter continued, they soon arrived at Sulu's home. Su's father was already there, setting the dining table, while his mother assisted in the kitchen. After greeting Hee-Hwan, Sula settled into the living room to play a basketball video game. Ding dong. Hee-Hwan set down the controller and rushed to the door. "Hey, come back. Don't just run off after winning," Sula called after her. "Please, focus on your own practice," she retorted. Upon opening the door, Hee-Hwan found her father standing there. "Dad, where have you been? I searched for you everywhere," she exclaimed. Hee-Hwan's father waved a bottle of wine. "I went home to fetch this. Your mother forgot it." "Goodness, whose memory did she inherit?" Sulu's father chimed in. Watch your tongue. Don't speak that way about your mother, He-Huan's father admonished playfully. All right, I get it, she replied, rolling her eyes. Su-Lu's father approached. You're here, Lao He. Join us for a moment. Tonight, I shall not leave until I'm thoroughly inebriated, He-Huan's father declared. Su-Lu's father chuckled as he accepted the wine. You're going all out tonight. This aged wine of yours has awakened the drinker within me. What a feast. Dinner is ready, He-Huan's mother announced as she emerged from the kitchen. He-Huan leaned in to sniff. It smells divine. Mom, feed me a bite. He-Huan's mother tossed a piece of meat into her mouth. You've grown up, yet you still can't resist food. Su-Lu set down his controller and hurried to assist with the dishes. Mom, you've prepared far too much food. I can't possibly finish it all, he exclaimed, surveying the spread. Exaggeration. With 6 of us, how could we not have a plethora of dishes? You're at a stage of growth. Even if you're not hungry, you must eat. Your coach insists you still need to grow another 10 centimeters, his mother insisted. In their household, the coach's word was paramount. After all, both children were athletes, all under the guidance of He-Huan's father. As everyone settled down, glasses were filled with aged wine, with Su-Lu being the sole one sipping milk. Today, I've invited my old teammate who has a fondness for you, Xiaolo. Soon, you'll be playing basketball at the provincial sports school, He-Huan's father said. Su-Lu's father responded, I appreciate your efforts, Lao He. Not at all. It's merely a small gesture. In the future, I hope to see him compete in the collegiate league, followed by a chance to play in the NBA abroad. He-Huan's father continued. Abroad? Isn't that a bit far? Isn't it better to stay within the country? He-Huan's mother interjected. Let us give it a try. If it doesn't suit him, he can always return, Su-Lu's father suggested. Lele, what are your thoughts? Sounds great. Young people should embrace challenges. Otherwise, they may not achieve their potential. Right, Huanjia? Absolutely, He-Huan replied, her mouth full of food. Su-Lu's mother asked. What about me when you both leave? I can only look after one of you. Once the young ones venture out, don't fret. Stay at home and relax. Su-Lu's father reassured her, taking a sip. Yes, that makes sense. Men should strive to build their careers, Su-Lu remarked confidently. Don't worry, look good. I'll be there with you, He-Huan added. Are you still training in boxing? He-Huan's mother inquired. Of course, I can train abroad as well. He-Huan replied. Let her join. Having 2 young people to look out for each other is a good idea, He-Huan's father concluded. Thus, during a cozy family gathering, the future of the dynamic duo was solidified. The following day, Su-Lu arrived at his father's company, where they were hosting a basketball competition. It was a single match, with a considerable cash prize for the winners. Chapter 7. The company Youth Cup basketball tournament. On the following day, Su-Lu arrived early at his father and Appo's company and Appo's basketball court. To his surprise, the uncles had already gathered, practicing the strategies Su-Lu had taught them. Su-Lu, filled with curiosity, asked, Uncles, why are you all here so early? Nothing much, Zhou uncle waved him over. Listen, our opponents have also hired foreign players this time, claiming they intend to annihilate us. Su-Lu chuckled heartily. Let them try. They should be wary of losing their dignity. Didn't their foreign players from previous years end up in tears after facing us? Be cautious, Zhou uncle warned. This year's foreign player is Old Wang's son. Just returned from abroad. He played in the NCAA and ranked in the top 10 for scoring. Su-Lu furrowed his brow. Is he that formidable? Any further intelligence? That and Appo's. That's all I have for now. We came early to give you a heads up, Zhou uncle replied. Well, this information seems rather futile, Su-Lu retorted. But Don and Appo's, worry. Old he believes I can make it to the NBA, so I won't be intimidated. Zhou uncle's eyes brightened. Really? Old he holds great esteem in the local basketball community. Everyone respects him. Why would I deceive you, Zhou uncle? Su-Lu replied with a grin. All right then, I'll leave him in your hands. Don't let us down. Zhou uncle urged. Su-Lu stretched and said, Rest assured, I'll pass you the ball. Just don't miss your shots. Okay. Just pass it to me. I and Appo's, LLB at the 3-point line, Zhou uncle responded. The office workers, not accustomed to regular exercise, had poor stamina. However, they could manage some shooting practice. Su-Lu murmured to himself. It seems this will be a fierce battle. Yet, he brushed it off, reminding himself that it was merely a friendly match. There was no need to let competitiveness spoil the camaraderie. Even though it was a company event, it was organized quite formally, with a referee, scorekeepers, and other staff brought in from outside, totaling over a dozen people. They were setting up the court, erecting time boards on either side. A scoreboard stood prominently in the center. The match consisted of 4 quarters, each lasting 10 minutes, with a 24-second shot clock. After a while, the opposing team began to arrive, including Wang Ziming. He approached Su Lu and said, "Lagu, another Wang is back today. You should be careful. What useful information do you have?" Su Lu inquired. Wang Ziming leaned in and whispered, "He is strong with both hands, no weaknesses. He may lack speed, but his strength is impressive. His mid-range and under-the-basket shots are unanswerable. However, his three-point shooting is subpar, with a shooting percentage below 30. Now that is professionalism," Su Lu praised. Too kind. Just be careful," Wang Ziming advised before heading off to warm up. Today, Xiaoming was Su Li's opponent. They were divided by departments. In Xiaoming and Appo's, as father worked in a different department than Su Lu and Appo's. Once Xiaoming left, Su Li noticed Wang Hao, who had been mentioned several times. He appeared to have grown taller than Su Lu, his physique robust and imposing, standing there like a bull. He greeted everyone politely, even his adversaries. Then, he approached Su Lu, saying, "You must be Su Lu. I'm Wang Hao, just back from abroad." "Hello, I'm Su Lu. Aren't you aiming for the NBA?" Su Lu asked. Wang Hao shrugged. As the saying goes in China, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. "I doubt I would secure a starting position in the NBA." Su Lu considered this, realizing that few make it to the NBA, and even fewer become starters. "Let us ease up a bit and allow the uncles to enjoy themselves," Su Lu suggested. Wang Hao replied earnestly that that's not acceptable. "We must respect our opponents and give our all." Su Lu was taken aback. These professionals, who barely qualified as amateurs, were determined to give their utmost. He couldn't quite gauge whether Wang Hao was genuinely serious or merely putting on a facade. Su Lu suspected it was the latter. Even if Wang Hao lacked understanding, his father would have instilled the importance of respect in him. Thus, it was likely he had personal motives. Feigning nonchalance, Su Lu responded, "What if we injure the uncles?" Wang Hao firmly stated, "I treat every opponent the same. I won't hold back." Su Lu inwardly cursed, labeling him a hypocrite. Such a grandiose justification was hard to come by. The match commenced. Su Lu, towering above the others, played the center position as the sole foreign player on his team. Donned in red jerseys. The opposing team wore white, featuring 2 foreign players, Wang Hao and Wang Ziming. Wang Ziming also played center, preparing to jump for the tip-off against Su Lu, while Wang Hao took the forward position. With the sound of the whistle, the game began. And company employees lined the sidelines, cheering for their respective teams. Su Lu leaped high, tapping the ball away. Wang Hao shoved aside his defender, seizing the ball and initiating an attack. Su Lu narrowed his eyes. Wang Hao was not just targeting him, but was a threat to everyone, disregarding even his teammates. Despite others advancing with him to create openings, he refused to pass, dribbling the ball solo and executing a layup with ease. Wang Ziming, losing interest, turned to Su Lu. "Lagu, what is up with this guy? He looks down on us, probably thinks humiliating us is beneath him," Su Lu replied. Su Lu inbound the ball to Zhou Uncle, who had just secured it when Wang Hao intercepted him. As Wang Hao prepared for a layup, Su Lu positioned himself defensively. With a disdainful smile, Wang Hao leaped high, attempting a slam dunk. However, Su Lu, arriving just in time, executed a resounding block that left Wang Hao disoriented. Wang Hao hesitated momentarily before breaking into a sinister grin, his eyes glinting with malice, as if to say, "Just wait, I'll destroy you soon enough." Su Lu paid him no mind, landing and retrieving the ball for a long pass that found its way to his teammate in position 1. Wang Ziming, guarding him, attempted intimidation but took no real action. The shot was released, and a three-pointer swished through the net. Su Lu patted Xiaoming on the back, joking, "You almost scared me into a heart attack." "Uncle, I was wrong," Xiaoming retorted. "You little rascal." Chapter 8 is rather intriguing. The style of play exhibited by Wang Ziming is indeed the quintessential approach to company basketball matches, rather than recklessly attempting steals and blocks against the leaders. Wang Hao approached Su Lu and inquired, "Are you quite skilled?" Su Lu replied nonchalantly, "I suppose so. Handling you is more than sufficient." Wang Hao's pupils dilated in shock, on the verge of erupting. Meanwhile, the ball was already in play, and it landed in Wang Hao's hands. Su Lu closed in, positioning himself directly in front of him, fully aware that this individual would not pass the ball, making him easier to defend against. Su Lu signaled for his teammates to crash the boards while he crouched slightly, lowering his center of gravity. Wang Hao initiated his offensive maneuver, but despite his agile footwork, he could not deceive Su Lu. Wang Ziming and others found themselves unguarded, yet unable to receive the ball, opting instead to fold their arms and observe. As Wang Hao attempted to break through left and right, he realized the shot clock was about to expire and resolved to take a contested jumper. The ball ricocheted off the rim, leaving Wang Hao frustrated as he slapped his hands together. Su Le seized the opportunity and grabbed the rebound. Propelling the ball forward with the tenacity of a tiger spotting its prey, Wang Ziming and his teammates remained passive in their defense, merely watching Wang Hao's performance, alternating between pressing and retreating. Yet, Wang Hao struggled to wrest the ball from Su Le's grasp. Su Le broke to the right, halted abruptly, and leaped high into the air. Wang Hao, anticipating a shot, followed suit and leapt as well. To his surprise, Su Lu passed the ball out, leading to a mid-range jumper from the number 3 position that secured the score. Wang Hao, dissatisfied, shouted at his teammates, "For heaven's sake, defend." However, his words fell on deaf ears. When on offense, he failed to see the ball. When defending, he faced the same plight. Observing the disarray, Wang Hao's father called for a timeout, glaring at his son. "What on earth are you doing? After all your NCAA experience, you can't best a mere high schooler? And stop shouting at the uncles." Wang Hao took a sip of water, pushed his father aside, and roared, "You play if you think you can do better. Just watch." Wang Ziming stood dumbfounded, bemused by the peculiar dynamic between the two. As the timeout concluded, they returned to the court. This time, Wang Ziming's team operated with 4 players on offense, excluding Wang Hao from the play. Despite his vocal protests, no one passed him the ball. Left with no choice, he attempted to steal from his own teammate to initiate an offensive play. Su Le matched his intensity, blocking his path. Wang Hao shouted, "Get out of my way." Su Lu remained unfazed. While offense was permissible, advancing past him was not. Seizing an opportunity, Su Lu deftly slipped his hand past Wang Hao and Oppo's arm, dislodging the ball. Infuriated, Wang Hao yanked Su Le down to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, calling a foul on Wang Hao for pushing. "Is this really old Wang's son? Not much skill, but quite the temper," murmured onlookers. "What kind of foreign aid did they recruit? Pathetic. I heard he just returned from studying abroad, yet here he is." Being dominated by Su Lu, Wang Hao and Oppo's father, feeling the embarrassment, substituted him out to cool off. Wang Hao sulked on the bench, the chair clattering beneath him as he angrily wiped his brow with a towel. This time, old Wang could scarcely muster the energy to admonish him. With Wang Hao off the court, a sense of lightheartedness returned. "Xiaoming, go after Su Lu and hold your ground. Uncle, we need to team up. I can't handle him alone." "All right, you hold him off, and I'll steal the ball." The game became a back-and-forth affair, appearing intense yet lacking physical contact, ensuring everyone's safety. "Uncle Zhou, receive the ball." Su Lu advanced toward the paint, executing a beautiful assist to Uncle Zhou, who caught the ball effortlessly. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, swishing through the net. Su Lu and Oppo's teammates praised his exceptional passing skills. When it was Xiaoming and Oppo's turn to attack, for tall players surrounded Su Lu in the paint. Yet, Su Lu held his ground against their combined efforts. Wang Ziming feinted and finally broke free from Su Lu, going for a layup, only for Su Lu to recover in time. Xiaoming passed to a teammate who completed the layup successfully. The score began to rise, reflecting a competitive spirit. 2015 at the end of the first quarter, with Su Li's team holding a temporary lead. In the second quarter, Wang Hao was once again placed on the court. This time, he had learned his lesson and began to emulate Su Li's style of play, sharing the ball with his teammates. He realized that if he continued to play selfishly, he would soon find himself benched again, unable to avenge his earlier missteps. Wang Hao's newfound awareness allowed Wang Ziming's team to close the gap in the score. Xiaoming teased, "If you had played like this earlier, we might have been tied by now." Wang Hao offered a forced smile, biding his time until he could challenge Su Lu directly, ultimately attempting a thunderous dunk over him. As the score tightened, Su Lu calmly instructed, "Spread out. Just 2 of you in the paint. The rest should position themselves near the 3-point line." This was a tactic Su Lu often employed, relying on his ability to break through defenses, draw attention, and then distribute the ball. He advanced with the ball, executing a crossover dribble before veering left. Wang Hao rushed to defend, yet Su Lu hardly regarded him as a threat. With a swift pivot, Su Lu leaped high, as defenders rushed to assist. Even if unable to prevent a score, they could at least contest the rebound. However, Su Li's objective was achieved. 3 defenders converged on him, leaving an opening on the perimeter. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the number 1 position unguarded and delivered a powerful pass. The ball landed in the hands of the number 1 player, who dribbled once before attempting a 3-pointer, which narrowly missed. Su Lu soared to grab the rebound and passed it back to the number 1 position, who this time successfully sank the shot. Wang Hao began to shout, "Stop crowding inside. Let a few of you stand outside. I can handle things in here. Warren and Oppos, to you just inside too? You failed to defend. Enough, enough. Just listen to me. I can handle it." Wang Hao stubbornly insisted, as if the sky could fall and he would be the one to bear it. Wang Ziming pushed the ball up the court, barely crossing half-court before launching a high three-pointer that found its mark, eliciting thunderous applause from the crowd. "What a ridiculous shot. Don't waste your luck on such foolishness," Wang Hao hollered, yet Wang Ziming ignored him, knowing that this braggart had only scored 4 points. As Su Lu advanced with the ball, he raised a finger, declaring, "Steady and precise. Let's score again." All players took their positions, this time standing well behind the three-point line to maximize spacing. Su Lu drove toward the paint, only to find Wang Hao blocking his path. Su Lu pivoted and backed him down, pushing Wang Hao back step by step. Wang Hao was taken aback. What kind of strength was this? He was certain he outweighed Su Lu by a significant margin. Yet, Su Lu was unconcerned with Wang Hao's thoughts. He had honed his core strength through rigorous training. It was entirely normal for him to possess greater power than average. As a teammate rushed over to assist Wang Hao, he barked at them to retreat. Su Lu seized the moment, spun around, soared into the air, and with a fierce roar, slammed the ball through the hoop. "You're utterly pathetic," Su Lu shouted at him. Chapter 9. Wang Hao returns home in tears after being defeated in the second quarter. The game concluded with a score of 35-32, temporarily favoring Su Li's team. Wang Hao, having picked himself up from the ground, charged at Su Lu with his chest. Su Lu, undeterred, taunted, "What's the matter, little foreigner? Can't handle a loss." Incensed, Wang Hao nodded vigorously and retorted, "All right, you're quite something. Just wait for the second half." Su Lu, having long harbored disdain for Wang Hao, was intent on obliterating him today. "You better act quickly then," he replied nonchalantly. During halftime, Su Lu gathered his teammates to devise a strategy. "In a moment, I'll lock that guy down and push him to his limits. You all just focus on shooting. I intend to instill a psychological shadow in him. Let us beat him up. This brat only bullies us seasoned players," one remarked. "Right, he is so tall. Just waiting to block us. At first, he even stole the ball from me. No honor at all." Su Lu clapped his hands to regain everyone's focus. "All right, uncles. Enough criticism of this kid. We don't have much time left. For the first attack, all of you stay beyond the arc. I'll pass to the corner. Let loose, and I'll cover you. In the latter half, aim for mid-range shots within the three-point line. As everyone's stamina declines, so will their accuracy. So, we just shoot, and leave the rest to you, right?" Su Lu grinned. "Exactly. Let us showcase the spirit of our championship team." They all piled their hands together, rallying each other. Su Lu valued teamwork, believing that true victory comes from collective effort. As the third quarter commenced, Su Li's team took the offensive. Su Lu charged forward with the ball, and as expected, Wang Hao confronted him, arms outstretched to block his path. An older gentleman approached to provide support. He was Wang Hao's father's assistant, specifically there to help him. Su Lu glanced at Wang Ziming, who helplessly shook his head. This was beyond his purview. Su Lu shot him a look that said, "Watch my performance." He attempted to sidestep left, aiming to break through towards the older man. The two defenders quickly shifted positions. Su Lu accelerated, evading the older man and driving straight to the basket. Wang Hao swiftly retreated and leaped, aiming to deliver a powerful block. However, in midair, Su Lu passed the ball to an open teammate, Zhou Shu, who took a three-point shot but missed. Su Lu meticulously tracked the ball's descent, leaping to secure it. He quickly passed it back to Zhou Shu, who adjusted his stance and shot again, yet missed once more. Su Lu, having vacated the 3-second area, saw his path blocked by Wang Hao. Instead of contesting the rebound, he circled behind Wang Hao. As Wang Hao landed with the ball, Su Lu unexpectedly poked it away. The ball landed in the hands of the shooting guard, who made a mid-range jumper for 2 points. Wang Hao cursed under his breath, "Despicable coward, attacking from behind. Can't even hold on to the ball. What are you doing playing?" Su Lu responded with a thumbs up, albeit one pointed downwards. Wang Ziming initiated an offensive play, attempting a long-range three-pointer, which also failed. Wang Hao, now thoroughly enraged, exclaimed, "Damn it. I told you not to shoot like that. You're just handing them the ball." Wang Ziming retorted, "You can't outplay my brother Lu. Why are you taking it out on me? Look at my points. They far exceed yours." Wang Ziming had already scored 12 points, significantly outpacing Wang Hao. Frustrated, Wang Hao protested, "They're not defending you. They're solely targeting me. How can I score? Interesting. ISNT it. Didn't you say every game should be taken seriously?" Their defense on you is precisely what you wanted, so why complain? Wang Hao stammered, unable to respond. Get back to defending. Stop whining like a fool, Wang Ziming scoffed. He was there to enjoy the game, not to let a kid push him around. Su Lu, upon receiving the ball, provocatively inquired, what's wrong? Feeling overwhelmed? The best is yet to come. Su Lu, how about a one-on-one? Passing is no skill. Wang Hao challenged. Basketball is a team sport with 5 players. Can't you see that? What is the use of being tall if you lack intelligence? You want a one-on-one? What is that going to change? Su Lu pointed at the older man beside him. Wang Hao waved him off, dismissing him entirely. The older man, feeling foolish, glanced at Wang Hao's father, who also gestured for him not to interfere. With no double team, Su Lu found his offense more liberating. Wang Hao seemed to forget he had been dunked on in the first half. Su Lu employed the same tactic, using his physical strength to push Wang Hao into the paint. He prepared to leap for a dunk. Wang Hao exerted all his strength to block him, but descended too quickly, lacking the ability to hang in the air. Su Lu appeared to hover midair, waiting for Wang Hao to land before slamming the basketball into the hoop. One-on-one? Do you even qualify? NCAA? Pfft, what a joke, Su Lu remarked. Wang Hao was on the verge of breaking down. He had recently decided to return home to play basketball after a quarrel with his father. Initially, he aimed to dominate the game and vent his frustrations, yet he had become the punching bag instead. Wang Hao struggled to regain his composure. Wang Ziming, with the ball, simply tossed it to Wang Hao, believing that if he felt so capable, he should handle it. Wang Hao caught the ball, dribbling while glaring at Su Lu, who strolled casually, showing him no respect. Wang Ziming, observing the situation, became intrigued, realizing Su Lu was about to unleash his full potential. Until now, Su Lu had only operated at less than 50%. Wang Hao attempted to break through, dribbling at a slow pace. Su Lu retreated slightly, raising his hands. Wang Hao zigzagged, yet could not penetrate. The ball lingered in his hands. Typically, he would pass it out. However, Wang Hao refused to concede, forcing a jump shot. Su Lu leaped as well, soaring higher. Su Lu resembled a mountain, firmly positioned before Wang Hao. Wang Hao shot, but the ball barely left his hands before Su Lu snatched it. It felt as though Wang Hao had merely placed the ball into Su Lu's grasp. Wang Hao was astonished. What kind of monster was this, and why was it here? He had just offended this beast. Su Lu seized the opportunity for a fast break, launching a long pass to the advancing number 3, who executed a layup off the backboard successfully. Is that it? You'd struggle in the CBA, Su Lu quipped. Wang Hao, overwhelmed, requested to be substituted. He could no longer endure this humiliation and wanted to go home to find his mother. After Wang Hao exited the court, the atmosphere lightened. Wang Ziming's several long-range shots energized the crowd, while Su Lu's assists astonishingly reached 20. The game concluded with Su Lu and Appo's team successfully defending their championship title. Chapter 10. Su Lu and Appo's intense growth training. After the match, Su and Appo's father approached the players to celebrate. Old Joe, not bad. You scored 4 3-pointers this year. Of course, Old Joe, can shoot like an arrow. Hey, Old Joe, if it weren't for Xiao Lu, would you have had so many open shots? Indeed, Xiao Lu is crucial, but my skills are solid. Otherwise, how could I have made a few? The man was left speechless. Su and Appo's father interjected, all right, enough of this. Go tidy up. We're heading out for a post-game dinner. No wonder old Su understands the game so well. Even Steve Ballmer, the Clippers owner, pales in comparison to you. Oh, don't flatter me. I'm not as wealthy as him. Ha ha ha. You look a bit flustered, old Su. How can I not be? Last year, I drank several bottles of Mao Tai, and my heart still aches from it. Old Su, don't tell me you're cutting back on spending this year and can't afford it. I can afford it. Just need to pace myself. As long as there is something to drink, I'm fine. Off we go. Su's father grumbled. These old geezers are always thinking about my liquor. Su Lu approached and asked, Dad, am I being too disrespectful to old Wang? Disrespectful? If you ask me. You should have crushed that arrogant son of his. He ought to be thankful to you. Besides, I'm the biggest shareholder here. Why should I care about anyone's face? All right then, I was just worried that old fellow might hold a grudge, Su Lu replied with a grin. Su's father playfully slapped Su Lu on the head and said, What are you saying? He is your elder, after all. You should head back now. The coach needs to see you. What? You're not taking me to dinner? What would you do? You can't drink. You'd be seated at the kids' table. Su's father replied, Take Xiaoming with you. Otherwise, he might drink too much again. Wang Ziming had made quite a spectacle of himself last year after drinking heavily. Old Wang himself got drunk and had to carry his tall son home. Fine. I'm just a tool here, and I can't even get a meal. Get lost, Sue's father laughed and scolded. Sula dashed off, knowing he couldn't retaliate if he got hit. It was better to avoid trouble. Wang Ziming followed Sula home for a meal, then they both headed to the gym. He had heard that coach he had prepared a growth training program for Sulu. He was already a few centimeters shorter than Sulu. If Sulu grew taller, they would no longer be able to play basketball together. Upon entering the gym, they found that Coach He's training equipment had arrived. It consisted of a horizontal bar with 2 ropes hanging from it. Coach He, what is this for? Sulu asked curiously. Coach He crossed his arms and replied, starting today, we will pause other training projects and focus on growth training. If you want to grow taller, you must supplement your nutrition and engage in specialized training. Most importantly, you need to prioritize rest. Only after high-intensity training, with sufficient rest, can your body truly grow. Is it really that strict? But I feel like this is a benefit, Sula chuckled. He remembered that he used to train for long hours, leaving little time for rest. Coach He smirked. Then I wish you happiness in the days to come. Fate has already marked the price in the shadows. It never allows anyone to acquire what they desire easily. Now that training is reduced, when Sulu grows taller, he will have to repay it doubly. And at that time, his weight and height will not be at the same level as now. Xiao Ming was eager as well. He thought just hanging from the bar would be simple. Coach He instructed them to hang from the bar and tied their hands with ropes. Sulu asked, Coach He, are we just hanging here? Isn't this for pull-ups? He felt this was too easy and wanted to add some difficulty. Coach He warned, don't fidget, just hang there. Even Xiao Ming found it surprising. It seemed too simple. Coach He scolded, if Sula thinks it and oppose as simple, you have no right to say the same. Hang here for 2 hours first. Then practice 2,000 reach-ups. That's your training volume for the day. The rest is for rest. Is this really effective? This is Michael Jordan's training method. Just enjoy it. Fine. I'll practice. Watching the 2 of them hanging like monkeys, Coach He walked away, satisfied. Once Coach He left, the 2 monkeys happily chatted. Xiao Ming said, Legu, your style today seems different from before. Have you become fiercer? Sula chuckled. Xiao Ming shrugged and said, not just fierce. I've noticed you've been quite arrogant lately, dunking on others. Didn't you say you wanted to keep a low profile? Sula pondered for a moment and said, this is something I've only recently come to understand. You see, before, when they were younger. What if I cast a shadow over them? Now they are older, can I still coddle them? I'll just have to make them all feel the pain. Think about it. If young people aren't arrogant, are they still young? From now on, let us be as arrogant as we can and show off our strength. Wang Ziming looked at Sulu, puzzled. You're not pulling my leg, are you? What if we get beaten? Don't worry. I'll take the front. You just hide behind and strike when it's right. Sula laughed. Am I that kind of person? I'll definitely join you. Xiao Ming was not afraid. Sula said, all right, I won't chat with you anymore. I need to meditate. Hanging like this requires focus, just like fishing. After speaking, Sula fell into silence, resembling a monk in deep meditation. After just a few minutes, Xiao Ming felt his hands ache severely. What does hanging have to do with growing taller? What if my arms get long and my legs short, and I end up looking like a monkey? While Xiao Ming was lost in thought, sweat poured down him. Initially, it was manageable, but as time passed, the pressure mounted and his energy drained. If his hands weren't tied, he might have fallen off by now. He glanced at Sulu, who remained motionless, as if he felt nothing. What a monster, Xiao Ming cursed inwardly. Sulu, however, felt nothing. He was nearly asleep. This was the perfect training state for him, allowing him to exercise while dozing off. Half an hour later, Xiao Ming could no longer endure. Coach He emerged from the coach's room, surprised to see Xiao Ming still hanging on. Coach He asked sternly, how are you holding up? Don't push yourself. This is about a steady pace. Xiao Ming replied, I feel like I've been hanging for ages. It must be over 2 hours now. Coach He checked the time. It's been 45 minutes. Even so, you've already surpassed the average person. Xiao Ming had initially wanted to hold on a bit longer, but his hands were no longer responsive. Get me down. Coach He released his hands. Xiao Ming slumped to the ground, while Sula seemed to remain unresponsive. Well, he is asleep, Wang Ziming remarked, even hearing the sound of snoring. Coach He shook his head, finding it unbelievable. Sula truly was a peculiar child. Chapter 11. Extraordinary talent. There is no one in this world who can fall asleep while suspended, old he asserted with utmost conviction. Let him sleep. It yields better results than being awake. My brother Lu is truly a prodigy, Wang Ziming remarked, smacking his lips. As old he walked with his hands clasped behind his back, he instructed, follow me. We shall proceed to the next exercise. Gasping for breath, Wang Ziming pleaded. At least let me rest for 2 minutes. Even hanging requires a moment to catch one and Appo's breath. Ignoring him, Oldie continued onward, prompting Wang Ziming to jog alongside him in resignation. Next came the high jump with 200 repetitions per set. How many sets one could manage was a testament to one's ability. Oldie, what is the record here? Wang Ziming inquired. The number is irrelevant. One must act within their limits, lest your knees suffer, Oldie replied before moving on. These exercises were simple and required no guidance, yet they proved immensely beneficial. Xiaoming began to jump alone, feet shoulder-width apart, knees bending gently as he leapt to touch the overhead marker. After using his right hand, he switched to his left, repeating the process. Come on, Wang Xiaoming, you can do it. One day you will surpass Brother Lu in height. Perseverance is key. Victory belongs to those who endure. That's 185. 197, just 3 more. Upon reaching the 200th jump, Wang Ziming could no longer persist. He leaned on his knees, gasping for air, feeling significantly more exhausted than after being suspended. After a brief respite, he glanced over to see Su Lu still lost in dreams. Envy crept in, as Brother Li's physical prowess was beyond their reach. Throughout his life, whenever he felt he was nearing, he would be swiftly outpaced. It seemed this fellow's growth knew no bounds. Wang Ziming gently shook his head, casting aside such thoughts. What else can I do? I must train at my own pace. One day, I too shall walk the path that Su Lu has traversed. He jumped 6 more sets before finally reaching his limit. Oldie emerged once more. Wang Ziming. 1458. How does that measure up? Did I break the record? Wang Ziming asked. Oldie shook his head lightly. You have overexerted yourself. This could lead to osteochondritis. He squatted down to help Wang Ziming stretch. After a moment's hesitation, he continued. From now on, have your repetitions. A normal body cannot withstand such strain. If it were Su Lu, we wouldn't need to worry. He is impervious to injury. Wang Ziming cheerfully replied, no problem. If I get injured, I'll just take a break at home. Consider it a chance to rest. Oldie fully understood Wang Ziming's sentiments, having witnessed many gifted individuals in the past. That feeling could be utterly disheartening. Fortunately, Wang Ziming maintained a positive mindset. Youth, do not be anxious. Those who endure to the end are often those with strong willpower, which bears little relation to talent, Oldie reassured him. Wang Ziming chuckled. This guy not only has talent, but also remarkable determination. What do you suggest, Oldie? After pondering, Oldie replied, his intellect may be lacking. He struggles academically. In school, he is not as popular as you. Ha ha ha. You speak the truth. I have many admirers, while that fellow has none, Wang Ziming said, gleefully slapping the ground. Oldie mused to himself that perhaps those who pursued that lad had been deterred by his daughter, given her fierce demeanor that most could not withstand. Just as they were conversing, Su Lu, who had been asleep for over 2 hours, finally awoke with a shout. Oldie, let me down. My arms are sore. Oldie gestured for Wang Ziming to assist him down. With reluctance, Wang Ziming dragged his weary body over to lower Su Lu from the bar. Brother Lu, how can you sleep for so long? It's been over 2 hours. Time flies, doesn't it? Perhaps I was a bit tired after competing with that Wang Hao fellow today, Su Lu replied nonchalantly. However, he truly enjoyed the rest. It had been ages since he had experienced such a relaxed training session. Approaching Oldie, Su Lu remarked, this feels delightful. I think I've grown a little taller. Oldie responded, why not reach for the heavens? After just a short while, you wish to grow taller. Jump, do 4,000 reps before you leave. And remember to lock the door behind you. Wang Ziming bid farewell to Su Lu, stating he would take his leave after a shower, having also had a long day. No one doubted Su Lu's capability to complete 4,000 jumps, and he never cut corners. Got it. You always leave me behind, Su Lu grumbled. He stretched a bit, feeling only slight soreness in his arms, and began jumping while contemplating the upcoming competition for Li Bang next month, followed by the looming college entrance examination. Fortunately, he need not take the exam, as he had already been admitted to the Provincial Sports Academy. He would simply report for duty when the semester commenced. Following that, he would enjoy a 2-month summer vacation, during which he planned to travel with Yuan before returning to training. This was how he had spent the past few years, and Su Lu found it quite fulfilling. Thinking too far ahead felt daunting. He preferred not to dwell on distant matters. Regrettably, no matter how hard he tried, he could never grasp the content of his textbooks. Otherwise, wouldn't Su Lu have been extraordinarily exceptional? As Su Lu pondered, time flew by, and in less than an hour, he completed his 4,000 jumps with astonishing efficiency. Anyone witnessing this feat would likely be left speechless. After his customary training, he showered, secured the door, and leisurely made his way home. The sky was dark, The moon hung high, yet the stars were nowhere to be seen. It was indeed challenging to glimpse stars in the city. The streets were illuminated, and it was barely past 9 in the evening. Night owls had yet to emerge, creating a relatively tranquil atmosphere. Upon returning to his neighborhood, he noticed a group of children still playing basketball on the court. The youngest among them was in the 6th grade, while the oldest was merely in junior high. Upon seeing Su Lu return, they rushed over. "Brother Lu, you're back." Su Lu chuckled. "Why aren't you all asleep at this late hour? You're disturbing the peace." "Huh. It's far enough from the residential area. How could it bother anyone?" one of them replied. Su Lu ruffled the child's hair and asked, "Aren't you worried your parents will be concerned about you staying out so late?" "Brother Lu, we just came to look for you at your house but couldn't find you. So we decided to wait here," another child explained. "Why are you waiting for me?" Su Lu inquired. "The kids from the neighboring district came to challenge us today, claiming this court belongs to them." Su Lu chuckled. "What? You want me to fight them? They won and Oppos. T would stand a good beating." "No, we scheduled a showdown for tomorrow. We want you to be our coach to determine who owns the court." Su Lu thought for a moment. Since he had nothing pressing to attend to lately, he replied, "No problem, but you all know I'm not good at coaching due to my poor academics. If we lose, don't blame me." "How could we?" "It's settled then. Tomorrow at 4 p.m., we'll crush them together." Chapter 12. Are even elementary school students this fierce? The following day, Su Lu indeed made his appearance at the basketball court within the community. By the time he arrived, both teams were already engaged in their warm-up routines. Su Lu brought along a thermos, sipping on some warm water as he gathered everyone around. "Bai Yingjun, are those your opponents over there?" Bai Yingjun was the very person who had stopped Su Lu the previous day, and he possessed the most remarkable talent among the children, particularly in dribbling. He replied, "Yes. That and Oppos, them. They want to take over our court." Su Lu, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "I just observed that you all are shorter and slower than them. This battle will be tough. Perhaps it would be wise to concede early." One of the tallest among them scoffed. "Hey, Legu, what are you saying? If it's difficult, should we just back down and hand over victory? Is that the style of our Chilean community? If Legu encounters an unbeatable opponent, would you also surrender?" Su Lu smirked. "Well, I've yet to face anyone I couldn't overcome. However, you articulated that splendidly. I was merely employing a tactic of provocation. You see?" Lin Yu, a first-year high school student, caught Su Lu's attention, showing great promise for the future. Bai Yingjun chimed in. "Legu, you are the coach. Just tell us how to play, and we will follow your orders without the need for motivational speeches." With a flourish, Su Lu instructed, "Line up from positions 1 to 5, from left to right. Substitutes stand in the second row." Soon enough, the team was assembled. Bai Yingjun took the position of number 2, while Lin Yu assumed the role of number 5. The second row had vacant spots, as most had lined up in positions 1 and 2. This indicated that the Chilean community was predominantly composed of shorter players, limited to playing guard. Su Lu felt a bit overwhelmed. "Bai Yingjun, you will play position 4. Today we shall employ a twin tower strategy. Charge through their interior defense," Su Lu commanded. It appeared that there were no substitutes for position 3. Su Lu addressed the player in that position. "Are you capable of playing the entire match? If not, we may have to resort to 3 guards." The player thumped his chest and assured, "Don't worry, Legu. Even if I collapse on the court, I won and Oppos." Utter a word of fatigue. Su Lu was somewhat speechless. It seemed that the competitive spirit of the children was quite robust. No wonder they had clashed with those from the neighboring community. Members of the Juke community approached, urging, "Hey, have you finalized your strategy? We've been waiting for ages. Are you going to play or not? If you and Oppos, not, the court belongs to us, and from now on, you can only play when we're not around." Between the Chilean and Juke communities lay a shared area featuring 2 basketball courts. For reasons unknown, the southern court had been informally designated for the Chilean community. However, as Su Lu grew older, this unwritten rule had been altered. Both courts became the territory of the Chilean community, a change attributable to Su Lu single-handedly defeating the Juke community and Oppos as players. From that point on, playing on the community basketball court required demonstrating strength. Eventually, Su Lu, the instigator of this evolution, had vacated for Old He's gym, reverting the courts to their previous state. It seemed that the narrative was about to repeat itself. Lin Yu interjected, "All right, enough of the urging. Show some respect for our coach. What is your coach's background?" Bai Yingjun raised his thumb and declared, "Chilean Legu. Haven T, you heard? Hello, Legu." The Juke community members unexpectedly bowed at a 90-degree angle in greeting. This left Su Lu feeling somewhat embarrassed. These youngsters had organized themselves well, with distinct uniforms marking the two communities. Friendly competition, no fighting, no roughhousing. Let your skills speak on the court. The match lasts 40 minutes. Whoever wins, the court belongs to them. Understood? Sula reiterated the rules of the court. Understood, Lagu, replied the group. Obedient like Sulu's younger brothers. However, once on the court, they transformed entirely. They were wholly immersed in the game, displaying intense focus. Sula shook his head, pondering how these carefree children had learned to engage in fierce competition. Bai Yingjun and Lin Yu stood slightly taller than their adversaries, following Su Li's guidance. The Qilin community persistently passed the ball into the interior. In the initial exchanges, the Qilin community scored repeatedly, catching the Zhuke community off guard. Realizing the shift in momentum, the Zhuke community quickly called a timeout. Su Lu gathered his team. They figured out our strategy. We need to modify our approach. Lin Yu in the center. The others spread out. When rebounding, converge together. Implement a zone defense and initiate several fast breaks, allowing position 1 to handle the quick transitions. With a rallying cry, Bai Yingjun exclaimed, "Victory for Qilin community." As he spoke, all the players formed a circle, chanting the slogan. Sula watched with amusement. The youth truly had spirit. The opposing team included several skilled elementary school players, demonstrating impressive control and passing. Sula was taken aback. Today's elementary school students were remarkably tall, each surpassing 1.7 meters. In a few years, reaching 1.9 meters would be entirely feasible. Upon re-entering the court, Sula shouted, "Defend, focus on defense. Do not let them penetrate the interior." The main advantage of a zone defense is that if the opposing team struggles to shoot from the perimeter, they will face double teaming. This increases the likelihood of intercepting the ball, creating opportunities for fast breaks for the Qilin community. As anticipated, the Zhuke community and Oppo's point guard attempted to drive, only to be intercepted. Sula bellowed, "Pass the ball." Bai Yingjun executed a powerful pass, delivering the ball to his team's point guard. The point guard, without hesitation, took 3 steps and scored a layup, netting 2 points. After scoring, he returned and exchanged a hearty high-five with Bai Yingjun. By halftime, the Zhuke team trailed by over 10 points, a shocking reality for them. They had faced the Qilin community before, often winning, but never by such a significant margin. "Look, they have Lagu coaching them. Their competitive level has soared," they lamented. "What can we do? None of our parents are skilled at basketball. The older students only bully us." Dejected, they mused that if their court hadn't been overtaken by the older students, they wouldn't have resorted to invading another's territory. "Let us give it our all in the second half. We came to challenge, and even if we lose, let us not do so disgracefully. All right, Zhuke community. Let us rally." In the second half, the Zhuke community mounted a significant counterattack. Fortunately, Bai Yingjun scored 6 consecutive points, stabilizing their lead. The intensity of the game attracted spectators from the northern basketball court. "Hey, you little ones are truly embarrassing the Zhuke community." The onlookers were none other than the Zhuke community's older players, known for bullying their younger counterparts. Chapter 13. The children of the Zhuke community, despite their defeat, did not waver in their integrity. They honored their promise and vacated the basketball court. When faced with mockery from the older students, they remained silent, recognizing their physical disadvantage. However, Bai Yingjun and his companions were unwilling to let this injustice stand. Who were these older kids to bully the younger ones merely because of their age? United, they resolved to confront them. "Forget it, Yingjun," one of the younger boys suggested. "We can play elsewhere without causing trouble. Stop running. Why flee? Let us face them together." "More of us means more fun," Bai Yingjun retorted, glaring at the older students. "Really?" The older kids were incredulous, having just been boasting about their prowess. Regardless, they decided to settle the score first. This was the advice of Lagu. Su Lu, chuckling, affectionately ruffled Bai Yingjun and Oppo's hair before addressing the other children. "So, these are the ones who bullied you? Never mind, Lagu. We can't beat them," one of the younger boys admitted. "With so many of you, how can you be afraid of just a few?" Sula challenged. "In my day, I single-handedly defeated countless opponents, none of whom ever surrendered. You disappoint me." The younger children hung their heads in shame. Su Lu, tired of their excuses, turned his gaze toward the group of older boys who looked like troublemakers. He beckoned them over with a flick of his finger. Initially, the older boys failed to recognize him, but once they did, their arrogance dissipated. Su Lu had been their nemesis since childhood, leaving them with deep-seated fears. Lagu, they approached, bowing at a 90-degree angle. One newcomer, puzzled, asked, "What are you doing? Who is he?" "Quickly greet Lagu," one of the taller boys insisted, pressing down on the newcomer's head. The newcomer evaded and shouted, "Are you all crazy? Is he some kind of pet?" He glared at Su Lu, pointing accusingly. "Don't think I haven't given you a chance. If you think we're bullying you because we're more, go get your friends for a real fight." Su Lu would not tolerate such insolence. He stepped forward and delivered a powerful blow to the boy's face. "Who do you think you are?" The strike left the boy dazed, unprepared for Su Li's speed. "You dare hit me?" he yelled, clutching his face. Su Lu thought, could I be dealing with a fool? And swiftly retaliated with another punch. Aft indeed. Ingjun and Lin Yuming are scheduled to visit Old He tomorrow, seeking his guidance for additional training. Su Lu casually mentioned this before leaving. Is that true? How splendid. It is quite rare to receive a personal recommendation from Su Lu, which indicates that the talents of these two individuals have reached a commendable level. The onlooking companions expressed their envy. As Su Lu strolled homeward, he was pleasantly surprised to realize how much these two young lads had grown. A wave of joy washed over him, as he felt he was contributing to the basketball community by helping Old He discover two promising newcomers. After meandering for a while, Su Lu finally returned home, only to be met with a barrage of reprimands from his mother. Have you been out bullying others again? Chapter 14. This world is indeed too small. Wherever you go, you can always run into someone, Su Lu exclaimed nonchalantly. Has that fool reported us? His mother, Su Mama, interjected. Both his parents called to apologize, making us appear as the villains. Su Lu shrugged helplessly. You know I am a reasonable person. If he had a valid point, would his parents be apologizing? Su Mama sighed. In this society, apologies are no longer a matter of reason. They are often directed towards the unreasonable. Su Lu paused, then remarked solemnly, Mother, you are indeed a wise person to utter such philosophical words. Su Mama laughed heartily. Well, of course. Dinner is ready. Let us not dwell on them. After amusing his mother, the atmosphere lightened considerably. For several consecutive days, Su Lu practiced stretching and vertical jumps at the gym. Wang Ziming frequently joined him, and before long, Wang Ziming had suddenly grown 2 centimeters taller, while Su Lu remained stagnant. Observing that Xiao Ming was nearing his height, Su Lu could not help but inquire of Lao He. What is happening? Lao He, why am I not growing? Is it possible that I have reached my full height? His concern was not unfounded. Many people stop growing after their senior year of high school. Was he destined to compensate for his height with improved jumping skills? There are numerous players in the NBA who are only 1.9 meters tall. It's not a significant issue, though it might result in weaker defense. And he could always play as a guard. Lao He replied, your foundation is solid, but you need to intensify your training and double your practice time. Those who are less prone to injury tend to have denser bones. Breaking through that density requires more effort. Lao He continued, it seems your talent is not entirely beneficial, especially regarding height. Su Lu stroked his chin and pondered. So, the question arises, how can we ensure sufficient sleep while increasing training time? Lao He suggested. Can't you sleep on the horizontal bar? Just make an effort to catch some sleep there. This left Su Lu somewhat troubled. He wasn't always able to sleep on command. Nonetheless, he resolved to try his best. Just as Su Lu was focusing on his growth, Li Bang approached. Lugu, it's time to go. We need to head to the neighboring city to settle a score. Su Lu scoffed. Why should I make the trip if they aren't coming? Wang Ziming joined in. Exactly. What kind of person is our Lugu that he has to run errands for them? Li Bang waved his finger. No, I'll drive you all. I'll cover all expenses. You just need to enjoy the vacation and play a game of basketball. Su Lu lamented. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known, I would have brought Huan Jie along. With such short notice, Huan certainly wouldn't have time to accompany him. Lugu, your family is wealthy. Why are you so stingy, trying to save every penny? Li Bang Kuden and Amp. Oppos. T-resist teasing. Wang Ziming smacked his head. Are you foolish? You've already stated that his family is wealthy. That doesn't mean our Lugu is rich. Spending his parents' money is no achievement. Wang Ziming then turned to Su Lu, asking, Lugu, am I right? Absolutely. You understand me well, Xiao Ming. Su Lu gave him a thumbs up. Indeed, no one knows you better than. Before Xiao Ming could finish, Su Lu kicked him away. This kid speaks without thinking. He truly deserves a beating, Su Lu thought. Though he often jokingly referred to himself as Xiao Ming and Oppos, as father. Let us go. Who else is with us? Li Bang urged. Everyone is already in the car. He took both of their bags and pulled them along. Upon entering the vehicle, Su Lu and Wang Ziming were stunned. Besides the equipment enthusiast Lu Hong and 2 unfamiliar substitute players from before, there was also a familiar face, Wang Hao. At that moment, it was truly an encounter between foes. What are you doing here? They both exclaimed in unison. Li Bang interjected. So you all know each other? Then I want to need to introduce you. Wang Hao's face was cold as he stated, had I known it was him, I wouldn't have come. Come on. How go? Without you, who will play center? Li Bang lamented inwardly. Wang Hao pointed at Su Lu. He has played before. Su Lu had no intention of playing the 5 position again. He quickly retorted. What's the matter, Xiao Hao? Can't handle a loss. If you can't, just get out. I see no difference with or without you. Who are you calling unable to handle a loss? Wang Hao paused, glancing at Wang Ziming. Wang Ziming indignantly replied, What do you mean by that? Step outside, and we can discuss this properly. Seeing the situation escalate, Li Bang quickly stepped in as a mediator. Everyone, let and amp. Oppos, let's take it easy. Those who have been beaten by Lu Ge need to form a queue to the sports academy. This isn't a big deal. Let us all remain calm and give me some face. It's said that one Li Bang can help 3, he continued. You 3 can't just start fighting the moment you see each other. Lu Hong, who had been enjoying the show, suddenly realized that the group might break apart. He quickly added, Right, it's better to resolve grievances than to escalate them. Why are we so heated this early in the day? I propose we settle this on the court. Whoever scores more today will be the boss. Losers must accept it. How about that? Sulu agreed. Xiao Hung is right. Let us do it that way. We'll see who has the upper hand on the court. After saying this, he provocatively glanced at Wang Hao. Wang Hao felt the fire rekindle within him but stifled it, turning his head away in silence. He had come mainly because he had heard from Li Bang that another rival was on the opposing team. As for who his primary rival was, that was undoubtedly Su Lu, who had taken the top spot on his list of enemies. Thus, Li Bang set off with a group of volatile personalities, remaining silent throughout the journey for fear of igniting another explosion. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, and it wasn't until they arrived at the gym that Li Bang finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Here we are. Everyone play to your heart's content. Don't hold back, Li Bang said cheerfully. As they exited the vehicle and entered the gym under Li Bang's leadership, one of the opposing team's players whispered, Damn, it's Wang Hao. Looks like we're in for a tough battle. Long Ge, do you know him? What is his background? Old rivals. We used to compete in the NCAA. I heard he returned to develop his career here. I didn't expect to run into him. Su Xilan replied. This world is vast enough that the last time you meet someone could indeed be the final encounter. Yet, it is also so small that you can unexpectedly cross paths anywhere. Scholars often refer to such occurrences as fate. The connection between Wang Hao and Su Xilan runs deep. Chapter 15. What? Wang Hao is not the ace? Wang Hao was taken aback, then burst into joyous laughter. By heaven, fate has gathered all his adversaries in one place. Su Xilan, who ranked second on his list of enemies, was right before him. Li Bang stepped forward to introduce his teammates to the opponents, only to be abruptly shoved aside by Su Xilan. Li Bang paused, ready to retaliate, but Su Xilan spoke first. Wang Hao. Who would have thought we would meet again after the NCAA? What is this? You lost to me in the NCAA. And now you think you can win with a bunch of nobodies? Wang Hao glared up at the towering Su Xilan, anger bubbling within him. Why should he be subjected to such indignities? He retorted, Nobodies are more than enough to deal with you, so don't get too cocky. This remark stirred up his friends, who could no longer remain passive spectators. Su Xilan's group was drawn into the fray. Wang Ziming interjected, Hold on. We have some personal matters to settle first. He pushed past the imposing Su Xilan, nearly toppling him. Su Xilan was taken aback by Wang Ziming's strength and halted his teammates from charging forward. Let them fight it out amongst themselves. Why should we get involved? Meanwhile, Wang Hao was not so fortunate. He was dragged aside by Su Lu and 5 others, receiving a thorough beating. Who are you calling a nobody? You're the one who is asking for it. Even Li Bang, as the organizer, did not hold back his frustration at being ignored. Damn it, you dare disregard me? I'll make you pay. After enduring the beating, Wang Hao, unable to withstand the onslaught, raised his hands in surrender. Stop. This is getting out of hand. Who is the nobody now? You have a chance to say it again. Wang Hao cursed inwardly. Was it so difficult to maintain an air of bravado? Su Xilan is a nobody, he finally relented. Upon hearing this, the crowd ceased their aggression. Su Xilan, perplexed, questioned the absurdity of the situation. What is this childish game? Are we done? Or do we need to hurry up? We still have girls to pursue. Finally, it was Li Bang's turn to speak. We will fight. But let us set some ground rules. The losing team has to wear shorts and run around naked. You remember that, right? The player at position 1 chimed in. Position 1 had been fixated on Su Lu, unconsciously viewing him as a rival. Su Lu expressed his discontent. What? Naked running? Is that really necessary? Li Bang. Sensing Sulu and Amp, Oppos' displeasure with the wager, quickly clarified, No. If we lose, I'll be the only one running naked. However, Sulu countered. That's not what I meant. If we're going to do it, let us do it right. Everyone from the losing team has to run naked. What do you think? The crowd was taken aback. They thought Sulu would side with Li Bang, but he escalated the stakes. Li Bang's eyes lit up. This proposal was in his favor. Our leader has spoken. Do you dare accept? Su Xilan, hearing the term leader, was incredulous. What did you say? He asked your leader? Then what does that make Wang Hao? Li Bang pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, he might not even rank second. Let us say he is third. But why concern ourselves with that? Who cares about second place? Bull. How can you not care? I care. Su Xilan asserted. Li Bang, momentarily taken aback, asked, what is the second highest peak in the world? K2, came the swift response from the crowd. Li Bang, undeterred, pressed on, what about the third highest? Kangchenjunga, Su Xilan answered instantly, this is no challenge for a scholar like me. Wang Hao could no longer contain his frustration. Are we going to keep this up or actually play? What is the point of this pointless ranking? Ironically, his list of enemies served as a ranking in its own right. Su Xilan was struck with the realization. What? Wang Hao is not their ace? He understood now that Wang Hao was dismissing the act of ranking itself, not the concept of ranking. This indicated one thing. The rankings were legitimate. And yet this rival of comparable strength was merely third on the list. After this analysis, he deemed the new wager unacceptable, fearing it might lead to his disadvantage. Su Xilan addressed his teammates, hey, guys. They're challenging us. Can you tolerate this? No way. Let us fight. We can't let them think they can push us around. Exactly. Otherwise, how can we hold our heads high next time we encounter them? Su Xilan nodded in satisfaction. Having transformed his solitary plight into a shared ordeal, he swaggered over to Su Lu's team. Let us wager. I'm not afraid of you. However, let us drop the naked running clause. Su Lu, not wishing to dwell on it, replied, fine, let us proceed. Draft the terms, and we'll sign. How formal. Su Xilan remarked, gesturing for his teammates to come over and sign. Now, no one could escape. Su Lu's group changed into their uniforms and began warming up. Wang Ziming, while stretching, slyly approached Su Lu. Hey, Brother Lu, do you think Wang Hao stands a chance against this Su Xilan? He looks pretty formidable. Su Lu stroked his chin. I don't think so. Wang Ziming proposed, why not let him play solo? Pass him the ball and let him face Su Xilan head on. Su Lu shot him a meaningful glance. That's a good idea. But whenever we play, you always pass the ball to me. Are you plotting something? Wang Ziming was taken aback by Su Lu's sudden cleverness. No, I'm not. Don't overthink it. Su Lu mused. This guy is definitely up to something. As the match commenced, Wang Hao and Su Xilan faced off for the jump ball. Wang Hao at position 5, Li Bang 4, Su Lu 3, Wang Ziming 2. And the gum-chewing Lu Hang at position 1. As expected, Wang Hao was slightly outmatched by Su Xilan, failing to secure the jump ball, which was seized by Su Xilan's team. Position 1 dribbled the ball up the court and passed to position 3. Position 3 faced Su Lu, who pressed against his waist with one hand while the other was poised to strike like a coiled snake, ready to intercept. Position 3 attempted to push Su Lu back, only to be astonished by his inability to move him. Facing Su Lu head-on, he tried various feints, yet Su Lu remained unfazed. Shoot already. All that flailing is pointless. Su Xilan shouted in frustration. Position 3, left with no choice, took a contested shot, which Su Lu disrupted, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim and into Wang Hao's hands. Wang Hao hurled the ball down the court, indifferent to whether Wang Ziming could catch it. Damn it. Wang Ziming exerted every ounce of strength. Initially, he had intended to outsmart Wang Hao, but instead, he became a pawn in Wang Hao's game. Wang Ziming barely caught the ball, steadied himself, and executed a 3-step layup, scoring as the ball swished through the net. The score stood at 2 o'clock. Chapter 16. What is team basketball defense? Defense. Su Lu shouted. Only by executing every defensive play can we secure victory in this game. Wang Ziming swiftly retreated to assume his defensive position. Su Lu and Li Bang occupied the 2 corners, while Wang Hao firmly stationed himself in the paint. Wang Ziming and Lu Heng defended the top of the arc on both sides. Su Xilan and Oppos' team initiated an offensive play, with the point guard signaling a 2 gesture, indicating they intended to execute the second offensive strategy. Each team possesses its own tactical hand signals, often indecipherable to outsiders. After Su Xilan set a screen for the shooting guard at the 2-point arc, he pivoted and sprinted towards the paint. The shooting guard received the ball and launched a shot towards the basket. Wang Hao poised for the rebound, watched intently as Su Xilan leaped high to catch the ball and slam it into the hoop. It turned out to be an alley-oop, with Su Xilan emphatically dunking the ball. He raised his arm towards Wang Hao, flaunting his bicep. Just as Wang Hao was about to retaliate, Su Xilan swiftly dashed away. Frustrated, Wang Hao shot a glare at Su Lu, signaling his disappointment at Su Lu's lack of support on defense. Su Lu chuckled in response, as if to say, "Are you serious about that glare? Be careful, or I might just dunk on you too." Ultimately, Wang Hao suppressed his anger. He did not wish to experience the humiliation of being dunked on again. Lu Heng brought the ball up the court, eager to showcase his skills. As a seasoned gear enthusiast, he had been overlooked throughout the game, a slight he could not tolerate. He aimed to become the center of attention. With a dramatic flourish, he began dribbling, performing flashy moves, but failed to penetrate the defense. Pass the ball already. Wang Hao, known for his short temper, could tolerate Su Lu and Amp, Oppo's antics, but not Lu Heng and Amp, Oppo's showboating. Seizing an opportunity, Lu Heng faked a pass and then took a jump shot. "Get in," he exclaimed, relying on his vocal prowess. Miraculously, his sound-based shooting method proved effective as the ball awkwardly found its way through the net. Wang Hao was on the verge of exploding with anger. It was supposed to be his moment of revenge, yet this player had stolen the spotlight. Lu Heng extended his right hand for high fives with his teammates, but Wang Hao forcefully swatted his hand away. "Hey, what's your deal?" As a brash gear enthusiast, he showed no kindness except to Su Lu. "Next time, just pass me the ball, got it?" Wang Hao shouted. "What, do you think you're Sugu?" Lu Heng remained unfazed. Wang Hao turned to Li Bang. "Who is this guy? Get him off the team." Li Bang awkwardly replied, "That's not possible. He hasn't done anything wrong. How about this? If you're not playing, just leave. We have substitutes. We can manage without you. If we lose, you won't be joining us for the next round," Li Bang suggested. Wang Hao exploded. "What the hell? You're all ganging up on me. What's the deal?" Su Lu intervened. "All right, enough. We and Oppos, a team. Let us focus on the game and not turn on each other. Everyone, play the ball sensibly and share it. Avoid playing solo." Wang Hao was surprised to hear Su Lu defend him and shot him a grateful glance. The feeling of being isolated was indeed unpleasant. Su Lu pointedly remarked to Wang Hao, "Look around. You enjoy playing solo, but how does that make others feel? Basketball is a team sport. Can one person truly carry the game?" Wang Hao nodded in understanding. Su Lu then turned to Li Bang. "You, bring in a wise player and stop antagonizing him." "Hey, he's just taking himself too seriously," Li Bang shrugged off. Su Lu sighed. "Wang Hao has been spoiled. What can we do?" As they conversed, Su Xilan attempted the same trick again, aiming for an alley-oop. Su Lu, quick on his feet, leaped high to intercept the ball. He dribbled it up the court, performing a feint before driving towards the paint. Su Xilan stood in front of him, declaring, "You shall not pass." Su Lu directly passed the ball to Wang Hao, who hesitated briefly before soaring to dunk it. Hanging from the rim, Wang Hao shouted at Su Xilan, "Can you get down? You're about to earn a warning." Su Lu scolded Wang Hao for hanging on the rim, cautioning that it could lead to a technical foul. Wang Hao complied, descending and high-fiving Su Lu. Their previous grievances seemed to dissipate with that gesture. The point guard of Su Xilan and Oppo's team dribbled, signaling a three gesture. Everyone spread out to the perimeter, and Wang Hao followed suit near the three-point line. The interior defense was vulnerable. The point guard suddenly accelerated, breaking through Lu Heng and Amp, Oppo's defense and charging towards the paint. Li Bang and Wang Hao rushed back to provide support, but the point guard passed the ball to Su Xilan, standing beyond the three-point line. Su Xilan took a shot and scored effortlessly. He single-handedly accounted for 5 points for his team. "This is a well-coordinated team, far more in sync than us," Su Lu remarked to Wang Ziming. "What's the plan, Sugu?" Wang Ziming inquired, aware that Su Lu was about to outline a strategy. "Position yourself slightly outside. When he drives in, sprint to the opposite side. They can't hit every shot. Let us catch them off guard with a few fast breaks," Su Lu whispered. Wang Ziming nodded in agreement. "Understood. Seems like I'll be the scorer today." He passed the ball to Li Bang, who, facing pressure, missed his shot. The point guard signaled another three. Once again, everyone spaced out, and he drove in, prompting Wang Ziming to dart across the court. The shooting guard attempted a shot, but it bounced off the rim, allowing Su Lu to secure the rebound. He glanced quickly before passing the ball to Wang Ziming, who executed a three-step layup, effortlessly scoring. The score stood at 8-5 in favor of Su Lu and Oppo's team. Su Xilan and Oppo's team, undeterred, attempted the three strategy several more times with mixed success. Regardless of their outcomes, Su Lu quickly passed the ball to Wang Ziming, who scored 10 consecutive points. During this stretch, Su Xilan's team only managed to score 6 points, resulting in a 4-point deficit. Su Xilan turned to the shooting guard, instructing, "Keep a close eye on him. Do not allow him to capitalize on fast breaks." If this continued, they would find themselves overwhelmed, and Su Xilan felt a surge of anxiety. The seemingly most capable player, Su Lu, hadn't even taken a shot yet, and they were on the verge of collapse. Who could he turn to for answers? Let us play it steady and take another shot. Lu Hang dribbled across the court, but the opposing point guard lunged in to steal the ball. Unexpectedly, he missed the steal and collided with Lu Hang, sending him sprawling. Lu Hang sprang to his feet. Furious, "What the hell? Are you playing ball or just trying to hurt people? Who do you think you are?" "Say that again." While the point guard had committed a foul, he appeared to be the one wronged. Lu Hang could no longer hold back. "You? Do you even belong on the court?" The tension between them escalated, prompting teammates to rush in to separate them, with even Wang Hao positioning himself protectively behind Lu Hang. Chapter 17. The connection between Su Lu and Wang Ziming in the realm of basketball. True teamwork shines through when players can stand up for each other during a confrontation. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the officials, a fight was ultimately averted between the two players. However, it is worth noting that trash talk seldom escalates into physical altercations, unless one party feels desperate after a loss and needs a catalyst to reignite their fighting spirit. Thus, it is often essential for a team to have a fiery character among them. If harnessed properly by the coach, this can yield remarkable results. Su Xilan cast a glance at the scoreboard, noting that there were less than 5 minutes remaining in the second quarter. His team trailed with a score of 35-25, a 10-point deficit that Su Xilan had not encountered since returning home. He called for a timeout to devise a strategy and to allow the player in the first position to cool down. "Let us attack the paint," the second player suggested. Su Xilan, who was fondly nicknamed Basket, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you are stronger than Wang Hao. If they double-team you, pass the ball out." The fourth player concurred. Su Xilan had no choice but to step up, as he was the most capable player on the team. Failing to take charge would only invite ridicule. With a collective effort to temper their tempers, they resolved that a loss would not define them. "Understood," the others responded. "At worst, we'll just run around in our underwear." One quipped, but another quickly retorted, "That would be too severe. Everyone here knows us. We are the local basketball elite. Running around like that would earn us a lifetime of mockery. Brothers, let's give it our all. Show them what we're made of." Su Xilan declared, extending his right hand. The team gathered around, placing their hands atop one another. 1, 2, 3, victory. Upon returning to the court, Su Xilan's team seemed transformed, each player invigorated. Su Lu observed them with a serious expression, sensing their renewed determination. Initially, he had taken an unconventional approach, allowing Wang Ziming to fast break and disrupt their opponent's mindset, but now they had rallied. As soon as Su Xilan re-entered the game, he received the ball and charged towards Wang Hao with reckless abandon, forcing him to retreat. When Li Bang approached to provide assistance, Su Xilan faked a pass. To his surprise, he executed a jump shot from within 3 meters of the hoop, a prime position for him. The ball swished through the net, bringing the score to 35-27. Lu Hang dribbled the ball up the court, where Wang Hao positioned himself for a pass. Lu Hang had intended to teach the first player a lesson, but recalling Wang Hao's earlier support, he passed the ball to him instead. Unexpectedly, Su Xilan intercepted it, launching the ball towards the front court, where the first player scored with a layup. He then shot Lu Hang a defiant glance. Lu Hang, receiving the ball, advanced but this time did not pass. He aimed to outmaneuver this arrogant opponent. Just as he attempted to penetrate, he was met with a double team, and the ball was snatched away. Frustrated, Lu Hang cursed under his breath and sprinted back, but the opposing team scored just before he could reach. In a matter of moments, Su Xilan's team had closed the gap, scoring 6 consecutive points to narrow the deficit to 4. Su Lu frowned, sensing that his opponents were gaining momentum. He exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Ziming, signaling that it was time to implement their tactical synergy, honed from years of growing up together. Lu Hang initiated the play, passing the ball to Wang Ziming, who swiftly dribbled to the front court and ran towards the corner. Su Lu dashed towards the 3-point line. The defender failed to follow, anticipating Wang Ziming's drive. As soon as Su Lu positioned himself, Wang Ziming delivered the ball, and Su Lu took the shot, sinking a 3-pointer. This was a psychological tactic they had often employed together. When Su Xilan's turn came to attack, he continued to score with composure. Wang Ziming made his way to the corner as Sula moved to the arc, drawing his defender away. Sula then executed a reverse cut towards the basket, receiving the ball just in time to complete an impressive dunk. As he jogged back, Sula called out to Li Bang, "Hey, Bang, set a screen for me." "Sure thing, Lagu," came the reply. This time, however, Su Xilan faced greater resistance, encountering a double team. Nevertheless, he passed the ball out to the second player, who effortlessly made a three-point shot. Now it was Su Lu's team's turn to attack. Li Bang set a solid off-ball screen, allowing Su Lu to receive the ball and face off against the opposing fourth player, whose foot speed could not match Su Li's. With a swift crossover dribble, Su Lu broke past him. As Su Xilan approached to help, Su Lu passed to Wang Hao beneath the basket, who scored with ease. They exchanged high-fives like seasoned teammates. The game intensified, with both teams exchanging points fervently. The defensive pressure mounted, yet Su Xilan's team, under his leadership, managed to stay close on the scoreboard. While Su Lu's team poured their efforts into the match, the excitement was palpable, thrilling. Su Lu couldn't help but exclaim. Now entering the final quarter. With just 3 minutes left on the clock, the score stood at 70-67, with Su Lu's team leading by 3. Su Lu orchestrated the offense, becoming the primary playmaker. He turned his back to the opposing third player and spun past him, only to find himself confronted by the towering fourth player, blocking his path. "Lagu, over here," Wang Ziming called from the perimeter. The defender guarding Wang Ziming lunged forward, leaving Su Lu with little time as the shot clock dwindled. He dribbled outward, drawing the fourth player away, then swiftly passed the ball to Li Bang, who had a height advantage over the third player. Li Bang turned and leaped, banking the shot off the board, but the ball ricocheted out. Su Xilan seized the rebound and shouted, "Run, run, run." The first player dashed forward with reckless abandon, faster than Lu Hong. Just as the ball fell into his path beneath the basket, he positioned himself against Lu Hang and executed a three-step layup to score. The red-clad first player drew a foul, prompting the referee's whistle. Fouls had been rare in this match, so much so that the presence of the officials had almost been overlooked. Yet their silence did not imply a permanent absence of calls. The first player converted the free throw, leveling the score. Lu Hang angrily slammed the basketball down. Su Lu approached to offer consolation. "There and Oppos, it's no use in being angry. Stay focused and show them what we can do." Lu Hang nodded in agreement. Su Lu held the ball, attracting the attention of 3 defenders. Instead of forcing a shot, he passed to Lu Hang, placing his trust in his teammate. Lu Hang did not disappoint, launching a three-pointer that found the net. A triumphant roar escaped Lu Hang. Having endured so much pressure, he finally found an outlet for his frustrations. Chapter 18. A man must keep his word with 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Su and Oppos' team led by 3 points. The player in position 1 was deeply frustrated, having failed to defend a crucial shot. Su Xilan patted him on the back, urging, "Attack. What are you waiting for? The game isn't Oppos over yet. Do you intend to give up?" Encouraged, the player in position 1 shouted, "Let Oppos keep attacking. If we score first, we still have a chance." Su and Oppos' 5-man defense had already positioned itself, and the player in position 1 raised 4 fingers, signaling a new tactic. The strategy of player 4 had yet to be deployed in this match. Wang Hao closely shadowed Su Xilan, striving to prevent him from receiving the ball, while Li Bang subtly drifted towards Su Xilan, prepared to assist defensively. The player in position 1 maneuvered past Lu Hang, who was caught off guard. Wang Hao shifted to provide assistance, but the player in position 1 swiftly passed the ball. "No way." Li Bang quickly repositioned himself in front of Su Xilan, anticipating a pass to the towering center. Unexpectedly, the player in position 1 directed the ball to player 4, who stepped back for a jump shot that found its mark. The score was tied once more. The excitement of the player in position 1 and player 4 was palpable as they collided in celebration. Once again, Lu Hong had failed to mark his man, allowing the player in position 1 to slip through. Su understood he had done his best, but this time he refrained from offering consolation. Growth comes only through adversity. The opponents, too, would not learn without experiencing despair. In that sense, Su was acting in their best interest. Wang Ziming brought the ball up court and passed it to Su, who stood beyond the three-point line. With less than 2 minutes left, he steadied himself. Every shot mattered. He extended his left foot for a preliminary move, but the defender remained unmoved. Su then dribbled rightward, catching the defender off guard with his sudden acceleration. The defender, fixated on the ball, was a step behind. Su charged into the paint, with Su Xilan closing in and player 4 blocking Wang Hao. The ball could no longer be passed to Wang Hao, as they all presumed Su would pass to Li Bang. However, they were mistaken. Li Bang and Oppo's mid-range shooting percentage was not reliable. Su resolved to take the shot himself. Passing to someone else in such a critical moment would be an act of cowardice. He collided with Su Xilan, who was stronger but was pushed aside. Su feigned a shot, prompting Su Xilan to leap high in anticipation. To his surprise, Su merely executed a sidestep and slipped past him. Su Xilan leaped again upon landing. But it was too late to stop Su. With a powerful jump, Su slammed the ball through the hoop. The score was now 75-73, tightly contested. As Su Xilan and Oppo's team prepared to attack, the player in position 1 raised his finger. Suddenly, he surged forward with the ball. Lu Hang and Wang Ziming positioned themselves to intercept him. However, the player in position 2 had already slipped into the paint. "Watch him," Wang Ziming shouted. As the player in position 2 received the ball and attempted a shot, Su was already in front of him. Wang Hao kept a close watch on Su Xilan. In this critical moment, they would surely rely on the towering center. As expected, the player in position 2 passed to Su Xilan. Upon receiving the ball, Su Xilan was stripped by Wang Hao. Wang Hao shouted, "Get the ball." A figure raced after it. Securing it at the three-point line, it was player 3 from Su Xilan and Oppo's team. He took aim and launched a three-pointer, scoring. The player 3, who had been contained by Su throughout the match, had now turned the tide at a crucial moment. This was undoubtedly a significant blow to Su's team. Su called for a timeout. With 1 minute remaining and at least 3 possessions left, he needed to devise a solid strategy. Su Xilan's team celebrated excitedly in a huddle. It was their first lead, a moment worthy of jubilation. Lu Heng, frustrated, clapped his hands in self-reproach for his defensive lapse. Su smiled and said, "Leave the offense to me. If we lose, I and Oppo's LL run naked with you all. But we have serious defensive issues. Lu, you need to tighten up your defense. You're too far out." The player in position 1 and 2 are accurate with their threes, but not infallible. Even if we give them shots, they still lack certainty. Lu Heng nodded. "Got it, brother Su, I'll be more mindful." Su continued, "Everyone doesn't need to focus solely on Su Xilan. I will manage the defense. The rest of you should follow the original plan. Our previous defense was chaotic. There was a lack of trust, and everyone feared their teammates would falter, which allowed Su Xilan's team to capitalize." The referee's whistle sounded, and the game resumed. Su's team exchanged high fives and shouted, 1, 2, 3, let's go." This time, everyone had a clear objective. Su held the ball, standing beyond the three-point line, faking a shot to shake the defender. Then, he charged into the paint, with Wang Ziming following suit. Su Xilan firmly anchored himself in the key, preventing Su from entering. However, Su had no intention of going inside. Instead, he executed a quick stop and pop jump shot, scoring 2 points. With 41 seconds left, Su and Oppo's team was in the lead. Everyone held their breath, determined to secure victory. The player in position 1 raised a finger again, a gesture Su recognized as signaling Su Xilan for an isolation play. Su instinctively crept closer to Su Xilan. Yet, the player in position 1 attempted another drive but was thwarted by Lu Hong. Seeing a pass imminent, Su locked onto Su Xilan and Oppo's receiving path. If the player in position 1 dared to pass, Su would intercept. Instead of passing to Su Xilan, the player in position 1 sent the ball to player 3, who shot immediately, denying Su a chance to recover. The ball swished through the net once more. Player 3's 2 successful shots had resurrected their team from the brink of defeat. Su smiled and nodded, intrigued. He initiated another offensive play. This time, he discarded any flashy maneuvers, extending his left hand to signal for spacing. After dribbling twice toward the defender, he leaped high to sink a three-pointer. With 12 seconds remaining, Su Xilan called another timeout. Wang Ziming and the others rushed over to exchange high-fives with Su. Su Xilan quickly outlined their offensive strategy for the final possession, emphasizing that either a 2-point shot to tie or a 3-pointer to win was acceptable. Su, however, concentrated on fortifying the perimeter defense, ensuring they could not take an outside shot. The player in position 1 dribbled as Wang Ziming and Lu Heng advanced to defend. The player in position 1 passed to the player in position 2, who was closely guarded by Li Bang. The player in position 2 tossed the ball lightly to Su Xilan. With a fierce expression, Su Xilan, grinning, declared, "Let us make this count." To his astonishment, Su appeared where he should and Oppo's have been, blocking his path. Su leaped high, using his hand to swat the basketball away. The two contended in midair for dominance, but ultimately, Su's skill prevailed as he forcefully deflected the shot. Su's island missed the opportunity for a game winner. The referee's whistle blew, signaling the end of the match. Su's island, disheartened, slammed his hand against the floor before promptly removing his jersey. Having lost the bet, the man upheld his promise to run naked. Sula pondered for a moment and suggested that it had been an exhilarating match, thus the penalty should be waived. However, Su's island was ungrateful, retorting, "To hell with that. I revel in running naked." He then led his team on a lap around the area. Sulu and the others raised their thumbs in admiration, acknowledging the audacity. In the evening, they gathered to share drinks together. In the 19th year, when will you unleash your full potential? Su's island and his companions, known for their willingness to gamble and accept defeat, were quite favored by Sulu. Consequently, Sulu extended an invitation for them to join him for drinks after the match. Su's island returned after a quick lap, his composure unwavering and his heart steady. They had been photographed extensively, and the ravenous young women along the way eyed them with unabashed desire. After all, the physique of the new generation of basketball players was far from that of a typical soldier's belly. They had been raised on a diet rich in meat and protein, seldom indulging in carbohydrates, making it difficult for them to gain weight. In this era, everything hinges on strength. In ancient times, the adage "the poor in literature, the rich in martial arts" held true for a reason. After showering, Sulu and his companions headed directly to a restaurant. Li Bang, that rascal, ordered a feast. Su's island raised a glass of milk and quipped, "We agreed on drinks, yet you chickened out." Lu Hung chimed in, "I can't handle milk. It's nearly the same as drinking." Su's island retorted, "You make a fair point. Not only is there no alcohol, but this meal lacks even a hint of carbohydrates." Sulu chuckled, "I didn't expect you to go all out. You're quite the man. When you visit our city, I shall treat you." Su's island replied, "Well, you must come watch us next month when the season starts." Both he and Wang Hao are entering the CBA, set to commence play soon. Sula nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will cheer for Haozi and hope he takes you down." Su's island scoffed, "Puff, that little mouse is no match for me." Wang Hao, feeling somewhat exasperated, thought to himself that among the younger generation in the country, he was nearing invincibility. Unfortunately, the few who could challenge him were right in front of him, these two jesters. He took a sullen bite of his food, pondering why he had to run into them just as he returned. "Did you follow me back?" Su's island joked, "Damn, you have quite the ego. Must I chase you down to teach you a lesson?" Laughter erupted among the group. In the daytime match, Wang Hao had shown a slight inferiority. Sula noted, "Truth be told, that little mouse will eventually surpass you, provided he builds his lower body strength. After training under old he for so many years, his perspective has surely sharpened." Wang Hao, flattered by Sulu's praise, felt as if he were floating. The future world belongs to the little mouse. Su's island mockingly posed a question, then answered himself, "But right now, it is mine." "Get lost," he added, panting from laughter. Wang Ziming remarked, "Indeed, but it will ultimately belong to my brother Lu." The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. Sulu and Appo's strength was indeed unfathomable and formidable. A player inquired, "So, brother Lu, when will you showcase your true capabilities?" Even he recognized that Sulu was merely coasting today. Li Bang responded, "That goes without saying. Only the strongest adversaries can compel Brother Lu to unleash his full strength." Su's island mused, "I truly wish to see Brother Lu dominate the NBA, leaving those arrogant players in disarray. He too could enter the NBA, yet once inside, he might never see the light of day again, as those teams merely sought to use him as a mascot to profit from the domestic market." Sula laughed, "I want to go as well, but I'm not old enough yet. I'll definitely participate in next year's draft. By then, be sure to watch me play on television." Li Bang raised his glass and teased, "What do you say, Su's island? I've even summoned the Dark Lord to defeat you. Let us drink." Su's island and Li Bang had a rivalry, but they were all men, and grudges were easily set aside. Wang Hao asked curiously, "Brother Lu, when does school start for you? Why not join us for training with the team?" He extended an invitation, thoroughly impressed by Su Li's performance today. Sula pondered and replied, "I have to help the school compete in the league. Otherwise, I might get expelled. That's a condition for my enrollment in the sports academy. If I can win a prize, Coach Lao Chi would be even happier." However, that competition spanned a lengthy duration, from September to June of the following year, and Sulu couldn't commit to it all. He needed to leave for the draft in April. Wang Hao nodded in understanding. "How exciting. This will undoubtedly be a year of significant drafts. I've heard there are many exceptionally talented high school players over there." Su's island agreed. "Yes, it seems that everyone has made considerable progress in recent years. Our domestic players are becoming increasingly formidable. Not to mention Su Lu, Wang Ziming is also quite impressive. He is more than capable of playing in the CBA. Su Xilan suddenly asked Wang Ziming, "Are you planning to enter the NBA?" Wang Ziming shook his head, "Not anymore." This surprised everyone, as with his talent. Even if he didn't start, he could easily be a substitute. Why wouldn't he want to go? Wang Ziming merely shook his head, remaining silent. Wang Hao suggested, "Why not join the CBA instead? You can start at 18 here. There's no need to waste time playing college leagues." Wang Ziming replied with a smile. "Brother Lu will be heading abroad. I don't know when he'll return, so I'll stay with him for another year." Sula felt touched. This loyal friend was worth every bit of effort. "If you keep this up, you'll make me cry. I'll just go grab an MVP and return." Well, Brother Lu is impressive. Winning an MVP is as easy as drinking water. The group cheered. Su Lu joined in their laughter. The gathering was indeed a joyous occasion. In the end, Sula picked up the tab, which was quite expensive, depleting half a year's savings. Of course, that was his allowance. His father had given him a card that he had never used. "Brother Lu, why should you pay for this? It's not right." Li Bang felt guilty for letting Sula cover the cost. Coming from a family of modest means, he was somewhat affluent. Sula replied, "I invited them. It wouldn't be right to ask you to pay." Wang Ziming interjected, "Ah Bang, don't mind him. It's rare for him to treat us. This is the first meal I've had in years." "Get lost," Sula laughed, scolding him playfully. The next day, when Sula returned home, he was met with a fierce reprimand from He Huan for not inviting her to the feast. Moreover, it was Su Lu's money that had been spent. Ultimately, Su Lu returned home unscathed. As soon as he arrived, Lao He followed closely behind. The father and daughter were both fixated on Su Lu. Lao He reminded him, "Xiao Lu, don't forget to report to school tomorrow." "Must you come all this way to remind me?" "I remember," Sula said cheerfully. The matter of school registration didn't require such solemnity. Lao He handed him a jersey, the Sports Academy S, emblazoned with the number 3. "Hang it up for me when you get back." Chapter 20, the 5-time CBA scoring champion. "Do you think I'm qualified?" Sula chuckled. "Don't worry, Lao He. Hanging up a jersey is as simple as having the hands to do it." Lao He shook his head and replied, "A conflict with my mentor back in the day prevented my jersey from being hung in the academy. Your visit this time can help me put that matter to rest." The next day, Su Lu and Wang Ziming arrived at the Physical Education Institute early. Truly, this institute is impressive. Even the cute girls are a rare sight, Wang Ziming remarked. Su Lu shook his head, knowing that Xiao Ming, who had yet to find a girlfriend, was particularly sensitive to this. The two, tall and handsome, caught the attention of several female athletes as they made their way to the basketball gym. The surroundings were delightful, with lush trees lining the path, and the campus buzzing with activity as it was the start of the school year. Students were abuzz with chatter. "Have you heard? A wealthy businessman is donating a basketball gym. What's so special about that? Our academy already has a team in the CBA. Why be so thrilled over a gym? This is different. It and AMP, Oppos, is said to be a modern facility that can accommodate thousands of spectators, costing several $100 million. Wow, that and AMP, Oppos, is impressive." The basketball department has encountered yet another tycoon. Xinjiang Physical Education Institute is the founding body of the CBA Xinjiang team, sending talents to the CBA every year. Getting in here is akin to having one foot in the CBA, as it boasts the strongest basketball team in the province. They originally did not participate in Cuba, but for some unknown reason, the school administration changed their minds this year, allowing Su Lu and Wang Ziming to enroll in the institute. As Su Lu stepped into the basketball gym, a ball suddenly came flying toward him. He effortlessly caught it, twisting it in a single hand with flair. Thinking it was an accident, he lightly tossed the ball back. To his surprise, the crowd turned to look at him, and a group approached, led by a robust student nearly 195 centimeters tall. "I am Yu Jai, the captain here, and a senior. You must be Su Lu and Wang Ziming," he said, extending his hand. Su Lu shook his hand and smiled. "I'm Su Lu." He intended to release his grip for Xiao Ming to step forward, but unexpectedly, Yu Jai tightened his hold on Su Lu and Oppos' right hand. Su Lu was taken aback. Was this a test of strength? He gripped back firmly, almost crushing Yu Jai and Oppos' hand. Competing in strength with Su Lu was a dubious choice. Yu Jai then gently tapped Su Lu's hand with his left. Su Lu finally let go, asking, "What is this? Do we have a grudge?" Yu Jai squinted. "Not exactly a grudge. I just wanted to see what the rich second generation looks like." Su Lu understood. It was a case of envy towards the affluent. The new gym was indeed a donation from his father. More likely, they had heard of his reputation and feared he might usurp their chances of entering the CBA, as they believed that wealth could easily pave the way into the league. However, they were mistaken. Su Lu had no interest in the CBA, let alone joining Xinjiang team. Wang Ziming interjected, "Now that you've seen us, could you please step aside? Don't you want to get to know us, seniors?" "Hello, seniors, I am Wang Ziming. We will get to know each other gradually." Xiaoming was in good spirits, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. The seniors expressed a desire to get acquainted but offered no introductions. They continued to block the entrance, prompting Su Lu to frown. As newcomers, there are a few rules to discuss. First, freshmen are responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of the court. The speaker glanced at Su Lu and Wang Ziming, anticipating that the rich kids might not tolerate such treatment. If a confrontation arose, the school could lose these two wealthy students. To his surprise, Su Lu nodded, acknowledging, "I understand. It's the rule." However, his brow remained furrowed, sensing that today might not end amicably. The speaker was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected the rich kid to be so agreeable. Secondly, you must attend every training session without excuse. Third, the individual rambled on for nearly 10 minutes, causing Xiaoming to grow restless. Thankfully, he finally reached the concluding point. "Finally, when we train, you'll be responsible for retrieving the balls." With that, he cast a provocative glance at Su Lu and Wang Ziming. Su Lu questioned, "Many of these rules are unfamiliar to me. You want us to be ball boys?" "Yes. You can stay or leave. It's your choice," another upperclassman chimed in. The tall students surrounding them were indeed imposing, with a significant number towering over Su Lu. He surveyed the group, appalled by the audacity of so many to bully two newcomers. As they conversed, Coach Chi arrived, intrigued to see how Su Lu would handle these basketball bullies. This year, the school's participation in Cuba was his initiative, as he had noticed a decline in student quality. The students, once admitted to the institute, seemed to secure guaranteed jobs and became complacent. They needed to compete against elite schools like Tsinghua University to awaken their competitive spirit. Seeing Coach Chi approach, Su Lu walked directly to him. "Coach Chi, aren't you going to intervene?" Coach Chi was taken aback. He had never witnessed a student seek the coach's assistance before. Typically, they either fought back or submitted. "Just show them what you and Appos remade of and take them down," Coach Chi chuckled. Su Lu felt displeased, realizing that the coach had tacitly approved of the situation. While he was capable of managing this, the freshman appeared incapable, as he had already noticed several picking up balls. "There's no need for you to put us in this position again, Coach Chi," Su Lu expressed his discontent. "To establish your place here, you must fight. If you prove your worth, you will earn respect," Coach Chi insisted. This was a long-standing tradition. It took him and Lauhi a year to win over their seniors. Su Lu shook his head. Wang Ziming, however, spoke up first. "We have no desire to establish ourselves here, nor to pick up balls." Su Lu added, "What Xiaoming said is correct. We have received numerous invitations. Coach Chi, let us be clear, choices are mutual." Coach Chi was surprised by their defiance. "If you fight them and win, I'll have them retrieve the balls for you." Su Lu had no interest in engaging with them. The atmosphere of this team was far too toxic for him to want to stay. He shoved the jersey into Coach Chi and Amp, Appos, S arms. "This is Lao He and Amp, Appos, S jersey. Please take care of it." Then he turned to Xiaoming. "Shall we consider transferring to another school? How about Hangqing Normal University? It's close to us." Su Lu mused. Coach Chi was utterly stunned. These two were proving difficult to manage. Just then, Yu Jiai interjected. "You think you can hang the jersey just because you want to?" Su Lu retorted, "A 5-time CBA scoring champion. Do you think I can't?" He Jiadong. Chapter 21. This matter cannot end peacefully. He Jiadong is indeed old he. The title of 5-time scoring champion is not something just anyone can claim. Historically, there has only been one. Old Chi stood by, clicking his tongue, attempting to mediate between Su Lu and the others. "What are you all standing around for? Get back to practicing." Su Lu, Wang Ziming, do not let your tempers flare. This is just how things are here. Let's communicate amicably. The players began to disperse, with only a few seasoned veterans remaining unfazed. For the sake of their classmates' interests, they had to stand firm. Yet, Yu Jiai was relentless. "Are you trying to pressure us with old he? If you have the ability, let us settle it on the court." He believed Su Lu and the others were merely putting on a show and about to leave. Now, it was essential to stoke the flames further to provoke them. Old Chi found himself at a loss with this individual. He had already been selected for the Xinjiang team. The interests at stake had nothing to do with him. Yet he still wanted to involve himself. One must admit, young people can be quite hot-headed. Sulu had fully realized that Coach Chi had a very limited grip on the entire team. In comparison to old he, this Coach Chi was simply worlds apart. Sulu reverted to his cheerful demeanor. So we really must play a match? Of course, this place ISNT1 you can just come and go as you please. Since you have relinquished your status as students here, you cannot just waltz in and out, Yu Jia replied, narrowing his eyes. Sula nodded, understanding the reasoning. In that case, would it be excessive for me to invite 3 or 4 more people? Yu Jia agreed. Not excessive at all. Feel free to call them, if necessary. You can even summon old he. Su Li's smile widened. He nudged Wang Ziming, signaling him to make the call. Wang Ziming understood and directly contacted Li Bang. Hey, Xiaoming, what brings you to think of me? Of course, my friend is being bullied. Who dares to act so boldly? Where are they? I'll be there right away. Hey, don't act like a tough guy. We're at the Qianjiang Sports Institute basketball gym. Bring a few players who can actually play, Wang Ziming said. The Sports Institute? Those are all professional players, Li Bang exclaimed. Excitement evident on his face as he walked out. You're not scared, are you? Is your leg shaking? Ridiculous. Scared? Just wait. I'll be there in half an hour. After hanging up, Li Bang pondered and decided to call Lu Heng and a few others. Just as he was about to leave, a large hand stopped him. It was Su Xilan. What the hell? I came a long way to find you. Where are you going? Their previous grievances had long been resolved. Su Xilan came over simply to prepare for the match. Lacking acquaintances in Hangzhou, he sought out Li Bang. I'm going to cheer for my brother Lu. He is playing, Li Bang replied, continuing to walk out with his phone in hand. I've got my gear. I'm coming too, Su Xilan said, seeking something to do to alleviate his boredom. Great. Saves me from calling someone else. Let us go together. Li Bang drove over to pick up Lu Heng and Wang Hao. What are you doing here? Wang Hao asked. I live here, came the reply. This kid is playing with me. No, the game is about to start. You're still here playing around? Aren't you doing the same? The two bickered all the way in the car. Su Lu remarked to Yu Jia, did you hear that? Wait half an hour. Once everyone arrives, we'll start. All right, we'll wait for you. Yu Jia nodded. Today's youth seem blissfully unaware of their limitations. Instead of selecting players from within, they are looking for outsiders to compete against professional players. Old Chi pulled Yu Jia aside and asked, what is wrong with you today? Coach, these wealthy kids are coming to play, encroaching on our opportunities. Do you think that is fair? Playing relies on skill. It's not about encroachment. They're simply seeking novelty, playing for fun. Once they make the team, they play for a couple of years, then pack up and leave. By then, we'll be older, having missed our prime opportunity for growth. Who will we complain to then? Old Chi had no rebuttal. He once thought similarly about old he. However, those individuals are simply more outstanding and dedicated, without the cluttered thoughts that burden you. Unable to hold back, he finally advised, in this world, there are many people, each with their own place. You need to broaden your perspective, not just focus on those in front of you. Yu Jia turned his head away, and Coach Chi sighed as he walked off. He noticed Su Lu and Wang Ziming joking nearby and shook his head lightly. It seemed these two no longer belonged to his team. They might value team spirit, while Old Chi wished for them to be more serious, an irreconcilable conflict. Before long, Li Bang arrived with his group. Old Chi was taken aback upon seeing who had come. Wang Hao and Su Xilan. How did these two renowned NCAA players end up here? Yu Jia felt a twinge of unease. Holding a basketball, he approached and remarked, the wealthy indeed know how to secure formidable foreign aid. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Wang Hao, however, was not one to hold back. What is with the attitude towards my brother Lu? Yu Jia turned away, choosing silence but cursing inwardly. Damn it, little sycophant, I'll wipe the floor with you soon. Who is this fool? Su Xilan inquired. More importantly, why are you all here? Sula glanced at them. Just passing by. It's not like we came specifically for you, Su Xilan teased. I just treated you all to a meal. Xiaoming came too since he needs to report. Sula chuckled. Wang Ziming raised his hands in surrender as everyone looked his way. All right, no problem. But we must win. If we lose, we can only eat at Xinfeng snack bar. That means I can buy one less pair of shoes. The atmosphere lightened considerably, with so many skilled players. Taking on a professional team seemed feasible. Are you going up, or am I? Su Xilan asked Wang Hao. Wang Hao shot him a glance. You think I'd be your substitute? Not a chance. Fine, you're the local expert. I'll let you have it. Su Xilan didn't bother arguing further. As Su Lu warmed up, he looked across and said, I'll take that guy. Is that all you're wearing? Do you want me to fetch you some uniforms? There are still some in the car, Li Bang offered. Su Lu and Wang Ziming were simply dressed in regular athletic wear. What? Change clothes to play them? I want to even break a sweat, Su Lu scoffed. He had already taken a good look. These players were not up to par. Lacking the intensity of the previous match, the game commenced. The teams prepared for the jump ball. Chapter 22 was unfortunate. The captain was overwhelmed. Coach Chi furrowed his brow. Initially, he had not mourned the loss of Su Lu and his companion too deeply, merely feeling a sense of helplessness. However, upon observing Su Xilan and Wang Hao's respectful demeanor towards Su Lu, he began to sense that something was amiss. Based on his previous observations, although Su Lu was formidable, he did not seem the type to command such reverence from two elite players. This highlighted the disparity between him and old He. His insight was lacking. On the court, Wang Hao leaped to tip the ball to Lu Hang. Lu Hang, feeling somewhat anxious, received the ball and initiated an attack. He could hardly believe that he was competing alongside professional players. If things continued this way, once Su Lu made it to the NBA, perhaps he could bask in that glory as well. After dribbling a few times, Lu Hang found himself completely marked and passed the ball to Wang Ziming. Wang Ziming, known for his audacity, thrived under pressure. He dribbled toward the paint, then unexpectedly performed a behind-the-back pass to Su Lu. Su Lu firmly grasped the basketball. As Yu Jia approached to defend, it played right into Su Li's hands. He began to dribble, backing down Yu Jia. Yu Jia pushed against Su Li's waist with his left hand, but it felt as if he were attempting to move a mountain, one that could shift. Su Lu forced him down to the basket, turned to face the hoop, and leaped high into the air. "No dunking over me," Yu Jia shouted as he too leaped. Su Lu had no intention of adhering to Yu Jia's wishes. He was determined to slam the ball down over him. No one could stop him, as he proclaimed. With his right hand raised high, Su Lu shielded Yu Jia with his left, letting out a roar as he forcefully dunked the ball into the hoop. He hung on the rim momentarily before jumping down and unleashing a fierce shout at Yu Jia, declaring, "You won't escape my wrath." There was no need to be polite with someone like Yu Jia. The more courteous he was, the more Yu Jia would attempt to dominate him. Yu Jia watched Su Lu run down the court, exchanging high fives with his teammates, and he felt a surge of anger. No one had ever dunked over him before, never. Yet today, this insufferable player had managed to do so. "Damn it, give me the ball," Yu Jia bellowed. His teammates obediently passed it to him. This ball dominator had grown accustomed to wielding influence within the team. A towering center, over 2 meters tall, began to advance the ball up the court. Surprisingly, Yu Jia and Appo's dribbling skills were impressive, far from what one would expect from a typical center. Wang Hao ceded the center position to Su Lu, who beckoned Yu Jia with a gesture. Wang Ziming and the others automatically parted to allow Su Lu to guard Yu Jia. Yu Jia had never encountered such arrogance. He brought the ball to the top of the arc, with Su Lu closely guarding him. Yu Jia was aware of Su Lu and Appo's physical prowess, having experienced it firsthand. Thus, he resolved not to rely on strength to overcome him and began to dribble with dazzling finesse. Su Lu remained steadfast, advancing as Yu Jia did, until they reached the paint, where Yu Jia abruptly stopped for a jump shot. It must be noted that Yu Jia had the credentials to be a team captain, as evidenced by his selection to the Qianjiang team. His shooting form was exquisite, a testament to his practice. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Su Lu, a player he would never forget. Su Lu leaped high, disregarding the fact that Yu Jia towered over him by 20 centimeters. Just as Yu Jia was about to release the ball, Su Lu swatted it down with force. A moment of silence followed, with spectators gaping in disbelief. The number 5 position had been utterly rejected by the number 3 position, an inconceivable event. "Fast break," Su Lu shouted. Wang Ziming, quick on his feet, seized the ball and initiated a fast break. Lu Heng sprinted alongside him, creating a 2-on-1 situation. Wang Ziming prepared for a soaring layup, but the opposing point guard leaped to interfere. Unexpectedly, Wang Ziming retracted his arm, passing the ball through the defender and Appo's armpit. Lu Heng caught it and scored. The game had commenced with a bang, leaving Coach Chi feeling increasingly restless. He contemplated calling a timeout but refrained due to pride, deciding instead to let the youngsters face some adversity. It was at this moment that he finally grasped the source of Old He's confidence. It stemmed from Su Lu. Given Su Lu and Appo's current performance, it was clear that a place in the CBA would not suffice for him. This young man had undoubtedly set his sights on the NBA. Su Li's display today far exceeded what Coach Chi had witnessed in previous days, by more than tenfold. It seemed this year would mark a bountiful draft, and he regretted his earlier oversight. The basketball realm often witnesses peculiar phenomena every few years. A group of exceptionally talented players emerges, such as the NBA's 96 Golden Generation and the Banana Boat crew. This recurrence elicited Coach Chi's reflections on his own lack of awareness. How could Oldie personally intervene merely to recruit a player for the school team? It was clear that the matter was more significant than it appeared. Yu continued his offensive, quickly adapting and no longer fixating on a one-on-one with Su Lu. He knew he could not win that battle. After all, basketball is a team sport. Dribbling, he passed the ball to the small forward, who executed a reverse layup, scoring effortlessly. Su Lu watched Yu intently and smiled. Are you scared? Yu and Amp Oppo's blood pressure began to rise again. This kid was far too arrogant. He composed himself, stating, "What do you know? I dunked over you." Upon hearing this, Yu could no longer contain himself. "Try it again." Sula nodded. "All right, I and Amp Oppo's, I'll indulge you." He received the ball, dribbled to the front court, and cleared the space, declaring, "Watch me take him down." Recognizing Su Lu and Amp Oppo's fervor, Wang Ziming retreated to the mid-court line, demonstrating his unwavering trust in Su Lu. Su Lu opted against backing down. He bent low, dribbling into the paint. Suddenly, he accelerated, attempting to break past Yu and Amp Oppo's left. Yu stepped back, barely positioning himself in front of Su Lu. As Su Lu prepared to shoot, Yu was momentarily deceived by a fake move. Su Lu easily bypassed him. Encountering the small forward's defense, Yu seized the opportunity to pursue, but Su Lu paid them no mind. He leaped, soaring toward the two towering figures. Ready for a powerful dunk. Not a chance. Yu exerted all his strength. Su Lu, however, remained unfazed. He lingered in the air, waiting for Yu to descend. With a thunderous slam, he executed a forceful dunk that struck Yu and Amp Oppo's pride like a heavy blow. How could someone be this strong? His immense self-esteem shattered. Meanwhile, a player slipped out of the court, the vice-captain who had previously confronted Su Lu. He sought help. Having never encountered such a situation, one player had utterly overwhelmed their team. He rushed to Li Chang's dormitory, exclaiming, "Strongzy, we're in big trouble. We've met our match." Li Chang, groggy from sleep, turned over lazily and murmured, "What is going on?" The captain was overwhelmed by a small forward. "What?" Li Chang, devoid of any drowsiness, sat upright. Chapter 23. The experts from the sports academy come to aid. The match continues, yet all players on the court seem to fade into insignificance. The brilliance of the star player shines too brightly. Su Lu has already amassed double digits in points, rebounds, and assists by halftime. Meanwhile, Yu who trails Su Lu, is on the verge of tears, feeling a humiliation he has never before encountered. He realizes he has no chance of provoking someone of such superior skill. With 7 minutes left in the third quarter, the score stands at 65-40, with Su Lu scoring an impressive 30 points alone. Wang Ziming inquires, "Hey Su, why are you in such a fierce mood today?" Although Su often reprimands others, he has never inflicted such a severe defeat. Wang Hao feels a twinge of sympathy, recalling a time when he himself had faced a similar fate and cried bitterly that night. "Su, calm down," he suggests, though he refrains from advising Su to go easy on the young player. He understands the wisdom of not urging others to be virtuous without having shared in their struggles. Su shakes his head and replies, "The provincial selection for Cuba is about to commence. I need to gauge their overall strength. By showcasing their full capabilities today, I will have a clearer understanding." Wang Ziming nods slightly, recognizing the validity of Su's reasoning. After all, they will soon face Hangzhou Normal University, whose basketball department lags behind several traditional powerhouses. Not to mention, Su and his team must contend with formidable opponents from Qianjiang University, Yangshan University, and Qianjiang Normal University. If he can infer the strength of other institutions by assessing the sports academy, he will have achieved his goal for the day. Li Bang asks, "So, have you gotten a general sense of their capabilities?" Su nods. "Let us discuss it in detail after the match. For now, let us finish the game." "All right then. Let us get back on the court." Lu Heng ponders thoughtfully. Su Lu continues to lead the team onto the court, where new faces have emerged on the opposing side. Aside from Yu the other 4 players have been substituted. The sports academy team begins their offensive. Su Xilan approaches Yu with a smile. "Looks like things are getting serious?" Yu however, remains expressionless, his mood soured by the situation. It is humiliating to have to bring in younger teammates, which significantly diminishes his reputation. He growls, "This should at least match the standards of Qianjiang and Oppo's third team. Isn't that enough respect? Hey, don't take it out on me. Keep targeting Su. Su Xilan responds innocently with a shrug. This remark strikes a nerve with Ujai. As all the day and Oppos, events stem from his confrontation with Su Lu. He huffs and pushes Su Xilan out of the key area. Su Xilan nonchalantly waves him off. Just moments ago, Su Lu had altered his strategy. The newcomers appear to be formidable, and he decides not to continue his pursuit of Ujai. The point guard initiates the offense, swiftly passing the ball. Their offensive flow becomes remarkably smooth. The ball reaches Li Chong at the small forward position. He takes a moment to assess and suddenly pulls up for a shot, sinking it effortlessly. He raises an eyebrow at Su Lu, brimming with self-satisfaction. Su Lu is taken aback by the speed of his shot. He has been outmaneuvered. This only heightens his enthusiasm. If they were to compete in the provincial tournament, his teammates would not be as exceptional. Ultimately, he would rely heavily on Wang Ziming. However, should the opponents employ a double-team strategy, his team's chances would dwindle. A scenario Su Lu wishes to avoid. Having committed to competing in Cuba, he cannot afford to leave without a championship. Lu Hong drives the ball down the court, and Su Lu receives it at a 45-degree angle. Li Chong steps up to defend, using his right hand to press against Su Li's waist while his left hand flails to disrupt Su's passing. Seizing the opportunity, Su Lu breaks toward the baseline, exploiting the gap left by Li Chong. As he penetrates, teammates rush to provide help defense, forming a double team. Before the ball can be stolen, Su Lu passes it to Su Xilan, who gently hooks the ball into the basket. Had it not been for Su Lu and Oppos' quick reflexes, the ball would have been intercepted. After the substitutions, Su Lu feels the pressure intensify. Fortunately, his teammates are marginally superior, despite a few offensive exchanges where the Sports Academy team narrows the gap. Su Lu and Oppos' team maintains a solid grip on the game. This approach won and Oppos' work for our captain. Li Chong calls out to Ujai. What brilliant idea do you have? Ujai retorts. Li Chong gestures towards Coach Lao Chi, suggesting they seek his guidance. Ujai, having recently clashed with Coach Lao Chi, hesitates to swallow his pride and ask for help. He ultimately decides to use their final timeout. Li Chong rushes to summon Coach Lao Chi. What should we do? Coach Lao Chi shakes his head, stating, these kids play well, but they lack a broader perspective. Double-team Su Lu and Su Xilan while allowing one-on-one coverage for the others, especially letting that small forward take his shots. He may have made a few, but his shooting percentage isn't impressive. Let him shoot while Ujai secures the rebounds and initiates fast breaks. We may still have a chance. Coach Lao Chi, arms crossed, outlines the weaknesses of Su Li's team with keen insight. We have no better options. Let us follow the coach's advice. Ujai concedes. All right. Trust the coach and each other. 3:21. Let us go. The teammates rally in unison. The game resumes with a minute and a half left in the third quarter. The score is 80-68. With a 12-point deficit and more than a quarter left to play, the Sports Academy team still has a chance to overtake. Li Bang misses a mid-range shot, but Ujai secures the rebound. He grips the ball tightly and performs a powerful throwing motion, launching it forward to the point guard. The point guard catches the ball and drives straight to the basket, nudging Lu Hong aside before powering the ball through the hoop. Coach Lao Chi and Oppos' strategy begins to bear fruit. As the third quarter concludes, the Sports Academy team narrows the score to 82-75. During the break, Wang Hao turns to Su Xilan, saying, if we lose this match, where will we hide our faces? Su Xilan feels helpless. Their team's weaknesses have been exploited. And given their performance, he has already tried his best. Let us bring in the big guys. How about a twin tower strategy? Li Bang suggests, aware of his limitations compared to professional players. Su Lu points at Su Xilan with a smirk. Ah Bang, you weren't afraid when you had a grudge against him. Why back down now? Xiaoming chimes in, exactly. Are you scared of losing? Teased by both, Li Bang and Oppos' face reddens, and he drops the idea of substitutions. What should we do now, Su? Lu Heng inquires, unable to contain his curiosity. Su Li takes a sip of water and ponders for a moment. Had it not been for Wang Hao and Su Xilan today, he might have faced defeat. However, with these teammates alongside him, he feels a sense of reassurance. Chapter 24, The Provocation of Wang Ziming and the Infighting within the Sports Institute team. Su Lu addressed Wang Ziming, saying, Xiaoming, take on that number 2 player in a one-on-one. If you manage to score a few, the LL have no choice but to double-team you. At that moment, a bang can slip beneath the basket, and you can pass the ball to him for an easy shot. All right, leave it to me. With me around. Losing is not even an option, Xiao Ming responded with unyielding trust in Su Lu. In the first half, Su Lu had already scored over 30 points, and he had yet to unleash his full potential in the second half. Given our advantageous lineup, if we don't completely dominate them, it would be a loss for us, Su Lu chuckled. Unfortunately, the team had not trained together, which hindered their ability to execute intricate plays. Otherwise, overwhelming the Sports Institute team would not be out of reach. Come on, everyone, let us cheer together, Wang Hao exclaimed, extending his hand. 321, let us go. They all shouted in unison. As the fourth quarter commenced, Yujiachi appeared much calmer than before, no longer exhibiting the previous signs of panic. Sula stretched his limbs. His attire remained relatively dry, indicating a lack of exertion. He received the ball, dribbled inside the three-point line, and passed it to Wang Ziming. Next was Xiaoming and Appo's moment to shine. Wang Ziming held the ball and executed a jump shot, scoring a three-pointer. The number 2 player was taken aback. Was there a hidden boss among them? Besides the 2 towering number 5 players and the number 3 player, now there was an additional threat in the form of a number 2 player. How were they to compete? Wang Ziming raised his right hand, thumb aloft. Index finger pointed forward, while curling the other 3 fingers. He grinned and metaphorically shot at the heart of the opposing number 2 player, nonchalantly blowing on his index finger afterward. The number 2 player was furious, almost charging at Wang Ziming. What is there to be smug about after just one basket? Thankfully, his teammates restrained him. Wang Ziming shrugged indifferently. This provocation was merely a tactic to incite the opponent's anger. It was his customary strategy. If the adversary lost their composure, it would create opportunities for him. Just trivial maneuvers, really. The Sports Institute team launched an offensive, and the number 2 player maneuvered through several screens, shaking off Wang Ziming for a sudden jump shot. However, Sulu anticipated this and blocked the attempt, having already focused on the player he expected would retaliate. The ball was snatched by Wang Ziming, initiating a fast break. Lu Heng sprinted ahead, and Wang Ziming flicked the ball towards him. Lu Heng received it and scored effortlessly. Wang Ziming raised his eyebrows at the number 2 player, indicating, "See, that's an assist." Having just entered the game, he had already contributed a basket and an assist. The number 2 player, having made an error, could not rightfully blame anyone else. He used his body to push Wang Ziming aside and demanded the ball again. However, his teammates had begun to lose faith in him. Under normal circumstances, Coach Chi would have replaced him by now. Yet, Coach Chi chose not to intervene. He understood the importance of maintaining balance. He had already exited the gym, knowing that addressing the situation later would be difficult. Yujiachi received the ball and tried to push against Su Xilan, but could not gain ground. He passed it to number 3 player Li Chong. Li Chong, with the ball, attempted to back down Su Lu but found his path to the basket completely blocked. Reluctantly, he had to draw Su Lu out to the three-point line and then pass to number 4 player Li Bang. This was once again the strategy aimed at Li Bang. The Sports Institute and Appo's number 4 player towered over Li Bang and was considerably more robust. It was indeed a challenge for Li Bang to defend against him. The number 4 player drove into the paint and scored over Li Bang, who slapped his hands in frustration. The size of the opponent was overwhelming. Sula patted Li Bang on the shoulder, encouraging him. "Our good days are not over yet. Don't be disheartened." Su Lu refused to let Li Bang leave the court and even devised tactics specifically for him to boost his morale. In basketball, one must confront challenges head-on. Otherwise, one will never overcome the mental barriers that exist. Wang Ziming continued to advance with the ball, this time being closely guarded by the number 2 player. He faked a shot, prompting the number 2 player to leap in response. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Ziming dribbled towards the basket while Li Bang also moved inward. Faced with the defender, Xiaoming passed the ball to Li Bang beneath the hoop. Li Bang made a straightforward layup off the backboard, extending his finger in triumph, reveling in the moment like a jubilant child. Professional players aren't that extraordinary. I've even bested Su Xilan before. Confidence surged through him, revitalizing his spirit. The number 2 player stood outside the three-point line, defiant. "What's wrong? Afraid to challenge me?" Wang Ziming regarded the frustrated player with a hint of disdain. With such a demeanor, it was an affront to the CBA to call him a professional player. "Go ahead, let us see if you can take me on." Wang Ziming taunted, deliberately positioning himself to allow the player to receive the ball. After all, he feared the player might not even manage a few shots before the game ended. The number 2 player received the ball and executed several fakes. But Wang Ziming remained unfazed, fixated on the player's footwork. As soon as the number 2 player made a move, Wang Ziming would be right there to counter. The only player worthy of Wang Ziming and Appo's high-caliber defense was Su Lu. Today was a lesson in intensity for the number 2 player. realizing he could not deceive Wang Ziming. The number 2 player dribbled towards the paint, then abruptly halted for a jump shot. Wang Ziming's hands rose to block, declaring, "You're not shooting that." The number 2 player lingered in the air for an extended moment, yet Wang Ziming remained steadfast. Ultimately, the number 2 player could not pass the ball out either. Beep, beep, beep. Traveling violation. Wang Ziming's mocking voice rang out at the perfect moment. "Didn't you hear me? No shooting today." Comparing their hang time was comedic at best. In terms of aerial prowess, Su Lu had learned from Wang Ziming himself. The number 2 player hurled the ball away in frustration. Beep, beep, beep. The referee issued a warning, pointing at the number 2 player. It was a double blow for him. Once again, Wang Ziming surged forward with the ball, and the number 2 player crouched low, intensely focused on his defense. Wang Ziming feigned a shot, then broke through, repeating his successful tactic. And the ball found its way back to Li Bang. Before Yu Jiaqi could block him, Li Bang scored again. Timeout. Yu Jiaqi confronted the referee, asking, "What is going on?" As he walked off the court, he could not help but inquire further. The number 2 player snapped, "What is going on? Didn't you see that the number 4 player was unguarded?" He was irate, and his words were rather brusque. Yu Jiaqi felt his authority being challenged. He calmly replied, "All right, take a breather." This breather likely meant he wouldn't see the court again. "Captain, what do you mean by that? We came to help you. And you treat me like this?" The number 2 player shouted. Being substituted now was a blow to his pride. "Calm down. This is how it's going to be." Yu Jiaqi insisted, disregarding the player's protests. The number 2 player, feeling humiliated, stormed out of the gym. "Chang, you're our strongest player here. Can you take on Su Lu?" Yu Jiaqi placed his last hope in Li Chang. Li Chang shook his head helplessly. Even if he could barely make the first team, he was no match for Su Lu. He had never faced such a formidable opponent. If not for the help of his teammates, he would have been thoroughly overwhelmed by now. Chapter 25. A resounding victory. The second position of the Sports Academy team, despite his emotional turmoil, possessed exceptional technical skills and the ability to connect with the team at an elite level. Unfortunately, his inability to adjust his mindset forced him to exit the game in disappointment. With his restraints lifted, Wang Ziming flourished, effortlessly maneuvering across the court. The temporary connection he formed with Li Bang proved remarkably successful. When the point differential reached 20, they had no choice but to abandon their double team on Su Lu and Wang Hao, reverting to a man-to-man strategy, one they had initially employed. Su Lu called for a timeout, determined to reorganize their tactics and deny the Sports Academy team any chance of resurgence. With 6.5 minutes remaining, the score stood at 100-80. How pathetic to be beaten like this. Su Lu clapped his hands to rally his teammates. "They're playing man-to-man. We'll exploit the interior. Pass the ball to Haozi. Make sure to take him down." He pointed at Yu Jiaqi, having forgotten the captain's name, which mattered little as long as the task was accomplished. "Come on, it shouldn't be a challenge for you. I won't let you embarrass me." Wang Hao chuckled. In the first half, Su Lu had scored over 30 points against that towering opponent. "Together, we scored 50 points. Can you believe it?" Lu Heng remarked. "Oh please. I combined for 52 with Su Lu," Li Bang teased. Everyone on the court had likely scored less than that alongside Su Lu. Su Lu reiterated, "Don't let up. Let us finish them off. Remember, victory means we get to enjoy the company of beautiful models." Though everyone recognized it as a jest, excitement surged through the team. As they returned to the court, the pressure mounted for Yu Jiaqi and Li Chang, who were tasked with guarding Wang Hao and Su Lu, respectively. Su Lu received the ball and executed a smooth pull-up jumper, his shooting form exquisite, and without fail, the ball swished through the net. The Su Lu team gained another 2 points. Li Chang inbound the ball, initiating a fast break for the Sports Academy team, where the point guard, facing Lu Heng, sank a three-pointer. Their primary focus was on the point guard and the 4th position, as they were matched against Lu Heng and Li Bang, 2 weaknesses in their lineup. Lu Heng dribbled the ball into the front court, deliberately slowing the pace. With 8 seconds remaining, he passed to Wang Hao, who backed into Yu Jiaqi, executing a hook shot just before the double team arrived, successfully scoring. Meanwhile, Yu Jiaqi quickly inbound the ball to the point guard, Lu Heng. However, this time, fortune eluded him as his three-pointer rimmed out. Su Lu secured the rebound, waved his hand, and shouted, "Run, run." He hurled the ball forward to Lu Heng, who was closely followed by the point guard, poised to block his layup. Lu Heng nudged the point guard aside and, midair, completed his shot. The basketball went in with certainty. The point guard swiftly inbound again, and in an instant, the ball was back in the front court. Yu Jiaqi, holding the ball, directly confronted Wang Hao, unleashing a furious barrage before leaping high for a reverse layup. It was a display of superior guard technique. Wang Hao hadn't anticipated this display of stamina from his opponent. "Seems like you're eager to win," he remarked, catching up. Yu Jia's eyes blazed with determination. He had faced many top-tier CBA teams before and had experienced larger deficits, yet he had never felt so infuriated. Despite the evident weaknesses on the opposing side, they had become the spearhead of the offense, all orchestrated by Su Lu's tactical acumen. The Su Lu team had consistently followed Su Lu's lead. Yu Jia recognized the vast disparity in command and coordination compared to Su Lu. Frustration consumed him. He felt powerless, both in performance and strategy. Today, he faced a crushing defeat. Su Lu, unperturbed by Yu Jia's thoughts, passed to Wang Hao. Wang Hao received the ball, turned with his back to the basket, paused briefly, and then threw it to the right rear, anticipating Su Lu's arrival. True to his expectation, Su Lu caught it effortlessly and executed a dunk. Despite the sports academy team maintaining a close score, they were continually dominated by Su Lu's team, ultimately concluding the match at 120-90. The 30-point difference left the sports academy team embarrassed. One by one, they hung their heads in silence. Wang Ziming seized the moment to mockingly inquire, "Who just claimed we were rich kids relying on connections?" Yu Jia's face flushed in humiliation. Despite his reluctance to concede, the reality was undeniable. They had lost. Li Chong, brimming with youthful bravado, contemplated starting a fight, but Yu Jia restrained him. "We lost, and I apologize for my actions," he said solemnly. Su Lu had initially prepared to confront the brash number 3, but found himself surprised by Yu Jia's willingness to apologize. In terms of physical confrontations, Su Lu had never feared anyone. Those who had clashed with him had invariably ended up in tears. Su Lu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Next time, don't let me run into you again, or I'll make it a point to confront you." After delivering his parting words, Su Lu led his team away. "Captain, are we really just going to let them walk away?" Li Chong expressed his dissatisfaction. Following this match, Yu Jia's authority had been thoroughly diminished. "What else can we do? Start a brawl? With so many of us against them? Think logically. We might face severe consequences, or worse, they could retaliate," Yu Jia snapped, exasperated by his teammates' defiance. "What is their background?" a newcomer inquired. The vice captain had provided them with ample context, leaving them unaware of Su Lu's significance. Yu Jia glared at the vice captain, his eyes filled with disdain. This guy hadn't even set foot on the court. Clearly, he was so fearful of losing that he had succumbed to intimidation. "He asked the son of Su Lingshan," Yu Jia revealed. Li Chong fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was a figure he certainly couldn't provoke. While they could handle him on the court, a physical confrontation would likely result in their defeat. He angrily tossed his towel to the ground. In this match, Su Lu had not only scored over 30 points against Yu Jia, but had also netted more than 20 against him. Such a brilliant talent had been driven away in anger. The academy leaders would inevitably discover this, and their reputation would suffer significantly. As for the unfortunate Coach Chi, he would likely face a reprimand. Fortunately, Coach Chi was overly invested in the future of this team. Otherwise, he would surely have devoured these reckless players whole. In stark contrast to the sports academy team's dismal atmosphere, Su Lu and his companions reveled in their triumph. Chapter 26. The energy of Zuling Mountain. "Thank you all for coming to help." Su Lu greeted the crowd with a slight bow. "Brother Lu, what are you saying? Winning against them? I reckon this might be my only chance in this lifetime," Li Bang remarked. He was quite a principled person, otherwise. Su Lu would not have stepped in previously to defeat Su Xilan on his behalf. "By the way, are you really not staying at this school?" Lu Hang asked incredulously. He had just grasped the unfolding events. The others seemed indifferent, each possessing unique perspectives, yet all focused on the same point. "How can you still be here? Wake up," Wang Ziming stated. Lu Hang shook his head regretfully. If it were him, he would be overjoyed to jump for joy. "Brother Lu, do you think we could make it to the NCAA group stage if we went to another school?" Wang Ziming inquired. "It and Oppos, as tough, bah. If we can't find a reliable third scorer, relying solely on the two of us would be quite challenging," Su Lu replied. His agreement to compete with Yu Jia was naturally to gauge their capabilities. During the matches, Su Lu had already realized that with old Qi strategizing alongside them, victory would be elusive. As for the situation at Hangqing Normal University, he was yet to ascertain the details. "You two are quite willful, wanting to go wherever you please." Wang Hao scoffed. His father was a company director, but he lacked such fortune, having lived a life preordained by others. I estimate that when I return home, my old man will surely berate me to no end, Wang Ziming lamented. However, he was unconcerned about his future. He had not yet deliberated on it. He generally preferred a carefree existence, lacking the resoluteness of Sulu. After all, his family was relatively affluent, freeing him from excessive worries. Content to be a rich second generation, as long as he didn't squander wealth, he would be secure for generations. Sulu shrugged nonchalantly. I can endure this pressure, but my father certainly cannot. I fear the investment in the basketball arena might be withdrawn. What? They would suffer for a mere basketball game? Lu Heng exclaimed in disbelief. Is this the taste of wealth? Li Bang remarked, surely, it must be exaggerated, as you say. However, I don't and oppose, believe it and oppose, as a significant issue for the sports academy. Their team has garnered considerable earnings in recent years. Constructing 1 or 2 arenas is certainly feasible. Su Xilan countered, it's not as simple as that. Who would refuse something offered for free? I hadn't anticipated Brother Li's family to be so affluent. Last time we dined, with over a dozen people, it cost less than 1,000. He complained for ages. Damn, is he even human? All right, enough of that. Let us go eat well. Ah Bang. Take us to the most expensive hotel. Let us treat the rat and Xiao Lan, Sulu proposed to Li Bang. Wang Ziming, with a mournful expression, pleaded, Brother Lu. You can't possibly be this cruel to me. It's a narrow perspective. Look, they're about to become professional players. Will opportunities to come to Hangqing diminish in the future? When that time comes, would they dare refuse you a meal? Sula said with a smirk. Wang Ziming and Appo's eyes lit up. You have a point. The salary of professional players is substantial, especially for those like us who have trained abroad. Earning over $1 million a year is not an issue. Li Bang joyfully drove towards the revolving restaurant, a place he had longed to visit but had never had the chance. Finally seizing an opportunity, he was determined to cherish it. Meanwhile, at Suling Mountain's company. What? Lele didn't report? He went to Hangqing Normal University? Suling Mountain was taken aback. On the other end of the line, Old He confirmed. Indeed, I heard he even played a match with those professional players. Did he win? Suling Mountain suddenly asked. I say, Old Su, is that the crux of the matter? The main issue is that this kid has run off to another school, Old He replied helplessly. Why is your family so competitive? Oh, let him go. Why not lower your stance and spend a year coaching there? Suling Mountain suggested. That is precisely my intention. How could I leave without securing a Cuba championship before going abroad? Old He had long been contemplating this. Thus, he made the call to express his thoughts. After all, the arena would continue to operate with or without him, and without Old He guiding the team, Sulu would find winning a championship quite arduous. Being a coach requires a wealth of knowledge. Tactics are merely the foundation. More importantly, it involves studying opponents and strategizing accordingly. All these years, you've been taking care of Lele. You've worked hard, Suling Mountain expressed with gratitude. Ah, we're family. There's no need for such formalities. Old He replied with a playful rebuke. Indeed, let us open that bottle of 20-year-old wine tonight for the two of us, Suling Mountain apologized. After some further conversation, Suling Mountain hung up the phone, contemplating his next steps. He summoned his secretary. Mr. Su, cancel the donation for the construction of the Sports Academy's basketball arena. Donate it to Hangqing Normal University and inquire with their principal if they would mind switching to a different basketball coach. In just 2 brief sentences, Suling Mountain decided the fates of many, including that of the academy and Appo's former head coach, who would have to settle for an assistant role. Yes, Mr. Su. I will handle it immediately. This kid is too restless, Suling Mountain remarked. He had not wished for Su Lu to go abroad. However, playing in the NBA was Su Li's dream. He could not outright oppose it, only support him wholeheartedly. In recent years, his busy work schedule left him little time to oversee Su Lu, leaving him with lingering regret. Conversely, Old He had consistently guided Su Lu. Currently, Old He was on the phone reprimanding Old Chi. You drove away someone I entrusted to you? Old He spoke without mincing words. It's all my fault for enforcing a high-pressure policy over the years. Many simply couldn't adapt, Old Chi lamented. I told you, the old ways are outdated. Why do you continue to lecture others with them? There must be something wrong with your thinking, Old He scolded vehemently. This was a case of frustration at their lack of ambition. Initially, it was Old He who clashed with the coaching philosophy, leading to the team and Appo's jerseys never being displayed in the school. Old He, I acknowledge my shortcomings. Say what you will, but don't drag the teacher into this. Just as Old Chi was about to continue, the call was abruptly disconnected. Bringing up past grievances was something he excelled at. But Old He had no desire to hear his ramblings. How many years has it been since I last coached a team? Now I must pick it up again. This kid will surely get a good thrashing when he returns. Old He sighed. Aside from his brief stint after retirement, he had coached several teams, but later focused solely on managing the arena and guiding Sulo. Old He pulled out all the team rosters. The Cuba would first engage in provincial-level matches. Then the teams from the 4 regions would gather at the arena for group matches, followed by elimination rounds until a champion was crowned. The provincial event would determine 3 teams from the 6 in Xinjiang province, and with the addition of a sports academy team this year, the difficulty had certainly increased. Chapter 27. The arrival of the ultimate team. The provincial group matches are scheduled for next month. Old He desires to integrate the team, yet time is exceedingly limited. He must devise a solution to this predicament before contemplating future strategies. At H. Normal University, the vice president in charge of sports, brimming with delight, hurried to the principal and Oppos' office. Oldly, I bring good news, he exclaimed, striding confidently into the office. What wind has blown you in? It's not the case that the basketball team from Xinjiang University has withdrawn, is it? Principal Lee jested. Far better news than that. The Joyful Group intends to donate a basketball arena to our school. Vice President Liu declared loudly. What? Weren't they supposed to donate to the Physical Education Institute? What is this all about? Such a wealthy group, donating twice in one go. Principal Lee expressed his disbelief. Actually, the donation to the Physical Education Institute has been cancelled. Quickly, you must explain this to me. Principal Lee paused in his writing and prepared tea for Vice President Liu. After sipping the scalding tea, Liu slowly elaborated. Previously, the sons of directors Su and Wang expressed their intent to enroll in the Physical Education Institute. However, the ruffians there blocked the entrance to the gym, uttered disrespectful words, slandered former national player He Guodong, and bullied them. Su's son is no ordinary person. How could they dare to mistreat him? He promptly summoned a few classmates and defeated the Physical Education Institute by a score of 120 to 90. Is that so? When is the donation agreement to be signed? Principal Lee's concern shifted to this matter. They say it is scheduled for next week. Unacceptable. Can we afford to wait until tomorrow? Contact them immediately. Let us keep things straightforward. I have time today, Principal Lee promptly instructed. I haven't finished speaking yet. Vice President Liu protested. All right, go ahead, Principal Lee replied patiently. A few months ago, we extended invitations for them to visit our school, and those 2 fortunate stars agreed to come. Moreover, He Guodong also expressed interest in joining our school as a coach, Vice President Liu said excitedly. Principal Lee was momentarily stunned. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. 2 players capable of defeating the Physical Education Institute, accompanied by a top-tier coach. This was a game-changer. Quickly, arrange everything to prevent others from snatching this opportunity away. Principal Lee emphasized, recognizing his own astuteness. Before any situation could settle, uncertainties remained. Previously, they had envied the Physical Education Institute for their good fortune, but now, the fortune had come to them. Right. I'll go arrange it at once, Vice President Liu responded, realizing the importance of securing this opportunity. With that, he rushed off. Principal Lee contemplated for a moment before calling Coach Shun of the basketball team to his office, taking precautions to ensure nothing jeopardized this arrangement. Shortly thereafter, Coach Shun knocked and entered. Old Shun, you must have heard the news about the Joyful Group's donation. This pertains to the basketball community, but it is also a significant matter for our school. I hope no complications arise, Principal Lee expressed earnestly. Coach Shun replied, of course, I'm aware. I hear Old He is coming, and I'll serve as his assistant to learn from him. Who knows, our basketball department might rise to prominence. Principal Lee nodded. Old Shin was a wise man, harboring no resentment. After all, He Guodong could not remain head coach indefinitely. It was evident that he was drawn to those 2 young talents, and in a few years, he would be gone. By then, the basketball department and Oppos' strength would have increased, and the ultimate opportunity would fall into Old Shin's hands. Excellent. I appreciate your understanding. Convey to your players that they should not engage in exclusionary behavior like those from the Physical Education Institute, Principal Lee reiterated. Understood, Principal. Rest assured, Coach Shin replied. More delighted than anyone, as their basketball department was currently weak and unable to compete with traditional powerhouses. If they could secure a spot this year, future recruitment would no longer be an issue, and the quality of players would only improve. Furthermore, with a basketball arena and a coach like He Guodong to learn from, it was a dream come true for any coach of modest standing. Principal Li waved his hand, allowing Coach Shun to return to his duties. Soon after, Vice President Liu returned, announcing, Principal, Director Su mentioned he would bring Su Lu over tomorrow, allowing us to finalize the agreement. Principal Li raised his thumb in approval. You handled this splendidly. You've taken care of both the student enrollment and the donation. Vice President Liu humbly gestured. It's the result of the diligent efforts of several generations of principals that we have achieved this today. No need for modesty. When I retire, I will recommend you. Principal Li said. Vice President Liu shrugged casually, knowing that most principals are appointed from outside and that his chances were slim. However, he was content as long as he could contribute to the school. The next day, Su Lingshan brought Su Lu to old Wang's house to pick up Wang Ziming. H. Normal University is located in the western part of the city, somewhat remote, making it impossible for Su Lu to walk there like he could to the Physical Education Institute. You two troublemakers, Su Lingshan adjusted his glasses, unable to suppress his words. He had given the driver the day off and was driving himself. Dad, this isn't our fault. You know the situation, Su Lu replied helplessly. All right. Hurry up and enjoy yourselves. I still need to sign the agreement, and I have to be home for dinner, Su Lingshan stated firmly. Dinner at home was a ritual of significance, which was why Su's mother wasn't accompanying them today. Wow, Uncle Su, why are you in such a rush? Wang Ziming could not help but comment. Look at me. I'm stuck eating dog food at home every day. I've had my fill, Sula said, wearing a look of utter despondency. Enough of that. You young men are out of control, Su Lingshan laughed while scolding. The trio chatted along the way, and within an hour, they arrived at the school. A large banner was unfurled at the entrance, warmly welcoming Director Su to H. Normal University. The reception was far superior to that of the Physical Education Institute. Su Lingshan first greeted the school leaders, escorted the two to their dormitory, and then headed to the conference room to sign the agreement with Principal Li. Thank you, Director Su, for your generous contribution, Principal Li said, gripping Su Lingshan's hand tightly after the signing. Su Lingshan replied, Principal Li, you flatter me. For many years, I have wished to make a modest contribution to the educational sector but have struggled to find a way to do so. This year, as my son enters university, I decided to donate a basketball arena to a local school. It's all quite fortuitous. After some cordial exchanges, Su Lingshan declined the lunch invitation arranged by Principal Li and drove home alone. Meanwhile, Su Lu and Wang Ziming encountered new troubles ahead. Chapter 28, Classmates. Your enthusiasm is a bit overwhelming, and I must admit it frightens me. The two of them had previously been day students and had never experienced living on campus. Today marked their initiation into this novelty. One must say that the accommodation conditions at this school are rather commendable. For students share a room, complete with an independent bathroom. Additionally, various electrical appliances such as air conditioners and washing machines are provided. Upon their arrival at the dormitory, they could hardly believe their eyes. Su Lu had never encountered such cleanliness before. It surpassed the chaotic state of his own abode by countless degrees. Hello, I am a freshman this year. My name is Su Lu, he introduced himself. I am Wang Ziming, he added. Su Lu extended his right hand to greet his two roommates, who had presumably tidied the room. The two roommates shook Su Lu and Wang Ziming's hands, stating, We are also freshmen, having just checked in yesterday. I am Gao Yang, and I am Bai Shi. After the greetings, a silence descended upon the dormitory. It was not that Su Lu and Wang Ziming suffered from social anxiety, but rather both were simultaneously pondering, goodness, will we be expected to maintain this level of tidiness in the dormitory? This feels rather stifling. And we cannot bring ourselves to burden these two roommates with all the cleaning. Gao Yang and Bai Shi were not socially anxious either. They were contemplating the same issue. The previous day, their instructor had personally tidied up the dormitory, leading to the current pristine state. These affluent fellows won and amp, Oppos, expect us to do all the work from now on, will they? Sula cautiously broke the silence, Gao classmate, Bai classmate. Do you not feel that this dormitory is overly tidy? A true man should aspire to greater things. We cannot allow dormitory management to weigh us down, right? Wang Ziming concurred. Lu Gu is right. I think we should clean once every half month. Oh no, once a month would suffice. Ah, you scared me. Once a month. Just once a month for cleaning, Gao Yang sighed with relief, as neither of them had much experience with household chores. What man would willingly engage in such tasks? With this, the atmosphere lightened. It turned out everyone shared the same sentiment, and non-obsessive cleanliness among classmates was indeed charming. That is splendid, given the humidity in Hangzhou. How about we get a dryer? Bai Shi inquired. The laundry room does have washing machines and dryers, but they are communal and not very convenient, Wang Ziming acknowledged. I will handle that. We can split the costs later, he added. Do we need a refrigerator? Gao Yang asked. After training, having a cold drink would be delightful. Sula suggested. He rarely consumed cold beverages, usually opting for hot water or room temperature water. However, as someone had brought it up, he did not refuse. After all, everyone has different needs, and they should strive to accommodate one another. Let us elect a dorm leader as well. I sure. Familiar with the procedures from his previous experience in the dormitory, proposed. What is the role of that? Sulu inquired. Essentially, it is about serving everyone. Managing the electricity bill, and such, Baishur explained. Upon finishing this statement, they fell into an awkward silence. I will take on that role. I will serve you all. Wang Ziming volunteered. Phew, that's wonderful. You shall be our dorm leader for 404. Gao Yang clapped in approval. Oh, I just realized something was amiss. This is indeed 404. Enough of that. Let an oppose. Let's not dwell on superstitions. It serves me no purpose. Let an oppose. Let's go eat instead. We've all worked hard this morning and are quite exhausted. With that, the four of them exited the dormitory together. It must be said that in this teacher training institution, there are indeed more females than usual. Eye-catching young ladies were everywhere, causing Wang Ziming to stare in awe. However, in Sulu and Amp, Oppos, SI's, food was the only thing that mattered. I have heard there is a cafeteria specifically for athletes that serves steak and such. Shall we give it a try? Sulu proposed. He likely would only frequent such establishments in the future, as the other dining options would not suit him. After years of self-discipline, he could not allow it all to unravel over food. Gao Yang and Baishur readily agreed. It was their first meal, and spending a bit more was not an issue. However, sustaining such expenses daily would be beyond their means. High-protein foods can be quite costly, especially since they were still in their growth phase and could consume several bowls of rice in one sitting. If it were beef or fish, a meal could easily cost over 100. Wang Ziming, adept at reading the room, wrapped his arms around the two brothers, saying, since it's our first meeting, this meal is on me, as a token of gratitude for your efforts in tidying up the dormitory and to celebrate my new role as dorm leader. His words were so graciously articulated that it was impossible to refuse. Thank you, Xiaoming, Baishur said, clasping his fist in gratitude. Haha, you're quite amusing. It's been years since anyone has used that gesture, Gao Yang chimed in. All four were basketball players, standing slightly taller than average, around 9 meters. Sula seemed to have grown a bit more after practicing on the pull-up bar. This would undoubtedly make them the center of attention at school, especially Su Lu and Wang Ziming, who had reached new heights of attractiveness. They drew the attention of senior female students, some even stopping to take photographs, with others boldly requesting their WeChat contacts. The whole situation left Sula quite startled. In high school, he had been shielded by He Huan, and no one dared approach him. Now, without that protective armor, he was feeling overwhelmed. Wang Ziming, sensing the situation, retorted, Lagu, what should we do? I can't handle so many. He noticed a few attractive girls he wished to approach, but doing so meant rejecting others, which felt rather inconsiderate. So, he simply declined them all. Classmates, your enthusiasm is a bit intimidating. I wish He Huan were here. Sulu expressed with a sigh. Suddenly, a gentle voice called from behind. What's this? Do you miss me? Sula turned abruptly. It was none other than He Huan. Sister Huan. Wang Ziming greeted warmly. Sulu introduced her to his two roommates. Hello, Gao Yang and Baishur chimed in. He Huan nodded. Hello there. Weren't you supposed to take Oldie to the gym? Sulu inquired as he approached her. Originally, my father was going to bring him along, but Oldie said he needed to handle some matters at the Physical Education Institute. Since Su Lingshan had made prior arrangements with Principal Li, he didn't wait for Oldie. So I came to drop him off myself, she clarified. Yes, I left him there and came to find you. Have you grown a bit taller? He Huan asked, tilting her head to examine him. Really? Sula compared their heights, noting that her head was now beneath his neck. It seems so. He Huan looped her arm through his and rested her head against him, saying, I'll help you fend off these women. Su Lu responded warmly. Sounds good. He reached out to gently pat He Huan and Amp, Oppos, S head. Poor old he, Wang Ziming remarked. Yet, perhaps he should pity himself first. As many girls had now turned their attention towards Su Lu, those seeking him had increased, and even Gao Yang and Baishur could not evade the newfound attention. How about bringing home the championship trophy? Ah, what a delightful dilemma, Wang Ziming remarked while chewing on his meat. It was impossible for him to befriend so many classmates all at once. All right, stop bothering him. You have no idea how envious the others are, He-Huan chuckled. The meal cost over 600 yuan, thanks to the school and Oppo's subsidies. Otherwise, it would have easily exceeded 1,000, a sum unaffordable for most. He-Huan initially intended to help Su Lu tidy up his dormitory, only to discover that his roommate had already taken care of it. I'm off. Take good care of Old He for me, He-Huan waved at Su Lu. Old He also had a dormitory here and occasionally stayed over. Rest assured. Su Lu waved back, reluctantly withdrawing his gaze. Following this, He-Huan would enter closed training in preparation for the boxing match at the end of the year, meaning several months without seeing each other. Shall we go check out the gym? Su Lu suggested, with little else to do that afternoon. It seemed like a perfect opportunity to explore. Sure, let us go. We have military training tomorrow, so it and Oppo's. It's best to practice a bit now, Gao Yang responded. They weren't particularly concerned about military training since they were all specially admitted students from the sports academy. Such physical tasks were trivial for them. However, they might only get to touch a basketball during their breaks. Su Lu slung over his nearly decade-old bag, which, despite being a designer brand, had seen better days. Why don't you get a new bag, Legu? Bai Shi inquired. It seemed rather unseemly for someone of his status to carry around an old bag. It's still quite functional. Why replace it? Besides, I have sentimental attachment to it. Without it, I wouldn't even play basketball, Su Lu joked. Gao Yang gave a thumbs up, admiring the simplicity of the wealthy. Upon reaching the gym, Su Lu found Old He. The facilities here were not significantly inferior to those of the sports academy, boasting excellent athletic tracks and indoor courts. So, you've taken off with my daughter again, huh? Old He jested, delivering a playful dunk. We just had a meal together, and she returned home, Su Lu replied, cautious of his future father-in-law. Old He clapped his hands, gathering Coach Shun and the team members to introduce them. Hello, Coach Shun, Su Lu greeted politely. To his surprise, Coach Shun extended a warm handshake with Su Lu. This is the hope for our academy's rise. The senior players observed Su Lu and his companions with curiosity. Typically, first-year students wouldn't be present here, as they were still undergoing military training. However, Su Lu and Wang Ziming were no ordinary students. They had triumphed over the professional players from the sports academy. Lu Gu. Xiaoming Gu, you're truly impressive for defeating the sports academy players, the seniors praised. Oh, they're just average. I'll tell you. The next time I encounter them, I'll give them another beating, Su Lu waved dismissively. No one doubted his words, and anticipation began to build. Old He retained several key players, while the remaining ones continued shooting practice. With the competition approaching, Coach Shin organized a list. Now that everyone is here, I won't keep it a secret any longer, Old He announced the roster. Point guard, Chu Lei, shooting guard, Wang Ziming, small forward, Su Lu, power forward, Yang Chuanha. Center, Chen Jun. This was the starting lineup, accompanied by a list of substitutes. Old He believed that announcing such matters early was best to avoid speculation. After his announcement, everyone seemed to agree. The only difference from last year was that this year and Oppo's list featured 2 first-year starters, fierce newcomers capable of defeating the sports academy. Old He continued. Time is tight. You all need to practice your teamwork, especially during the first quarter, as you Haven and Oppo's played together before. Additionally, Coach Shin and I have devised some strategies suitable for our team, which you all need to memorize. Following this, tactical training would become the primary focus. Lastly, he had developed individual training plans for each player, requiring them to engage in extra practice after their daily training. To everyone in Oppo's surprise, Old He had already arranged everything clearly on his first day. Even Coach Shin was impressed, noting that those plans had been prepared the previous day. Coach Shin only suggested minor modifications, allowing for immediate implementation. Old He's training plans were highly targeted. For instance, he assigned Su Lu to focus on shooting under pressure and driving to the basket. Su Lu and Oppo's skill set was quite comprehensive. Yet he had not faced much pressure in the past, leaving some of his techniques underdeveloped. As for Wang Ziming, he needed to hone his post-up game. Although few guards could effectively play in the post nowadays, it remained an incredibly efficient scoring method, one that Su Lu utilized frequently. After the introductions, they returned to training. Old He kept Su Lu and Wang Ziming back. Coach Shin, what do you think of these two? Old He inquired intentionally. Coach Shin pondered. What I know is merely hearsay. I need to see them in action myself. Old He nodded, not wanting to put the young coach in a difficult position. Based on past performances, H University was regarded as the third tier of provincial competitions, not to mention the established Qianjiang Normal University, which they were far from matching. Years of setbacks had shaped Coach Shen's cautious and meticulous nature. Oldie turned to Sulu and asked, "What do you think of the players from the sports academy?" Sulu grimaced. "They are your juniors, yet they don't show you enough respect. In my opinion, they won't amount to much." Oldie realized that Sulu still held a grudge, which was evident since he had specifically visited the sports academy earlier that morning to teach them a lesson. After all, it was Sulu who had urged him to confront those players. It and Appos, as all in the past, one must look forward. In terms of strength, what do you think? Average. There are a few capable players, but that's about it, Sulu replied, resting his chin on his hand. He genuinely viewed them as quite ordinary, as he had yet to encounter any opponents worthy of his attention. That and Appos. That's good to hear. How about you bring back a championship trophy? Oldie asked, as casually as one might inquire about a meal. Sulu grinned broadly. No problem. Coach Shen observed the interaction between the two, as if the world revolved around them. Indeed, one had astonished the domestic basketball scene for over a decade, while the other was destined to leave a mark on the global basketball stage for years to come. Wang Ziming chimed in. "Lugu, you've really grown taller." He gestured, indicating that Sulu had gained at least a centimeter in height. Earlier, during their meal, he had thought Sulu was joking. Wang Ziming silently resolved to practice hanging for an extra half hour that evening. Chapter 30 with a swift slide. He was sent soaring into the air. Lao He inquired, "Have you measured it?" Sulu cheerfully replied, "Yes, it's 192. 5. Lao He was not particularly surprised. Sulu was the most gifted athlete he had ever encountered. The extent of his future achievements would depend solely on how far he wished to go. Over the years, Lao He had imparted many lessons to Sulu, with self-discipline being the most crucial. For an athlete, self-discipline is paramount. There are many extraordinarily talented players in the NBA, but due to their frequent indulgence in nightlife and temptation of culinary delights and beautiful women, they find themselves rendered obsolete by the age of 30. Unable to match even the most mediocre high school players. Lao He patted Sulu on the back, saying, "Excellent, keep striving." He then cast a stern glance at Wang Ziming. "Have you been slacking off lately? Why haven't you grown taller?" Wang Ziming recoiled slightly. "Uncle, that's quite unfair. What are his conditions compared to mine?" Lao He extended his right hand and pointed. "Your talent is not lacking. Stop making excuses for yourself." If Xiaoming's talent were indeed inferior, he would have been left far behind by Sulu long ago. It was impossible for them to be on the same level. Wang Ziming was momentarily torn between elation and dismay. He was pleased that Lao He acknowledged his talent, but disheartened by the implication of his lack of effort. Noticing the young man's confusion, Lao He waved his hand. "Go meet your teammates." Wang Ziming let out a sigh of relief and pulled Sulu over. "Coach He, it is truly a stroke of luck to meet you all," Coach Shen remarked. Over 20 years ago, he had tried out for the team that Lao He captained. "Coach Shen, let us await the results," Lao He replied, his words seeming slightly off topic. Coach Shen appeared to grasp the sentiment, his gaze falling upon Sulu and the others, filled with vibrant energy. Sulu and Wang Ziming had already mingled with the players. To those players, the disparity in status between Sulu and Wang Ziming felt insurmountable, leaving no room for ulterior motives or conflicts of interest. For them, Sulu and Wang Ziming were figures to be admired from afar. The purity of their camaraderie, devoid of any vested interests, was a rarity to cherish. Thus, Sulu found himself relishing the atmosphere here. "Lugu, can you dunk?" Chu Lei, the captain of the basketball team, inquired, often chatty and well-regarded among the members. Sulu nodded. "Of course. Allow me to demonstrate." The players instinctively cleared a space for him. Sulu tossed the ball into the air, sprinted forward, caught it mid-flight, and executed a powerful windmill dunk, slamming the ball into the hoop. "Woohoo! I'm genuinely moved." Lugu showcased his signature move. "How generous." The nearby players erupted in cheers. Watch me. Watch me." Wang Ziming was not one to be outdone. Sulu passed him the basketball. Wang Ziming received it, dribbled swiftly, and performed a between-the-legs dunk. Although it paled in comparison to Sulu and Appos, it was still quite impressive. Astounding. He truly is a man worthy of winning against the Jiangdi Institute. The crowd lavished him with praise. Wang Ziming raised his arms to flaunt his muscles. "Xiaoming Gu, I want to have your children." A player joked. "Go on. Have Lugu and Appos S." Wang Ziming retorted with a laugh. "I and Appos, LL join in," Chen Jun said. He was a towering third-year student, standing out in stature as a center. Sulu appeared to be half a head shorter than him. Shinjun gestured for Sulu to toss the ball into the air, understanding his intent for an alley-oop. Sulu lofted the ball high. Shinjun leaped, caught it securely with both hands, and forcefully dunked it while performing a pull-up. 10 points. 10 points. The crowd chanted. In a dunk contest, a perfect score is a 10. Sulu approached him for a high five, signaling his approval. Witnessing such feats, others were emboldened to showcase their skills. And Sulu was pleasantly surprised to see their talents exceeded his expectations. Yang Chuanha, a power forward, also exhibited impressive jumping ability and dunking skills. Chu Lei demonstrated astute ball handling and intelligence in his gameplay. By the end of the day, Sulu had gained a comprehensive understanding of his teammates. There were even a few substitutes with commendable shooting accuracy. The future looks promising, Sulu remarked cheerfully. Wang Ziming inquired, "Legu, do you hold them in high regard?" Although they could not compare to the professional players from the Qianjiang Institute, I believe there is hope for us to triumph over them, Sulu replied. While the competition was set for next month, even if they were to lose this grassroots match, it mattered little. 3 teams could advance from the provincial level, and they had several months ahead. Ultimately, the outcome remained uncertain. Besides, with the 2 of us on the court, we have a chance to win. I have no intention of losing even once. Youth cannot lack ambition, Wang Ziming declared. I hear you. Let us first make them feel defeated. Sulu shrugged indifferently. Let us enjoy ourselves first. Afterward, Sulu retrieved the ball and impressed everyone with a series of 3-point shots, eliciting yet another round of applause. The following day, military training commenced. The basketball team players stood in formation, led by 2 instructors. The training consisted mainly of standing at attention and marching, along with the essential singing of military songs, a vital component of ideological education. However, Sulu and Apos' singing left much to be desired. "Legu, spare me," a classmate nearby shouted. While others sang with powerful voices, Sulu and Apos' loud and discordant rendition nearly drowned out the entire assembly. That one and Apos, "Tidu, a true man must sing with vigor." Sulu became increasingly animated, his voice almost overpowering everyone else and Apos'. He nearly led the entire formation astray. Finally, after enduring until lunchtime, everyone gathered again on the court. The players were sprawled under the shade of trees, while the basketball team was energetically engaged in a gang. Sulu sat on the sidelines, watching them play. "Legu, look over there," Wang Ziming pointed out. The instructors had formed a team to play against a group of bespectacled weaklings. Using their physical advantage, they bulldozed through the others, sending them tumbling. Several girls nearby screamed in response. "ISN and Apos, see that bullying?" Sulu scoffed. "Why Donna and Apos, they challenge our basketball team?" Wang Ziming replied disdainfully. "If I were on the court, I'd slide tackle them into the air and have Huan Jie deliver a few left and right hooks, finishing with an uppercut to send them flying." Sulu chuckled. However, he spoke softly, so only Xiao Ming heard. Xiao Ming stood up, pointed at Sulu, and shouted at the instructors. "My Legu said he would slide tackle you into the air." Everyone turned to look. Sulu stared incredulously at Wang Ziming. Chapter 31. Are you capable, dog? Have you lost your mind? Sulu questioned Wang Ziming. As the hero of our school, how can you allow them to bully others? Wang Ziming shrugged, nonchalantly replying, "Why should I care?" Just as Sulu was about to rise and clarify, a group of instructors approached in unison. "Is it a squad?" The leading instructor inquired, evidently the head of all the instructors present, likely a squad leader. Reporting, instructor, it and amp, Apos. As the 7th squad, Sulu declared loudly, standing up. "From the basketball club, I presume?" The instructor from the 7th squad retorted. "Are you displeased that we were defeated by you?" The lead instructor continued to probe, unable to disregard Wang Ziming's blatant provocation. After all, how could they maintain their authority over the coming days if they failed to act? "You're all so strong. Why not just fight them?" Sulu gestured towards the members of the basketball club. The instructors, not foolish, realized their average height of around 1.7 meters would put them at a disadvantage against these towering opponents. The squad leader declared, "Let's make it a long-distance run. If you win, your squad and Apos' training ends half an hour early this afternoon." His authority seemed considerable. Sulu pondered for a moment, and perceiving the instructor and Apos' increasing aggression, he shot back. "What's the matter? Are you afraid? Is this the best you can do?" Wang Ziming, witnessing the instructor's disdainful expression, found it amusing. "Instructor, it's not that I underestimate you, but competing against Legu in stamina is akin to competing in standing still." Sulu proposed, "Let us wager more. How about a 10-0-0-0? Meter race? If I lose, we'll train until 10 at night. If I win, we cancel the afternoon training. What do you say? Wow, is Luga serious? They and Oppos, professionals, gasped the students from the basketball club. Silence. I trust him, quipped Chule, whose high standing in the basketball club quelled the doubts. The squad leader, incredulous, gazed at Sulu, wondering if this young man possessed some extraordinary talent. Are you truly part of the basketball club? Absolutely, Sulu affirmed, even producing his student ID, freshly issued just the day prior. To ensure the stakes were high, the squad leader raised the ante. Let us make it a 20,000 meter race. Sulu frowned slightly, glancing at his watch. There was still an hour and a half until military training commenced. Time was ample. He pointed at Wang Ziming, stating, "You send out too. And Ziming and I will compete together. If either of us loses, it counts as a loss for us." Wang Ziming smiled wryly but remained silent. A 20,000 meter run would not be a walk in the park for him either. Fine, let us proceed, the squad leader commanded, summoning the instructors from the 7th squad. The 4 of them took their positions on the track, surrounded by eager students and instructors. What an exhilarating spectacle. In previous years, students challenging instructors often ended in failure. Would this year be any different? Most likely not. After all, one must consider how the instructors trained. 10 kilometers each morning and evening. I doubt it. Look good doesn't and Oppos. T seem reckless, someone countered. Don and Oppos. T be so obstinate. We will definitely come watch your training tonight, came the laughter from the crowd, eager for entertainment. Indifferent to the outcome. On your marks, get set, go. As the instructor's voice faded, Su Lu and Wang Ziming bolted forward, while the 2 instructors maintained a steady pace, well aware that endurance running required a comfortable speed to last the distance. Look at them run like the wind. They won and amp. Oppos, T last at this pace. Someone remarked. They're from the basketball club. Their stamina is beyond yours, another replied. As they spoke, Sulu and Wang Ziming sped past them, a blur of motion. Goodness. They're too fast, exclaimed an onlooker. They completed a lap in under a minute. That's an unreasonable pace. Typically, it would take an average person about an hour to run 10,000 meters, yet the onlookers observed that these 2 athletes were clearly exceptional, likely finishing in 30 to 40 minutes. Who do you think will win? Someone asked a track team member. Clearly, the instructors are pacing themselves more logically. By all professional standards, they should win, he replied, and he was not mistaken. However, one could not underestimate Sulu. After 3 laps, Sulu and Wang Ziming showed no signs of slowing. In contrast, if an ordinary student were running, they would be doubled over, gasping for breath by now. Yet, it was evident that Sulu and Wang Ziming were running effortlessly, not merely pushing through. Your judgment may be flawed. They appear to be running quite easily, noted another spectator, his expression turning serious, though he remained reluctant to concede. There are still 22 laps left. We shall see. The instructors sensed something was amiss. These 2 were lapping them. This was intolerable. In their unit, both Sulu and Wang Ziming ranked among the best in terms of stamina and long-distance performance. Secretly increasing their speed, the instructors tapped into their full potential. As the instructors quickened their pace, the competition intensified. Upon completing his 10th lap, Sulu maintained his original speed, while Wang Ziming began to lag. The 2 instructors, unable to endure the pressure any longer, reduced their speed. Is that fellow named Lugu a monster? Someone asked. Is there anyone on your team who can outrun them? Another remarked, their face flushed with exertion. Not to mention they were freshmen, untrained systematically. Even their seniors would struggle to maintain such speed over the first 10 laps. It would be a pity if this guy doesn't join our track team. One observer commented, his opinion shifting dramatically. Just a moment ago, you were saying he was reckless and off pace. Come on, squad leader, why are you running so slowly? The instructors recognized the urgency. They were on the verge of losing. Rolling his eyes, the squad leader retorted, I and Oppos, V already surpassed my previous best. It and Oppos, S easy to critique from the sidelines. Amidst the instructors and Oppos, banner. Sula lapped them once more. In the blink of an eye, he completed 10,000 meters. 27 minutes. That is astonishing, a track team member exclaimed, holding up his phone. Such a time was beyond the capabilities of even national-level athletes. Go, Lugu. Suli's fervent supporter, Chule, shouted, igniting a wave of cheers around the track. This fellow named Lugu was exceptional, and it was no wonder he dared to provoke the instructors. Even Wang Ziming found himself lapped by Sulu. Are you capable, dog? Sulu taunted as he breezed past Wang Ziming. "Oh, I'll give it my all," Wang Ziming exclaimed, summoning every ounce of strength he had. Chapter 32, Adaptation for the Grassroots Competition. Initially, Xiaoming was comfortably ahead of the instructors, free from the anxiety of being overtaken. However, after being taunted by Su Lu, he began to exert himself fiercely, observing the four of them racing across the playground. The classmates perceived it as a passionate chase, perhaps even a contest of wills against themselves. Su Lu, undeterred by his substantial lead, gritted his teeth and pressed on, unwilling to reduce his speed. He had once remarked that each victory over one's former self leads to personal growth. Su Lu had not triumphed over his past self in quite some time, and this time he was determined to take on the challenge. The platoon leader, watching the two frontrunners, inwardly cursed, lamenting their lack of consideration for his pride and chastising himself for being too young, as if he had fallen for their tricks. Good grief, they hardly resembled basketball players. They seemed more like long-distance runners. He was absolutely certain of the team he was leading. "Stay close, don't fall behind," he urged, reluctantly increasing his pace, resolving that he could not afford to be lapped again, even at the cost of his strength. The 7th Company leader silently vowed that if they lost this time, the basketball team would face repercussions in future training sessions. Even if Su Lu and his companions triumphed this time, the final say would still rest with him. Su Lu was unconcerned about his thoughts. No matter how fiercely the instructors competed, they could not surpass him. Regrettably, it seemed that his classmates, who were cheering for him, would bear the brunt of the struggle. After 53 minutes, amidst the astonished gasps of his peers, Su Lu completed the race. "Incredible! I must inform the coach. Such a talent cannot be squandered on the basketball team." That classmate broke away from the crowd to seek out his coach. This was a once-in-a-century talent. Skipping class for the sake of the nation's long-distance running was hardly a grave offense. Shortly after Su Lu crossed the finish line, Wang Ziming, panting and exhausted, finally arrived. He felt as though he could collapse onto the ground like a lifeless dog, cursing himself for uttering Su Lu's name, as it had inadvertently dragged him into this ordeal. Although Su Lu and his companion had finished, the instructors continued their relentless pace. The essence of long-distance running lies in completing the course. Even in defeat, they could not abandon the race and become the subject of ridicule. After another 7 or 8 minutes, they finally completed the race. The platoon leader's face appeared pale, and his lips were parched, clearly indicating their exertion. Su Lu applauded their efforts, acknowledging their determination. "All right, a loss is a loss. What is worth applauding?" The 7th Company leader jested. "Dismissed. You want to have training this afternoon, and I'll take the time to rest myself. But starting tomorrow, you'll know what's in store for you. Enjoy this last moment of peace." A squad is equivalent to a company, which is why he was referred to as the 7th Company leader. In reality, he was merely an ordinary soldier, with the platoon leader being the true commanding officer. The platoon leader smirked. "Indeed, since you all are so capable, regular training can no longer satisfy you." Su Lu shrugged. "It matters not. I will complete it." As long as the instructors could train alongside them, he had no objections. Meanwhile, the previously jubilant students of the 7th Company began to express their grievances. "Is this a joke? We thought we had struck gold, but it's merely a trap. The instructors are utterly unscrupulous." The 7th Company leader regarded them with an impassive expression, causing the students to scatter in fear. With a brief respite before military training resumed, the students sought relief, bracing themselves for the arduous afternoon ahead. The platoon leader approached Su Lu and Wang Ziming, stating, "If you were to enlist, you would undoubtedly become exceptional soldiers. Flattery aside, I have pressing matters to attend to. Once I fulfill my dreams, I will certainly consider it," Su Lu replied earnestly. Regretting enlisting for a few years pales in comparison to regretting not enlisting for a lifetime. However, Su Lu had his own aspirations to fulfill and was not yet ready to enlist. Wang Ziming's interest was piqued. He had never harbored ambitions of his own. Hearing the instructor's words sparked a flicker of desire within him. Perhaps when Su Lu goes abroad, he could give it a try. The athlete returned, not only bringing their coach but also drawing the attention of Vice Principal Lu. "Are you certain there are no errors in the statistics?" the coach asked repeatedly, fearful it might be a farce. "Teacher, with so many witnesses, how could there be an error?" Vice Principal Lu replied. "You heard him. You must assist me in getting this lad onto the track team," the coach implored, setting aside his pride. "Ah, that is quite difficult. You know what kind of person he is," Vice Principal Lu sighed. He was aware that Su Lu despised being directed by outsiders. The coach's presence was not to recruit for the track team, but rather out of concern for Su Lu's potential conflict with the assertive track coach. If Su Lu were to leave for the track team, there the coach's negligence would be considerable. The basketball team members remained on the court, continuing their game and even organizing a basketball match. I'll team up with Chu Lei, Su Lu, Wang Ziming, and Yang Chuanha. You all can form your own teams. The tall player Chen Jun announced. How can we possibly compete? You're all on one team. Is this even fair? Exactly. You 5 must separate. We'll form 5 teams for a round-robin tournament. Indeed, we'll play 12 matches, and after the group stage, we'll proceed to elimination rounds until a champion is declared. Su Lu pondered for a moment. I agree. Let us proceed with this format. With Su Lu's endorsement, the debate ceased, and they organized themselves into teams to commence the game. This was far more exhilarating than military training, allowing them to get to know the basketball team members. As the match began, Su Lu made a swift shot, only to be called down by Vice Principal Lu. Principal, what's the matter? Su Lu inquired as he jogged over. It's nothing serious. This is the track team coach, and he wishes to know if you have any interest in joining, Vice Principal Lu inquired in a conciliatory tone. There is not enough time for that, Su Lu replied. Moreover, he could not agree to such a proposition. He had come all this way specifically for Su Lu. If Su Lu joined the track team, he would be sidelined. I see you won't be needing training anymore. Just show up for the competitions. The coach dangled an enticing offer. It implied that he would have to do nothing other than participate in the events. Su Lu still shook his head. He had trained for endurance, not for long-distance running. This was entirely at odds with his initial intentions. The coach was about to continue persuading when Vice Principal Lu interjected. Su Lu, continue playing. Very well, Su Lu replied, eager to further familiarize himself with his teammates and refine their coordination in preparation for the upcoming grassroots competition. Chapter 33, The First Opponent. Taiwan Normal University. On that delightful afternoon, the basketball match unfolded with great joy, and, as anticipated, Su Lu and Oppo's team triumphantly secured first place. However, in this competition devoid of rewards, the outcome held little significance. What truly mattered was the camaraderie among classmates as they relished an unforgettable afternoon together. In the following 6 days, the relentless coach of the 7th Company employed every conceivable method to push the basketball team to their limits, leaving them utterly exhausted. Yet, this tactic proved ineffective against Su Lu. He boldly claimed that such efforts were insufficient, declaring he could endure even more. His classmates, exasperated, pleaded, Lu, please be reasonable. We simply cannot keep up. Not only the students, but even the coaches were worn out. After 6 grueling days, the 7th Company's instructors had visibly slimmed down. On the day military training concluded, students bid farewell to their coaches. As the coaches departed in their vehicle, one of them acknowledged Su Lu with a nod, indicating he would remember him. Su Lu waved vigorously, reflecting on the enjoyable week of training. Time had flown by, and he urged his classmates, let us practice extra tonight. To which one student retorted, no way, I can't take another step. The group dispersed in laughter. With military training behind them, the freshmen finally returned to their routines. Chu Lei and his companions no longer frequented the basketball court to mingle with Su Lu and the other newcomers, instead gravitating back to the gym. After a warm-up, Coach divided them into 2 teams for a scrimmage, instructing them to implement the strategies distributed days prior. Shin Jun set screens at the top of the arc. Don't just stand there, Coach shouted from the sidelines, having previously handed out a thick stack of tactical materials for the players to memorize. With today set as the day of reckoning, the outcome was clear. Su Lu's team emerged victorious in a dominating fashion. Coach felt a sense of helplessness. With Su Lu and Wang Ziming on board, the team's strength had significantly increased, though the depth of the bench had notably diminished. Coach Shin suggested, Coach perhaps we should have Chen Jun play as a substitute? His leadership could enhance the second team's firepower. Coach shook his head. The flaws of the second unit cannot be rectified overnight. We'll have to increase Su Lu and the others and Oppo's playing time. However, this raised concerns about potential injuries, which Coach Shin voiced. Don't worry, I know them well, Coach reassured him. He intended to augment only Su Lu and Oppo's minutes, as Su Lu had a remarkable ability to avoid injuries, a significant advantage. The other players, however, needed to improve their shooting accuracy, as a successful offensive execution was paramount. Fancy dribbling and passing mean nothing if the shot doesn't go in, he remarked. After adjusting the lineup, Coach paired Su Lu with the second team for further integration. Shortly after training concluded, 2 burly men entered, wielding foam sticks to practice defending against Su Lu. This was the essence of Su Lu and Oppo's additional training how to handle double teams. Initially, he found it challenging, as no genuine defender would possess such reach. The two practice partners could easily obstruct his shooting path with their sticks, compelling Sulu to devise strategies to elude them, seek open space, and shoot for success. Meanwhile, Wang Ziming began his additional training focused on shooting. Coach He approached him, saying, "Your shooting form is quite standard, but shooting accuracy is not solely dependent on form." This statement completely upended Wang Ziming's understanding. He had always believed that shooting form was the foundation of success. "Pass me the ball," Coach He instructed. Upon receiving the ball, he took a quick shot and made it effortlessly. In a game, no team will allow you a free shot. Your training should focus on releasing the ball quickly when defenders are out of position. To achieve this, you must refine your shooting form to minimize the time from receiving the ball to shooting, just like Curry, Coach He explained. "Wow, that sounds incredibly difficult," Wang Ziming lamented. He hadn't anticipated being asked to emulate such a legendary shooter, as there was only one Curry, and finding a second player of that caliber was virtually impossible. "Practice is the only solution to your issues. I've arranged for your shooting to be recorded. You need to review it extensively to correct your form." Coach He pointed to the nearby camera. The technological resources available were impressive, with various analytical tools and statistics, including insights into shooting efficiency. "I understand, Coach He." Wang Ziming nodded, realizing that without practice, nothing could be achieved. If he could merely reach 40% of others and Oppo's levels, it would be a monumental improvement. Coach He assigned Chu Lei and the others various training exercises, such as driving and post-play, as these were shortcuts to enhancing individual skills in a short time. He was confident that with consistent practice from now until the finals, each player would experience a remarkable transformation. After Coach He and Coach Shin had guided everyone through their additional training, they stood together. "Coach He, our first opponent is Taiwan Normal University. What strategy should we implement?" Coach Shin inquired. "For this match, let them play freely. Last year's opponent was evenly matched with us, and this year we can afford to be more relaxed." Coach He replied, "We should aim to expose their weaknesses. Only then will we truly understand the issues within our own team, allowing us to address them at their roots." Coach Shin was taken aback by this answer, as he had spent considerable time preparing several tactical plans. It seemed all that effort had been in vain. Coach He glanced at him, encouragingly stating, "Do not be discouraged. All your efforts will yield rewards." "I've gained a wealth of knowledge from you. There's enough here for me to learn for a lifetime," Coach Shin complimented. "There's no need for such flattery," Coach He replied nonchalantly. As someone with formal training and extensive experience in high-level play, it was natural for him to possess a higher understanding of the game. However, he was simply not fond of compliments. Regarding their next opponent, Coach He had already conducted thorough research, confident there would be no unforeseen complications. With him on the court, adjusting the lineup would not pose any issues. Thus, after more than half a month of training, Sulu and his team prepared to face their first opponent. This match would take place at H Normal University, their home court. The players from T Normal University had arrived the previous day, and as the match was about to commence, the gymnasium was filled to capacity. Chapter 34, a clash of offenses and a new record in team history. As the referee and Oppo's whistle echoed throughout the arena, the two teams concluded their warm-ups. Sulu and his teammates exchanged friendly handshakes with their opponents. Standing at the center circle, Shinjun prepared to jump for the ball against a slightly shorter player wearing the number 5 jersey. The referee tossed the ball into the air. Despite his shorter stature, the number 5 player from T Normal University exhibited impressive leaping ability, successfully directing the ball to his teammate. T Normal University initiated the first offensive play, demonstrating that they had engaged in pre-game drills. Their opening move targeted the paint, with Chun Jun and Yang Chuanbua effectively guarding their respective opponents. Unexpectedly, the opposing point guard slipped along the baseline and effortlessly banked a shot into the basket. Chu Lei pointed to himself, acknowledging his mistake. Sulu executed a baseline inbound pass, and Chu Lei dribbled the ball up the court, delivering a long-range pass to Wang Ziming. Without hesitation, Wang Ziming took the shot. His release so swift that the defense barely had time to react before the ball swished through the net. This was the fruit of Wang Ziming's rigorous training, and he and Chu Lei exchanged a celebratory high-five after scoring another point. The point guard then motioned for his teammates to spread out, specifically allowing the number 5 player to set a high screen. It was evident that he intended to exploit a size mismatch, challenging Shinjun to a one-on-one duel. The key to this strategy lay in leveraging the speed and ball-handling skills of the guard to create open shot opportunities or drive to the basket. True to form, after the screen, he managed to draw Chinjun closer to the three-point line. Suddenly, the point guard changed direction and accelerated past Chinjun, charging towards the paint. Accompanied by the number 5 player, the point guard passed the ball to the number 5, who executed a gentle hook shot, scoring with ease. If this trend continued, the situation could become precarious. Sulu glanced at Coach He, who remained unperturbed, arms crossed. Coach He had not devised any offensive or defensive strategies for the day, relying solely on the individual capabilities of Sulu and his teammates. Demanding a post-up play, Sulu backed down his opponent, faking a move that drew the attention of the number 3 defender before executing a smooth fadeaway jumper. Both teams showcased a high success rate during these exchanges, making for an exhilarating match. The spectators on the sidelines erupted in cheers, while the offensive exchanges were thrilling. They also highlighted a significant issue. The defensive capabilities of both teams were lacking, resulting in a back-and-forth scoring battle. As the first quarter concluded, H Normal University trailed T Normal University by a narrow margin of 24-25. Wiping his sweat with a towel, Sulu turned to Coach He, suggesting, "Shall we implement a zone defense? It seems they primarily attack inside, and their outside shooting percentage is quite low." "No need," Coach He replied nonchalantly. "With you on the court, they cannot win. Do you lack confidence in your own abilities?" "Coach He, I am about to turn 19. Your provocation tactics no longer work on me. Are you trying to manipulate me?" Sulu looked at him skeptically. "Why employ more complex strategies when you can let your scoring ability shine? Show everyone how you triumphed over Qianjiang Sports Institute," Coach He stated matter-of-factly. Understanding Coach He and Oppo's intentions, Sulu recognized that he wanted him to showcase his skill and gain the respect of all. Although this was a tall order, breaking the team and Oppo's scoring record would indeed change the narrative. "Do you know what our team and Oppo's highest score is?" Coach He inquired. 41 points, Chulei chimed in, recalling their previous discussions. "Do you think you can surpass that record?" Coach He pressed further. Sulu remained silent, but nodded in affirmation. Coach He clapped his hands and instructed the players, "Pass the ball to Sulu. Let him take charge of the offense." This was the first and final strategy Coach He had devised for the day. The players respected their coach and Oppo's directives. And it was not merely because Coach He was their coach. His reputation as a 5-time scoring champion commanded their admiration. "It's all on you, Brother Lu," Chulei declared, leading the charge. With Sulu orchestrating the plays, a plethora of strategies unfolded. He drove to the basket, drawing defenders, allowing for opportunities to either score himself or assist open teammates. This approach proved to be remarkably straightforward yet highly efficient. As the second quarter commenced, H Normal University regained possession. Chulei passed the ball to Sulu, who faced a defender and pushed forward. The number 3 defender struggled to keep pace, gasping for breath as Sulu powered through, elevating near the restricted area to sink a jumper. From the sidelines, T Normal University's coach shouted, "Quick, inbound the ball. Attack, attack." At that moment, Wang Ziming had already retreated to the backcourt, making a fast break impossible for T Normal University. As the inbounding player hesitated, Sulu suddenly darted into the passing lane. The referee and Oppo's whistle sounded, signaling a violation for exceeding the inbound time limit, granting H Normal University possession. Sulu waved to his teammates in the backcourt, prompting Wang Ziming and others to return. Sulu executed the inbound pass to Chinjun, who promptly returned the ball to him. The opposing coach yelled again, "Double team. Don't let him shoot." With 2 defenders converging on him, Sulu, in past scenarios, would have passed the ball. However, today, he was eager to test the results of his specialized training. He dribbled to the right, breaking through the defense with a sudden lateral pivot, creating space for a clean shot. The basketball bounced twice on the rim before falling through the net, adding another 2 points to the scoreboard. What an Oppo's going on? How can 2 defenders fail to contain 1 player? "Focus," echoed the frustrated voice of the opposing coach. As the second quarter concluded, H Normal University led with a score of 60-48. Sulu, having single-handedly amassed 28 points in the first half, left Coach Shin astonished. It appeared that shattering the team and Oppo's scoring record was indeed within reach. Not only the scoring record, look at the assists and rebounds as well. His stats are approaching the all-time records, Coach He remarked to Coach Shun. Coach Shun had not taken note of these statistics until he glanced at the technical table, his jaw dropping in disbelief. "This is astonishing. 8 rebounds, 6 assists, and 3 steals in the first half." If he knew Sulu had not yet exerted himself fully, his expression would be even more exaggerated. Unbeknownst to him, Su had effortlessly accumulated such impressive numbers. "What are your plans for the second half?" Coach Shin inquired. Eager to know the tactical approach. "Let Su play the full game. As for the others, you can manage their rotations," Coach He replied, seemingly indifferent to tactical discussions. "Are you sure it's all right not to let him rest, even if the opponent and Oppos, S defense isn't particularly strong?" Coach Shin asked, concern evident in his voice. "Not a problem, let S push him to his limits," Coach He retorted. Chapter 35, A Relaxed Victory, securing the first game as the third quarter commenced. Coach Shin opted to substitute most of the starters, with the exception of Su Lu. "Brother Lu is indeed unyielding," Shin Jun remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow as he took a sip of water. Su Lu had already amassed an impressive 28 points in the first half, proving to be an unstoppable force. Yang Chuanhe had just taken a glance at the technical area. "Hey, the second half will only be more intense," Wang Ziming observed. Noting the dynamics on the court, the opposing team and Oppos, S main defensive players had also been replaced. Fatigued, he found it difficult to contend with Su Lu, who was touted as the best defensive player in the school, yet had never encountered a player so formidable. Despite being double-teamed, it was clear that Su Lu was simply beyond their reach. "I bet he will score 50 points, Chu Lei declared. His confidence stemmed not from underestimating Su Lu, but rather from his belief that Su Lu would not need to play the entire game. The match would soon enter garbage time before it concluded. The cheers from the sidelines were thunderous, all chanting, "Go H Teachers College." Among them, some called out specifically for Su Lu. "Brother Lu, keep it up." Su Lu smiled and waved, acknowledging their support, which elicited another wave of excited screams, predominantly from his male admirers. In this quarter, the technical prowess of both teams and Oppos substitutes was noticeably less than that of the starters. This was directly reflected in the slowing pace of the opposing team and Oppos' offense, which no longer resembled the earlier onslaught. The player defending Su Lu, the number 3, felt helpless. He hadn't anticipated that Su Lu would possess such stamina after 2 quarters of play, especially since Su Lu had been the primary offensive player in the first half. After controlling the ball, he quickly passed it to the substitute at position 5, who missed the hook shot. Su Lu skillfully maneuvered behind the number 3 to secure a defensive rebound. He advanced with the ball, launching a shot from beyond the arc that swished through the net. "Get closer, don't leave him open," the opposing coach bellowed in frustration. If he could, he would have berated the number 3 player to the heavens. With 31 points scored by one player, their team would surely become a laughingstock at T Teachers College. Within just 5 or 6 minutes, the score escalated to 72-54, with H Teachers College holding an 18-point lead. The opposing coach called a timeout. He needed to intensify his double-teaming strategy and increase the number of players joining in. "When he gets the ball, you 3 go after him. It's better to let others score than allow him to." His words were blunt, acknowledging the slim chances of turning the game around unless Su Lu was taken off the court. When the timeout concluded, all of the opposing team's starters returned to the court, determined to give it one last push. It would be a matter of winning or losing based on the latter half of the third quarter. With the starters back in play, the opposing team finally managed to engage in a competitive exchange with Su Lu and Oppos as substitutes. Yet Su Lu remained an indomitable force. Even a triple team was futile against him. The effectiveness of his training was evident, and Su Lu couldn't and Oppos help but reflect on how, in the past, he would have made numerous mistakes under such pressure. Coach E's targeted training had proven exceptionally beneficial. Now, even when faced with 3 defenders, Su Lu adeptly identified weaknesses, penetrating the paint for scores or distributing the ball to teammates for successful finishes. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 82-62. The game had lost all suspense. Su Lu had single-handedly scored 45 points. "This is unreal. He must be a professional player," the beleaguered number 3 player lamented. "After 3 quarters, he still has so much energy. It's astonishing," the number 5 chimed in. Despair was evident in their eyes. To face such a caliber of player in their first match was overwhelming. "I remember now. His name is Su Lu. My cousin mentioned that during their military trainings, Su Lu ran 20,000 meters in just over 50 minutes. The number 2 player exclaimed, his eyes widening. He finally recognized the name of this freshman legend. "He is a freshman? I thought he had transferred from another province." Achieving such results at his age was indeed extraordinary. They had completely abandoned any thoughts of resistance. Even their previously vocal coach fell silent, realizing they were up against an anomaly. No strategy would suffice. unless they resorted to unsportsmanlike tactics, which they would never consider, not in a place like this. Clapping his hands, the opposing coach rallied his team, stating, "All right, regardless of how powerful the enemy may be, we must face them bravely. We will continue to strive in the next match." "Yes, coach," they replied. The final quarter devolved into garbage time. After 2 more minutes on the court, Su Lu reached the 50-point milestone and was substituted out. This achievement was enough to win the admiration of all. It was evident that the opposing team had surrendered their resistance, and there was no need to keep the starters on the court. This was an unwritten rule of basketball. As Su Lu exited the court, he was met with a resounding applause, and his male fanbase continued to grow. Amidst the crowd, an older man stood to leave. His assistant followed closely behind. "Mr. Fan, how is it? What a pity. I wonder what the Physical Education Institute is doing. Such a talented player." Yet he was allowed to slip away. "Send his statistics to the Physical Education Institute," Mr. Fan replied, walking away with his hands clasped behind his back. He was the coach of the CBA Xinjiang team, and having heard that the Physical Education Institute's team had been defeated, he had come specifically to observe this Su Lu. His expectations were confirmed. Su Lu was undoubtedly exceptional. However, it seemed unlikely that he would join the Xinjiang team in the future. Old Chi had made an unforgivable mistake. "He is indeed impressive. This kid wasn't that formidable before," his assistant commented as they exited the venue. Old He watched Coach Fan's retreating figure, disdain evident in his sneer. "That old fellow doesn't even come to greet me, a former captain. How impudent." Old He still hoped that Su Lu would play for the Xinjiang team after finishing in the NBA. This was the team where Old He had once played, but unfortunately, their paths had crossed unfavorably. Given Su Lu's character, he would likely avoid the Xinjiang team at all costs. Thus, early that morning, Old He had rushed to the Physical Education Institute to give Old Chi a piece of his mind. "That old fellow is truly unscrupulous, fostering a wolf-like competition. How could today's youth possibly accept such tactics? This outdated management system needs reform. Times have changed." Teacher and Oppos, as college had secured the first victory, but in 2 days, they would face a formidable opponent, Xinjiang University. Old He had much to attend to in the coming days. Although they had won, the players needed to acknowledge their shortcomings. Adjusting in just 2 days would be a significant challenge, testing Old He's capabilities. Chapter 36, New Rivals, Strong New Generation. Old He remarked to Su Lu, "You certainly have captured quite a bit of attention, Haven and Oppos. To you? Ha. Am I really that popular?" Su Lu chuckled in response. Old He nodded and said, "Indeed." The head coach of the Xinjiang team just left. Su Lu wrinkled his nose, expressing his disdain for that team. "Do you see who is up in the stands?" Old He noted, pointing out another figure to Su Lu. Su Lu shrugged. "I'm not concerned about that." His familiarity lay predominantly with NBA players, possessing scant knowledge of domestic athletes. After all, his training commitments were exceedingly rigorous. While others were engaged in romantic pursuits, he was on the court. When others faced heartbreak, he was still playing, and even when others welcomed new life, he remained focused on the game. This had been his routine for many years. Following Old He's gaze, Su Lu spotted a tall figure with a buzz cut, an unremarkable face. He shook his head and declared, "I don't know him." Old He replied, "That's Fan Shiping from Xinjiang University. He is quite renowned, currently in his junior year. Last year, he ranked 4th in the MVP voting and is the top scorer for Xinjiang University." "Fan Shiping, is that so?" Chu Lei interjected. "You know him?" Su Lu inquired. Not particularly surprised. The basketball community was small, and familiar faces were commonplace. "I know him. He plays the small forward position. He is our opponent the day after tomorrow." "But don't they have a game today against H Electric?" Chu Lei noted. H Electric is too weak. They're probably giving him a breather to scout the competition," Chen Jun speculated. Indeed, the two teams were not on the same level. H Normal University was originally a third-tier team, and Fan Shiping wouldn't necessarily need to scout. However, the arrival of Su Lu and Wang Ziming had significantly altered the attitudes of players from other schools. After all, few teams in the province could defeat Xinjiang Physical Education Institute. Perhaps Xinjiang University could, or Yongqing University might have a chance. Yet, Su Lu and his companions were clearly a makeshift team, which set a different precedent. If a makeshift team could triumph over a professional one, the individual prowess of its members must be extraordinary. "It doesn't matter. I'll take my shot," Su Lu declared with a nonchalant shake of his head. "Wow, Brother Lu, you're being quite dramatic," Xiao Ming teased. While they spoke, Fan Shiping had already risen to leave. Captain, are you leaving so soon? Asked LV Songs Han, a freshman player and Fan Shiping S Jr. He was considered the most talented perimeter player Fan Shiping had encountered thus far, a secret weapon for Qianzhong University. It was undeniable that Qianzhong University held a prestigious reputation, as many athletic scholarship recipients in the province aspired to attend. This way, when asked about their school, they could boast a considerable standing. Fan Shiping replied, "There's nothing more to see. It's already garbage time." "What do you think of that, Sulo?" LV Songs Han inquired. "Hard to beat. He is a formidable opponent. However, I believe our team will win," Fan Shiping stated confidently. After all, this teacher's college team seemed to lack tactical execution. They relied solely on individual plays, which might allow them to overcome some weaker teams through sheer talent. Yet, there was no chance they could best a top-tier team like theirs. LV Songs Han chuckled, revealing a bright smile. "I think so too, Captain. We truly share the same view." With that, he glanced back at Su Lu, who was conversing with his teammates, before turning to leave. Fan Shiping remarked, "This kid can really play. He scored 50 points on his own. I might be able to do that too," LV Songs Han pondered aloud. "You still have significant room to grow. While he may have already reached his peak, I know you're eager, but don't rush it." Fan Shiping offered a common piece of advice. The essence being that the future belongs to you, but the present is mine. Many, like Fan Shiping, were there to scout the competition. In the audience, numerous scouts were present as well. They had all rated Sulu and Amp, Oppo's S player report exceptionally high and SSS level athlete. If Sulu were willing, they would eagerly recruit him for their clubs. Unfortunately, Sulu had no such intentions. On the court, the two teams were engaged in a friendly post-game exchange. Sulu asked Old He, "What are we having for dinner? Shall we go out for beef?" Initially, there was cause for celebration after winning the match. But Sulu felt indifferent. There were few suitable options in regular restaurants. Steak would be a preferable choice. Old He glanced at Sulu and said, Juan has a half day off. I and Oppos, am heading home. You can eat at your leisure." "Hey, you're sneaking off to see Sister Juan. How cunning." Sulu joked, although he had no intention of tagging along for a meal. Like Old He disliked driving. The passenger seat felt too cramped. Old He looked at him disdainfully before waving goodbye. He had intended to review the match, but decided to postpone it until the next morning, giving them a break for the day. Sulu opened his phone to find several WeChat messages. "How was the match?" It was from He Huan. He casually sent a video in reply. "Hello." He Huan's gentle voice came through. She had originally planned to watch the game, but was dissuaded by Sulu due to time constraints. "We won." Sulu raised his eyebrows. "Don't be too proud. Keep working hard," He Huan laughed. "Understood. Are you setting off early tomorrow?" "Yes, around 5 a.m. Your dad is home for dinner. He probably misses you." "Oh, that old man is being lazy again." "I am too," Sulu replied, opening his mouth to speak. "Okay, I know. Go wash up and eat. I need to help in the kitchen. Bye." After ending the call, Sulu grabbed his bag and headed to dinner with Xiaoming. He still had evening practice ahead. There was no room for complacency. "Brother Lu, look. Your fans have come for your autograph," Wang Ziming remarked, balancing a plate. Sulu shook his head and addressed the classmates. "No, I'm busy." The classmates were not overly disappointed, merely a bit regretful. It wasn't he that Sulu was aloof. He was simply too occupied. "You're truly heartless," Wang Ziming teased. "They will understand. Fandom must be rational," Sulu replied. He had never been one to idolize celebrities, thus he knew how to decline others. "If it were me, I would have added them on WeChat and asked them for support," Wang Ziming said, taking a hearty bite of beef. "That is quite an optimistic thought. Do you know any of those people who came to the gym today?" Sulu inquired. "I don't know much. I mostly follow the CBA and am not interested in these young kids." "You speak as if you're ancient," Sulu chuckled. "Of course, Brother Lu. What do you think about me joining the military?" Wang Ziming hesitated before asking. "Joining the military sounds good. I've heard you can still play basketball afterward." Sulu replied, "Go get some training. You can choose to retire after 2 years. But you're too thin. You need to eat more," Sulu continued. "And you're no different. If you go to the NBA, don't let those players knock you over. Get lost. In a year, I'll weigh 90 kilograms. Not enough? Aim for at least 100 kilograms. All right. Chapter 37. Tactical training completed. VS Qianzhong University team. The following day, everyone arrived at the gym early. After warming up, Lauhe and Coach Shen also arrived. Lauhe guided Su Lu and his teammates to the multimedia room, where they reviewed the previous day's match. Coach Shen pointed out the shortcomings of each player in both offensive and defensive aspects. This process lasted nearly the entire morning. As noon approached, Lao He began to summarize, stating, "As you can see, our offensive strategies are severely lacking, and our defense is riddled with flaws. Some might argue that our lack of a tactical plan led to this performance. However, that is not the case. It reflects your most primal combat instincts. Why was Su Lu able to score 50 points? Was it merely due to having the ball more or taking more shots? Those are just minor factors. The most crucial aspect is his high offensive efficiency, 20 out of 30 attempts. Therefore, in this match, I want everyone to recognize the limits of your innate combat instincts. How can you harness these instincts and utilize tactics to mitigate your weaknesses while amplifying your strengths? Chu Lei, where do you believe you fell short?" Chu Lei, engrossed in the discussion, was taken aback by the sudden question. He stood up and replied, "Well, my man-to-man defense is easily breached, and I also lack decisiveness in my attacks." "Exactly. It seems Coach Shun and Appo's analysis has helped you gain clarity about yourself," Lao He teased, eliciting laughter from the teammates. "But that and Appo's all right. How do you think you can address these issues?" Lao He continued to inquire. It would be great if someone could help me with defensive support. And perhaps Chen Jun could set a ball screen at the top of the arc," Chu Lei pondered before responding. Lao He was quite pleased with his answer and gestured for him to sit down. "You and Appo's, correct. But if we rely solely on this tactic, it would be easy for the opponents to see through it," Lao He elaborated. "Thus, we generally need to diversify our tactics, assigning each player a specific offensive strategy. Follow me to the court." Lao He clapped his hands, signaling everyone to accompany him to the court. Upon reaching the court, Lao He instructed Team 2 to defend while Team 1 attacked, implementing the 5 tactic. He raised a finger. This tactic involves Chu Lei drawing away the opposing center with an off-ball screen and returning the ball to Chen Jun, allowing Chen Jun to exploit a mismatch in the paint. Chen Jun effortlessly scored against a player a head shorter than him. Lao He subsequently outlined several more tactics, each tailored to different positions, enabling the players to score with ease. "Do you see? This is the tactical content we've been training on recently," Lao He continued after they reviewed all the strategies. "However, this is still insufficient. If the opponents analyze enough of our footage, they will eventually discern our patterns. Therefore, we need an unpredictable variable to keep them guessing. That variable is Su Lu. When he has the ball, he can play freely. You just need to coordinate your movements with him." As Coach Shin listened, he increasingly found this reasoning compelling. Their pattern is to have no pattern at all, as this unpredictability is known only to them, rendering them nearly impervious to exploitation on offense. Lao He, indeed, lived up to his reputation. "I want the initiator of all attacks to be Chu Lei at the point guard position. You possess a broad perspective, which is your advantage. Thus, you must initiate tactics based on the dynamics of the game." Meeting Lao He's trusting gaze, Chu Lei nodded vigorously. "I truly am a genius. I am no less capable than anyone else." Lao He then turned to Chen Jun, instructing him to extend to the perimeter, drawing the opposing center out. "This is why I have been urging you to practice your mid-range shooting." "Understood, Coach," Chen Jun replied. Following that, Lao He addressed Yang Chunbua, stating, "You have but one requirement. Do not lose the ball while dribbling. You need to develop the ability to attack the paint with the ball." Yang Chunbua had been diligently practicing his dribbling, a task assigned by Lao He, yet his considerable height made this challenge formidable. After clarifying the roles of the 5 primary players, they all understood their positions better, having just played a game. With a fresh perspective, Lao He also reiterated the importance of cooperation among the substitutes. The entire team radiated an uplifting spirit, an indomitable quality that is rare for any team. One cannot deny Lao He's prowess as a motivational leader. He understands the deep-seated desires of each player, enabling him to tailor strategies according to their unique traits. The afternoon's agenda was to continue training, with a longer session today and a lighter one tomorrow, as there would be a match the day after. "I believe you will not fall short against Xinjiang University, and you may even triumph over them. Do you have confidence?" Lao He concluded, nearly shouting. "Yes." The players responded in unison, their voices merging into a resonant chorus that would send shivers down the spine of any adversary. "Excellent. Disperse for lunch," Lao He remarked after glancing at his watch. The players made their way to the cafeteria. Although there had been no physical exertion that morning, the mental engagement was far more demanding, a true test of their basketball IQ. As Coach Shin walked alongside Lao He said, "To be honest, yesterday I thought you had given up on the match. Because I did not assign a tactical plan?" Lao He inquired. "Exactly. I assumed you wanted them to learn from their defeat," Coach Shin replied. Lao He shook his head, stating, "If a game can be won, There is no need to play to lose. That would be too demoralizing. In reality, there are not many games in the Cuba. It is unnecessary to lose just for the sake of losing. Indeed, Coach Shin agreed. I've heard this tournament will conclude in March. Having been a coach for a long time, he possessed far more information than Lao He. Lao He nodded, acknowledging his awareness. How is the intelligence gathering on Xinjiang University progressing? Lao He suddenly inquired, refusing to underestimate such a formidable opponent. We and Oppos, VE not gathered much on the freshmen, but we have obtained information on last season and Oppos, S starters. As for Fan Shiping, I need not elaborate, but I have heard that Lu Songshan is also quite formidable. Lao He paused momentarily. You know him? Coach Shin asked. Of course, he has visited my gym. He is indeed a strong player, Lao He admitted, unable to suppress his admiration. Yet, Sulu had never faced him, promising an exciting match ahead. As the day of the match approached, Sulu and his teammates arrived at Xinjiang University, and the competition officially commenced. Chapter 38. The devastating impact of Sulu at Xinjiang University is renowned. Its reputation is such that every individual who has sat for the college entrance examination is familiar with it. It serves as the dream institution for many. The university boasts 7 campuses, 5 of which are situated in Hangzhou. The affiliated hospitals of the medical school are scattered throughout the city. Today, Su Lu and his companions have arrived at the Huajiachi campus. The venue is filled to capacity with spectators fervently supporting the players of Qian University. What a splendid sight it is! Wang Ziming gazes at the senior girls by the sidelines and cannot help but express his admiration. Hey, just wait. For every basket you make, those seniors will turn into a poison that could be your undoing, Su Lu interjects, dousing Wang Ziming's enthusiasm. What does it matter? Isn't the journey of conquest what men cherish most? They will adore me in due time, Wang Ziming replies unwaveringly. Sulu can only shrug, bemused by the increasingly brazen attitude of his friend. As the warm-up concludes, Kochi claps his hands to gather the team. He extends his right hand, and the players collectively place their hands atop one another. Identify your defensive positions. Do not leave anyone unguarded. Focus is the key to victory, Kochi instructs. All right. The players shout in unison. Treat every match as if it were your last. Fear not the prospect of defeat. 1, 2, 3, go. They rally together. On the opposing side, the players of Qian University have also completed their pre-game pep talk. As the referee and Oppos' whistle pierces the air, the match officially commences. Shen Jun fails to secure the jump ball, and Qian University's offense begins. Lu Songshan has been elevated to a starting position, indicating the team's serious approach to this game. Unlike the previous match where only a few key players were utilized. However, they triumphed effortlessly over H Electric team in that encounter. It must be acknowledged that Qian University possesses considerable strength. Lu Songshan advances the ball and passes it to Fan Shiping, who is positioned for a play. Fan Shiping, holding the ball, refrains from immediate action and remarks to Su Lu, "You are quite formidable." Su Lu, momentarily taken aback, responds without hesitation, "I know." Fan Shiping nods. "Then allow me to witness just how formidable you truly are." He dribbles and breaks through with remarkable speed, yet Su Lu keeps pace, refusing to yield. Suddenly, Fan Shiping halts, dribbles behind his back, switches to his left hand, and changes direction to continue his drive. The sound of Su Li's shoes squeaking against the floor echoes as he follows closely. At this moment, Fan Shiping has reached the baseline and executes a reverse layup, successfully scoring. The crowd erupts in cheers, collectively shouting MVP. It seems they still harbor grievances over Fan Shiping and Oppos' failure to secure the MVP title in the previous season. Fan Shiping raises his index finger to Su Lu, proclaiming, "I'll score first." Su Lu smiles, nonchalantly indicating that it matters little, after all. There is ample time left in the match as he prepares to inbound the ball. Chu Lei receives the pass and swiftly advances into the front court. Assessing the situation on the court before signaling a 2 with his hands, indicating that Wang Ziming should set an off-ball screen before taking a shot. Shin Jun sets a screen for Wang Ziming, who creates space from his defender, positioned at the 3-point line. Wang Ziming takes a clean shot as the defender lunges but misses. With a swish, the ball finds the net. As the opposing team transitions to offense, Lu Songshan again passes to Fan Shiping, while Su Lu closely guards him. This time, Su Lu is determined not to allow an easy breakthrough. Fan Shiping, with his back to Su Lu, employs a triple threat stance before executing a quick turnaround jumper. Su Lu's block arrives before the shot is released, surprising Fan Shiping with his leaping speed. Realizing he has miscalculated, Fan Shiping reluctantly passes the ball out. After receiving the ball, Lu Songzon delivers a quick pass to the fifth player, who, after faking out Shinjun, leaps effortlessly to score. U1 and Amp, Oppos, T score more than 20 points today. Sula remarks as he passes by Fan Shiping. I will do my utmost, Fan Shiping replies amiably. But I will take 40 points from you, Sula continues. As if stating a mere fact. Let us see, Fan Shiping responds, maintaining his composure, having encountered many exceptionally talented players before, ultimately subduing them all. There has never been an exception, which is why he remains so calm and unruffled. One wonders, however, what expression he will wear when Su Lu dominates him on the court. Chulei passes the ball to Su Lu, emulating Fan Shiping. Su Lu performs a triple threat before beginning his drive, dribbling behind his back to change direction and glide towards the baseline. However, instead of executing a layup, Su Lu leaps high to deliver a powerful dunk over the fifth player, nearly distorting the rim with his force. It must be said that Fan Shiping's techniques are indeed effective. Su Lu has resolved that today's primary objective is to learn from Fan Shiping's moves. His dunk resonates like a silencing spell, leaving the home crowd in stunned silence. Su Lu turns to Fan Shiping, requesting, "Show me more moves." Fan Shiping remains calm, replying, "Sure." Observing Su Lu's remarkable physical attributes and refined skills, he notes that he can execute any maneuver effortlessly, emboldened by the challenge. Fan Shiping continues to call for the ball, isolating against Su Lu. Su Lu places his left hand on Fan Shiping's waist. Fan Shiping feints a couple of times, shifting Su Lu and Oppos' center of gravity to the right before spinning away to drive toward the basket. As he releases the ball toward the hoop, Su Lu springs from behind, delivering an emphatic block that sends the ball flying away. Without pausing, he grips the ball in his right hand, extends his arms, and tosses it toward the front court. Wang Ziming, positioned perfectly, receives the ball and executes a three-step layup, scoring effortlessly. Wang Ziming turns back to Su Lu, giving him a thumbs up. This team appears to be lacking in challenge, as scoring feels rather effortless. Fan Shiping remains perplexed, still trying to comprehend how Su Lu managed to keep pace and leap so high to intercept the ball. Was that your full effort? Did you hold back in the last game? He questions, bewildered. If this is indeed the case, then Su Lu is truly a formidable opponent. The impact of Su Lu's prowess leaves Fan Shiping feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Su Lu, in silence, merely shakes his head, leaving ambiguity regarding whether he denies holding back or not. Fan Shiping refrains from demanding the ball again, instead opting to set screens away from the ball. This time, they maneuver past Su Lu's defense and force their way into the paint, successfully redirecting the game back on course. However, in the following exchange, Su Lu replicates Fan Shiping and Oppos' offensive technique. He feints, shifting Fan Shiping's balance before charging toward the basket. Unlike before, Su Lu does not attempt a layup but delivers yet another thunderous dunk. In his view, only by sending the ball through the hoop can he ensure a stable output. After this dunk, Fan Shiping's inner resolve shatters like glass. Chapter 39. I know you're impatient with merely 3 offensive attempts and 2 defensive maneuvers. Su Lu managed to rattle the composed Fan Shiping. However, Su Lu remained somewhat restrained. He predominantly employed his opponent's tactics to conquer them, reserving his own unique skills for a more opportune moment. In simpler terms, Fan Shiping, ranked 4th as an MVP, still possessed enough value to warrant Su Lu's full effort. On the sidelines, a man adorned with a press pass around his neck, inscribed with Qianbao Media Yuqiu, fervently snapped photographs of Su Lu, chattering incessantly. This is my chance to achieve fame. Securing a follow-up on this player, Su Lu will allow me to stand out among journalists at this Cuba event. He owed this opportunity to coach Fan of the CBA Xinjiang team, who had recommended Su Lu to him. Yet, today there seemed to be an abundance of fellow journalists. Perhaps due to the fact that this young man had scored 50 points in his last match. Yuqiu continued talking to himself, reflecting on the solitary nature of journalism, where one often relies on intuition to determine whether an event or an individual will gain prominence, especially in the realm of sports journalism. Established players already had dedicated reporters following them, leaving only emerging talents like Su Lu as the subjects that offered reporters a chance for exclusive coverage. Earlier, Yuqiu had captured 2 of Su Lu's spectacular dunks. He scrolled through the previously taken photos, studying them intently. He aimed to analyze Su Lu and Oppos' movements in order to anticipate the perfect moment for his next shot. His mind raced, even crafting a potential headline: "The strongest of the new generation dismantles last year's 4th MVP." Such a title was sure to resonate with the audience. And once they became invested, Yuqiu could maintain his momentum. Suddenly, the horn blared, signaling a timeout for Team Qian. The coach turned to Fan Shiping, inquiring, "What is going on? Are you feeling a bit overwhelmed?" He could sense something was amiss. Fan seemed to be under pressure. Fan Shiping glanced at Su Lu and assured, "It's fine. I will handle him. Perhaps it would be wise not to overexert yourself. Let Xiaolong assist you with defense," the opposing coach interjected, trusting his intuition. Fan Shiping was taken aback. His coach had never spoken to him this way before, heightening his unease and agitation. The usually composed player felt as if he might combust. Before Fan could finish, the coach waved his hand decisively, stating, "One player cannot contain that young man. If we can suppress him, victory will be ours. Nothing is more important than winning. Everyone must concede to this principle, myself included." The coach paused, then continued, "Xiao Lu, you take on their number 2 position. Prevent fast breaks, stay closely marked. Wherever he goes, you follow." Today, all the points scored had come from Su Lu and Wang Ziming, making them impossible to ignore. "Understood, Coach," Lu Songzhan replied, sipping water. "Today, you have my full support. Unlimited freedom to shoot," the coach affirmed. Given that Fan Shiping was struggling offensively, they could no longer place their hopes solely on him. With so many skilled players at their disposal, it was wise to divert attention from Su Lu. This strategy echoed the ancient wisdom of Sun Tzu. Lu Songzhan felt a surge of excitement. He had primarily focused on facilitating the team with assists. But he was also a top-notch scorer. No player relished defense more than the thrill of scoring, except perhaps Simmons, who would pass even on wide-open shots. "All right, everyone. Maintain your aggressiveness, play fiercely, and show your spirit." The team responded in unison, "Yes, coach." 321. Let us go. Meanwhile, Old He of H Normal University made no changes. As his players were performing admirably, his concern lay in the potential fatigue that could arise from the opponent's increased defensive intensity. "Chu Lei, attack the paint more," he instructed. "While they still have energy, let them shine. The second half and Oppo's offense may falter quickly." Chu Lei, quick-witted, grasped the coach and Oppo's intent. "Understood, coach. In the next quarter, or when the substitutes come in, we'll ensure they lock down their players. That will be when Su Lu can unleash his full potential." The trajectory of the game resembled an electrocardiogram, vividly displayed on Old He's imaginary screen. "All right, time to hit the court." Old He extended his hand as per custom. 321. Let us go. His rallying cry was more resounding than that of the opponents, given their leading position, a source of pride against the formidable Qian team. On the sidelines, the classmates who had been absorbed in the game erupted in cheer, spurred on by the atmosphere. "Go, Qian team! Go, Qian team!" The cheers reverberated. Upon re-entering the court, Fan Shiping, like a striking serpent, fixated on Su Lu. Su Lu sensed the shift in Fan Shiping's demeanor. "It seems you're getting anxious." "I know you are. But hold that thought. The true duel begins in the second half." The prowess of Team Qian was undeniable once they restricted Fan Shiping from one-on-one plays. The ball began to circulate swiftly. With a high pick-and-roll from the 5 position, Lu Songzhan created space and executed a jumper, sinking the ball into the net. Su Lu pointed at Lu Songzhan and remarked to Fan Shiping, "Your coach seems to have lost faith in you. In the face of victory, everyone must yield." Fan Shiping turned away, filled with resentment. This contest with Su Lu had been abruptly interrupted. "It appears my words may come true today. Your score will not exceed 20 points. Su Lu sprinted towards the front court. "You." Fan Shiping was momentarily speechless. A score below 20 was unprecedented for him. After Lu Songzhan's powerful shot, the scoreboard saw both teams trading points. At the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 30-25. With Su Lu having scored 10 points, a result of his reduced shooting attempts. As the first quarter concluded, the players from both teams were visibly fatigued. In the second quarter, both sides substituted players to minimize errors. Yet, Su Lu remained on the court, reminiscent of his performance against T Normal University. It seemed he was destined to play the entire game. Was he not exhausted? The observers on the sidelines were captivated by Su Lu's relentless energy. Is he on something? He is unstoppable. Yi Qiu and Oppo's camera flashed incessantly, capturing a series of shots of Su Lu. He resembled the deity of war. Chapter 40. Triple teaming vacant space. Su Lu was well aware of Lao He's intentions. He sought to let Su Lu shine, and Su Lu had no objections to this. On the court, one must adhere to the coach's strategies. As for the extent of one's performance, that depended solely on individual capability. The match proceeded, and Su Lu initiated an offensive play. As soon as he crossed the three-point line, 3 defenders converged upon him, having encountered such treatment in previous games. Su Lu was determined to demonstrate that this tactic was futile against him. He retreated a step, then surged forward, leaping high and threading through the narrow gap between the defenders. With one hand, he executed a deft flick, sending the ball through the hoop. Goodness, what is this? He*s incredible. Not even 3 defenders can contain him. It was noteworthy that these 3 substitutes were renowned for their defensive prowess. The opposing coach watched in dismay, frustrated that even with 3 formidable defenders, they could not thwart Su Lu's scoring. With the change of sides, the absence of LV Songzon and Apos' organization caused Chienda and Apos' offense to falter slightly, yet they still managed to score despite the struggle. The back and forth continued, with the game exhibiting even more flair than the starters. Were it not for the profound loyalty of the students towards their school, many would have defected to cheer for Su Lu. Now, it was no longer easy for Su Lu to receive the ball, as 2 to 3 players shadowed him, determined to prevent him from getting possession. This, however, created an exceedingly liberating shooting environment for his teammates, who outscored the starters. As the second quarter concluded, H Normal University maintained a lead of 62 to 48. In the players' locker room, Coach Qian was furious. Despite facing Qianjiang Sports Institute, trailing by double digits at halftime was unacceptable. Young men, lift your heads. We've only just finished the second quarter. There is still time. Our offensive strategy is sound, so do not doubt it. The reason for our deficit is the opponent's superior efficiency. We must intensify our defense, applying full-court pressure. You will alternate, trapping them with 2 players past half-court, and 3 as soon as they enter the 3-point line. Do not allow him to receive the ball easily. And even if he does, ensure he cannot pass it out. Do you understand? Understood, coach. It was evident that the players' confidence had faltered significantly. Such treatment had even eluded last year and Apos' MVP, Shou Qi, leaving them deeply frustrated. The coach continued, Xiao Fan, your primary responsibility in the second half is to contain that player. Don't worry about being too aggressive. This is our home court. Fan Shiping paused, sensing something amiss. After all, this was merely a grassroots match, and given their capabilities, the outcome would not hinder their progression. All right, the game is about to commence. Get on the court. The coach waved, urging the players forward. However, Fan Shiping hesitated and asked, Coach, why is that? The coach regarded his prized disciple and replied, He Guodong once overshadowed me. I refuse to lose again today. Fan Shiping nodded silently, understanding that this match could not be lost. On the other side, the H Normal University team appeared remarkably at ease. Su Lu had scored 18 points in the first half, though it was a tougher contest than the previous game. They led Qianda by 14 points. This was a feat the players had scarcely dared to dream of, considering they had lost to Qianda by over 40 points the previous year. After all, Qianda had recruited the finest high school players from across the province into their basketball team. Coach Shen stood behind Lao He and asked the players, How does it feel? To dominate them like this feels exhilarating. Even the substitutes can score against such elite talent. How could one not feel elated? This sensation was akin to the 4 great kings overpowering Sun Wukong. Of course, all of this was made possible by Lao He and Su Lu's efforts. Excellent. Maintain your focus and do not grow complacent, Coach Shen advised Lao He. Lao He crossed his arms, observing the players, with harsh words lodged in his throat. Unwilling to discourage them, the players, despite their limited talent, had missed several open shots, even failing to convert easy layups. If they had capitalized on those opportunities, the score margin would have widened considerably. Lao He remained primarily encouraging. They would not surrender. The second half would present a more formidable defensive challenge. Should they slacken their efforts, the opponents would seize the opportunity to turn the tide. Qianda was particularly adept at capitalizing on chances. A mere 2 minutes of complacency could allow them to close the gap by 10 points. Thus, I have but one request. Fight with all your might. If we surpass this hurdle, I believe we can advance. He was correct. The only teams that posed a significant threat were Qianjiang Sports Institute and Yongqing University. Even if they were to lose to these 2 teams, advancement was still a possibility. The players' expression shifted from elation to gravity. The coach's words resonated. If they could lead by 12 points in the first half, it was entirely plausible to lose that lead in the second. After all, in terms of overall strength, they were at a disadvantage. Su Lu stood up and assured, Do not worry. I promised Fan Shiping I would score 40 points against him, and I shall not renege on that. Brother Lu, you're so arrogant. I absolutely adore it. The players found themselves in a peculiar predicament, both anxious and exhilarated. This victory shall belong to us. 321. Let us go. They all shouted in unison. As they returned to the court, Su Lu exuded a renewed aura. However, Fan Shiping and his teammates were equally fierce. The game commenced with full court pressure, aiming to force Su Lu and his teammates into mistakes. Chu Lei passed the ball to Su Lu, and in the face of Fan Shiping and others' defense, Su Lu passed to Chen Jun. The opposing number 5 lunged forward but failed to stop in time, crashing heavily into Chen Jun, causing the ball to slip from his grasp. Whistle, foul for pushing. The number 5 player, unable to halt, looked apologetically at Chen Jun and extended a hand to help him up. Chen Jun, feeling sore from the collision, swatted his hand away. The number 5 player retracted his hand sheepishly. It seemed his gesture of goodwill had failed. Su Lu had not anticipated such intensity right from the start. Chen Jun made one of 2 free throws. LV Songshan then initiated an offensive play, breaking through Chu Lei and Amp Oppo's defense and charging into Chen Jun. Chen Jun raised both hands high, but LV Songshan managed to outmaneuver him. Whistle, defensive foul, the basket counts. The referee's whistle echoed once more. Not only had LV Songshan scored 2 points, but he also earned an additional free throw. Damn it, Chen Jun muttered under his breath. Su Lu approached him, sensing that the opposing team had targeted Chen Jun as their point of attack. LV Songshan converted the free throw. Now it was Su Li's turn to attack. He dribbled the ball outside the 3-point line, with Fan Shiping and LV Songshan closing in. Su Lu made his move, executing a swift change of direction to shake off Fan Shiping. However, Fan Shiping closely pursued, grabbing Su Lu and Amp Oppo's right arm and pressing against him. Su Lu glanced back, resolutely pulling Fan Shiping along as he advanced. Whistle, foul for holding. The referee's call rang out. Though the infraction was minor, the referee nonetheless took notice. Corrupt referee. Corrupt referee. A chorus of boos erupted. Chapter 41. It doesn't matter. I will take action as foretold by old he. Team Qin commenced to up the ante. They resorted to fouling without reservation to hinder Su Lu from scoring. As the third quarter commenced, they had already committed 2 fouls. However, they had yet to reach the limit of 4 fouls, thus no free throws were awarded. Chen Jun initiated the throw-in from the sidelines, delivering the ball to Su Lu. This time, 3 opponents closed in on him, encircling him with exaggerated movements as multiple hands reached for the ball. Under pressure, the referee refrained from blowing the whistle. Unable to discern the commotion within the throng, seizing the opportunity, Su Lu threaded the ball through the gaps, allowing Chen Jun, who had just returned from the sidelines, to receive it. The opposing player at the number 5 position lunged towards Chen Jun once more. Unlike his previous luck, Chen Jun was met with a firm block this time. However, after the block, the number 5 player did not relent and slapped Chen Jun on the head. Chen Jun fell to the ground, rising in anger, exclaiming, "Damn it, is this basketball or a brawl?" Although the number 5 player displayed a hint of remorse in his eyes, Chen Jun and Oppo's scolding extinguished it. "Who are you cursing at?" he retorted. Chen Jun pointed an accusatory finger at his nose, continuing, "I'm cursing you. What are you going to do about it?" He was clearly on the verge of losing his composure. Observing the escalating conflict, teammates hurried to separate the two. The crowd erupted with jeers, leaving Chen Jun feeling humiliated. It was undeniably a legitimate block, yet he remained unconsoled. Does anyone even know how to play? How did such a person make it onto the basketball team? He mused. This school is in disarray. They accept anyone. I believe they should be disqualified from the competition. Chen Jun gestured towards the spectators, rendered speechless by his fury. The referee's whistle pierced the air, issuing a warning to both sides. The defense must temper their physicality, and the offense must refrain from using foul language. The warnings were merely verbal, intended to quell the rising tempers, and lacked any substantial punitive measures. One must commend the referee for their adept handling of the situation. Lu Songzhan, from the sidelines, gestured for silence, attempting to pacify the students and prevent further uproar. Su Lu approached Chen Jun, saying, Jun, there is no need to be upset." Chen Jun took a few deep breaths, remarking, "They're out of control. It doesn't matter. I will take action." Su Lu responded calmly. "Pass me the ball. I will handle it," he instructed his teammates. Su Lu aimed to demonstrate through action that no amount of aggression could intimidate him. Chu Lei signaled an okay with his hand, and the chaos subsided as the match resumed. This time, Team Qian took the offensive. The initiator of the attack remained Lu Songzhan. His vision was expansive, and his offensive tactics were varied, not inferior to Fan Shiping. Chu Lei defended vigorously, yet still struggled to contain the play, allowing Wang Ziming to assist. The number 2 position became open, and Chu Lei passed the ball, resulting in a successful three-pointer. Team Qian closed the gap by 4 points, while Old He showed no intention of calling a timeout. This was a situation that required the players to adapt. Calling a timeout repeatedly would bear little fruit. Unless a tactical adjustment or a change in lineup occurred, it was apparent that the current lineup was already the strongest available, and any further adjustments would only lead to greater confusion. Chu Lei dribbled the ball into the front court. His three-point shooting was not particularly accurate. Thus the defenders were tightly drawn. Sula dribbled the ball outside, and Fan Shiping and Lu Songzon quickly converged to double-team him. Sula retreated a couple of steps, leading them to believe he was about to accelerate and break through the center. Unfortunately for them, their assumption was incorrect. After a couple of dribbles, Su Lu broke right, with Chu Lei setting a small screen for him, following Su Lu closely. Su Lu drove into the paint, executing a feint and a powerful slam dunk. He outmaneuvered the defending player and, while facing the number 5 opponent, shielded the ball with his left hand and forcefully slammed it into the basket with his right. The dunk was executed flawlessly, devoid of any extraneous movements, leaving no opportunity for the opponent to retaliate. Sula nearly sent the robust number 5 player flying. He landed from the basket, using his chest to nudge the number 5 player before swiftly sprinting back down the court, exchanging a high five with Chunjun brother Lo. That was impressive. Chunjun finally exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. Although it was his own dunk, it felt even more exhilarating than if he had done it himself. Just a small feat. I wonder if the hoop at our school can withstand my dunks. I felt like it tilted just now, Sula taunted. Wang Ziming chimed in. Doesn't that actually affect my shooting? They shared a laugh. Su Lu was indeed exerting himself, showcasing dominance on both offense and defense. Fan Shiping responded with a 2-point shot. Turning around, Su Lu once again attacked the paint, slamming the ball down over the number 5 player's head. The number 5 player appeared almost despondent from Su Lu's relentless onslaught. It was evident to all that Su Lu was specifically targeting him. Fan Shiping, holding the ball against Su Lu, remarked, "Aren't you supposed to score 40 points over me? Why are you bullying this little guy?" He referred to the towering player as a little guy. Was he really just a child? Su Lu paused for a moment, realizing that Fan Shiping had a point. They had agreed to score over Fan Shiping. How could he bully a sinner? Su Lu advanced to apply pressure, and Fan Shiping sidestepped and pulled up for a 2-point shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and the number 5 player claimed the rebound, directly tapping the ball in. One must acknowledge that Shin Jun's skills were indeed lacking. His jumping ability and speed fell short. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence, as Sula received the ball again. He maintained the offensive tempo at the 3-point line. Still facing 2 defenders, Sula typically retreated a few steps, then charged towards Fan Shiping, shooting a 3-pointer right over his head. Fan Shiping, believing Su Lu was about to break through, realized too late that he could not contest the shot. The ball struck the backboard and fell into the net. Having learned 2 tricks from Fan Shiping today, Sula found them rather unremarkable. He resolved to defeat them using his own techniques. He raised both hands, forming an OK sign beside his ear, as if to declare, "Here, I am the answer." "Brother Le, why do you look like a raccoon?" Wang Ziming inquired. "What? Don't I resemble Iverson?" Sulu was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he was not supposed to appear cool. How had he come to seem silly? "You should use one hand, like this," Wang Ziming demonstrated, spreading his palm with the thumb against his ear. "Oh, I see." Fan Shiping was left speechless, observing these two, who seemed to disregard their opponents entirely. As both teams intensified their defensive efforts, scoring efficiency waned. In the 4th quarter, with 2.5 minutes remaining, the score stood at 101-95. Team Qian still had substantial opportunities for a comeback, while Fan Shiping had already reached a point of despair. He was oblivious to the fact that Su Lu had likely scored close to 50 points over him, but it was certain that he had surpassed 40. As Su Lu drove towards the basket, he should have known he was destined to lose. However, the game was not over yet. As long as it continued, their team still had a chance to triumph. In that case, any additional points Su Lu scored would merely be hollow statistics. Chapter 42. I will fight until I reach the pinnacle. Old He called the first timeout, a move that even Coach Shin found perplexing. He had assumed Old He would refrain from calling any timeouts today. Addressing the team, Old He urged them to execute their tactics in the remaining moments of the game, instructing Chu Lei to seize the rhythm, to abandon caution, and to relentlessly tear apart the opponent's defense. He then turned to Su Lu and Wang Ziming, asking, "Do you know why I've not allowed you to play in high school competitions?" Su Lu instinctively replied, "Is it because my charm would attract too much attention?" Old He retorted angrily, "Nonsense. It is because I have seen many prodigies falter along the way. But now, it is your time to shine. He paused for a moment before continuing. In these final 2.5 minutes, make the opponents remember you, and ensure that the spectators remember you as well. He understood. Wang Ziming grinned. Despite having only scored a handful of points today, trailing behind Su Lu. However, this was merely due to his limited attempts. With newfound freedom to play, Oldie cast a subtle glance at the opposing coach, thinking, this fool believes he can defeat me? He can wait a century for that. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Chu Lei passed the ball to Wang Ziming, who charged toward the basket. Su Lu feigned a screen and then cut inward, leaping high into the air for an alley-oop. The ball swished through the net, and instead of retreating to half-court, the team initiated a full-court press, aiming to force errors from Qian's team. Qian and Oppo's team was taken aback as Normal University began their relentless full-court pressure with time winding down. It felt as if they were the ones trailing, not their opponents. Under pressure, Lu Songshan finally received the ball after navigating a screen. At that moment, Su Lu, who had been guarding Fan Shiping, dashed in to double-team Lu Songshan alongside Chu Lei. Seeing Fan Shiping unguarded, Lu Songshan quickly passed the ball. Suddenly, Wang Ziming emerged from nowhere, intercepting the pass and driving straight to the basket. You won't get through, Fan Shiping shouted as the opposing center blocked his path. Wang Ziming shot a jumper from near the 3-second line, and as the center's hand descended, the ball was released, swish. An impressive hang time. It was evident that Wang Ziming possessed exceptional aerial skills, just like Su Lu, a fact that surprised their opponents. After all, this was a technique that Ziming had taught Su Lu. Following this basket, Normal University did not let their 10-point lead make them complacent. They maintained their aggressive full-court defense. Beep. Qian and Oppo's team called for a timeout. The opposing coach, witnessing his team struggle to pass the ball, immediately called for a break. He cursed under his breath, realizing they were in dire straits. The captain truly lives up to his title, he thought, reflecting on how he had once been unable to defeat him, and now found himself outmatched even as a coach. Despite having only a few years of coaching experience over a decade ago, and now managing a gym, he could not fathom how his rival had become so formidable. This man is destined to overshadow me, he muttered, clapping his hands. Stay composed, stay composed. Execute a few off-ball screens, and quickly advance to the front court. They are all in our backcourt. We have a chance to score quickly. Only you can help the team win, especially you, Fan. You have the ability to turn the tide. He incessantly motivated his players, knowing that mere words would not suffice. They needed to be reinvigorated. Fan Shiping was left exasperated. With only 2 minutes remaining, facing such an opponent, turning the game around seemed nearly impossible. As the game resumed after the timeout, Normal University shifted their strategy, retracting their full-court pressure. This change left Qian's team floundering. Just as they had begun to adapt to the full-court press, their opponents altered their formation once more. It was evident that Oldie had gotten the better of their coach. Offense. No matter how they change, Fan Shiping urged Lu Songshan. Lu advanced to the front court, easily shaking off Chu Lei's defensive pressure and driving toward the basket, only to be met by Su Lu and Wang Ziming's double team. Su Lu forced Lu to collect the ball, and in that instant, Wang Ziming snatched it away. Fast break. Su Lu shouted as he secured the ball. Without needing to be told, Chu Lei dashed toward the front court, followed closely by Fan Shiping. Su Lu, undeterred, hurled the ball towards Chu Lei, who was sprinting down the court. U1 and Amp, Oppo's score. Fan Shiping yelled, knowing that if this shot went in, their hopes would be extinguished. Chu Lei received the ball, deliberately leaning into Fan Shiping before springing off in the opposite direction. The shot was released, hitting the backboard and going in. Chu Lei thumped his chest and roared. A release of pent-up frustration from the years, as well as a culmination of this match's intensity. Not only did Su Lu score over Fan Shiping, but Chu Lei could do so as well. He had no need to be inferior to anyone. Silence enveloped the arena, a deathly hush. Some students had already begun to exit. This was supposed to be a dominant victory, yet their team had seemingly lost all hope for a comeback. Fan Shiping quickly inbounded the ball to Lu Songshan, who cautiously approached midcourt. This time, he was no longer reckless in his play. He passed to the center, who matched up against Chen Jun, with Yang Chuanhe immediately coming to double team. The center intended to pass to the forward, but Wang Ziming was already in position to defend. Every player had someone guarding them, and the interior was no longer an option. He passed the ball back to Lu Songshan. Chu Lei had already returned to defend. Lu Songshan, facing Chu Lei and Amp, Oppo's defense, attempted a three-pointer, but the ball ricocheted off the rim. The center pivoted, positioning himself to catch the ball and amp Oppo's descent, leaping into the air. However, in his sight, a hand had already made contact with the ball. With a resounding clap, Wang Ziming secured the rebound. Offense. He passed the ball to Su Lu, who did not hesitate to charge forward. His speed was remarkable, with only 2 defenders in his path. These 2 players positioned themselves, one on the left and one on the right, attempting to block Su Lu's way. Su Lu leaped through the gap between them, executing a splendid layup. The defenders angrily slapped the ball that had just been thrown into the basket. More and more students began to leave, unable to bear witness to their team and Oppo's impending defeat. Qian and Oppo's team inbound the ball, and Su Lu turned to defend the receiver. Yet again, it was full court pressure. Here, Fan Shiping rushed to demand the ball. Even in defeat, he was determined to fight until the final moment. The closing moments of the game were fiercely contested, with everyone exerting themselves in both offense and defense, giving their all. In the end, H Normal University triumphed with a score of 112-100. Oldie was hoisted into the air by his players, only to be caught again. Damn it. Oldie's voice rang out. Shouldn't you be tossing Su Lu instead? Today, Su Lu was once again the MVP of the match. Yuchio approached with a recorder for an interview, joined by many colleagues. Su Lu, your school has never won against Qian's team before. What are your thoughts on this victory? Su Lu, still in celebration, was pulled aside for the interview. The opponent was formidable, but we were stronger. That's all there is to it. Please let the other teams know I await them in the next match. Until we secure the championship. Chapter 43. Stay steady and avoid recklessness. The interview was exhilarating. It had been a while since Yuchio experienced such an electrifying exchange. In the past, young players resembled seasoned veterans, each interview leading back to Coach Xie or teammates. It was rare to encounter someone as audacious as Su Lu, a truly exceptional talent. Are you suggesting that H Normal University aims for the championship this year? Yuchio instinctively inquired. No, the championship trophy is already in my grasp. Su Lu proclaimed with an audacity that left the reporters in a state of awe. That is a gift from my coach, and I have promised him. Coach? Yuchio questioned, glancing towards the players and Oppo's bench. His pupils dilated as realization struck. It was He Guodong. As a sports journalist, he was well acquainted with these venerable figures. Having traveled far in his youth to watch CBA games, spending all his savings on tickets, his mind raced. Conjuring a narrative, the long-absent former national player had nurtured a talent that could astonish the basketball world. While other reporters pondered their headlines, Yuchio ventured down a different path. One reporter queried, I heard you previously had an altercation with your teammates from the Sports Institute. Is that true? Some may aim to tarnish my reputation, so I must clarify. Our match that day was cleaner than today's, Su Lu responded, raising his hands in exasperation. At that moment, Wang Ziming and Chu Lei playfully emerged from the sides, ruffling Su Lu's hair. Su Lu laughed as he pushed them away. The reporters exchanged knowing smiles. So, are you implying that the opposing team resorted to underhanded tactics today? Well, today their actions were somewhat discreet, yet they did indeed occur, Su Lu revealed, surprising the reporters with his candor. Nevertheless, we triumphed. These are merely minor setbacks. With that, he concluded the interview, eager to share the good news with Sister Huan. After several unsuccessful attempts to reach her by phone, he found himself in the players' locker room as Lao He and Coach Shin entered. They congratulated each player, saying, well done. Celebrate today, but resume training tomorrow. The players initially beamed at the first part of the statement, only to have their smiles fade at the latter. This year's competition format was unlike any before. There were no divisional matches. The nation was divided into southern and northern regions. 80 teams would engage in a double elimination system until the top 8 were determined for the divisional finals, which would then culminate in a single championship match. Lao He remarked on the newly acquired information, noting, the double elimination format is far more brutal than the previous group stages. In past seasons, for divisions comprised 16 groups with 5 teams each, where the top 2 advanced. Now, teams faced each other in pairs. The winners progressed to the winners bracket, while the losers fell to the losers bracket, leading to direct eliminations. The ensuing knockout rounds mirrored the NBA playoffs, but with a single-game elimination format. Wow, how thrilling! Wang Ziming exclaimed. We might witness an epic clash between Tsinghua and Peking University, not to mention the formidable southern teams like Huaqiao University, Guangdong University of Technology, Shanghai Jiaotong University, and Hunan University. It's time to look forward. After all, our strength is formidable, Su Lu cheerfully stated. Just moments ago, he boasted in front of the media that he is the best. You should properly congratulate him. Laui teased, recalling Su Li's celebratory antics in the past. Su Lu was swiftly surrounded by his teammates, who playfully tossed him into a large water barrel. I just showered, he protested. You can wash again, they laughed. That evening, the team celebrated, yet Su Lu still retired to bed by 10:30 p.m. The following morning, he awoke to a call from He Huan. Hello, Sister Huan. We won yesterday, Su Lu joyfully announced. I know, it's all over the papers. Did you see the shocking upset by Qin University? Could H Normal University become this year's dark horse? He Huan's gentle voice resonated. Su Lu pondered for a moment, sensing that the third article seemed to carry more allure. How did Lao He steal the spotlight? He mused, recalling his recent games where he scored 50 and 54 points. Despite his prowess, the accolades of a 5-time CBA scoring champion felt overshadowed. The media merely exaggerates. You remain the strongest. He Huan reassured him. Apologies to Lao He for overshadowing him. He. Su Lu chuckled. The competition has been moved up to February. You will have completed your training by then. Has the recent training been tough? Not particularly. Just lacking a personal punching bag, which feels a bit odd, she joked. Come here so I can throw a few punches, he laughed. Bang, bang. She mimicked the sound of boxing. Now, go train. Farewell. Su Lu reluctantly hung up the phone, glancing at the time 7 a.m. He hurried to the cafeteria, grabbed a quick breakfast, and hailed a taxi to the Tianmu Mountain Training Base. The traffic was notably congested that morning. Arriving at the base at 8:40, he called He Huan. I brought you breakfast, he said. He Huan was taken aback, not expecting Su Lu to come, just as she was heading out for a meal. She grabbed her bag and rushed to the entrance. Su Lu waved and handed her the breakfast. Instead of accepting it, she embraced him tightly. I missed you. Su Lu gently stroked her head, whispering, I missed you too. After a brief moment, she released him, playfully delivering 2 light punches to his arm. Keep pushing forward. Stay steady and avoid recklessness. A true man aspires to greatness, not to be entangled in romantic sentiments. She took the breakfast and departed. One must admit, the cafeteria and Oppo's breakfast was far superior to that of their training base. She waved goodbye while eating. Su Lu wasted no time and rushed back, ensuring he arrived at the gym before 10 a.m. Little did Lao He expect that this young man had sneaked out early that morning. Chapter 44. I managed to guard him. He only scored 42 points. When Su Lu returned to the basketball court, Lao He had also arrived. Where have you been? It's so late. Lao He caught Su Lu. I went to deliver breakfast to Huanjia, Su Lu replied cheerfully. Lao He said nothing further, merely nodding at him. Why didn't Oppos, do you bring me along? Before training commenced, Lao He convened a meeting with the players as per usual. In the upcoming matches, our opponents are not as formidable as Qian's team. You must implement our tactics in real combat. Yesterday's game was marked by a clumsy ball movement. It needs to flow smoothly. The last 2 games will be against Yongda and Xinjiang Sports Institute. If we cannot establish our offensive strategy during this period, we may very well lose to them. Do you understand what I mean? Understood, coach, they replied. They had just been reviewing the game footage yesterday, and Oppos' offense was indeed disjointed, primarily due to the strength of the opponents and their superior defensive capabilities. Thus, the focus of their training was to maintain ball movement under the pressure of a formidable defense and ultimately score. Lao He provided individualized coaching for Qinjun and Oppos' defense, advising him to turn slowly and use his body to create space rather than relying on his elbows. Qinjun had accumulated several offensive fouls due to this issue. And Chunhee, don't just stay in that position. Move. Your speed is faster than the average power forward. Utilize that advantage to shake off defenders and create opportunities. Lao He meticulously pointed out each player's shortcomings, indicating that he had dedicated a significant amount of time to his preparations the previous night. Coach Shen was also nearby, diligently taking notes. He had reviewed the footage as well, but had only identified issues with team coordination, failing to analyze individual performances. This illustrated the sharpness of Lao He's observations. In the subsequent matches, as Lao He predicted, they achieved victory with overwhelming force, without a single surprise. Su Li's scoring consistently hovered around 50 points, leaving many in astonishment. Even last year's MVP, Shou Qi, took notice. This kid averages 50 points. Could he possibly be cheating? Shou Qi mused. Last year, when you played against Fan Shiping, did you manage to score 50 points? Shou Qi, who also played as a small forward, had faced Fan Shiping in a match against Qian's team, scoring only 28 points. I can sense that young players in our country are becoming increasingly formidable, Shou Qi remarked. Last year, as a freshman, He had secured the MVP title, and everyone believed he was a once-in-a-century talent. However, they failed to realize that the freshmen from last year were quite powerful themselves. The new crop of freshmen, not to mention Su Lu, also included talents like El Songzan, Wang Ziming, and Li Chang, who have clearly surpassed last year and Oppo's cohort by several notches. A new era has dawned, and it seems we are destined to play supporting roles. ISN and Oppo's. It's strange that even old me hasn't and Oppo's. Heard of so many young players? Could this be the fortune of the nation? Suddenly producing so many athletic prodigies. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Zhou Qi pondered. Regardless of the reason, the future of Cuba and CBA is certainly promising. You may be right. Perhaps the NBA will no longer hold the title of the highest level of competition, he added. Qian Xiaoxiao arrived. This kid is far superior to me. It's truly bizarre, Zhou Qi lamented once more. Captain, you're slacking off in training. Do you believe I want to outplay you? Qian Xiaoxiao teased. I know it's so annoying. Cut me some slack. I'm the previous MVP after all. That means nothing, with so many juniors chasing after you. How can you afford to rest? Returning to Su Li's side, they faced Yongda. I heard you were ranked among the top 4 nationally last year? Su Lu asked his defender, a freshman named Su Fei. What does that have to do with me? I wasn't even here last year, Su Fei scoffed. You have no sense of collective honor. Keep your distance, Su Lu retorted. Nonsense. I'm defending you. Can I let you shoot a free basket? Su Fei had never encountered someone so shameless. Su Lu received the ball. Yongda's strategy was not to double team, but to have Su Fei guard him one-on-one. Su Fei, tall and skilled, was an exceptional 3D player. However, Yongda's decision to use Su Fei against Su Lu was not merely based on this. It was because double teaming had proven ineffective against Su Lu. Many teams had attempted to restrict Su Li's scoring through double teams, yet he consistently scored 50 points. Having faced various teams, Su Lu and Oppo's offensive skill set had expanded significantly. He had learned numerous techniques. For instance, at this moment, he executed a crossover dribble, followed by a behind-the-back dribble, deftly evading Su Fei and Oppo's defense, and then a smooth step-back jump shot. The ball arced toward the hoop, circled once, and then fell through the net. In response, Su Fei, positioned 2 steps beyond the 3-point line, launched an immediate counterattack with a shot of his own. However, it was of little consequence. Normal University had improved their offensive fluidity, even if their defense had not seen much enhancement. Su Lu executed a fake shot, delivering the ball to Chen Jun, who pushed past the defender and scored off the backboard. The synergy among the players had grown remarkably, as if they had been training together for a year or two. By halftime, Su Lu had amassed 20 points, and their team led by 5 points. The opposing coach inquired, Su Fei, how are you holding up? Can you still manage? I'll switch out whenever you decide to, Su Fei confidently replied. However, it was evident to all that his stamina was dwindling rapidly. Su Lu, on the other hand, remained as vigorous as ever. Don't push yourself too hard, the coach advised. Meanwhile, Lao was also rallying his team. Last year, we would likely be trailing by 20 or 30 points at this juncture. Who would have thought we would still be leading by 5 points? Lao encouraged. See? They can't stop our offense. Keep pushing. In the second half, we must continue our relentless attack. Lao did not place excessive emphasis on their defensive performance, achieving that would require extensive training, unlike offense, which could be improved through teamwork. Fortunately, after the preliminary matches, they would have a month to hone their defense. It is nearly impossible for a team to claim a championship solely on offensive prowess. Defense holds paramount importance. In the second half, Su Lu continued his relentless drives and assists, gradually widening the gap. Wang Ziming also struck from the perimeter, catching Yongda off guard. Ultimately, Normal University secured victory with a score of 96-82. This marked the first instance where their team failed to surpass the century mark in scoring. Post-match, media outlets published headlines proclaiming an all-time low, Su Lu limited to merely 42 points. Chapter 45, Unblemished Victory. First in provincial qualifiers, 42 points may seem somewhat meager to Su Lu, yet for the majority, it is an undeniably formidable score. Su Fei's assertion was merely a self-consolation. After this match, 2 days passed, and at last, Su Lu faced the Qianjiang Institute of Physical Education, an old rival. In the past, Su Lu, alongside Li Bang and others, had triumphed over them, creating quite a stir. This time, however, it was once again on the home turf of the Institute, a familiar territory for Su Lu. Prior to the game, Lao Qi approached Lao He, inquiring with a hint of jest, "Are you still angry?" Lao He paused, taken aback by the long-forgotten address, one he hadn't heard in ages. He realized Lao Chi had come to soften his stance, and he did not wish to embarrass him. Pointing to Su Lu, Lao He replied, "What anger? That's all in the past. But don't expect Su Lu to go easy on them." Sula nodded at Lao Chi, a silent greeting exchanged. Previously, when Sula visited Lao He's gym, it was to have Lao He recommend him to Lao Chi. At that time, Sula had showcased his skills, unaware that it would later lead to a history fraught with grievances. Lao Chi understood Sula harbored grudges, yet he bore no ill will towards his demeanor. Just the fact that Su Lu acknowledged him was a positive sign. "I know many things cannot return to how they once were. Let the young ones handle their own affairs. It's not our concern," Lao Chi remarked to Lao He. Lao He nodded in agreement. "You're right. We can still share a drink together." Lao Chi did not linger on the subject. Despite Lao He's words, their camaraderie had evidently waned. He returned to his resting area, enveloped in melancholy. Such is the nature of humanity, often transitioning from strangers to acquaintances, only to revert to strangers again. It is perplexing how life unfolds, always filled with surprises. He addressed the players. "We've lost to them once before. This time, let us reclaim our pride." His words were delivered in a calm tone, devoid of any motivational fervor. With his support, the team stood a significant chance of victory, as he prided himself on being a more adept coach than Lao He. In this provincial qualifier, much like Normal University, Qianjiang Institute was also undefeated thus far. This match would determine which team would advance as the provincial champion. The leading team would gain direct access to the divisional tournament. However, for both teams, this was not of paramount importance, as historical evidence suggested that 3 teams from Qianjiang province would qualify for the divisional tournament. Therefore, either team could still advance as the runner-up if they were to lose. Nonetheless, it was a matter of pride, and neither side would concede easily, especially since Su Lu had previously declared his intent to face them whenever they met. The game drew a significant crowd, with practically all players from the province in attendance. Such high-caliber matches would likely only be seen in the finals. The match commenced with Yu Jia and Chun Jun jumping for the ball. Yu Jia tipped the ball to Li Chang, who seized the possession for the institute and charged directly towards Su Lu. The victories in recent matches had revitalized their confidence. In a contest where both teams were evenly matched, every detail could sway the outcome. Li Chang was no ordinary player, averaging over 30 points per game, a nightmare for many teams. "Bring it on," Su Lu muttered. Despite the cacophony of cheers from the sidelines, Li Chang caught his words. "This time, I will redeem myself," he thought, haunted by his previous defeat. Although he hadn't played the entire match, he felt the weight of responsibility. In subsequent training sessions, he had viewed Su Lu as his benchmark. Li Chang attempted to shake off Su Lu with his dribbling and physicality, but to no avail. Ultimately, he resorted to a step-back shot that failed to find the net. Yu Jia snagged the rebound, only to have it stripped away by Wang Ziming, granting possession to Normal University. Lao Chi, standing on the sidelines, clapped and shouted, "Pass the ball. Don't let emotions dictate your actions." Li Chang nodded, feeling that trying his best was the least he could do. Meanwhile, Sula seized the opportunity to orchestrate a fast break. Wang Ziming passed to Chu Lei, who sped down the court, deftly maneuvering past the opposing defenders to score. This was a facet he had been diligently honing in practice. To make his mark on the team, he had to capitalize on his speed, which was perfectly suited for fast breaks. This was the rhythm of offense that Chu Lei thrived on. In a half-court setting, his effectiveness would significantly diminish. Turning back, the Institute's gameplay gradually became more coherent. Their ball movement was swift, and after a few rotations, the ball found its way to Yu Jia. Faced with Chun Jun's defense, Yu Jia leveraged his physical prowess to score. On the next offensive play, Su Lu received the ball, facing Li Chang. He executed a behind-the-back dribble and a spin move to evade Li Chang, culminating in a powerful dunk reminiscent of an axe strike in the paint. This technique, learned from Fan Shiping of Qian University, had been refined by Su Lu, making it even more formidable. He had employed it successfully on numerous occasions, consistently yielding results. It was undeniable that Su Lu had not ceased to progress. Rather, he was continuously evolving, transforming into a kaleidoscope of offensive prowess. He incessantly learned from the styles of others during matches and seamlessly integrated them into his own repertoire. "Incredible, he has evolved once again," remarked Yu Qiu, a journalist on the sidelines. Since being assigned to track Su Lu under Coach Fan's guidance, his career had flourished. He had now secured a place among the top sports journalists, all thanks to Su Lu. He scrutinized Su Lu daily, and from the very first game, He recognized Su Lu's ongoing evolution. Where might his limits lie? Yichio pondered, his hands never ceasing their movements. In contrast to the Institute's coordination, Normal University, though lacking in some areas, had made significant strides. Relying on Su Lu to draw defenders, they frequently scored from beyond the arc. In this match, Wang Ziming outshone Su Lu, scoring over 30 points, while Su Lu managed only 20, albeit setting a record with 22 assists. This was due to the Institute's keen focus on Su Lu. Whenever he had the ball, they would abandon other players to swarm him. Furthermore, Su Lu's teammates capitalized on the opportunities he created, rarely missing their shots. Ultimately, Normal University triumphed with a score of 85-80. With the conclusion of all provincial qualifiers, the teams advancing had been firmly established. As for the upcoming schedule, the organizing committee would need to confirm the random seeding. Prior to this, the media unveiled the top 10 potential new stars of Cuba. Chapter 46. Supernova. Following the conclusion of the preliminary rounds, various media outlets engaged in extensive rankings. However, the most well-received and impactful rankings were produced by the capital media. This time, they truly capitalized on the buzz, releasing videos of the new generation of players from various schools online, each accompanied by a rating. Those who ranked among the top 30 were dubbed supernovas, while the 10 individuals with the highest view counts and ratings were referred to as the top 10 potential stars. Su Lu and Qian Xiaoxiao from Tsinghua University were prominently featured. The remaining players included Gudong from Shanghai Jiaotong University, Su Kei from Guangdong University of Technology, He Jichao from Huaqiao University, Baiyu from Taiyuan University of Technology, Tong Tong from Peking University, Lu Haichao from China University of Mining and Technology, Gao Shiwerong from Shaanxi University, and Fu Wei from Central South University. Once the rankings were finalized, Capital Media even showcased a compilation of the top 10 potential stars on their homepage, garnering nearly 100 million views in just a few days. They also created dedicated pages for the rising stars, allowing fans to upload videos of them, thus amplifying the promotional fervor. Simultaneously, they collaborated with other platforms to promote their webpage. With the machinations of capital at play, the new cohort of players gained immense popularity, surpassing even their predecessors. In the dormitory, Baishir and Gaoang were engrossed in Su Li's dedicated page. The page featured a compilation of Su Li's matches, all uploaded by an individual named Yichio. Brother Lu, this person is undoubtedly one of your longtime fans. Look at his videos. They capture every single match you played without missing a beat. Su Li glanced at the ID and recognized the journalist, who often posed insightful questions and provocative topics. It was under his inquiry that Su Lu had confidently proclaimed his intention to seize the championship trophy. Wow, I actually performed quite well? Su Lu mused with a hint of self-admiration. The video analyses Su Lu observed in the basketball arena were comprehensive, showcasing his every play from start to finish. Naturally, the edits highlighted only the most exquisite moments of his scoring, rendering each of Su Lu and Oppo's offensive maneuvers fluid and aesthetically pleasing. Brother Lu, your popularity is soaring. The videos uploaded by Yichio have amassed tens of millions of views. Baishir exclaimed. Of course, Brother Lu averages nearly 50 points per game, a prodigy rarely seen in a century. The media is going wild over it. Su Lu shrugged, expressing a sense of nonchalance. I don't feel anything particularly special about it. Meanwhile, Baishir and Gaoang were consumed with envy, as their doormates Su Lu and Wang Ziming had already secured starting positions, while they remained off the player roster. Truly a case of comparison brings despair. Su Lu turned his attention to Wang Ziming, who had been silent, intently focused on his computer. Xiaoming, what are you up to? So unconventional. He peered at Wang Ziming's screen, noticing that the latter was also uploading videos. Come, take a look. I uploaded a video on your page, Wang Ziming beckoned. As Wang Ziming opened the video, Su Lu appeared prominently on screen, soaring high for a dunk, only for the ball to be sent flying away. The camera then shifted to Su Lu catching the ball in the corner, only to be interrupted by the referee and Oppo's whistle, leaving Su Lu looking utterly bewildered. Out of bounds, the referee informed him. Laughter erupted among the group. Xiaoming, is this a blooper reel? Baishir inquired. How do you have so much dirt on me? Su Lu responded, bemused, struggling to recall when these moments were captured. It was during high school when I had to submit a photography assignment, so I casually edited it. Unfortunately, it was passed over and didn't win any awards. But it's not wasted. It's coming in handy now, Wang Ziming explained. Wow, you truly have a cunning mind to film me, Su Lu remarked, though he found the video amusing. This particular segment garnered immense views, with the most comments flooding in. Wow, Brother Lil, you have this side to you? I can hardly believe it. So adorable. I've become a fan. Some comments even quoted Su Lu from the video. Su Lu opened his computer, recalling that he had filmed Wang Ziming as well, albeit without editing. Xiaoming, don't forget, you're also among those 30 individuals. Well, I'm right at the front line of gossip, Gaoyang realized, anticipating a playful rivalry between the two dorm mates. I must see this for myself. It promises to be thrilling. Baisher chimed in. Just as they were indulging in their playful banter, Coach Shin and Old He were engaged in a video call, conducting the draw for their first-round opponents with the association's representative. Old He, who do you hope to draw? Coach Shin inquired. In the upcoming regional competition, opponents would vary in strength. Facing a formidable team could risk early elimination to the loser S bracket, placing the team in a precarious position. Another loss there would mean heading home. In the Southern Division, the strongest teams are Huaqiao University, Guangdong University of Technology, Xi'an University, Shanghai Jiaotong University, and China University of Mining and Technology. It would be best to encounter these teams early on, as it would reveal the disparity in strength between us and our opponents, Old He noted. Coach Shin chewed his lip, while others sought to avoid strong teams. Old He seemed eager to confront them. What a peculiar mindset. If we lose, we'll drop to the loser S bracket, meaning we'll have to play more matches than others, which would be disadvantageous for our team, Coach Shin questioned. No worries. It's a perfect opportunity to test our strategies further. The winning percentage in the loser S bracket can actually be higher than in the winner S bracket, and we may not necessarily lose. We are the top seed from Qianjiang province. We have already triumphed over established teams like Xi'an University. There's little to fear from other teams, Old He stated, gazing intently at the live stream. Coach Shin remained silent. Old He's reasoning held merit, yet his expression revealed deep concern. He wished for the team to excel, as he had heard Old He would only coach this cohort. This diverged from his earlier belief that Old He would remain for several years. Thus, he hoped for a commendable performance this year to attract new players, allowing the full potential of the team to unfold. In no time, the draw revealed that they would face H Normal University first. Old He crossed his arms, silently observing. The association's representative produced a spherical container. Guangxi University. Old He nodded with a smile. The representative in the video asked, Coach He, do you have anything to say? We will give it our all. Old He replied calmly. After all, they were the top seed, and their reputation needed to be upheld. Guangxi University, a strong team from the second tier, served as an excellent opening opponent. Excellent. I truly appreciate Coach He and Oppo's mindset, the representative remarked before continuing with the draw. Old He then disconnected, as the remainder of the proceedings no longer involved him. Tomorrow, all matchups would be announced. Chapter 47, Filling the Gaps. Devilish training. It is now late November, and Old He has once again employed his customary opening line. Our matchups have been meticulously arranged, and we now possess over a month dedicated to rigorous training. This training will surpass your wildest expectations in difficulty, and I hope you all can endure it. However, I have but one request. Do not sustain any injuries, as this is of paramount importance. Upon reviewing previous matches, it is evident that while this team has made significant strides in their synergy, they still lag considerably behind the stronger teams. Had it not been for Su Li's exceptional abilities, they might have faced a far graver defeat. Yet it is not entirely the players' fault, after all. Both Su Lu and Wang Ziming are newcomers. The fact that they have managed to develop such a level of cohesion is already commendable to Old He. It is simply a matter of insufficient time. Xiaolu, your approach to double teaming requires further refinement. More crucially, you must focus on your initial acceleration. Your first step in breaking through lacks the necessary speed, and this aspect necessitates specialized training. Old He began to issue training tasks. Over the past period, Su Lu has grown a bit taller, reaching a height of 193 centimeters, and has gained 3 pounds. However, this is still insufficient. He appears too slender, and the lack of muscle mass results in somewhat diminished explosiveness. Therefore, his primary objective is to gain weight and increase muscle mass, subsequently harnessing this enhanced musculature to develop explosiveness. The explosive training equipment at H Normal University is somewhat antiquated, consisting merely of a basic set of weight training apparatus. To rectify this, Su Lingshan made a special purchase of the latest equipment from abroad, which he generously donated to H Normal University. With substantial financial backing, the resistance will be considerably less. Sula nodded in acknowledgement of this. Often, one fails to recognize their own deficiencies until they face real competition. It must be said that participating in Cuba was the most prudent choice. Over the past month, he has met numerous individuals and, in a legitimate manner, learned many techniques. Such close observation proves far more beneficial than merely watching recordings. As for the others, they too have their respective training focuses. For instance, Wang Ziming needs to practice mid-range shots and back-to-the-basket plays. After each individual project is completed, they must also engage in collective tactical practice. In recent days, Old He and Coach Shun have refined their tactical system, discarding strategies that proved ineffective in past practices. Old He emphasizes the importance of avoiding injuries because the training duration has increased. To fulfill the training requirements, sacrifices must be made. Under such intense training conditions, maintaining health necessitates a deep understanding of one and Oppo's own body. The moment fatigue sets in, one must cease activity to prevent injuries during exercise. On the first day, upon the conclusion of training, all players were nearly sprawled on the ground, except for Sulu. How is it that Lugu isn't even a bit tired? Chule Kuden and Amp, Oppo's, help but inquire. Xiaoming, having grown up alongside Lugu, surely knows the secret, Chinjun panted. Wang Ziming feigned mystery. Do you want to know why? Speak quickly, don't keep us in suspense. The others urged. Because Lugu is still a virgin. Wang Ziming laughed. Come on. What is that supposed to mean? I am too. Why can't I be that strong? Yang Chuanha, who had always been somewhat socially awkward, blushed at the mention of girls. Su Lu kicked Wang Ziming, exclaiming, Damn it, why did you reveal my little secret? Is it true? Lugu, you really are something. All right, it's not something to be ashamed of, Su Lu shrugged. So, what methods can enhance stamina? If I could play the entire game, perhaps I'd average a double-double. Yang Chuanha mused, considering himself the closest to Su Lu. After all, he too was a virgin, and if there was a shortcut, he would be the first to succeed. Just train. I have been running long distances since I was 5, without a single day off, regardless of the harshness of winter or the heat of summer. Su Lu seemed indifferent to his past experiences. It had simply become a habit. His teammates gasped in astonishment. Is that something a normal person can accomplish? Not for me. That is for sure, Wang Ziming remarked, speechless. If he could do it, perhaps he would be as strong as Su Lu. Old He's praise for Wang Ziming's talent was not mere flattery. His keen eye for talent was widely recognized. Otherwise, he would not have led the team to the top position in the province. Impressive. Such determination. Indeed, Lugu is no ordinary individual. It is clear that success does not come easily. The teammates exchanged glances filled with admiration. Let us head back to rest. Old He has stated that we must avoid injuries during training. To achieve this, we must ensure proper rest. After Wang Ziming spoke, he was the first to rise and depart. Hey, are you not waiting for Lugu to leave together? The teammates followed him, noticing Su Lu remained stationary. After training together for so long, you still don't understand? That guy is a workhorse. Ignore him, Wang Ziming advised. Strangely enough, he had never witnessed Su Lu fall ill or sustain an injury. He had once inquired about this, and Su Lu himself was at a loss for an explanation. He merely stated that it might be a matter of extraordinary talent. Cut it out with the hard work. If we keep this up, we'll be dead. Let us go, Yang Chuanha remarked. No wonder Xiaoming runs so swiftly. Su Lu shook his head helplessly. He was now the sole occupant of the gym. Approaching the pull-up bar, he jumped up and secured his left hand with a rope, then tied his right hand with his mouth. Thus, he hung there. Old He had not deceived him. This method proved remarkably effective. Since he began this regimen, he had grown an additional 2 centimeters. As he hung there, he drifted into slumber, the gym resonating with his snores. In his dreams, he seemed to encounter many individuals, including Xiaoming, Li Chong from the Physical Education Institute, and LV Songshan from the Qianda team, as well as Su Fei from Yong University. There were also some familiar faces and many he had never seen before. These individuals sat in a circle, resembling a meeting. Su Lu initially intended to approach Wang Ziming for a conversation. However, unexpectedly, a figure materialized in the center of their circle. This person was unremarkable in appearance, even somewhat blurred. His first utterance was, "The winners take all, while the losers return." The assembly looked puzzled, and Wang Ziming asked, "What does that mean?" The figure did not respond but merely smiled before dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Su Lu awoke from his dream, bewildered. What nonsense was that? He glanced at the clock on the wall. Over 2 hours had elapsed. He untied the ropes and jumped down. A month and a half passed. They were now on the cusp of the regional quarterfinals, a double elimination tournament. Chapter 48, Collision. Ironwell at the Chengdu Phoenix Mountain Sports Park. The atmosphere was electric, filled with the raucous cheers of the crowd. Students from Xinjiang spontaneously formed a support team, even crafting banners to rally behind Su Lu and his companions. Standing on the court, Su Lu waved to them, inciting a chorus of shouts from his fans. Su Lu, go for it. The match was about to commence, and for the next month, this venue would be their battleground. To host this event, the Chengdu Basketball Association invested heavily, constructing and renovating 4 gymnasiums, each hosting 4 matches daily. Hey, take it easy on me later. Su Lu paused, sensing someone addressing him. He turned to see Lu Sun, a player from Guangxi University, who played the shooting guard position. Su Lu had seen this player on the Douching Media website. Lu Sun remarked, "Taking it easy is not in my nature. Out of respect, I will give it my all, so fear not." This was his genuine sentiment. Only the weak required leniency. Lu Sun wore a carefree smile, seemingly unfazed by the competition. However, he was not matched against Su Lu, but rather against Wang Ziming, who was ranked similarly to Lu Sun on the Douching Media website, both hovering around the 30th position. The referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the match, with Chun Jun and the opposing team and Amp, Oppos, number 5 jumping for the ball. Chun Jun made contact first, directing the ball to Chu Lei. Chu Lei paused briefly for both teams to settle before orchestrating the offense. Wang Ziming positioned himself to receive the ball, and Chu Lei passed it to him. Stepping back, Wang Ziming assumed an offensive stance. "Sure, fan team, let us go. Ziming, you can do it," cheered the fans on the sidelines. The encouragement surged through Ziming, elevating his adrenaline. He glanced at Lu Sun, executing some feints before accelerating past him to the left. Lu Sun's long arms posed a significant challenge, nearly intercepting Ziming's dribble multiple times. Wang Ziming pivoted, using his body to fend off Lu Sun as he drove toward the basket, then executed a turnaround jumper that swished through the net despite Lu Sun and Amp, Oppos' interference. Such a hassle. Wang Ziming resolved to alter his offensive strategy. Attacking Lu Sun head-on was not prudent. The opponent's defense was too formidable. Following Ziming's lead, Lu Sun took his turn on offense. Compared to defense, Wang Ziming fell short against Lu Senator. Lu Sun advanced swiftly, maneuvering past Ziming in 3 steps. Chen Jun could not cover in time, allowing Lu Sun to glide to the baseline for an easy layup. Wang Ziming acknowledged him with a thumbs up, signaling his respect. The commentators noted this gesture, remarking on the mutual admiration between the two players. Indeed, their close rankings had ignited a fierce clash right from the start. So, who do you think is superior? It and Amp, Oppos, as hard to say, but Ziming ISN and Amp, Oppos, T alone in this fight. Just watch. Ziming received the ball and launched it into the air. Su Lu. It's Su Lu, who executed an impressive alley-oop, scoring effortlessly. Ranked among the top 10, Su Lu undoubtedly stood out, with the crowd's enthusiasm underscoring his popularity, arguably unrivaled in the entire Southern Division. Is that your opinion? It and Amp, Oppos, not merely my observation. It and Amp, Oppos, backed by statistics from the website. Speaking of the website, I recently came across a humorous video featuring Su Lu, uploaded by his childhood friend, Ziming. Haha, I've seen it too. I was surprised to discover such a comical side to Su Lu. On the court, both teams exchanged blows, the score tightly contested. At halftime, Normal University trailed Guangxi University by a mere 2 points, 38-40. Such a scoreline was rare. Their previous games had never seen a halftime score dip below 40 points. In the locker room, Coach He addressed the players I mentioned before. This is a team skilled in defense. However, as the game progresses, their defensive style will exhaust their stamina significantly. In the second half, we must increase the tempo and prevent them from catching their breath. Understood, Coach, the players replied in unison. In the first half, even Su Lu's scoring was curtailed to just 14 points. What a relentless opponent, Su Lu mused, echoing Wang Ziming and Amp, Oppos' earlier sentiments about the challenge posed by their rivals. The opponent and Oppos' prowess was secondary. It was their indomitable spirit that offered valuable lessons. Meanwhile, in the opposing locker room, the coach continued to spur them on, praising their defensive efforts in the first half. If we win this match, our future opponents will pale in comparison to Normal University. Perhaps this year, we can reach the top 8 in the Southern Division. Although the players felt physically drained, their spirits remained high. Achieving a historic milestone would hold immense significance for them, especially as they had long been overshadowed by Guangxi Normal. Lu Sun maintained his cheerful demeanor, treating the match like a routine practice. Don and Amp, Oppos, T worry, Coach, just watch me. The coach patted his shoulder, seeing him as the team's beacon of hope. Yet, Lu Xin's carefree attitude often cast doubt on his reliability. Well done. Wang Ziming's attempts have significantly decreased. That's your doing. Keep it up and don't let up. Understood, coach. As the second half commenced, the match resumed. After a brief respite, the Guangxi players had regained some stamina. However, Normal University's offense became increasingly aggressive. The connection between Su Lu and Wang Ziming flourished compared to the first half. Amidst their fierce onslaught, they managed to turn the tables, extending their lead. As anticipated by Coach He, the opponent's high-intensity defense had drained their energy too quickly, leaving them struggling to maintain pace. The commentators keenly observed the shift. It and AMP, Oppos, it's evident that Guangxi University and AMP, Oppos, as players are running out of steam. Indeed, yet even so, they have not surrendered. Their fighting spirit is contagious. I can end Oppos, help but cheer for them. Perseverance never goes out of style. The match concluded amidst the cheers of their respective fans. Ultimately, Normal University triumphed with a score of 90-82, thanks to an exceptional second-half performance. Sula recorded 32 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists. Although slightly below his previous standards, his performance was commendable. After the game, Lu Xin approached Su Lu to shake hands. We and Oppos, LL strive to excel in the loser and Oppos, S bracket. You all keep it up. Su Lu found himself growing fond of Lu Xin's character. They embraced, Su Lu complimenting, your defense was impressive, we can learn from it. Haha. Next time we meet, luck one and Oppos, TB on your side, Lu Xin replied with a grin. I hope we cross paths again in the future. Chapter 49, The Adaptation Phase. Declining scores. Su Lu holds a certain admiration for Lu Xin's character, particularly his cheerful demeanor, which is quite infectious. Following the match, neither team departed. Instead, they ascended to the stands to observe the upcoming game. The winning team would face Su Lu and AMP, Oppos, S squad, while the losing team would compete against Guangxi University. The clash between Guangxi University and Xiamen University promised to be a fierce contest, as Wang Ziming remarked, possessing a clear understanding of domestic teams. Lu Xin nestled among Su Lu and his companions, seemingly unperturbed by the recent defeat. Who do you think will emerge victorious? He inquired. Su Lu shook his head, admitting his unfamiliarity with these teams. Wang Ziming pondered briefly before responding. Guangxi University seems to have a greater chance. Lu Xin concurred, noting that Guangxi University boasted a player named Su Ke, who, like Su Lu, was among the top 10 promising stars. He referred to Su Lu as Le Gue, a title that did not raise any eyebrows among the group. Before long, the match commenced. Su Ke's popularity rivaled that of Su Lu, as the arena reverberated with cheers from his supporters. The game began with Xiamen University winning the jump ball and displaying an aggressive offense, indicative of their thorough preparation. They relentlessly attacked the paint, inflicting damage on Guangxi University. Who plays the center position for Xiamen University? Su Lu asked Wang Ziming. Shi Yuan Wu, Wang Ziming replied. Glancing at the roster, Su Lu expressed his skepticism. You haven't heard of him? No, he has played this year. He is likely a secret weapon or a recent transfer, Wang Ziming shrugged. Lu Xin, well-versed in player research, admitted he too had never heard of the player. This is troubling, he sighed. Both teams are formidable. It seems they be halted in the second round this year. Su Lu turned to Lu Xin, remarking, This isn't like you. When did you become so melancholic? Lu Xin responded, With such formidable opponents, we are doomed. Nevertheless, aside from his initial sigh, he quickly returned to his usual jovial self. If you can sustain your defense against their first-quarter onslaught, there may still be hope, Su Lu encouraged, asserting that it was not mere wishful thinking. Stopping their initial momentum could instill psychological barriers, even if defensive intensity waned later. Your defense is indeed relentless. Wang Ziming commended Lu Xin, admitting his shooting percentage had suffered, with 3-point attempts falling below 30. Subsequently, Wang Ziming resorted to mid-range shots and driving to the basket. What can we do? Our offensive talent is lacking. We can only compensate with defense, Lu Xin shrugged. I've seen many teams secure victories through defense. As long as you make prudent use of it, Su Lu continued to motivate. Understood. Are you afraid we might give up? Never. It's impossible to surrender. Lu Xin asserted. Didn't you say you'd fight until the end? We feel the same way, he added. As the game progressed, Xiamen University, led by Xiao Yuan Wu's stellar performance, temporarily took the lead at halftime. During the intermission, Su Lu stood up, exchanged greetings with his teammates, and exited the arena. His teammates were engrossed in the match and showed no intention of leaving. Le Gue, where are you off to? Lu's son inquired, having forged a deep friendship with them. Picking someone up, Sulu replied, not intending to elaborate. He walked directly outside with his basketball bag and waited at the entrance, where a yellow taxi awaited. Yuan emerged from the vehicle, greeting Sulu warmly. "You're late," Sulu said, helping her with her luggage. "The flight was delayed." "Congratulations to you all," Yuan exclaimed, throwing her arms around Sulu's neck. No shower after the game. Sulu had already informed Yuan of the match results via WeChat. "You should savor the essence of masculinity," he joked. "I've been doing that since I was 5. What an amp, Oppos, is so special about it." Yuan laughed, releasing Sulu. He escorted her to the hotel, reminding her to rest well as their next match was 2 days away. "I still have training tomorrow," she replied nonchalantly. "Let us grab dinner together, and then you can head back," Sulu suggested. "I plan to visit the giant panda base tomorrow." "I can't come all this way without seeing it," Yuan added, waving her hand dismissively. "Come on, I'll treat you to a feast," Sulu said after showering at the hotel and taking Yuan out for a stroll. "Where is Lauhi? Why isn't he joining us for dinner?" Yuan asked. "He's busy analyzing our opponents. It's best not to disturb him. Besides, he wouldn't want to be a third wheel," Sulu explained on Lauhi's behalf. "Ha, Yuan giggled, playfully grabbing Sulu's arm and tossing him aside. "Wow, your way of expressing affection remains quite unique. I take it no one on your team can match your strength?" Sulu, now weighing nearly 80 kilograms after months of gaining weight, noted that this was also why he had been less active offensively, still needing more games to adjust to his body. Yuan, however, could effortlessly toss him aside, showcasing her impressive strength. In terms of training, they were all fairly evenly matched, as their regimen was no less demanding than Sulu's. After indulging in a sumptuous meal filled with spice, Yuan occasionally stuck out her tongue, radiating undeniable charm. "Is it really that spicy?" Sulu inquired, enjoying his own hot pot. "In Chengdu, it's all about spice. You can't be friends with those who don't like it," he remarked. "You're far too disciplined, afraid to eat chili," Yuan teased. "Living like you miss out on many delights." "It's not me, it's my dad's rules against spicy food," Sulu replied, feeling helpless. He had numerous dietary restrictions: spicy foods, alcohol, soft drinks, carbohydrates, all forbidden. "You must eat spicy food while you're here. What is the most common thing around?" "Proctology hospitals," Yuan joked without reservation. "Just eat already. Stop talking about that." Sulu affectionately served her some dishes. "By the way, your opponents must be decided by now, right?" When I arrived, they were already halfway through their match. To Sulu's surprise, Xiamen University had claimed victory. He furrowed his brow, not anticipating such strength from this team. Xiamen University and Huaqiao University were the only two teams from Fujian province. Based on strength, Xiamen University was slightly inferior to Huaqiao University. Last year, Huaqiao University had fought tooth and nail against Guangxi University, yet this year, Xiamen University had triumphed over Guangxi University, indicating a significant shift in the landscape. "Don't worry, you will win," Yuan said, clenching her fist and giving it a determined wave. "Of course, you're here. I can't let you see me lose, can I?" Sulu remained confident. Their rigorous training had yet to showcase its full potential, and he anticipated that the next match would demand their utmost effort. Chapter 50. Overpowering opponents with physical prowess. The following day during training, Lauhi questioned Sulu. "Did you sneak out again?" "I went to deliver breakfast to Sister Huan," Sulu replied, rubbing his hands together. "Did you really need to make a special trip to that 5-star hotel?" Lauhi eyed him skeptically. "Well, Sister Huan insisted on having sweet water noodles. The hotel's offerings simply do not compare," Sulu explained matter-of-factly. Lauhi kicked him lightly. "Here I am, tirelessly devoted to the team. And you seem to be perpetually absent. Have you not noticed your scoring has significantly declined? With the added weight, your jumps are not as high as before. And your explosive speed has diminished considerably." Sulu felt a pang of frustration. Logically, with more muscle, one should possess greater explosive power. However, he struggled to control his body adequately. Lauhi nodded in understanding, recalling his own experiences during that transitional phase. He advised, training is essential. A month and a half is insufficient. Mastering the application of your muscles requires time. Furthermore, at your current height of 195 meters and weight of 80 kilograms, it is still inadequate. Against fellow students, you may manage, but when facing tougher opponents, you will lack an advantage. Aim to increase your weight to at least 90 kilograms. Your height is acceptable, though an additional 5 centimeters would be ideal. You have been training on the pull-up bar for 3 months now. The next phase is crucial for explosive growth. Miss this window, and your height increase may plateau. What should I do now? Sulu inquired, resting his chin on his hand. Before I enhance my body control, I doubt I can improve my scoring. Lao had considered this dilemma and proposed a solution. Utilize your physique. Given your current weight and you're still developing control, you can overpower your opponents with sheer strength, dominating the paint. But ISN and Oppos, that akin to being a brute? I prefer a more graceful style. One and Oppos, that be less elegant? Sulu expressed his innate aversion to brute force. After watching Xiao Yuanwu's game at Shaman University yesterday, he felt uneasy. If he intended to leverage his body effectively, his score would not have been limited to a mere 28 points in that match. What and Oppos? That's the problem. You must quickly cultivate your skills through practical experience. Time is of the essence. By May, you will need to attend tryouts, followed by the draft. All told, you have only 3 months, Lao He remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. Sulu sheepishly replied, I understand. This upcoming game will serve as my sharpening stone. I aim to transform myself into a razor-sharp blade, ready to excel in the NBA. While encouraging Sulu, Lao He also tempered his enthusiasm. Your determination is commendable, but remember, one must take it step by step. Especially in muscle gain, one cannot simply consume everything at once. Ensure you do not return with a surplus of fat. While fat can provide some explosive power, it often leads to fatigue and lacks endurance, something every athlete fears. Now, go train. Lao He summoned 2 assistant coaches. Each held a shield in front of Sulu, who was to charge at them while dribbling, forcing his way into the paint. This exercise would help him quickly become accustomed to utilizing his strength effectively. Lao He observed the court and called over Chen Jun. Do you feel confident about facing Xiao Yuanwu tomorrow? Absolutely, coach, Chen Jun replied, his confidence soaring after a few victories. Despite frequently being outmatched, he grew only more determined, showing no signs of discouragement. Very good, Lao He encouraged. Chen Jun's athletic ability and talent could only be regarded as second tier. Such players were hard to come by at Normal University, making his presence invaluable. Thus, Lao He chose to uplift him rather than impose pressure as he did with Sulu. Yesterday, I analyzed Xiao Yuanwu and Oppos' gameplay with Coach Shin. His offensive prowess near the basket is formidable. Your task tomorrow is to prevent him from entering the 3-second zone. Beyond that, whether he attempts a hook shot or a jump shot from outside, do not concern yourself, Lao He instructed meticulously. Understood, coach, Chen Jun responded, appreciating the care and attention Lao He dedicated to their development. He recognized that Lao He was primarily focused on Sulu and Wang Ziming. Yet the coach's efforts with the entire team were entirely equitable. He felt fortunate to have Lao He at the helm. Remember, maintain a sturdy base. Xiao Yuanwu is skilled with the ball. Do not let him dazzle you. If he does not jump, neither should you. Keep your aggression intact, and on offense, exert force to wear him down, Lao He reiterated tirelessly. Got it, coach. Focus on exhausting him. If we can restrain him, victory will be within our grasp. Chen Jun, though appearing foolish, possessed a sharp inner awareness. Lao He patted his shoulder. Well done. Keep training. Standing before Chen Jun, he was only a few centimeters shorter. Yet his presence was undeniably commanding. Chen Jun hurried off to train, and Lao He summoned Yang Chuanha. Chuanha, tomorrow against Shaman University, I need you to alleviate some pressure in the paint. Your shooting will be vital in supporting Chen Jun. Understood, coach, Yang Chuanha replied, his expression as stoic as ever. Among the starting players, he often scored the least, but it was not due to a lack of ability. He simply preferred passing the ball, fearing he might not execute well enough to finish the play. This reflected a lack of confidence, as his average shot attempts hovered around 5 or 6, less than even some bench players. Showcase your skills. There will be numerous scouts present. If you perform well, they may invite you for professional team tryouts. Securing a spot on a professional team could lead to widespread recognition and substantial earnings, without the necessity of excelling in every aspect. Even if you don and Oppos, make it, becoming a coach remains a viable path. All opportunities require you to demonstrate your capabilities. Stop holding back. I can see your potential, even if others may not, Lao He advised, tailoring his words to suit each individual. He believed in motivating players through various methods, whether it be encouragement or provocation. Whatever proved effective was what mattered. As the saying goes, it doesn't matter if a cat is black or white. As long as it catches mice, it is a good cat. Effective communication with players is what truly counts. Coach Shun, having followed Lao He for several months, felt as though his previous coaching career had been in vain, even without Su Lu and Wang Ziming. With the same caliber of players, Lowy could lead this team to great heights, despite it being merely a second-tier squad. When reviewing game footage, Lowy would watch each recording 3 or 4 times, meticulously identifying every issue the players faced during the match. No other coach would exhibit such patience, at least. Coach Shin believed he could not. Chapter 51. Stiff rivals. Entrapped in a stalemate as the match commenced, the commentator's voice resonated from the broadcasting booth. With the referee's whistle, the game began. Indeed, this contest featured Hangzhou Normal University pitted against Xiamen University. The tip-off saw Xiao Yuanwu deftly directing the ball to the first position, granting possession to Xiamen. Hangzhou Normal stands as the top team in Xinjiang Province, while Xiamen ranks second in Fujian Province. It is noteworthy that 3 teams from Xinjiang have reached the regional finals, whereas Fujian has only 2. One cannot deny that the hard power of Xinjiang Province surpasses that of Fujian. However, the outcome of this match remains uncertain. In their previous encounter against Guangdong, the long-shelved Xiao Yuanwu took the court, catching them off guard. Zhang, do you believe Xiao Yuanwu is their trump card? Indeed, I spoke with Xiamen and Amp, Oppos, as head coach yesterday. He mentioned that he has been restraining Xiao Yuanwu from playing to cultivate his killer instinct. He referred to this as the hidden sword approach. Oh, back to the game. Xiao Yuanwu forces his way inside, with Yang Chuanbua coming to double team. Yet, the shot is taken and scores. A highly challenging basket. Zhao's commentary is quite passionate. Yet I perceive it as merely the player showcasing his normal prowess. Zhang, let us continue our previous discussion. Can one player, Xiao Yuanwu, truly alter the dynamics of the Southern Division? It is difficult to assert. We are all aware that the Capital and Oppos media has compiled a list of the top 10 rising stars. I believe Xiao Yuanwu should undoubtedly rank among the top 3. This is indeed formidable for Xiamen and Amp. Oppos' strength is not to be underestimated. They are significantly more robust than Hangzhou Normal without Su Lo. Adding a player of Xiao Yuanwu and Oppos' caliber could indeed stir up considerable trouble. Su Lo receives the ball, backing down his opponent assertively. Using his body, he spins and shoots, swish. Interestingly, the playstyles of these 2 top 10 stars bear resemblance today. What could be the reason? Su Lo possesses a remarkable ability to learn. I have observed him adopting various techniques from others. Perhaps he is learning again. Such reasoning holds merit. This fierce competition is truly exhilarating. Xiao Yuanwu attempts a 3-pointer. My heavens, it's so smooth, hitting the backboard and in. The 2 commentators succinctly encapsulated the essence of both teams and their focal points. The cheers from the audience reverberated, and suddenly, Xiao Yuanwu's fan base surged. Who could resist a robust and graceful center? He-Wan also arrived at the sidelines to cheer for Su Lo. Dad, that guy is so towering. Playing the 5 position is no small feat. He-Wan remarked with a furrowed brow. While she held immense confidence in Su Lo, the opponent proved to be excessively formidable. He was practically a budget version of Shaquille O'Neal, with superior finesse. Talent abounds. He interjected, somewhat off-topic. Yesterday, Guangdong's Su Ke, another of the top 10 stars, performed excellently, scoring 38 points single-handedly. However, even with such a performance, he couldn't salvage his team due to Xiao Yuanwu's stellar display. The commentator was indeed correct. Xiao Yuanwu unquestionably ranks among the top 3. He has already scored 10 points against Qin Jun, whose exhausted visage displayed sheer determination. Fearing that once he steps off the court, no one would be able to stop the giant. As the first quarter concluded, Hangzhou Normal trailed with a score of 18-28. Come on, Lu, dunk over him. He-Wan passed Su Lo water and a towel, her enthusiasm palpable. Wishing she could join the fray. Stay calm. There's still time, Su Lo reassured. The disparity between the centers was glaring. Xiamen had evidently resolved to exploit the interior. Hangzhou Normal and Amp. Oppos' weakness was apparent, an underwhelming inside presence. Numerous teams had conducted thorough analyses. The primary concern was Su Lu's scoring ability, which had noticeably diminished. Once his impact waned, the score gap would inevitably widen. Leave it to me. I'll teach them a lesson. Don't underestimate Xiao Ming. Wang Ziming had also contributed a few points, tallying 6 in the first quarter. He gathered the players, emphasizing the formidable nature of their opponents. To secure victory, we cannot rely on one individual alone. I need each of you to exert 120 of your capabilities and play team basketball. Only then do we stand a chance. Move the ball around. Understood, the players replied. He patted Qin Jun on the back. You'll rest in the second quarter, recover your energy. Su Lo will play the 5 position against Xiao Yuanwu. I need you to contain him. Su Lu nodded resolutely. Leave it to me. These muscles cannot be wasted. They are perfectly suited to counter a heavyweight center. As the game continued, what is happening? Su Lu is playing the 5 position? Zhang, what could this mean? It's evident that Coach He Guodong exudes confidence, allowing a small forward to play center, a rare and audacious strategy, providing the audience with a visual feast. This clash of 2 top 10 stars is indeed captivating. Su Lu, with the ball, pushes inside. Their strengths seem evenly matched. Though Su Lu is significantly lighter than Xiao Yuanwu, Su Lu is truly a delightful surprise. He is undoubtedly this year and Oppo's dark horse. Indeed, Su Lu drives into the paint, executing a classic turnaround jumper. The ball goes in, 20-28. Now it is Shaman's turn to attack, passing the ball to Xiao Yuanwu. It appears these two are set to go head-to-head. Who will emerge victorious? Xiao Yuanwu receives the ball, executing a hook shot. It's good. My goodness, how impressive. This player possesses immense confidence in his abilities. Su Lu nearly managed a block on that one. Amidst the commentator and Oppo's fervent narration, players exchanged blows in a back-and-forth battle. Wang Ziming began to find his rhythm, while Su Lu attracted defensive attention, continually delivering quick passes, enabling Xiao Ming to score consecutively. The score steadily approached equilibrium. Go, Lu! Yuan shouted from the sidelines, her voice nearly hoarse. This young man maintained such aggression against that giant. I have no worries about him making it to the NBA. Old He remained unfazed, seemingly unconcerned about the match. This reflects his formidable confidence. A single game cannot hinder their progress. Still, Su Lu's strength is commendable, dominating his opponent. Yuan incessantly praised Su Lu. Let us be realistic. At most, it's marginally better. There is no dominance here. Why do you become so irrational when watching the game? Oldie found himself at a loss with his daughter. Typically calm, she could remain unperturbed even during her own matches. Yet, when it came to Su Li's games, she transformed into a whirlwind of excitement. As the halftime buzzer sounded, Hangzhou Normal remained behind. The 50-second foul has become a significant predicament for Hangzhou Normal University, trailing at halftime. During the intermission, Coach He continued to motivate his players, reminding them that every time they fell behind, they managed to stage a comeback, and this occasion would be no different. Keep pushing forward. Su Lu, having played for so long, encountered a formidable opponent for the first time, and he felt a decline in his stamina, a sensation he had never experienced before. As the halftime concluded, Yuan called out to Su Lu, Brother Lu, take them down. Don't hold back. Just moments ago, during their rest, the commentators had disparaged them, suggesting they might fall into the losers and Oppo's bracket, akin to the previous opponent of Xiamen University, Guangdong. Rest assured, that will not happen. They are already faltering, Su Lu asserted, not merely speaking empty words. His energy was waning, and the tall Xiao Yuanwu was in a similar predicament. You're quite strong. At least stronger than you appear, Xiao Yuanwu remarked, pressing against Su Lu. Breathing heavily, are you out of energy? Su Lu discerned that this fellow was merely putting on a brave front. Rest assured, before you fall, I will not succumb, Xiao Yuanwu continued. How can I be at ease with that? You may be tough, but don't overexert yourself, Su Lu advised. Humph, Xiao Yuanwu said no more. Knowing that if he exited the game, his team would descend into mediocrity, and he, this extraordinary individual, would not leave the court. If that happened, the score gap could narrow, plunging their team into trouble. As Hangzhou Normal gained possession, Su Lu positioned himself to receive the ball. The commentary team, seemingly tireless, continued their chatter. As the second half commenced, it was no surprise that the clash between the two star players persisted. In the first half, both were evenly matched, much to the audience's delight. As fatigue set in, the first to falter would face defeat. Earlier during halftime, both of us predicted victory for Xiamen University. Coach Zhang, could you elaborate on the reasoning behind your prediction? Aside from Su Lu, the main players from Hangzhou Normal had accumulated 3 to 4 fouls each, making it difficult to envision how lax their defense might become under such foul pressure. As Coach Zhang noted, this was indeed the case. The play unfolded as Su Lu turned to face Xiao Yuanwu, shifting from a physical confrontation to a battle of skill. He feinted a couple of times, testing the waters. Xiao Yuanwu remained still, and Su Lu seized the moment, driving to the left and breaking through the center. Leaning into Xiao Yuanwu, he executed a hook shot, 2 points scored. Su Lu's technical prowess was truly comprehensive, seemingly devoid of weaknesses. Yes, the hook shot, layup, dunk, alley-oop, mid-range, and three-point shots, truly a jack of all trades. The last time I witnessed such versatility was with LeBron James in the NBA, Coach Zhang remarked, offering high praise that seemed premature to some. You will inevitably come to share my view, he added, as Xiao Yuanwu showcased his own skills, his height, and finesse reminiscent of Kevin Durant. This is the most thrilling contest I have seen this year, Coach Zhang continued. Despite the fans cheering, a sense of disappointment lingered. As the physical confrontations between the Titans were less intense compared to the first half, they relished the sight of muscular players battling fiercely in the paint. Drenched in sweat, an embodiment of passionate basketball. Conversely, the finesse displayed was more characteristic of guards. Xiao Yuanwu executed a smooth layup, raising 2 fingers to his fans, inciting a fervor among the crowd. Wow, so impressive. Upon witnessing this display, He Huan extended his arms, calling out to Su Lu, "Dunk it, brother Lu." Su Lu calmly nodded and advanced with the ball. Just moments ago, Yang Chuanbua had failed to cover, granting Xiao Yuanwu an opportunity. This foul was troublesome. In Cuba, 5 fouls would lead to disqualification, and Yang Chuanbua had already accumulated 4. He could be on the verge of departure. Coach, he had no intention of substituting Chen Jun, believing it would jeopardize their current advantage. Only Su Lu could contend with Xiao Yuanwu and further deplete his stamina. Wang Ziming dribbled the ball, and after Su Lu set a screen for him, he dashed to the corner, wide open. Just as Su Lu reached the corner, Wang Ziming passed the ball, receiving it. He executed a quick stop-and-shoot jumper, sinking the ball. The score was tied, 54-54. Both teams had low scores. It was possible the third quarter would conclude without surpassing 70 points. Excellent job, brother Lu. Wang Ziming congratulated him with a high five. Xiaoming helped Sule with his defense. Hold them off, and in the fourth quarter, we shall triumph. Su Lu observed his teammates hesitating, reluctant to engage, which could afford their opponents ample opportunity to penetrate and score. Understood, just watch me. Cheers erupted from the crowd, which had largely divided into 2 factions, one supporting Su Lu and the other backing Xiao Yuanwu. He Huan joined in the cheers. Nice, keep pushing. Su Lu shot him a heart gesture, eliciting a wave of excited screams, hinting at a budding romance. Even the commentators were momentarily taken aback, noting the apparent closeness between Su Lu and the young lady, rumored to be the daughter of He Guodong, who had grown up alongside him. The audience, upon hearing this brief tale, erupted in even louder cheers, particularly among the female fans, who marveled at what they perceived as a fairy tale romance. Back on the court, Su Li's judgment proved astute as the opposing point guard exploited Chu Lei's defense, penetrating the 3-point line without a screen. Wang Ziming, quick to react, deftly stripped the ball, reclaiming possession. Chu Lei seized the opportunity, sprinting down the court with remarkable speed, leaving the opponent trailing behind. He received Wang Ziming and Oppo's S-pass and scored. This marked Hangzhou Normal's first lead. It seemed Xiamen University required significant adjustments, having been outscored 7-2 at the start of the second half. Indeed, their coach called for a timeout. This adjustment would reveal how both coaches strategized. If Xiamen could recalibrate, their chances would remain favorable. I feel as though I am witnessing a championship match. Both teams exhibit remarkable strength. The Southeast Division is truly formidable. Meanwhile, matches in the Northern Division had concluded, with traditional powerhouses like Tsinghua, Peking University, and Taiyuan University advancing to the winners and Oppo's bracket. A surprising underdog, Shandong University, had triumphed over Shaanxi University. Oh, is that so? Shaanxi University boasts one of the top 10 rising stars, Gao Shuirong. Of course, we can revisit the highlights after the match. Stay tuned to our official website for more updates and coverage of the games. The competition resumed. Chapter 53, the ankle terminator in the third segment of the match. Both teams remained locked in a fierce contest, seemingly deferring the suspense of the game to the final quarter. The defense of the Hangzhou Normal University team appeared somewhat lacking, yet their offense exhibited a marked strength. Consequently, the scores oscillated, and they found themselves tied again. I have lost count of how many times they have equalized in the second half. With a minute and a half remaining, the score stood at 80-80. Both teams struggling to accumulate points. However, in terms of historical performance, this score could be deemed moderate. It seems that this year, for reasons unknown, all teams have been achieving notably high scores. Coach Zhang aptly observed that after watching numerous games, the issue was not poor defense, but rather an increase in shooting accuracy. Last year, the three-point shooting percentage across all teams was merely 22, while this year it has soared to 29, and it continues to rise. It is indeed a remarkable season. This year appears to herald a golden age for basketball, with the coming years promising to be equally thrilling. At this moment, Su Lu held the ball, his back to Xiao Yuanwu, executing his signature lateral dribble. This time, Xiao Yuanwu was not deceived. Su Lu pivoted, testing the waters, initiating his dribble with a swift change of direction, followed by another. My heavens, what a display of skill! Xiao Yuanwu was left off balance. The commentators exclaimed in unison. The arena erupted in gasps. The ankle terminator had unleashed his prowess. His strength was astounding. Even in the closing moments of the game, he could perform such maneuvers. His stamina was extraordinary. This was indeed a great humiliation for Xiao Yuanwu, a fellow rising star, to have been so easily faked out. It was almost unbelievable. Xiao Yuanwu, feeling the sting of defeat, not only surrendered 2 points but was also left reeling. This opponent was proving to be quite formidable. Turning back, Xiao Yuanwu positioned himself for the ball, clearly unable to swallow his pride. Who could bear such a slight? However, he did not lose his composure. After several attempts to penetrate the paint, he drew defenders in. Su Lu signaled for him not to pass, but it was too late. Xiao Yuanwu had already sent the ball to the second position, where a teammate caught it and launched a three-point shot, scoring. With only a minute left, Hangzhou Normal University trailed by 1 point. We had misjudged him. Xiao Yuanwu remained remarkably composed, an unsettling prospect. He was impervious to emotional upheaval. And Su Lu had encountered a true rival. Once this match concluded, I would undoubtedly revisit it multiple times. It was simply exhilarating. Indeed, it was magnificent. Lao He clapped his hands, urging his team to accelerate. Time was running short. This shot had to be made. The ball was passed to Su Lu, while Wang Ziming cut towards the basket. Su Lu dished it out to Wang Ziming, who attempted a reverse hook shot. The ball hit the backboard and ricocheted out. My goodness, the execution was flawless, yet luck eluded them. It seemed as though fate was favoring Xiamen University. Wang Ziming slapped his hands in frustration at squandering such a golden opportunity. Defend, defend, quickly get into position. Lao He shouted, gesturing animatedly from the sidelines. Su Lu raised 2 fingers, signaling the intention to implement a 2-2-1 zone defense. On the opposing offense, Xiao Yuanwu initiated the play, pushing against Su Lu. But he could not gain ground. He pivoted and passed the ball to the 4th position, who charged toward the basket. Both Yang Chuanbua and Su Lu rushed to defend. At that moment, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Foul! The crowd murmured. Too many bodies were in the fray, obscuring the culprit. If it was Yang Chuanbua, he would be disqualified. The referee indicated that Yang Chuanbua had committed a foul by grabbing a player. With 5 fouls, he was ejected from the game. A calamity for Hangzhou Normal University. With 48 seconds remaining, they had lost a key player, while Xiamen University was awarded 2 free throws. The scales of victory had begun to tilt. The situation on the court was rapidly evolving, catching everyone off guard. Lao He called for Chun Jun to enter the game, not forgetting to exchange encouraging high fives with Yang Chuanbua. Meanwhile, He Huan anxiously clenched his shirt, murmuring, "Missed the free throws, missed the free throws." Alas, fate did not align with his wishes. The opposing 4th position sank both free throws. Lao He called a timeout, trailing by 3 points with 48 seconds left. They needed to score 2 baskets to have any chance of turning the tide, while simultaneously preventing the opposing team from scoring. Lao He pulled out his tactical board, strategizing for a 2-point shot first. If the opponent scored, the last shot would be a 3-pointer. Chun Jun would set a screen at the top for Su Lu, who was to drive to the basket. Watch the clock. We must contain their offense. If all else failed, they would resort to a strategy of fouling. As they had no timeouts left, Lao He had to convey all possible options within the next 90 seconds, hoping his players would execute his plan. There remained a glimmer of hope. As the timeout concluded, Su Lu rallied his teammates, 321, let us go. Su Lu held the ball, with He Huan providing a screen. Su Lu burst forward with astonishing speed, surpassing his previous breakthroughs. In this critical moment, it was as if he had reclaimed control of his body. His nimble footwork propelled him forward, confronting both Xiao Yuanwu in the opposing 4th position, making the basket. They were still down by 1. Xiamen University was on the attack. With only 35 seconds remaining, they appeared unfazed. Xiao Yuanwu received the ball, while Chun Jun defended closely, with Su Lu moving in to assist. Su Lu attempted to steal the ball, but Xiao Yuanwu had already passed it to the 3-point line. The shot was taken, and it was a 3-pointer. Who could have anticipated that Xiamen University would still be shooting threes at this juncture? They only needed a 2. I doubt Hangzhou Normal University expected this either. They had shifted their defensive focus entirely within the 2-point arc. The score gap had widened to 4 points. What could Hangzhou Normal University do now? This was entirely unforeseen by Lao He. In the current predicament, they could only attempt a three-pointer and then employ a fouling strategy. Leave it to me, Brother Lu. Wang Ziming whispered to Su Lu. Su Lu would undoubtedly be the focal point of the opposing defense, while Wang Ziming sought his redemption after missing a prior two-pointer. All right. Su Lu offered no further words. He advanced with the ball, drawing in the defenders, and swiftly passed to Wang Ziming, who was unguarded. He leaped high, releasing the ball, which hung in the air for what felt like an eternity. Swish. The basketball found the net. With only 12 seconds remaining, they had to commit a foul. Lao He pointed at the opponent, instructing his team. Su Lu and his teammates knew their strategy. Although Xiamen University darted around with the ball, Su Lu and his team managed to intercept. Chu Lei fouled out with 5 fouls. The opposing third position made one of 2 free throws. With only 10 seconds left, they trailed by just 2 points. There remained a chance. Xiamen University also adopted a strategy of fouling. They had not yet reached their foul limit, thus avoiding free throws while merely stalling for time. With just 5 seconds left, they could attempt a two-pointer to force overtime. If they reached overtime, it would be particularly unfavorable for Hangzhou Normal University, as they had already lost 2 key players. Su Lu received the ball, dribbled twice, and with just 3 seconds remaining. 2 seconds. 1 second. He did not drive. Instead, he launched a three-pointer right in the face of 3 defenders. The basketball soared through the air, and the arena fell into a hushed silence. An electrifying stillness enveloped the court, all eyes fixated on that singular basketball. Chapter 54, God Blocks God. Buddha blocks Buddha. Su Lu descended from the sky, accompanied by the hands of 3 opposing players. However, his focus remained unwaveringly on the ball. Uncertain whether he could make the shot, his release was too swift, lacking the precision to gauge the force adequately. He sensed a slight deficiency in his shooting power. The ball struck the rim and bounced upward. The game clock had expired, and the final whistle had already sounded. Yet, the ball lingered in the air, descending once more, crashing onto the rim and rebounding again. Everyone in Damp, Oppos, S hearts were in turmoil, chanting for the ball to go in. The fans of Hangzhou Normal University erupted in frenzied cheers, while the supporters of Xiamen University silently prayed, pleading for it not to go in. The ball finally seemed to lose momentum, teetering on the rim, before it tilted and slid inside. A thunderous cheer erupted in the arena, the loudest ever recorded. Su Lu sprinted towards He Huan, embracing her in celebration. Victory was theirs. Other teammates attempted to join in the jubilation but were halted by Wang Ziming, who feared for their safety against He Huan and Oppos as formidable fists. The commentators were equally exhilarated, contrasting their pre-game expectations entirely. Hangzhou Normal emerged victorious, having previously been defeated by Xiamen University. Now, they had triumphed. What an extraordinary team, especially considering 2 of their key players had been fouled out. In this final moment, they executed a stunning last-second victory. Su Lu truly lived up to his reputation, and so did Hangzhou Normal. They were undoubtedly the pride of Qianjiang Province and potentially the champions of the Southern Division. From this day forth, I am an ardent fan of Su Lu. No one can stop me. After that miraculous finish, I have completely switched sides. Ha ha ha, Xiaohe, I feel the same. Truly remarkable. Simply extraordinary. Xiao Yuanwu stared at the scoreboard, momentarily at a loss for words. His teammates were all downcast, particularly the player who missed the free throw, now consumed by regret. Had he made that shot, they might have at least secured a draw in this game. Regaining his composure, Xiao Yuanwu shook his head, reminding himself that a single defeat did not define their journey. They had a long road ahead. He embraced each player, offering words of encouragement, reassuring them that falling to the loser's bracket was merely a setback, and they would strive for victory in the next match. Xiamen University, let us go. Xiao Yuanwu understood that this loss did not stem from his teammates and Oppo's shortcomings, but rather from his inability to compete with Su Lu. In the final moments, Su Lu seemed to have broken through some shackles, evolving into a more versatile and formidable player. He patted the teammate who missed the free throw and cheerfully declared, "Tomorrow, we're doing an extra 500 free throws, or you're not allowed to sleep." Understood, Captain. Xiao Yuanwu's comforting approach proved remarkably effective, as the player quickly shook off his feelings of defeat and prepared to practice free throws. All the teammates gathered around to offer their support. After a while, Su Lu and several teammates approached the players of Xiamen University to shake hands. Su Lu shared a brotherly hug with Xiao Yuanwu. "Big guy. Let and Amp, Oppos, aim to play together on the national team someday. When that time comes, will you be the center, or will I?" Xiao Yuanwu joked. Su Lu smirked. What are you talking about? Without you, could I even play the 5 position? You're incredible. Keep it up. You too. I'm really looking forward to it, Xiao Yuanwu replied. Though it was unclear whether he anticipated their future basketball careers or the prospect of playing alongside Su Lu on the national team. After their playful banter, Wang Ziming joined in for a hug. I'm not too shabby either, right? You all did well. I didn't expect to encounter you so early in the second round, Xiao Yuanwu replied. No worries, see you in the Southern Finals. Wang Ziming expressed his confidence in his team. He and Su Lu had seamlessly integrated into the squad, creating a harmonious atmosphere that was comforting. Each player diligently focused on their role while also supporting their teammates, unlike the dynamics at Xinjiang Sports University, which were marred by suspicion and conflict. After exchanging friendly greetings, the teammates hoisted Su Lu into the air, tossing him up and catching him repeatedly. Su Lu closed his eyes, reveling in the celebratory moment. Basking in the cheers and applause that filled the arena, he playfully shouted along with his teammates, fully embracing the joy of the occasion. Following the celebration, Su Lu, in high spirits, began to sign autographs for the enthusiastic fans. Wang Ziming quizzically remarked, Warren and Amp, Oppos, to you against signing autographs before? Su Lu replied, I'm just getting used to this scene. It seems I'll be doing it often from now on. I should familiarize myself with this. It appeared that many fans were also eager to meet Wang Ziming, who, after all, was quite handsome. Oldie entered the locker room, applauding the young men. Congratulations, everyone. You all performed splendidly today. The players cheered in response. Wang Ziming glanced at his phone, noticing that Lucen and his team had lost to the Guangdong team. This result was anticipated, as Guangxi University was slightly less formidable. He sent a comforting message to Lucen. Oldie continued. Our next opponent has been determined, Shanghai Jiaotong University. Another formidable adversary awaited. As all the teams they had faced thus far had been from the winners and Amp, Oppos, bracket, none had been fortunate enough to escape unscathed. Each match had been fiercely contested. Devoid of weak opponents, Shanghai Jiaotong University boasts a player named Gu Dong, a shooting guard with impressive scoring capabilities and an exceedingly high three-point shooting percentage. Everyone, celebrate well today, and we'll resume training tomorrow, Oldie concluded before departing. The ensuing pressure now rested on Wang Ziming's shoulders. If he could contain Gu Dong, victory would be within their grasp. How about it, Xiaoming? Can you handle it? Su Lu inquired. What is there to worry about? I can't let all the burdens fall solely on you. It's my time to show my strength. Wang Ziming's optimistic demeanor uplifted the entire team. They erupted in cheers, declaring that the next MVP award should rightfully belong to him. Sounds good. The conversation faded, leading into a day of rest and training. On the third day, they continued their matches in the winners' bracket. The number of games was dwindling. The first batch of eliminated teams had already packed their belongings and returned home. Lucen's team had departed. But they took a moment to bid farewell to Su Lu and his teammates. Don't let us down. Look good. Keep winning. Why fret? God blocks God. Buddha blocks Buddha. No one can stop us, Su Lu replied with a grin. Following the previous match, their team was now riding a wave of momentum. Bolstered by Su Lu and Oppos' improvement, they truly felt fearless, ready to face anyone. This was precisely the synergy that Oldie had always hoped to witness. Chapter 55, advancing into the top 4 of the Southern Division, it must be said that Shanghai Jiaotong University is indeed a formidable opponent. Particularly, this fellow Gu Dong possesses remarkable breakthrough abilities, unmatched speed, and an offensive strategy that is incredibly versatile. Even Wang Ziming finds it somewhat challenging to defend against him. Look good. This guy is as troublesome as you, exclaimed Xiaoming, unable to suppress his sentiments. He felt the same way when playing alongside Su Lu. He was acutely aware of Su Li's intentions, yet was unable to thwart them. You must engage him offensively. Only by exhausting his stamina on the defensive end can his attacks be subdued, Su Lu suggested, recalling his strategy against Xiao Yuanwu in the previous game. He had relentlessly attacked the inside, using his physicality to deplete Xiao Yuanwu's energy, which resulted in a decline in Xiao's scoring during the latter half. Ultimately, this led to victory. All right, watch me. Xiaoming was not without ideas. He merely habitually vented to Su Lu. In Su Lu's presence, he felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. Su Lu exuded a remarkable aura of confidence, a trait he had cultivated since the age of 5, honing it over the years to a formidable degree. The match unfolded as a fierce showdown between Wang Ziming and Gu Dong. By halftime, the score remained tightly contested, with Xiaoming having already scored 15 points, while Gu Dong amassed 21. Zhang guiding, the Hangzhou Normal University team exhibits a clear advantage in this match. Su Lu has yet to reveal his full potential, and the situation remains in our favor. Shanghai Jiaotong University has not fully unleashed its strength. Let us anticipate the second half. I sense this will be another epic battle, he continued. This year in Oppos, as competitions have been particularly thrilling. With underdogs toppling giants and fierce rivalries manifesting, it has been utterly exhilarating to watch. Just yesterday, I revisited several matches of Hangzhou Normal University, although they had concluded. The excitement still surged within me. I hope today, both teams can deliver a climactic finish, tantalizing us further. As the second half commenced, both teams resumed their relentless offensive duel. Su Lu began to assert his dominance, scoring continuously in the paint, rapidly extending the lead to over 10 points. Meanwhile, Wang Ziming and Gu Dong found their stamina waning, and their offensive rhythm faltered. The spotlight shifted back to Su Lu, who shone like a brilliant star, compelling everyone's gaze. With the crowd roaring in excitement, the climax of the match approached, yet the anticipated spectacle of a fierce battle did not materialize. With just over 4 minutes remaining, Hangzhou Normal University led 95-83, a margin that seemed insurmountable for Shanghai Jiaotong University. The indefatigable Su Lu stood like an unyielding wall, obstructing their path. Whenever they sought to breach his defenses, that wall only rose higher until they could no longer overcome it. Despair filled the eyes of the Shanghai Jiaotong University players. Do you realize? Su Lu plays every match in its entirety. He is like a robot, impervious to fatigue. He is truly a paragon on the court, exclaimed one of the spectators. How fortunate it would be if my favorite NBA star could play the entire game as well. Such an anomaly, it's truly remarkable. What does he eat to grow like this? Murmured the students in the audience. Recently, information about Su Lu circulated widely online, depicting him as a childhood boxing prodigy. Mentored by a former national basketball player, a scion of wealth, and a basketball genius. Various labels adorned him, adding to his illustrious persona. Yet, no accolade could eclipse his reputation as a tireless athlete. As the final whistle blew, Hangzhou Normal University secured a steady victory, advancing into the top 10 of the Southern Division. The teams that followed, in terms of strength, paled in comparison to Shanghai Jiaotong University, which greatly favored Su Lu and his team. With only 2 more matches to determine the top 8, Xiaoming gasped for breath. Indeed, if we finish first, we will face the 8th seed. Su Lu replied, the winners and AMP, Oppos, bracket and AMP, Oppos, S top 4 and the losers and AMP, Oppos, bracket and AMP, Oppos, S top 4 will vie for the top 8, leading to the semifinals. We have consistently remained in the winners bracket, and compared to the losers bracket, we have played fewer matches, granting us greater stamina. However, the losers bracket has endured more fierce battles, giving them a different momentum. In the subsequent matches, Su Lu and his team did not encounter games as closely contested as the one against Xiamen University, nor did they leave the suspense until the end. They emerged victorious decisively. Ultimately, they claimed the top spot in the Southern Division, with 3 additional matches ahead. They stood poised to contend for the championship against the North Division's champion. In mid-February, their first match was against Xiamen University, who had clawed their way up from the losers bracket. What serendipity to meet again, Su Lu quipped. As the game commenced, Xiao Yuanwu sought to avenge their previous encounter. Yet by halftime, they trailed by 15 points, a scenario unimaginable in the past. From these 2 matches, it was evident that Hangzhou Normal University and Oppos' strength had been on an upward trajectory, particularly Su Lu, who seemed to be in a constant state of evolution. I heard that Guodong had trained him for over a decade, maintaining a rigorous regimen with minimal competition against others. It resembled the ancient Chinese practice of concealing a sword. When it finally emerged, it astonished all. Indeed, during this time, Su Lu has been incessantly studying his opponent's characteristics and transforming them into his own techniques, truly a continuous evolution. One wonders what form he will ultimately take. On the sidelines, Yi Qiu understood the answer. It is boundless. His association with Su Lu has elevated his status significantly. He now speaks with newfound confidence. Moreover, he has established a good rapport with Su Lu, to the extent that among national journalists, only his interviews are met with Su Lu's acceptance. A player without limits of evolution unexpectedly crossed his path. Perhaps it was a stroke of fortune for him. In the second half, the score continued to widen until the end of the match. Hangzhou Normal University triumphed with an impressive 115-95 advantage, with Su Lu scoring 45 points. No one can stop you now, Xiao Yuanwu remarked with admiration. Su Lu shrugged, feeling his own progress. If he had harbored any lingering doubts after the previous match, They were now entirely dispelled. This opponent was simply formidable. Congratulations to Hangzhou Normal University for advancing into the Southern Division and Oppos as top 4. In the next match, Su Lu and his team will face Qianjiang Sports University, yet another familiar adversary. Chapter 56. The evolution continues during their first encounter with Qianjiang Sports Institute. Su Lu and his team secured a victory by a margin of 10 points. At that time, Su Lu and Wang Ziming were supported by several formidable allies, including Su Xilan and Wang Hao. By the second matchup against Qianjiang Sports Institute, their companions had transformed into their current teammates. They once again emerged victorious, albeit with a narrower scoreline. Now, as they face each other for the third time, Yu Jia and Li Chang tremble at the sight of Su Lu. Their confidence utterly shattered. "Brother Lu, if you secure the championship trophy, this year will be much more joyous," Wang Ziming remarked. "Xiaoming, why are you so lacking in ambition?" Su Lu gently patted his shoulder. "Well, there are no better competitions at the moment." "What? Do you think we could join the national team?" Wang Ziming retorted. "I believe I have honed my skills sufficiently. Perhaps I could be the top pick in the draft." "What about you? Do you have loftier aspirations?" Su Lu asked, leaning on his knee and gazing ahead. "After the new year, I plan to train in the military. Perhaps by the time I return, I will have forged an indomitable will," Wang Ziming declared. "That sounds excellent. I never anticipated you would truly go." Su Lu expressed his approval, confident that Xiaoming would achieve remarkable feats. "So, these are the last 3 matches we will play in the next 2 years." Wang Ziming grinned, a hint of reluctance evident. Saying farewell to so many acquaintances I've known for such a short time is bittersweet. In the military, I might seldom keep tabs on Brother Lu. One must accept that there are gains and losses, Su Lu mused. I must also gather with Wang Hao and the others. With the CBA now entering its second phase, Wang Hao and Su Xilan would soon be busy again. However, during the final summary matches, they would likely come to cheer for their friends. What about Li Bang and the others? Why Haven and Oppos, they skipped class to come and watch. Naturally optimistic, Xiaoming had just made a significant life decision, leading his thoughts to wander. Meanwhile, Su Lu observed Yu Jiao with the keen intensity of a wolf. He had previously declared that each encounter with this young man would be met with confrontation. A true man keeps his word. And it was high time for him to teach Yu Jiao a lesson. In contrast to the lack of confidence displayed by the students from the Sports Institute, Su Li's self-assurance had surged to an unprecedented level. He appeared to have shattered the shackles of his physical limitations, fully mastering the enhanced capabilities of his body. He had surpassed his previous records in speed and vertical leap, showcasing remarkable coordination in his muscular movements. He had reverted to being the extraordinary scorer, averaging 40 to 50 points per game. The match commenced. At the commentary booth, the familiar voices of Coach Zhang and Xiaohe filled the air. These two teams were seasoned rivals. Prior to this tournament, it was rumored that Su Lu had led his team to a successful challenge against others. I also heard that journalist Yu Qiu had written about Su Lu on his page. Yi, a devoted fan of Su Lu, was the only one permitted to conduct exclusive interviews with him, and I had seen several of his interviews on the Media and Oppos' website. "Hello, everyone," he greeted from the sidelines, waving his camera toward the commentary booth, a refined media professional indeed. The camera returned to the commentators, who continued, "This match promises to be captivating," marking the rivalry for supremacy in Xinjiang province. Indeed, in the previous match, Xinjiang Sports Institute triumphed over Yangda, securing their place in the top 4. And now they faced the #1 ranked Hangzhou Normal University. "It seems fate has played its hand," Coach Zhang remarked. "Who will emerge victorious?" "I have completely switched allegiance to Hangzhou Normal. I am a die-hard fan of Su Lu," he proclaimed with enthusiasm. "Aha. I never expected the usually rational Coach Zhang to be so overtly biased this time," Xiaohe chuckled. "Nonetheless, I will remain impartial in my commentary, as always," Coach Zhang assured. Indeed, from past matches, we have witnessed Su Li's scoring resurgence. After a slump averaging merely 20 points, his performance has rebounded to an impressive average of 42.6 points. If 20 points represents a downturn, how many players would be infuriated by such a score? Indeed. Coach Zhang is right. We can observe that only a handful of players exceed an average of 30 points, such as Qian Xiaoxiao, Peking University's Tong Tong, and Xiamen University and Oppos' Xiao Yuan Wu, among others, while Su Lu remains firmly at the top of the scoring leaderboard, nearly 10 points ahead of the second place. Many of those on the scoring chart have already been eliminated. While individual scoring does not dictate everything, it does help us better understand the players. As the two commentators conversed, the match commenced. It was evident that Hangzhou Normal was brimming with confidence. Right from the start, Qinjun overpowered Yuchia, seizing possession of the ball. Indeed, Wang Ziming scores from the perimeter. Hangzhou Normal starts strong. The game opened with a flurry of 12-3, prompting Xinjiang Sports Institute to call a timeout. The coach needed to devise a tactical plan as the situation was dire, and it seemed the players lacked the fire to compete. The game proceeded with Hangzhou Normal maintaining their momentum. Sulu executed a solo drive, breaking through for a layup, finishing with a reverse hook shot that found its mark, a cunning display of skill. Without delving into the cleverness of Su Li's technique, he was practically toying with Yuchia. Su Lu had amassed 8 points in the paint, dominating the game. He offered no opportunities to Xinjiang Sports Institute, effectively blowing the game wide open by the end of the first quarter, with the score standing at 37-19, a full doubling of their opponent's points. As the first quarter concluded, Su Lu and Wang Ziming exchanged celebratory high fives. "Brother Lu, why are you playing so fiercely, leaving them no chance?" Wang Ziming inquired. "Of course. I promised to give it my all against them," Su Lu replied, accepting the towel handed to him by He Huan. "Old He, aren't you concerned about your juniors?" He Huan teased, recalling how he had once taken Old He to the Sports Institute, where he had chastised the players. "You little rascal, you have no respect." Old He lightly scolded, eliciting laughter from the team. In stark contrast to their levity, Old Chi on the opposing bench found no humor in the situation. His insistence on a high-pressure strategy now appeared farcical. "Li Chong, increase physical contact. Do not allow him to break through easily." Old Chi could no longer remain seated. His coaching ability paled in comparison to Old He's, yet the quality of his players was commendable, and he could not fathom why they were being so thoroughly outplayed. Now, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. "Coach, he has become quite solid, weighing at least 82 kilograms. I can and oppose. Hold my ground against him." Li Chong lamented. "This guy Su Lu is still evolving. His weight has increased, yet his speed has only improved. We must endure. You are now the hope of the entire team. Whether we can turn the tide rests solely on your shoulders," Old Chi encouraged. "I understand, Coach. I will give it my all," Li Chong responded with resignation. Chapter 57. Submission of All. As the second quarter commenced, Xinjiang Institute of Physical Education offered a mere symbolic resistance before succumbing to an overwhelming tide. Su Lu relentlessly attacked the basket. Not only could Li Chong not contain him, but even Yu Jia's double team proved futile. By the end of the second quarter, the score stood at 72-42, with Hangzhou Normal University leading by a substantial 30 points. The crowd erupted in excitement. "What on earth? Has Sula taken some sort of performance-enhancing substance today? He is on fire." The cheers resonated as he accumulated nearly 40 points by halftime. "Do you think he could reach 60 points in this game?" "That seems entirely feasible. The highest-scoring male player is 67 points, while the female record stands at 72. Goodness, I believe he will break the record today. Is that true? How exhilarating. We are about to witness history." The spectators were not the only ones discussing this. Even the commentators were engaged in the conversation. Everyone knew that Su Lu typically played the entire game, and with 35 points in the first half, how many could he possibly score in the second? Director Zhang, "I believe he will surpass the male record, exceeding 67 points." It was apparent that Xiao He had immense faith in Su Lu, and anticipation filled the air. Even those who initially planned to leave the arena returned. For while the game itself had become rather dull, the prospect of witnessing a record-breaking performance was undeniably intriguing. As the third quarter began, Lao He simply uttered one phrase: "Pass the ball to Su Lu." This statement set the tone for the second half, indicating a clear intention to break records. "Go for it, Le Go." His teammates encouraged him. "Absolutely." Su Lu responded with a grin, clearly underestimating his opponents. He was determined to shatter records today. With such momentum, how could he leave without making a mark? The entire audience chanted his name, rallying behind him. With each basket he made, the crowd echoed his points: 42, 54, 66, 75. Su Lu and Oppo's scoring concluded at an impressive 75 points. As the referee and Oppo's whistle signaled the end of the match, Xinjiang Institute of Physical Education was finally liberated from their torment. Post-match, they refrained from friendly exchanges with Su Lu and his team, departing in disgrace. Devoid of any semblance of dignity, Su Lu shrugged, having initially intended to provoke them, but decided against it. This astonishing victory, with such a significant score difference between the top two teams from the same province, was beyond anyone's expectations. 149-80. What kind of team could achieve such a score? I suspect Hangzhou Normal University's next opponents are already trembling in fear. Their forthcoming adversaries remain undecided, with Huaqiao University and Central South University fiercely competing for a place in the Southern semifinals. As the commentators noted this, spectators picked up their phones to follow the other match. Meanwhile, Su Lu and his teammates were already celebrating. Old Chi approached Lao He, saying, "Captain, I was wrong. Whether you were right or wrong, I cannot say. Perhaps it is merely a difference in perspective, and you simply lost a game," Lao He replied. This crushing defeat served as a lesson for Old Chi. Lao He continued, "Did you not say that the purpose of participating in the competition was to allow these young men to experience the taste of failure? How is it that now you are the one tasting defeat? I was previously oblivious to the reality. I thought losing one game was an accident. Losing two was still manageable, but now that spirit has vanished," Old Chi lamented, reflecting on the gap between himself and He Guodong after these recent losses. Keep pushing forward. At least your objective has been achieved. These young lads need encouragement now. You cannot afford to wallow in despair alongside them. Seize this opportunity to uplift them and help them regain their confidence. The road ahead remains long, Lao He advised. "I understand. You are right," Old Chi replied, invigorated. Lao He, however, had no time to dwell on this. He needed to return to studying their next opponents. Being a head coach is exhausting, if given another chance. "I would certainly decline this role," he mused. "The primary burden lies in the responsibility for every individual, which is what makes it so tiring." 2 days later, the team faced their final opponent in the Southern Division, Central South University. They had narrowly defeated Huaqiao University by 3 points in their last match. As the game commenced, Chen Jun won the jump ball once more, allowing Hangzhou Normal University to initiate the attack. Su Lu, positioned near the free-throw line, leapt and scored, easily outmaneuvering his shorter opponent. The number 3 player, adopting a low center of gravity for defense, found himself vulnerable to Su Lu and Appo's shooting opportunities. With his remarkable jump shots, Su Lu scored relentlessly, resembling an unstoppable warrior. By halftime, his team led by 10 points. Upon returning for the second half, Su Lu faced 2 defenders. Yet this did little to impede him. The game began with a 10-2 offensive surge, forcing a timeout for the opponents. It was evident that the two teams were not on the same level of competition. Following the break, Central South University managed to claw back some points. But thanks to Wang Ziming's steals and fast breaks, the score stabilized. After 4 quarters of play, Hangzhou Normal emerged victorious. Central South's Fu Wei had given his all, scoring 32 points, yet it was insufficient to salvage his team. Indeed, Hangzhou Normal University had evolved continuously, building momentum throughout the season. In basketball, momentum is paramount. Once it is established, it becomes increasingly difficult to suppress. In the Northern Division, the results were also decisive. The 4-time champions Peking University fell to the 3-time champions Tsinghua University by a narrow 5-point margin. I am confident that this year's finals will outshine those of previous years. Who would have imagined that Hangzhou Normal University, which failed to reach the divisional playoffs last year, would triumph as champions of the Southern Division this year with an unrivaled record? Even more astonishing is that the finals are not anticipated to be a one-sided affair, but rather a fierce battle between 2 titans. The championship match will take place in 3 days, serving as a year-end spectacle that no one should miss. As the commentators concluded their remarks, the Southern Division matches came to a close. Tsinghua University is indeed a formidable opponent. However, Su Lu and his teammates remain unfazed, no matter who comes their way. They are determined to bring them down, whether they're 9-time, 3-time, or 4-time champions. Almost by submission. Chapter 58. The finals commence in contrast to the evenly distributed talent among the schools in the Southern Division. The Northern Division boasts a concentration of exceptional players within a few renowned teams. Thus, the players of Tsinghua University are all distinguished athletes from across the nation. The conditions offered by their team are simply irresistible the most. An exemplary case is Qian Xiaoxiao, who gained considerable fame during his high school years, attracting fierce competition among various teams vying for his commitment. He is arguably the finest shooting guard the country has seen in over 2 decades, possessing unparalleled physical attributes and skills. Standing at 195 meters, he showcases masterful ball handling and a diverse range of offensive tactics. Wang Ziming finds himself in a predicament, having faced formidable shooting guards in several consecutive matches. In these confrontations, his advantages are minimal, and he often relies on his quick shot release to prevent a significant gap from forming between him and his opponents. After several days of rest, The Cuba finals have finally arrived. The commentators, Zhang and Xiaohe, have developed an increasingly harmonious rapport. Initially, Zhang held a rather low opinion of Xiaohe, considering him too amateurish to keep pace with his rhythm. However, after commentating on several matches together, their synergy has significantly improved. And Zhang has come to genuinely appreciate Xiaohe. The much-anticipated finals are upon us, and indeed, I saw on the official website that over 50 million people are eager to witness this match. Such a scale of reservations has, for the first time, surpassed that of international events within the country. This does not come as a surprise. Although we have primarily commented on matches from the Southern Division, we have also been closely following the Northern Division. It is evident that the Northern Division is by no means inferior to the Southern Division. In fact, Tsinghua's caliber far exceeds that of Hangzhou Normal University. Last year, Hangzhou Normal was relatively unknown, yet this year they have advanced directly to the finals, deserving of admiration. Now, let us introduce the starting players from both teams. For Tsinghua University, we have number 5, Shou Qi, number 4, Du Hua, number 3, Lin Zichao, number 2, Qian Xiaoxiao, and number 1, Gong Hongjia. Each time Xiaohe announces a name, a player emerges from the tunnel, greeted by thunderous applause from the audience, who have followed the Northern Division's games. Due to the geographical separation between the Northern and Southern venues, these fans typically choose one side to support. Next, we introduce the players from Hangzhou Normal University. Number 5, Chen Jun, who has impressively progressed from scoring single digits to an average of 12 points per game. We have all witnessed his inspiring growth. The applause is deafening as Chen Jun is the first to emerge from the tunnel, exchanging a celebratory high five with the air as a manifestation of his excitement. The second player is Yang Chuanbo. The host showers him with praise, noting that despite his modest demeanor, he is far from lacking in skill. He often delivers decisive strikes at critical moments. The third player is Chu Lei, a junior who has recently been appointed team captain. His remarkable speed allows him to score the most in fast breaks. It can be said that his opponents feel his presence acutely. Chu Lei steps out of the tunnel, playfully protesting, questioning how someone as handsome as he could be resented. Such accusations are utterly unfounded. The fourth key player is Wang Ziming, one of the 30 rising stars in the team and Oppo's second leading scorer. He is a beacon of optimism, consistently instilling confidence in his teammates. Wang Ziming jogs out with charisma, greeting the audience with a beaming smile. Finally, we have the standout player, Su Lu. Even before his entrance, the audience and Oppo's applause reverberates throughout the venue. Who does not know the name of this season and Oppo's scoring champion? It is clear that everyone is aware of who will take the court next. Indeed, it is number 3, Su Lu, the scoring king. Even if he were to finish this match with 0 points, he would still hold the title of scoring champion. Let us welcome Su Lu to the court. Su Lu opens his arms, exchanging high fives with his teammates and even engaging in an extended greeting with Wang Ziming, showcasing their remarkable chemistry, a testament to their long-standing friendship. This scene elicits another wave of fervent applause from the fans. Subsequently, the host introduces the substitute players. Following this, the referees for the match are presented, 3 officials from the CBA, each having officiated countless games, and their presence is a staple in every significant CBA event. They are known for their impartiality and unwavering integrity. The 3 referees stand at center court, waving to the audience. To them, this match is merely a routine professional game. Indeed, both teams have completed their warm-ups, and we are eager to witness their clash. The referee's whistle signals the beginning of the game, with players positioning themselves according to their roles. Qian Xiaoxiao pays no heed to Wang Ziming before him. Instead, he fixates on Su Lu for a moment, attempting to discern any differences in demeanor. Yet, he fails. Su Lu's expression remains devoid of excitement, as if for him, this is just another ordinary game, and he intends to effortlessly vanquish his opponents and claim the championship trophy. The jump ball commences. Zhou Qi is the first to touch the basketball, directing it to number 1, Gong Hongjia. Standing at 185 meters, he is the shortest on the team, comparable to Chu Lei. However, his speed surpasses even that of Chu Lei. Before the players from Hangzhou Normal can position themselves, Gong Hongjia is already in motion, driving towards the basket. But Su Lu stands resolutely in his path, determined not to allow this opponent an easy breakthrough. Gong Hongjia is resolute in his decision to challenge Su Lu directly, attempting to throw the ball through Su Lu and Oppo's armpit. Miraculously, Su Lu seems to possess a sixth sense, swatting the ball away with his left hand. This innate instinct exhilarates Su Lu, a manifestation of an extraordinary court sense. Remarkably, he successfully intercepted a move that has consistently yielded points for Gong Hongjia, who has scored 56 points utilizing this very technique. Xiao is indeed an ambitious commentator, having even tracked such statistics. I find myself idly engaged in similar pursuits. Ah, it seems you aim to outshine me, my young friend. Turning back to the action, Su Lu advances with the ball, standing beyond the three-point line, executing a couple of between-the-legs dribbles, faking a shot, then pulling back for a jump shot that finds nothing but net. Unexpectedly, Hangzhou Normal takes the lead. However, Tsinghua's counterattack is swift. In the blink of an eye, Gong Hongjia has crossed into the opposing half. Zhou Qi passes directly to him, leading to a layup that finds its mark. Chu Lei, in frustration, slaps his palm, lamenting his momentary lapse that allowed this opponent to slip by. Indeed, Gong Hongjia moves like a phantom on the court, elusive and unpredictable. This is merely one of the starting players from Tsinghua University. The MVP from last year, Zhou Qi, and the much-anticipated Qian Xiaoxiao have yet to showcase their prowess. The match appears to be growing increasingly intriguing. In recent rounds of confrontation, it has not merely been a contest between position 2s or position 3s. Instead, it has evolved into a clash between position 1s and position 3s, which is quite astonishing. Chu Lei dribbled the ball across the front court and passed it to Wang Ziming, who took a direct shot over Qian Xiaoxiao. The release was swift. However, Qian Xiaoxiao remained vigilant and managed to disrupt the shot. The ball veered off its intended trajectory and failed to find the net. Zhou Qi seized the rebound and, this time, chose not to pass the ball forward. Chu Lei's defensive recovery was remarkably swift. We understand that with players like him, after being bested once or twice, opponents will start to defend against him. Indeed, the essence lies in the element of surprise. Employing a tactic repeatedly diminishes its effectiveness. Nevertheless, it must be said that Gong Hongjia and Appo's speed is truly formidable. He advanced with the ball, executing a waist-wrap layup to score. It seems that Tsinghua University has made adjustments to their fast break strategy. They are relentlessly scoring on fast breaks, capitalizing on Chu Lei and Appo's strengths, which is quite demoralizing. Chu Lei nearly lost his temper, yet he managed to keep it in check. Meanwhile, Wang Ziming was also engaged with Qian Xiaoxiao, asserting, "Your reach is quite extensive." Qian Xiaoxiao glanced at his hand and replied, "It's just slightly above average. If you have the skill, defend me again." Wang Ziming positioned himself to receive the ball, intent on challenging Qian Xiaoxiao once more, not believing he could be outmatched. Chu Lei passed the ball to Wang Ziming. He maneuvered toward the paint, but struggled to establish his position. He swayed from side to side, attempting to unsettle Qian Xiaoxiao's balance, and then executed a jump shot. This time, the angle of his lean was somewhat exaggerated, and the release point was a tad higher. Such slight adjustments allowed him to evade Qian Xiaoxiao and Appo's interference. The basketball rolled around the rim, turning several times before finally dropping into the net. Wang Ziming raised an eyebrow at Qian Xiaoxiao, as if to say, "See, I scored." The game began with a fierce and genuine competition. Indeed, it has been thrilling, with both teams displaying their respective strengths. Coach Zhang, after witnessing several rounds of this contest, whom do you perceive as having the greater chance of victory? In a head-to-head comparison, I believe that although Tsinghua University is formidable, Hangzhou Normal University will undoubtedly not be a pushover. On paper, Tsinghua University holds a slight edge. Even the second leading scorer, Wang Ziming, has faced suppression. However, conversely, Su Lu and his teammates exhibit greater resilience. Furthermore, their mindset is notably more composed, as they have already achieved their historical best results. Such a mentality enables them to play more steadily and rationally throughout the match. Chapter 59, The King of the Inner Line. Praised by all, He Huan sat at the sidelines, resting her chin in her hand, intently watching the game. A sense of worry crept over her as Su Lu continued to grow stronger. In the future, it might be difficult for her to throw him over her shoulder with ease. Meanwhile, Lao He stood with arms crossed, closely observing the shifts in the opponent and Appo's lineup, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Over 20 years ago, during his school days, he had faced the Tsinghua team, a memory that lingered vividly in his mind. They had lost that match, but the score had faded from his recollection. In the early days of college, when players were just starting, the advantages of talent were most apparent. However, to truly stand out, one must also possess experience for major competitions. Only through participating in various leagues and enduring the trials of competition can one emerge as a genuine superstar. Undoubtedly, He Guodong had once been a superstar in the CBA. For Su Lu to achieve greater success, he too must endure similar trials. This match marked the beginning of that test. Seated around the court were scouts from various clubs, both domestic and international. Foreign clubs frequently traveled to other countries in search of gifted players. This was precisely why He encouraged Su Lu to start competing. Get closer. Apply tight defense, don't let him through, He urged, his earlier composure giving way to urgency. The distinction between first and second place in this match was monumental, especially for his players. For the Tsinghua team, however, it was of little consequence. Their reputation was well established, and losing a single match would not tarnish their status as one of the nation's premier sports institutions. Chu Lei lowered his center of gravity, inching closer to Gong Hongjia. That player was incredibly quick, always slipping past opponents when they least expected it. By the time they realized, the ball had already found its way to the net. Gong Hongjia flashed a grin, revealing a set of bright white teeth. He waved at his teammates, signaling them to clear space for a one-on-one. As a sophomore, he did not enjoy the same notoriety as players like Qian Xiaoxiao and Shou Qi. But that did not imply a lack of skill. A player of inferior caliber could never secure a starting position. He lowered himself, dribbling past to the right, executing a behind-the-back maneuver to regain control of the ball. Chu Lei squinted. Was he about to shoot? No, he had not taken a single shot thus far. It was a feint. He aimed to deceive with a quick pivot. In an instant, Chu Lei made his decision. Instead of jumping, he sidestepped to the left. As expected, Gong Hongjia pulled the ball back for a leftward change of direction. Not only had the commentators studied him, but many players, including He, had as well. Just 2 days prior, He had conducted a detailed video analysis for Chu Lei, dissecting Gong Hongjia's breakthrough techniques. In basketball, one cannot play without leaving traces of their movements. It is not a free-for-all. Typically, athletes develop their own patterns, akin to strategies in a game of Go. Each player possesses their own habits. Chu Lei made his move, reaching out to snatch the ball, successfully disrupting Gong Hongjia's play. The latter rushed towards the ball, narrowly avoiding a turnover. His expression remained calm. This was merely an unexpected occurrence, as Chu Lei had anticipated his actions. Once again, Gong Hongjia dribbled, aiming to accelerate past on the left, but Chu Lei was already positioned in his path. Frustrated, he was forced to pass to Shou Qi, who executed a bank shot with ease, scoring over Chen Jun. Perhaps tonight, he would tally over 30 points. He read my move, Gong Hongjia remarked while exchanging high-fives with Shou Qi. No worries, I've got your back, Shou Qi reassured him. In such moments, encouragement was paramount to maintain team morale. Understanding. Gong Hongjia nodded. As it was now Hangzhou Normal and Amp, Oppos, as turned to attack, Chu Lei charged towards the basket. The opposing players closed in, attempting to seal off his route. Chu Lei leapt, met by a wall of attempted blocks, and threw the ball from beneath an opponent and Oppos' arm. This maneuver was inspired by Gong Hongjia, though Chu Lei clearly lacked the finesse. The angle from which he launched the ball rendered it virtually impossible to score. Unexpectedly, Su Lu surged in from the free throw line. He leapt high, seizing the basketball and slamming it into the hoop. Chu Lei need not mimic his opponent's techniques. He simply needed to pass the ball, leaving the rest to Su Lu. I'll always be there, snatching the rebound and dunking it in, Su Lu had once boasted, albeit somewhat exaggeratedly. No player could possibly be in all positions on the court at once. Nevertheless, Chu Lei believed him. He truly could accomplish such feats. It was all so sudden. He hardly noticed from where Su Lu had emerged. The speed was astonishing, even fooling the broadcast crew. Although Coach Zhang was present, he typically relied on television for commentary. He had anticipated Chu Lei would retaliate, but it turned out to be a mere feint. The Tsinghua team quickly inbound the ball, with Qian Xiaoxiao advancing to the front court at remarkable speed. Hangzhou Normal seemed unable to regroup in time. Who was that chasing Qian Xiaoxiao? Faster than her. It was Su Lu. Having just completed his dunk, he immediately turned to sprint back. Su Lu and Wang Ziming rushed to defend. Wang Ziming was caught off guard by Su Li's speed, quickly falling behind. Su Lu had foreseen this. The strategy of the team was to employ fast breaks. After his dunk, he instantly began to retreat. Qian Xiaoxiao took 3 steps for a layup, the ball soaring through the air. Little did he know, Su Lu was right behind him, leaping high to swat the ball against the backboard with a resounding thud. The ball fell, and Wang Ziming caught it. Oh my! What a spectacular block! Someone exclaimed. The last time they had witnessed such a play was during a finals game featuring LeBron James. You must have been away from the NBA for a while, haha. Xiaoyi shrugged. Ordinary blocks could hardly compare to those in the finals. Qian Xiaoxiao missed 2 crucial points and quickly raced back. Wang Ziming had already joined Su Lu in a mad dash to the front court, an opportunity for a 5-on for advantage. Let us seize this moment to score again. Wang Ziming passed the ball to Su Lu, who, positioned beyond the three-point line, received it and immediately handed it off to Chu Lei. Chu Lei drove the ball toward the paint, passing to Chen Jun. After faking a pass, he shot the ball into the basket. Zhou Qi was momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated that Chen Jun could score over him. Impressed, Zhou Qi resolved to begin scoring himself. He returned to the front court, establishing position for the ball. Gong Hongjia passed it to him, and without hesitation, Zhou Qi executed a quick turnaround shot, sinking it. There was no physical confrontation, only finesse. Despite the high scores, the match lacked excitement. Players like Embiid in the NBA often faced criticism for their outside shooting, dubbed soft. While he scored, it lacked the explosiveness of Su Lu and Oppo's dunk. The crowd remained fervent, though the atmosphere had lost some of its fervor. Continuing the battle on the court, Su Lu received the ball within the three-point line. Facing his defender, he dribbled a few times before beginning to sway his upper body, left, right. Just as the defender was still deciphering his movements, Su Lu deftly maneuvered around his opponent. Lin Zichao, with a smooth back pivot, effortlessly gliding past him. He then soared high, threading through two defenders with grace. With a grandiose pull-up, he sent the ball soaring into the basket. My goodness, how enviable is that waistline? And the hang time, prolonged to an almost divine extent. I would dare to call him my singular deity. The atmosphere in the gymnasium was electrifying, with voices rising in a cacophony of excitement, regardless of allegiance. Who could possibly resist the allure of such a Su Lu? He bestowed upon the audience a visual spectacle and unparalleled enjoyment, igniting an irresistible desire to step onto the court and sweat it out. Spectators rose to their feet, applauding, their mouths agape in astonishment as they chanted Su Lu and Oppo's name. This is the essence of a born champion. This is Su Lu, simply magnificent. From our vantage point, it was clear that the audience could hardly contain themselves. It seems we are not alone in our newfound admiration for this player. Undoubtedly the rightful scoring king, he remains remarkably steady. The two recent baskets had thoroughly awakened the arena. Upon reviewing the replay, it was evident that he opted not to approach from the baseline but rather to penetrate the center. Thus, he faced the defenses of Zhou Qi and number 4, Du Hua. During his breakthrough, he instinctively leaned towards the basket, positioning himself near the right side of the hoop as he leapt. Coach Zhang's keen eye quickly discerned his offensive trajectory. From this play, one can ascertain Su Li's high basketball IQ. He understands how to strategize each move with astonishing finesse. The commentators were spot on. This was a meticulously calculated decision. Had he chosen to shoot, given Zhou Qi and Oppo's leaping ability, Chen Jun would likely have faced a block. On the sidelines, several scouts hastily jotted notes. The observations for other players were sparse. Even last year's MVP, Zhou Qi, received only a few lines. After all, his accomplishments belong to a bygone season, and Zhou Qi has clearly stated his intent to play in the domestic league, with a particular affection for the Bida team. In stark contrast, Su Lu and Oppo's page was replete with annotations. From his vertical leap to shooting finesse and organizational prowess, every capability received exceptionally high ratings. Jumping ability, S grade. Shooting ability, S grade. Rebounding awareness, a grade. Dunking ability, S grade. Organizational ability, S- grade. Defensive ability, S grade. Commercial value, B grade. It can be said that the accolades were overwhelming. This year, a particularly notable figure graced the audience. He was a scout for the Bulls, having eschewed the European circuit due to his team's commendable performance. With a low draft position this year, he had specifically ventured to Asia in search of a player capable of expanding their market reach. Chapter 60, Becoming Exceptional. This Su is remarkable. Let us designate him as our primary objective. Please gather his previous matches and send them to my email, remarked Scoutbuster. Understood, sir. In his eyes, Su Lu and Oppo's playing style is captivating, and he is a natural performer on the court, particularly adept at engaging the audience and Oppo's emotions. Coupled with his commendable skills, acquiring this player would undoubtedly elevate the team's stature. This naturally refers to the team's market value, as the scout is indifferent to their performance on the court. The next challenge is persuading this individual named Su to attend the team and Oppo's trial and subsequently participate in the draft. There are numerous scouts with a similar mindset. In recent years, the NBA's market share in China has been declining. They are attempting to regain the attention of the Eastern audience through this approach, aiming to reap benefits in the process. Commercial alliances are fundamentally about profit. Thus, the NBA is merely a business of basketball. The announcer and Oppo's voice draws attention back to the game as the match is temporarily halted. Both teams are brimming with fighting spirit. It is truly exhilarating. During this pause, let us discuss the coaches of the two teams. Are you familiar with Coach Zhang's insights? Of course, the newly appointed head coach of Hangzhou Normal University, He Guodong, is quite renowned. I was surprised to hear he volunteered for the coaching position, but now it makes perfect sense. He is here for his future son-in-law. This news is sensational. Please elaborate for those viewers who are unaware. Well, Coach He's daughter is sitting courtside. He Huan waved calmly at the camera, greeting everyone as the crowd erupted in excitement. Goodness, what a plot twist. Who is the protagonist? Indeed, you guessed correctly. She and Sulu have been childhood sweethearts. Rumor has it they are currently in a relationship. This tidbit was shared by reporter Yichio. Yichio waved his hand as his article was still in progress, allowing the host to generate some buzz. This way, once the article is published, it is bound to create a stir in the market. Old He, however, was oblivious to the commotion as he focused on calming his anxious players. They were performing admirably, keeping the score tight during the first half of the game. Let us maintain the pressure and exploit their mistakes to score. In reality, the opponents excelled in capitalizing on their errors far more than they did. Next, it was crucial to consistently assault the interior. Their tactics mirrored ours. The contest hinged on who could withstand the pressure. Xiaoming, play with more aggression. Do not allow them to regain their composure. Understood, Coach, Wang Ziming replied earnestly. He recognized the significance of this match for the team. Whether for the school or his teammates, Wang Ziming was eager to give his all. He, like Su Lu, had a profound affection for their current school and team, which was exceptionally united and harmonious. In the first quarter, both teams were determinedly attacking the paint. The outcome rested on which team could withstand the onslaught. Xiaolu, deliver a powerful dunk to shatter the opponent's basket. Old He stated with commanding fervor, reminiscent of his own glory days. Rest assured, I'll ensure we score at least a dozen or 20 today, Sulu replied confidently. His assurance stemmed from his teammates, Yang Chuanbo and Chen Jun, who frequently set screens for him. Although defenders would still converge upon him, Sulu felt more at ease in the paint with their support, unafraid of the double teams. Moreover, many times he could overpower the defense and score, closing the gap. Coach Shin was becoming increasingly anxious and interjected. Now is the time to fight tooth and nail. Retreat is not an option. If you falter, not only will you suffer, but the entire basketball program will regress. We have worked hard to reach this point. Your bright futures lie ahead. Seize this opportunity to elevate yourselves. It was unclear if he spoke for himself or the players. His words were strikingly pragmatic, laying bare the reality before them. However, the impact was profound. When one's future is at stake, who would not feel exhilarated? This rallying cry ignited a surge of hope within the players. Initially, they thought achieving second place would be commendable. Now, they pondered, why not strive for first? Even if they became basketball coaches someday, they could be hailed as championship coaches. The thought alone was intoxicating. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. 8.5 minutes into the first quarter, Hangzhou Normal University trailed Tsinghua University 25-27. The score was incredibly close, with both teams exhibiting high offensive efficiency. Indeed, examining the shooting percentages reveals Hangzhou Normal University made 10 out of 18 attempts, while Tsinghua University succeeded with 12 out of 20. Both teams had focused primarily on attacking the interior, with relatively few three-point attempts. Throughout the first quarter, they managed to control fouls effectively, recording only 2 for Hangzhou Normal University and 3 for Tsinghua University. Given the intensity of the game, one would expect the foul count to rise, indicating that the players were exercising considerable restraint and the referees were lenient in their calls. As Tsinghua University launched an attack, number 4, Du Hua, received the ball on the perimeter and executed a handoff to number 2, Qian Xiaoxiao. Yes, pull it back, drive for the layup, and execute a mid-air switch, finishing with a left-handed scoop shot. The player's technique was simply divine. Every movement flowed effortlessly. Indeed, his game seems innate, almost ethereal, reminiscent of a vintage scoring guard. Leading by 4 points, what kind of counterattack could Hangzhou Normal University muster? Wang Ziming received the ball, having just been bypassed by Qian Xiaoxiao at the baseline. This shot should serve as a response, bolstering team morale. Team spirit is paramount. Let us observe this play. Wang Ziming advanced down the left side, with Qian Xiaoxiao closely defending him. Unperturbed, he executed a shooting feint, deceiving his opponent. He then leapt, hitting a 2-point shot. The score remained tight, as anticipated. With 1 minute left in the first quarter, Zhou Qi called for the ball in the paint, and Su Lu approached to double team. Under the basket, the ball was passed to Du Hua, who received it and scored with a 2-pointer. Chapter 61. Touching the realm of the divine, the offensive prowess of the Tsinghua team remains remarkably sharp. They consistently manage to sink the basketball into the hoop during the slightest lapse in defense. As the first quarter concluded, Tsinghua led by a mere 5 points, 35-30. This slender advantage did not guarantee their dominance. Entering the second quarter, the coach instructed, "Substitutes, you will take the court for half of this period." Su Lu seems poised to play the entire match. Ensure you guard the paint with 2 defenders and allow them to take outside shots. This has proven to be the most effective strategy against Hangzhou Normal University throughout our journey. Whenever their substitutes enter, their shooting percentage plummets. For this segment, our primary objective is to contain Su Lu, even though it poses a significant challenge. If we can limit his scoring, even by a couple of points, it counts as a victory. Let us rally together. Their starters cannot match our strength, nor can their substitutes. If we can extend our lead to double digits by halftime, our chances of victory will substantially increase. Let us go. Everyone, gather around. Zhou Qi waved his hand to summon the team. 3:21. Let us push forward. As they returned to the court, the coach gazed at their departing figures, struck by an incredulous realization. Leading by 5 points against an opponent, yet feeling precarious was an unexpected sensation. Even in fierce competitions against Peking University, such anxiety had not plagued him. It struck him as absurd that their adversary was a team of lesser caliber. The young man named Su Lu exerted immense pressure on them, seemingly capable of achieving what others could not. And then there was the veteran he, who upon returning to coaching, stirred the waters. Fortunately, he was reported to be coaching for only this year. Otherwise, head coaches across various universities would be at risk of being outmaneuvered by this old master. Su Lu observed the 2 defenders flanking him and noted the impressive physical attributes of Tsinghua and Appos as substitutes. Comparatively, even his own teammate Chu Lei paled in comparison to them. These individuals were truly exceptional. Yet, Su Lu remained unconcerned, continuing to score 50 points over their heads. The show was about to commence. Receiving the ball, Su Lu dribbled near the 3-point line, where the opponents swiftly closed in on him. He executed a lateral move, with the 5th player setting a screen, then made a rapid drive into the paint, culminating in a sudden jump shot that swished through the net. This was his preferred method of concluding an offensive play. The sound of the ball smoothly finding its way through the hoop brought him immense satisfaction. Defense. Su Lu exchanged high-fives with his teammates, positioned in the paint. He had 2 players stationed in the corners and 1 at the top of the arc, compressing their formation. His command on the court was beginning to echo that of he. He, too, was directing from the sidelines, feeling more unsettled than ever. Lower your center of gravity. Defend against their drives and allow them to shoot. Xiaolu, move a bit forward. Don't let him penetrate easily. Everyone, tighten up. Our defensive perimeter has expanded too much. With just a few words, they solidified their defensive strategy, effectively stifling Tsinghua's fast break tactics. The opposing coach also called for a more measured approach, urging his players to engage in a structured offense. Pass the ball, he gestured. One arm crossed over his chest while the other waved animatedly. As the opposing small forward received the ball in the paint, Su Lu approached. Are you truly not tired? He inquired, sensing the unwavering intensity of Su Lu's defense. Not at all. Come on, let us see if you can wear me down. Su Lu spread his arms wide, blocking his path. The small forward's task was to wear Su Lu out, thus he refrained from shooting and began to back him down. Su Lu stood firm, his body an immovable barrier. As the shot clock dwindled, the small forward had no choice but to pass the ball out. The shooting guard, in a moment of panic, released the ball, which ricocheted off the rim. Su Lu, anticipating the ball's trajectory, leapt and seized the rebound from the grasp of 2 towering centers. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd as the 2 giants paled in comparison to Su Lu's prowess. Let us attack, Su Lu shouted. Regrettably, the speed of his smaller teammates was no match for Chu Lei. As they rushed to the front court, the opponent's defense had already regrouped. Su Lu passed the ball to the open point guard before maneuvering into the paint to receive it again. He demonstrated a classic back-to-basket move against the small forward, who struggled to keep his footing. As the double team approached, Su Lu pivoted and slipped towards the baseline. Soaring for a thunderous dunk, an execution reminiscent of Fan Shiping's signature style, which he now executed with great finesse. Fan, observing from the stands, felt a wave of nostalgia as Su Lu adeptly employed his technique, reminding him of his own past. Unfortunately, their team had not even made it to the top 8, falling short against Huachao University. Beside him, Lu Songzhan remarked, "Captain, if you were Su Lu, how would you handle this situation?" How to handle it? Isn't he already performing remarkably? Just moments after entering, he has already brought the score to within 1 point. Truly a phenomenon. In such a high-intensity game, he appears utterly unfazed. The opposing coach remained overly conservative, despite extensive analysis of numerous games, failing to realize that exhausting Su Lu was a futile endeavor. Who could genuinely believe in the existence of a monster like him? Regardless of the outcome of this match, the next decade or two would undoubtedly belong to him. Fan Shiping spoke these words without a hint of shame or bitterness. The chasm between him and Su Lu continued to widen. Once, he felt a spark of competitiveness against Su Lu, but now, that fire had extinguished. The limits of Su Lu's abilities remained a mystery, perhaps only to be revealed when he faced the likes of the NBA's elite. Those players might be able to rival him in endurance. In a final exclamation, Fan cursed, "With such stamina, why not compete in long-distance running? Such an individual would shine on any stage, soaring high and sprinting fast." This radiant figure had undoubtedly breached the realm of the divine. The Tsinghua coach sensed the shift. He no longer focused solely on Su Lu. Instead, he directed the offense through the 4 and 5 positions, finding it considerably simpler to score through them. He finally comprehended that evading Su Lu made scoring as effortless as dining. Following their tactical adjustment, they unleashed a flurry of offensive momentum. However, Su Lu's counterattack would soon follow suit. As the second quarter reached its midpoint, Hangzhou Normal University clung tightly to the score, preventing the opponents from extending their lead into double digits. "Dad, he needs assistance," He-Huan remarked, glancing at the now silent He. "Patience, just a little longer," he replied. "We must hold on for another 2 minutes, and then I will send Chu Lei or Wang Ziming onto the court. At that point, the situation will undoubtedly improve. For now, these two need a breather to prepare for the upcoming challenges." Chapter 62. Iron Will. Defensive warrior Su Lu appeared to have an unspoken connection with He-Huan, signaling her with an okay gesture, implying that she need not worry about his capabilities. How insistent he was. He-Huan silently gritted her teeth, feeling an urge to take the court herself, particularly in a boxing match. To prove himself to her, Su Lu resolved to take another shot. He received the ball near the 3-point line, bending slightly to feign a few movements. As the opposing team closed in, he hesitated no longer. Taking a step back, he broke through from the left side, executing a screen to separate himself from the defending player. Seizing the opportunity, he sidestepped and drove toward the basket, culminating in a thunderous dunk that echoed through the arena. The rim rattled with the force of his axe-like slam, and he had already amassed 16 points this quarter, while the entire team had only managed 22 points. It was heart-wrenching to witness such determination. What kind of belief sustained him? Unfortunately, the issue of talent was not something that could be resolved overnight. He resembled a lone hero, unfazed amidst the glaring eyes of formidable opponents. The commentators nearly directed their ire at the bench players, wishing for their assistance. Seeing them hang their heads, Su Lu rushed over to high-five each one, urging them not to heed the negativity. "Your screens have been excellent. Keep running, defend, and we can win." The teammates nodded gravely, aware of their near miss yet unwilling to concede defeat. They had to share the burden of pressure with Lu Ge. The teammates regained their spirit, determined to defend against the adversaries and pass the ball to Su Lu. They exhibited even greater zeal, playing like warriors, unafraid of injury as they strove to thwart their opponents. Meanwhile, the rival coach was nearly at his wits' end, feeling as though the commentators bore a grudge against him. A couple of remarks had ignited a spark in the underperforming players. Upon witnessing the offensive struggles, he promptly called a timeout. "Xiao Xiao, be ready to step in. It's the final game. What does it matter if it gets rough or tiring?" He thought to himself. After this match, a break of 6 months awaited. It was time to give it their all. "Everyone, don't take a moment to rest," he added, casting a fierce glare at Guodong, whom he deemed a detrimental presence. Old He, however, smiled contentedly, sensing that victory's scale was beginning to tip in their favor. Winning a match required more than mere tenacity. Otherwise, would convicts be sent to play matches to win their freedom? Clearly not. A successful game demanded sensible tactics, teamwork, and the harmonious integration of individual skills. The deficit had narrowed to just 6 points, and Old He exchanged a celebratory high-five with Su Lu, acknowledging his outstanding performance. "Coach, I've rested enough," Wang Ziming declared, eager to take the court. He had been training his stamina rigorously and could manage a full game, albeit with some effort. "Hold on, just a little longer. The final stretch will require relentless energy. Fatigue will come quickly. Entering later allows you to unleash your full potential until halftime, which will also impose significant psychological pressure on them. Trust me, I can do it. Watch me dominate them," Su Lu assured Old He, never once complaining about his arrangements. This understanding was a testament to their years of mutual comprehension. Hearing Su Lu, Ziming refrained from further protests. "Go for it, Le Gu." He won, despite her worries. Masked them with a broad, encouraging smile. Su Lu exchanged a playful eyebrow wiggle with her, inducing laughter among the teammates. As the moment approached for the starters to return, the coach in Oppo's directive was clear. "My only requirement is that you do not allow them easy points. Even if it means fouling, so be it. Let them shoot free throws to disrupt their offensive rhythm, which is far better than allowing them to score effortlessly." "Understood, coach." Upon returning to the court, the opposing coach had already substituted in his main players, an early move diverging from their usual rhythm of substitutions later in the third quarter. No matter, as Qian Xiaoxiao initiated an offensive drive, aiming to break through but was held back by the defending number 2 player. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a defensive foul and an out-of-bounds ball. As it was not yet time for free throws, they could afford to be bold with their defensive fouls, sending a clear message that scoring would not come easily. As the out-of-bounds play commenced, Su Lu darted from the paint to the perimeter, having deciphered the opponent and Oppo's inbound strategy. Sure enough, as anticipated, Qian Xiaoxiao passed the ball to the corner where Du Hua stood. Su Lu intercepted the pass mid-flight, dribbling past Qian Xiaoxiao as premature foul, charging toward the basket and executing a two-handed, folded slam dunk, eliciting an electrifying roar from the crowd. It was a breathtaking display, surpassing even the CBA dunk contest. Su Lu alone could contribute 7 dunks among the top 10 highlights. "For points, let us continue to bolster our defense," Oldie proclaimed, rising from his seat to rally the players. They were all harboring a fierce determination to hold the line. As number 1 player Gong Hongjiao received the ball, he accelerated toward the basket but faced a double team and promptly passed it to number 3 Lin Zichao, who had been largely unnoticed throughout the game due to the strength of his opponents. Lacking the courage to challenge Su Lu, he hastily shot as Su Lu closed in, but the ball failed to find the net. The number 5 player blocked Zhou Qi, while Su Lu soared for the rebound. Steady, steady, no need to rush," he reminded himself, glancing at the clock to maintain the pace. He passed the ball to the number 5 inside, setting a screen for the no. 2 player before cutting toward the paint to draw the defense. The number 2 player, receiving the pass unguarded near the free throw line, executed a jump shot that swished through the net. "Well done. Beautiful play." His teammates rushed over for high fives and celebration. The referee and Oppo's whistle broke the moment of joy as the offensive team called for a timeout. The opposing coach, unusually agitated, called 2 consecutive timeouts, a rare occurrence. "Tulax, get serious. This is the finals," the coach reminded them. The full starting lineup had inexplicably allowed 2 consecutive scores. Qian Xiaoxiao felt guilty, lamenting, "I didn't pass well. We must make a comeback on the next possession." Shouqi chimed in, "Let us take it slow. There is still plenty of time." It was merely a matter of adjusting to a new rhythm, one that disrupted their usual habits, leading to initial discomfort. "Quickly adjust," the coach reiterated. As they returned to the game, Wang Ziming finally took the court. Chapter 63, Principal Li has arrived. "I have arrived, tremble in fear," Wang Ziming exclaimed. He waved his arms toward the audience, who responded with enthusiastic screams. He was the 2nd highest scorer from Hangzhou Normal University. I have seen him on the capital's media. Being a childhood friend of Le Gu, I want to relive their top 10 connections. The top 10 connections are videos posted by Yi Qiu, which were initially just a gimmick, but surprisingly garnered a great deal of popularity. Perhaps people are fond of that sense of camaraderie developed over the years. Wang Ziming exchanged a high five with the 2nd string player. "You and Oppo's VE worked hard. Xiaoming, if you don't show up soon, I might just collapse," joked the 2nd string player. Yet, he was truly giving it his all, drenched in sweat, having exerted himself to the utmost. "Leave it to me." As the opposing team advanced, Wang Ziming firmly guarded Qian Xiaoxiao, placing greater pressure on him. He pointed to Zhou Qi, signaling for an inside play. Gong Hongjiao maneuvered the ball to the basket. Zhou Qi received it, dribbling with his back to the hoop, forcing his way inside. The 2 muscular players clashed in the paint, creating sparks. However, The physique and strength of the number 5 player paled in comparison to Shou Qi, who easily dunked over him. It was now time for Su Lu and his team to attack. Wang Jiming dribbled quickly down the court, while Su Lu made a cut toward the basket. Suddenly, without any warning, Wang Jiming tossed the ball into the air. Su Lu caught it midair and completed a dunk. What a sudden alley-oop. Not only did I fail to react, but even Shou Qi was momentarily stunned. That exquisite synergy is simply mesmerizing. The shooting percentages for both teams rose during this period, making the game increasingly thrilling. Gong Hongjia attacked, cutting along the baseline, delivering a brilliant pass to number 4. Du Hua, who jumped up and scored off the backboard. The score remained a mere 2 to 4 point difference, oscillating back and forth. The Tsinghua team proclaimed, "You shall not surpass us," while the Hangzhou normal team countered, "You shall not widen the gap." How vividly illustrative. Returning to the game, Xiaoming cut toward the basket while Su Lu dribbled. Su Lu executed a fake pass, causing the defender to turn, seizing the moment of hesitation. Su Lu began to drive, attracting a double team, then delivered a behind-the-back pass to Xiaoming, who launched a three-pointer. The shot was successful. The deficit was reduced to just 1 point. The commentator was ecstatic, noting that this was the closest the two teams had been in a long time. The scores continued to alternate as each team responded to the other's efforts. With just 20 seconds remaining, it was the final possession. Su Lu consistently provided responses to the opponents, stabilizing his team and Oppos, morale, leaving one to wonder how this play would unfold. Su Lu was running down the clock. It appeared he would take the final shot himself. 6, 5. The entire arena began to count down. Su Lu made his move, and the opposition converged on him. This was a matter of pride, and facing a 4-man double team, Su Lu remained undaunted. With an opponent in front of him, Su Lu leaped into the air. With 2 seconds left, 1 second, the shot was released. There were 7 or 8 hands reaching for the ball in midair. What a breathtaking sight. I haven't seen a scene like this in years. Time expired, and the halftime whistle blew. The ball went in. The sound was exceptionally crisp, exceedingly delightful. Thus, the first half concluded, with Hangzhou Normal closely trailing Tsinghua 54-57. Director Zhang. What will happen in the second half? In contrast to Tsinghua's main players who took the court early, the main players from Hangzhou Normal had received ample rest, giving them a potential advantage in stamina. However, as we stated before the game, Tsinghua holds advantages in both physicality and technique. Xiaohe was correct, until the final whistle. The outcome remains uncertain. Let us await the unfolding events. The scene shifted to the live host, who stood courtside as the cheerleaders energetically performed. They were vibrant and spirited university students. The host began by interviewing Mr. Yi Qiu. As a reporter, I imagine you never expected to be interviewed yourself? The host inquired. Yi Qiu took the microphone, somewhat surprised. If I'm not mistaken, you must be quite curious about Su Lu and Oppos' situation? Indeed, as expected from a seasoned reporter. Please share with everyone. I first became acquainted with Su Lu when they played against the Qian team. It was Coach Fan from the CBA Qianjiang team who recommended this match to me. Since then, I and Oppos been an ardent fan of Su. I believe many of you feel the same way now. Yi Qiu turned the microphone toward the audience, placing a hand to his ear. Yes, the crowd and Oppos' cheers were deafening. Su Lu trains with remarkable diligence. When I interviewed his teammates, they all described him as a relentless worker, practicing from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day, only breaking for meals. With such dedication, success is inevitable. More engaging interviews will be posted on our newspaper and Oppos' homepage. I hope everyone will take a look. Yi Qiu praised Su Lu and slipped in a bit of self-promotion. However, this promotion was not off-putting. Rather, it piqued the audience's interest. Thank you, Reporter Yi, for the interview. Next, we will watch a video clip. The footage showcased highlights from the Tsinghua team, then transitioned to an elderly gentleman appearing on the screen, Tsinghua's principal. The audience erupted in excitement. Due to work commitments, I regret not being able to attend in person. Here, I hope everyone can encourage my students and wish them victory in the match. His brief words reflected the depth of the old gentleman's character and cultural sophistication. After watching the VCR, the host shifted the topic. Where's the principal of Hangzhou Normal? Let us look at the big screen. The screen flickered, moving among the students, eventually settling on another elderly gentleman, Principal Li of Hangzhou Normal. He wore a red jersey emblazoned with his name, a gift from old He. Beside him sat Vice Principal Liu. The event organizers provided a microphone, and Principal Li expressed his delight at being present. Compared to Principal Wang, I am fortunate. I have fewer responsibilities. Laughter filled the arena. Allow me to introduce, this is Vice Principal Liu, responsible for basketball at our school, and these two are the parents of Su Lu and Wang Jiming. They rose to greet the audience, both dressed in team jerseys. How enviable, their parents are here. Su Lu, Wang Jiming, I am truly moved. What a remarkable principal. Parents, how wonderful. Principal Li continued. Our players are striving on the court while we cheer for them from below. The atmosphere is splendid. Recently, the school is constructing a large basketball arena, generously donated by Mr. Su. Our school is improving. And I welcome you to encourage your high school juniors to apply to our institution. Those being interviewed never miss an opportunity to promote. Thank you, Principal Li. The students must be thrilled to know the principal is here. Chapter 64. The Awakening of Chu Lei in the first half. Su Lu single-handedly scored 27 points, accounting for half of the team's total. Classmate Xiao Ming contributed 12 points, proving himself to be Su Lu's ideal partner. We performed exceptionally well in the first half. Now, it is time for you to take the court. Once you're in, you may have to play the entire game without a break. You must exert every ounce of strength in both offense and defense. Coach Lau he encouraged the players. He was right. The substitute players had exhausted their energy to defend against the opponents, many of them racking up 3 or 4 fouls. They had fulfilled their mission, and now it was time to rely on the main players. Hearing the coach and Oppo's praise, the substitutes were elated, their efforts finally recognized. Rest assured, coach, leave it to us. It's just a matter of 20 minutes, Chu Lei said, stretching his limbs. He felt suffocated after sitting on the bench for an entire period. A general may perish in battle, but a soldier should never grow weary. He would rather exhaust himself on the court than be anxious on the sidelines. Do not underestimate them. The opponents are formidable. If they capitalize on a few opportunities, we may struggle to respond, Lau he cautioned. The team nodded solemnly, especially Su Lu, who had gained profound insights from playing against them for 2 periods. The principal is here. We must perform well, Su Lu said with a grin. Indeed. We cannot let him down with such generous meal subsidies, Chen Jun chimed in. Their usual meals were significantly cheaper due to the school's subsidies. In the second half, Su Lu would continue to lead the offense, while Chu Lei prepared for fast breaks. The strategy remained aggressive, with Xiaoming aiming for 3-pointers to try and regain the lead. Chen Jun and Chunyi were tasked with positioning, ensuring they didn't just rush for the ball. Lau he outlined everyone and Oppo's responsibilities. As the game was about to commence, Coach Shun encouraged them. Let us rally. This is the final match we'll play together. Coach Lau he extended his right hand first. All the players gathered, forming a circle. This truly is the last chance. Do not fear defeat. Channel all your competitive spirit. Unleash the hardships endured in training on the court. 3, 2, 1, let us go. They shouted in unison, their voices echoing throughout the locker room. This is it. We cannot fall behind. Chu Lei exclaimed, his voice particularly resonant. He had never imagined that during his junior year, he would meet such exceptional teammates and coaches. They must be angels sent from above, guiding them from a mediocre team to the finals. Winning the championship would render all his efforts worthwhile. He would be content never to play again. In this match, he was prepared to give his all. Once back on the court, the atmosphere was electric. All the spectators were cheering for their favorite players. At this moment, they craved thrilling competition, momentarily forgetting the score, reveling in the adrenaline of the game. He Huan, on the sidelines, raised his fist towards Su Lu, urging him to push harder. Su Lu mimicked the shooting motion, striking a chord with He Huan. The match commenced. With the sides switched, the opposing team deployed all their main players. Their substitutes had performed admirably, yet the score remained close, thanks to Su Lu and Oppo's outstanding performance. Gong Hongjia dribbled the ball while Chu Lei applied relentless pressure, aiming to stifle his speed and ease the burden on the interior defense. This relentless approach would drain Gong Hongjia and Oppo's stamina, achieving their goal through sheer willpower. Chu Lei was determined not to lose. Gong Hongjia was taken aback by Chu Lei and Oppo's fierce tenacity. He quickened his pace but could not shake him off. He weaved left and right, ultimately passing the ball to Qian Xiaoxiao, who scored from the 2-point line. As the teams exchanged possession, Su Lu received the ball in the paint, where a double team quickly descended. Zhou Qi and Lindsay approached, prompting Su Lu to pass the ball out to Chen Jun, who positioned himself for a catch. Su Lu delivered the pass to Chen Jun, who then found Yang Chuanhe cutting inside for an easy layup. Both teams exhibited remarkable coordination. The contest now hinged on who could minimize mistakes and defend effectively to claim victory. In a mere 5 minutes, The teams engaged in back-and-forth exchanges, the score fluctuating, with Hangzhou Normal trailing at 68-74. As Hangzhou Normal prepared to attack, Su Lu exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Ziming, who promptly moved in to assist Su Lu while making a run towards the paint. Su Lu sidestepped a few steps, executing a sudden dribble, and Wang Ziming leaped to complete an alley-oop. Previously, Wang Ziming had been the one passing to Su Lu. This reversal caught the opponents off guard. Focus on man-to-man defense. Do not fixate on the ball, the opposing coach instructed, clapping his hands for emphasis. Despite having only a couple of skilled players, their inability to widen the score gap felt inexplicable, sowing seeds of frustration within their ranks. Meanwhile, Su Lu and his team grew bolder. Recognizing that their opponents were not insurmountable, merely a notch above Qian's team, comparable to Central South University's prowess. Having triumphed over Central South University, defeating this team seemed only logical. Chu Lei maintained his vigilance, resembling an indefatigable beast. What a relentless nuisance, Gong Hongjia muttered. Feeling cornered as Chu Lei restricted his shooting and passing options, he felt as though he were ensnared by an unyielding predator. Chu Lei relished this outcome. His father had once said that the most formidable adversaries were those who clung tightly. As long as he held on, victory would eventually be theirs. As anticipated, Gong Hongjia's fatigue led to a passing error, which Chu Lei seized, swiftly dribbling towards the front court. Using his body to shield Gong Hongjia, he scored, bringing the score within 2 points with 6 minutes remaining in the second quarter. Chapter 65, Overtaking, Victory Within Reach. Well done, Lazy, cheered his teammates as Chu Lei executed a crucial steal that halted the opponent's momentum. Hee, I am quickly becoming the fastest man on the court, Chu Lei boasted, reveling in his moment of glory. What is there to be happy about? Wang Ziming quickly understood the situation. A 60-second timeout was called. Coach, he picked up the tactical board to reconfigure their strategy as the players were heavily fatigued. Xiaolu, focus on driving into the paint. Keep attacking the interior to ensure a high success rate. Okay, I understand. Sula nodded in agreement. Remember to set screens and make off-ball picks. Don't shy away from the effort. Keep the pressure on them and create disturbances. Got it, coach. As the timeout concluded, Tsinghua University commenced their offensive. This time, Hangzhou Normal employed a 2-3 zone defense. Qian Xiaoxiao scored another three-pointer from the perimeter, boasting an impressive 41 shooting accuracy from beyond the arc. He had already netted 5 points over Ziming, who was now calling for the ball beyond the three-point line. Chu Lei passed to him, and just when everyone anticipated Ziming to isolate, he instead delivered the ball to Su Lu. Su Lu charged towards the basket, executing a series of crossovers before concluding the offensive with a mid-range jumper. The interior was tightly guarded by the opponents, leaving little room for breakthroughs. As the third quarter came to a close, the score stood at 82-85, with Hangzhou Normal trailing by 3 points. Entering the fourth quarter, both teams intensified their rivalry. Neither side relented, and the defensive intensity escalated significantly. Observing the referees were lenient, the players grew bolder, with nearly everyone engaging in tight defense. Defensive players erected barriers with their bodies, while offensive players utilized their physicality to carve a path through. Sweat poured from each player, all equally determined. Keep him guarded. Don't let him shoot. Even the usually quiet Yang Chunha couldn't contain his roar. This was the spirit of the game. Irrespective of whether they could outplay their opponents, they needed to maintain their momentum, inflict psychological pressure on the adversary, compel them into errors, and capitalize on those opportunities. Su Lu initiated an offensive drive, dribbling behind his back before suddenly accelerating between two defenders. The ball seemed to move as his arm directed it. After breaking through the two defenders, only Shou Qi stood in his way. Facing Shou, Su Lu executed a powerful layup from the side of the basket, scoring and bringing the score to 92-93. The foul was called, and the referee's whistle sounded. If he converted this free throw, they would equalize. Coach Zhang. Both teams exhibit remarkable resilience, especially Hangzhou Normal, which remains composed under pressure and is closing the gap. Indeed, it is quite commendable that Tsinghua has managed to maintain a lead throughout the 4 quarters. Sula stepped to the free throw line and made the shot, surpassing 40 points in personal scoring. To achieve such a feat against formidable opponents and defenses was truly remarkable. It's noteworthy that Fu Wei from Peking University did not reach such a score in their match against Tsinghua. Su Lu's prowess has evidently surpassed that of his peers. Upon returning to the court, Zhou Qi sprang into action, compensating for his previous foul with a basket. Despite Chen Jun's diligent defense, he could not thwart the previous season's MVP. Zhou Qi is indeed a player of mixed feelings. His 18 points thus far raises concerns. If he does not intensify his efforts, the match may slip away. It dawned on me that Tsinghua had 7 players scoring in double digits, while their small forward, Lin Zichao, had a mere 6 points. I know you have analyzed numerous players and compiled statistics. It's rare for those guarded by Su Lu to exceed 10 points. Su Lu's offensive and defensive skills are unparalleled in Cuba. As the commentators discussed, Su Lu once again drove into the paint, relentlessly using his body to push past defenders. At the moment a defender faltered, he switched hands and broke through, now facing only the basket. His offensive repertoire expanded: dunks, pull-up jumpers, layups, floaters, hooks, and more. Displaying a shooting fake, he momentarily deceived Zhou Qi. Yet, rather than shooting, he passed to Chen Jun, who scored with a layup, once again leveling the score. Zhou Qi, frustrated, slammed the ball twice. Why is this guy so difficult to defend? Plus, there's Wang Ziming lurking outside for 3-pointers, and those waiting in the paint for easy assists. If only he could collaborate with Su Lu, scoring 30 points would be effortless. Alas, he could only dream, as Lin Zichao could not compare to Su Lu. Qian Xiaoxiao often took ill-advised shots from the perimeter, further diminishing his scoring. With a heavy heart, Zhou Qi initiated the play, only for Su Lu to execute a surprise steal. Su Lu seized the ball, leaping for a thunderous dunk. Even he was astonished at how easily he intercepted it. The commentary team was taken aback. Losing focus in such a crucial game was inexcusable. Hangzhou Normal had now taken the lead, prompting Tsinghua's coach to call a timeout. Such a mindset was detrimental. A single misstep could lead to a catastrophic collapse. He gathered the players for a moment of psychological fortification and outlined a new strategy targeting power forward Du Hua. After setting a screen, Du Hua stepped just outside the 2-point line and made a jumper, tying the score once more. With possession now with Hangzhou Normal, Su Lu demanded the ball in the paint, using his body to push Lin Zichao aside. Lin attempted to grasp Su Lu's waist to maneuver around him, but found himself being pushed back instead. The referee blew the whistle for a foul on the defender. 2 free throws were awarded. Su Lu stepped up to the line and converted both, tying the score again with 3 minutes remaining. Aside from Su Lu, the players from both teams were visibly exhausted. The final push was upon them. Chapter 66, a heart-stopping 2 minutes. The scouts seated in the audience were far from calm. Initially, they had merely hoped for a stroke of luck, but they were unexpectedly met with a prodigious talent. Although Qian Xiaoxiao from Tsinghua University showcased impressive skills, he paled in comparison to Su Lu. Now, their focus was solely on Su Lu. They raised their phones, incessantly transmitting the captured footage back to their clubs, while dispatching their player reports to the team managers. They fervently wished that their managers would make early promises to win Su Li's favor. They were not alone in their endeavors. The competition was fierce. Bister noticed scouts from other leagues, seasoned adversaries from previous encounters in Europe, all determined to secure Su Lu at any cost. The team manager had sent a brief message. The Bulls had performed well last year, but they needed someone like Su Lu for the small forward position, with DeRozan, Levine, and Vucevic already on their roster. Adding Su Lu would elevate the team's competitive stature significantly, making championship aspirations a reality. If other teams overlooked the Cuba League, they could seize the opportunity. Bister would be hailed as a hero. Naturally, Maine was also in the mix. As Bister indulged in his daydreams, the game continued. This had been yet another tie. I had lost count. I dare say it was the most thrilling finals in the past decade. I concur with your assessment. Prince Ming held the ball on the wing, feigned a move, deceiving the defender, dribbled right, and launched a 3-pointer. Splash. The crowd erupted. Prince Ming's score soared to 25 points, having netted 3 3-pointers in the fourth quarter alone. This also subtly indicated the defender's rapid depletion of stamina, easily outmaneuvered. Indeed, maintaining such high levels of concentration can lead to fatigue. It appeared that the players from Hangzhou Normal University exhibited stronger willpower. As the defense switched roles, Zhou Qi attacked the basket, with Su Lu providing assistance. Zhou Qi passed to Lin Zichao, who dribbled forward and hit a bank shot. With 2 minutes remaining, Tsinghua trailed by 1 point, making each subsequent play crucial. Both coaches remained composed. Hangzhou Normal still had 2 timeouts, while Tsinghua had just 1 left. Chu Lei quickly advanced the ball, passing to Chen Jun, who dribbled behind his back but failed to score, passing instead to Yang Chuanha. Yang and Amp, Oppo's layup missed, and Zhou Qi secured the rebound. A missed opportunity, indeed. It was practically an open shot, yet it had not gone in. The team found themselves in a precarious position, albeit still holding a slim 1-point advantage. Turning back, Qian Xiaoxiao exerted himself within the three-point line, executing a mid-range jumper success. A simple pick-and-roll followed by a quick stop-and-shoot. His signature move. Since the fourth quarter began, Qian Xiaoxiao had scarcely attempted a three-pointer. This was his cleverness. As fatigue set in, shooting accuracy diminished. Hence his decision to refrain from long-range shots. It was no wonder he maintained a 41 three-point shooting percentage. There was a rationale behind it. Su Lu initiated an offensive, positioned outside the three-point line, still double-teamed. Director Zhang, have you noticed the defender's footwork is lagging? Indeed, we have fully entered Su Li's time. He can take what he desires. As Su Lu observed the clock, counting down to 8 seconds, he sprang into action, using his body to fend off defenders, executed a spin, and broke through from the left towards the baseline. Zhou Qi attempted to help defend, but Su Lu effortlessly maneuvered past him, making a basket from the opposite side of the rim. Hangzhou Normal took the lead once more. With 1 minute and 20 seconds left, the game reached a fevered pitch. Hangzhou Normal suddenly initiated full-court pressure. Gong Hongjia, anticipating this move, threw a long pass to Qian Xiaoxiao. Qian faced off against Prince Ming. The entire front court now reduced to just the two of them. This was a showdown of the shooting guards. Qian dribbled a few steps, preparing to halt. Prince Ming disregarded his actions, knowing well that Qian often employed feints. He would jump later. True to form, after a prayer-like gesture, Qian pushed forward but was intercepted by Prince Ming. He executed a sudden stop and fadeaway jumper. Prince Ming and Amp, Oppo's hands were up, blocking the shot and Amp, Oppo's trajectory. With no other choice, Qian elevated the shooting angle. The ball ricocheted off the rim. Zhou Qi had sprinted down court, leaping high to secure a putback. Suddenly, a hand emerged from above Su Lu. Racing from the backcourt, snatched the ball from above Zhou Qi's head. Swift. Too swift for Zhou Qi to react. Su Lu passed the ball to Chu Lei, who then relayed it to Chen Jun. Standing behind Chen was no longer Zhou Qi, but Lin Zichao, whose physique was vastly different. We cannot afford to lose, Chen roared. Having been suppressed by Zhou Qi throughout the game, he relentlessly drove towards the paint, forcing Lin Zichao back. With a graceful hook shot, he sent the ball into the basket. Hangzhou Normal led by 3 points with 54 seconds remaining. The opposing coach could no longer remain seated. He used his last timeout. Stay focused. We must at least tie the score. Even if it goes to overtime, it would benefit us. He refrained from mentioning regaining the lead, as his expectations had already diminished. This was a fatal mindset. When people fail to meet their goals, they tend to lower their expectations. It cannot be deemed incorrect. Yet it does not align with the principles of overcoming adversity. Only by conquering challenges can one elevate further. Well done, Su Lu encouraged Chen Junhei. You finally scored. The coming moments were critical. At least 3 more offensive opportunities remained. Do not let your guard down. Old he reminded. He swiftly arranged a strategy. Once more, 3-2-1. Let us go. Back on the court, Zhou Qi set a screen for Qian Xiaoxiao at the perimeter. Unimpeded, Qian launched a shot from the arc. The ball bounced off the backboard and into the hoop. Once again, the score was tied. Prince Ming slammed his hand in frustration. He retreated to receive the ball, and the opposing team began to apply full-court pressure. He passed to Chu Lei, who narrowly avoided a steal from Gong Hongjia. The ball went out of bounds, and Chu Lei inbound. Su Lu moved to receive the ball, steadied his rhythm. With 36 seconds left, he initiated a drive, weaving past 2 defenders for a powerful two-handed dunk. 121-119, Hangzhou Normal led by 2 points. Su Lu and Amp, Oppo's individual score reached an astonishing 60 points. An incredible tally, marking the highest personal score in finals history. With 28 seconds remaining, the atmosphere was electric. Chapter 67. The championship with only 28 seconds remaining and a mere 2-point difference. Anything could transpire. Gong Hongjia advanced the ball to the front court, passing it to the interior player Zhou Qi. It appeared they intended to entrust the final possession to Zhou Qi. He executed a back-to-the-basket move, drawing in the defense, and then leapt backward. Without waiting for his peak height, he released the ball to Du Hua, who was unguarded beneath the basket. Du Hua received the pass and scored effortlessly. There were just 8 seconds left, and the teams were once again tied. Coach Lao he called for a timeout. He needed to strategize for the final possession. Pass the ball to Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, feel free to shoot. We're tied now. Even if you miss, we'll just go into overtime. My only request is to avoid turnovers and run down the clock. This was the most prudent approach. They could not afford to give the opponent any opportunity. The suspense of the game lingered on those final 8 seconds. Wang Ziming threw in the inbounds pass to Su Lu. In those last 8 seconds, The opposing team refrained from employing a double-team strategy, which would only create opportunities for Hang Shifan. Sula held the ball, watching the time slip away second by second. At the 4-second mark, he made his move, opting not to drive into the paint but instead darting towards the right corner. He circled around the three-point line. With just 2 seconds remaining, all defenders converged upon him. There was no time left for another pass. Sulu leapt into the air, facing Lin Zichao, Qian Xiaoxiao, and Shou Qi, who had spread their arms wide to obstruct his shot. Float like a feather, soar like a bird, Sula thought to himself. A surreal scene unfolded. While everyone else descended, Sulu remained suspended at the apex of his jump. As the hands blocking his vision fell with their owners, the path to the basket cleared. It was then that Sulu released the ball, which soared gracefully from his palm, tracing a beautiful arc. The timer hit 0, and the final whistle sounded. The scene mirrored Su Li's previous game, where they were trailing, but now they were tied. Could this be another last-second victory? The atmosphere in the arena was electric. Silence enveloped the vast space, save for the echoing whistle. Swish. The basketball swished through the net, its clear sound resonating throughout the venue. My goodness, it went in. Sulu has once again delivered in the clutch. Hang Shifan emerged victorious, claiming the championship. The transformation from an underdog team to champions was nothing short of legendary. The commentator's voice was filled with excitement, articulating their exhilaration. The arena erupted with fervor as students embraced one another, regardless of gender, expressing their unrestrained joy. Even Principal Li embraced Vice Principal Lu, both elderly gentlemen beaming with pride. Su Lu and Apos, S. mother snuggled against his father, bouncing with joy. Su Lu rushed to the sidelines, crouching at Yihuan's feet and lifting him up in a jubilant hug. Yihuan lightly perched on Su Li's shoulders, energetically waving her arms. Champions! Champions! Her face radiated happiness, with tears streaming down her cheeks. The team members gathered around, forming a circle around Su Lu, like stars encircling the moon. You little rascal. Coach Lao, he muttered with a smile, recognizing the resounding success of his return. He and Su Lu had complemented each other perfectly, creating a remarkable story. After a moment, Yihuan jumped down from Su Li's shoulders and embraced him tightly. Su Lu, exhausted and drenched in sweat, had given his all, but who would care about that? After some time, they separated, and Su Lu approached his opponents to extend a friendly handshake. He stood before Shou Qi, who placed his hands atop his head, mimicking a virtual crown for Su Lu. You, with your heavy sense of ceremony. Su Lu couldn't and amp, Apos, T help but quip. MVP? I couldn't T care less. It's just a hollow title. Congratulations. Your basketball journey is destined to be thrilling, Zhou Qi remarked. Let's aim for the national team together, if you can make it. Su Lu replied, mindful of formidable competitors like Wang Hao and Su Xilan. Damn it, slaying with words too. They both laughed heartily. Truly impressive. I believe I've found my goal, Qian Xiaoxiao said as he approached Su Lu. They shook hands, and Su Lu inquired, feeling a bit regretful that I didn't gain fame sooner and join Tsinghua? No, had I heard of you earlier, I would have played for your school for a year. Qian Xiaoxiao replied earnestly. Tsinghua could be attended at any time, but being Su Lu's teammate might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We'll have chances in the future. Su Lu patted him on the shoulder. Next was Lin Zichao, who had scored 8 points that day, an unfortunate tally indeed. To think I usually average around 15 points per game, and now I and Apos, V been limited to half. Lin Zichao lamented. One with 8 points, the other with 63. It's a tough comparison. Hey, you'll get used to it. Su Lu teased, eliciting a playful punch from Lin Zichao in retaliation. After the handshake session, Su Lu was pulled aside for an interview. He called over his teammates and coach. I've gathered them all here. No need to thank me, Su Lu said to the reporters. The reporters shrugged helplessly, as the audience was more interested in Su Lu alone. Nevertheless, it was the final game. Extending the interview would suffice. Congratulations on scoring 63 points, surpassing the final scoring record. It's nothing. Just a few days ago, I scored over 70, Su Lu shrugged, treating it like an ordinary victory. 2 last-second shots, what was that like? Thrilling. But the previous game was even more exhilarating. Coming back from a deficit to clinch victory, only those who VE experienced it know. Haha, you really know how to speak. What are your plans for the future? I'll play in the NBA for a couple of years, aim for a championship, and that's it. Now, let us not just interview me. Chat with my coach and teammates. Su Lu nudged Wang Ziming and the others forward while he dashed to the sidelines to sign autographs for fans. He was not fond of signing. It felt like merely a means of escape. The reporters did not pursue him, but the cameras relentlessly followed. You think you can just show off and run away? Not a chance. An NBA championship is no easy feat. Yicho gestured to Su Lu, signaling for a post-game interview, to which Su Lu nodded slightly. This guy had been with him for so long, he deserved a little reward. The reporters began to interview Coach Lao He. Coach, in your first year as a coach, you led the team to a championship. What are your future plans? This isn't my first year coaching, he replied, eliciting laughter from the reporters. Having won the championship, I have no further ambitions. It's time for retirement. The rest is up to him. Lao He pointed at Coach Shun. The players and Coach Shun animatedly engaged in the interview, creating quite the lively scene. Meanwhile, the audience began to disperse, but many scouts lingered, waiting for Su Lu to emerge, eager to discuss opportunities for him to join their leagues. Chapter 68. I will not be a substitute for anyone. Undoubtedly, this was a narrow victory. Throughout this journey, there have been considerable triumphs, yet more often than not, it has been a struggle to prevail. The opponents were formidable, but they were all vanquished by Su Lu. He truly deserves this championship. The audience did not disperse after the match. Instead, they collectively chanted MVP. When the Cuba official presented the MVP trophy to Su Lu, the applause resonated throughout the venue. The official addressed the ecstatic crowd, stating, Cuba has held over 20 editions, and without a doubt, this one has been exceptionally successful. However, from now on, Cuba will be a thing of the past. The event will henceforth be renamed Cubal. Without any prior indication, the name of the tournament was changed. Su Lu and his teammates became the champions of the final Cuba. The name change mattered little, as Su Lu would no longer participate. He and Wang Ziming lifted the championship trophy high, while Oldie stood behind, applauding. Flashes from cameras illuminated the scene, capturing their moment of glory. They were worthy of this honor. He Huan, however, stood alone in a corner, clapping silently. Su Lu waved at her, beckoning her to join in the celebration. He Huan shook her head, signaling for him to disregard her. Su Lu was not willing to let her be, and he dashed over to pull her into the jubilant crowd. The team members erupted in cheer. The audience gasped in astonishment, exclaiming about this display reminiscent of a domineering CEO, feeling overwhelmed with emotion. Even Principal Li joined in the festivities. Su Lingshan and others approached briefly before departing, saying, Enjoy your celebration. I'm heading out with Old Wang and the others. We'll be back tomorrow. With that, Su Lingshan exchanged greetings with Old He and left, leaving Su Lu and his companions behind. The celebration continued until nightfall. That night, He Huan stealthily slipped into Su Li's room, brandishing a bottle of liquor. Tonight, let and Oppos. Let's break the rules just this once, she said, her cheeks flushed. Su Lu understood her intent and teasingly asked, Are you suggesting I break my vows? Or is it you who wishes to do so? It's both of us. He Huan took a sip, held it in her mouth, and then shared it with Su Lu. The alcohol was merely a pretext, a catalyst for their emotions to flourish. The two became entwined until dawn. In the early hours, He Huan quietly slipped away, knowing that if Oldie caught them, Su Lu might face dire consequences. Su Lu watched her retreating figure with reluctance before succumbing to slumber. It was the first time in a long while that he lingered in bed, yet he sensed that he had grown stronger. That night, all his vices faded away. When he finally awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Wang Ziming, observing Su Li's radiant demeanor, curiously remarked, Brother Lu, having won the championship, why do I feel like your entire aura is transformed? It was not just him. Everyone shared this sentiment. As they marveled, a group of scouts approached. They had waited all night the previous day without a chance to connect with Su Lu and returned early that morning, finally seizing the opportunity. Mr. Su, we would like to invite you to a tryout in Chicago, Bist offered, handing over his business card. Players aged 19 and above are eligible to enter the NBA draft. Prior to the draft, clubs typically invite players for tryouts to assess their abilities. I'm afraid I won't be attending any tryouts. I will go straight to the draft. If you wish to select me, I hope you can secure a high-ranking first-round pick. Su Lu implied that he would be in high demand and had no need for a tryout, possibly even being a coveted asset that might not be available. The scouts gasped, taken aback by Su Li's confidence and the bleakness of their own prospects. Mr. Su, we have only seen you compete against domestic players, but we have yet to witness your performance against international competitors, which hinders a comprehensive assessment of your capabilities. Perhaps you will see in the future. If not, you can always watch the World Cup, which is an excellent stage, Su Lu retorted. The scouts, skeptical of this young man with yellow skin, doubted he could compete with their native players. They believed that if their local athletes were to play on this soil, they would likely perform just as well, if not better. Although Su Lu aspired to play in the NBA, He held his pride dearly and would never lower himself to the status of a substitute. He would only accept a starting position, outright rejecting any offers to play as a backup. "Let your teams know that I will not play as a substitute," Sula declared loudly to the scouts. This statement stirred a commotion. Aside from a few top draft picks, no one dared to voice such sentiments. Some rookies wouldn't even get a chance to play in the upcoming season. The scouts left their business cards. But they did not alter anyone's intentions and continued to pursue other young talents. Sulu, indifferent to the situation, collected all the business cards out of courtesy. But he had no intention of calling any of the numbers listed. He decided to relax for another day before returning to school. "Principal Lee has prepared everything for us. There is going to be a fair," Old He cheerfully informed everyone. Thus, the group ventured to the giant panda base. Being over 6 feet tall gave them a distinct advantage in the crowd while observing the pandas. Inside the panda enclosure, small children spotted Sulu and his friends and begged them to lift them onto their shoulders for a better view. Sulu and his companions readily obliged, hoisting the children into the air, leaving nearby young adults envious of the unique perspective. Were it not for their age, they too would have wished to experience such a view. That evening, Sulu waited in vain for Huan to arrive. Finally, he decided to knock on her door. "Sister Huan, open up." However, the door opened to reveal Old He, who exclaimed, "You little rascal, why aren't you in bed at this hour? Are you looking for trouble?" As he spoke, he reached for his belt to give Sulu a playful swat. Sulu scratched his head and replied, "Oh, Old He, what are you doing up so late? Shouldn't you be resting at your age?" This elicited laughter from Huan, who was in the room. "Get lost," Old He grumbled. He had spent the past year at school without the chance to converse with his daughter, so when the opportunity arose, he was determined to catch up. Sulu made a hasty retreat. The next day, they returned to school, and indeed, Principal Lee had prepared a delightful surprise for them. Chapter 69. The journey begins to the NBA at the carnival. Sulu and several players, under Lao He's guidance, boarded the open-top bus, proudly hoisting the championship trophy and basking in the cheers of their classmates. The entire campus was engulfed in exuberance. With exams freshly concluded and the holidays approaching, everyone was eager to seize the opportunity to revel in the festivities. Hangzhou, a city of breathtaking beauty, played host to Hangzhou Normal University, a place that, though seemingly inconspicuous, held a special place in many hearts. Huan was particularly fond of this locale. It marked her second visit to the school. On her first visit, she savored a steak with Sulu and the others. This time, she was finally indulging in Chinese cuisine. To be frank, the daily diet of steak had begun to wear on her. As the carnival came to a close, Principal Lee invited Lao He and the players to dinner, and Huan naturally tagged along to enjoy the meal. Following the new year, she would accompany Sulu abroad, though her professional aspirations were temporarily on hold. Her father had already arranged for a coach overseas and secured a training venue for her, allowing her to train whenever she wished. She harbored dreams of becoming a female boxing champion, but was willing to pause her career for Sulu. Perhaps after training abroad, she would return home even stronger. "What are you thinking about?" Sulu leaned in and whispered in her ear. "Principal Lee is quite affluent. This red-spotted fish must cost several hundred yuan." Huan fabricated an excuse. "Look at Lao Li. He is both pained and generous. It's utterly endearing," Sulu teased. "It's likely that Principal S' wife is quite strict with him, and he spends all his saved pocket money on entertaining guests. From now on, our finances will be under your control. I want to save any pocket money. I certainly want to. With that much money, it's beyond my management. I want to be a champion. Then I'll be your punching bag every day," Sulu responded playfully. "You're getting stronger. I can hardly keep up with you anymore." Huan sniffled lightly, the spiciness catching her off guard, as the cuisine in Hangzhou was generally milder compared to Chengdu. She hadn't anticipated being ambushed by spicy peppers. Principal Lee and Vice Principal Liu encouraged everyone to eat more, continuously expressing gratitude to the school's contributors, insisting they must not go hungry. Their beaming faces seemed to convey that next year's enrollment would flourish. Yet, they had contributed little themselves and owed much to the generosity of Qianjiang Sports University. Without their assistance, Hangzhou Normal would not have swiftly attained such recognition. After dinner, once the bill was settled, everyone gathered their belongings and prepared to depart. Sulu also completed his withdrawal procedures. Despite Principal Lee's attempts to keep him, he remained resolute. Ultimately, it was Sulu who reassured him that the gymnasium would be constructed on schedule, prompting Principal Lee to relent. "From today onwards, I bid farewell to my student identity. You are a player now. You must be more composed," Wang Ziming reflected. Su would soon shed his student status, as he was set to join the military after the new year, contributing to the nation and Oppo's development. The new year held little novelty. Many from out of town had left Hangzhou. The usually congested elevated roads were eerily quiet during the spring festival. The Su family and Lao He's family drove together to a resort in the suburbs. Subsequently, Wang Ziming, feeling bored, persuaded Lao Wang to join them, resulting in all three families gathering at the villa. After a long-awaited holiday, the chance to reunite was indeed rare. The Su family was engrossed in a game of mahjong. It was curious how this generation had developed a fondness for the game. Su knew how to play a bit but preferred to observe, sitting behind Su Lingshan. Su Lingshan was an adept mahjong player, likely due to his keen sense of calculation. The old man said he wouldn't come this year. He plans to stay in the countryside. The roads will be closed again, or else I would have returned to my hometown, Laomi mentioned, while watching Himama play. Hey, I noticed everyone here is paired up, but my son is still single, Wang Papa remarked with a laugh. His comment prompted everyone to realize that Wang Ziming was the only single one among them. Wang Ziming scoffed, if I wanted to find someone, I could easily bring a girlfriend over right now. Is being single truly that lamentable? Sula jabbed. Wang Ziming spat. Pa, you're such a romantic. Laughter erupted among the group. As the new year approached, everyone would soon part ways. Such gatherings were indeed precious. Overall, this new year had been quite enjoyable, with everyone feeling at ease, unlike the usual hustle of preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. Once the New Year festivities concluded, Sula set off for abroad, accompanied by He Huan. Only Wang Ziming came to see them off. According to Lao He, the children had grown up and could manage on their own. Thus, on this day, not a single parent came to bid farewell. From now on, you two will be living together. Take care and don't cause any trouble. Wang Ziming teased. Su Lu draped an arm around Ziming's shoulder and said, I hope you find true love in the army. No problem. I'll be sure to keep an eye on you on television. Don't be jealous when you see how strong I've become. As they exchanged farewells, a few towering figures approached. What brings you here? Sulu asked, pleasantly surprised to see Li Bang and his friends. Hey, we're on break, so we thought we'd come by and send you off, Li Bang said, hugging Sulu. On the day of the finals, they had also been present but left the next day without getting a chance to greet Sulu. This is our study abroad handbook. We're giving it to you. Wang Hao handed Sulu a small booklet filled with essential information regarding travel and payments. When you're out there, you must rely on yourself, Sulu remarked, not intending to disparage them. I'm not going out to be a struggling student like you all. I've got a job lined up, courtesy of Lao Su. They were heading to Los Angeles, where Su's father had purchased a villa complete with a butler and a chef. All they needed to do was pack and move in. Wang Hao, I finally understand why you resent your father so much. You've never had such privileges. Su Xilan exaggeratedly expressed. Get lost, Wang Hao retorted, though his grievances stemmed from his parents' divorce rather than privilege. I'm off. I won't waste any more time with you. I'll train hard. When I return, I'll be able to knock you all down with one hand. Get lost. Everyone chimed in unison. On the plane, Huan rested her head on Su Lu's shoulder. Legu, when will you become the first person in the NBA? This time next year. All right, go for it. Huan clenched her little fist in determination. Volume 1 completed. Chapter 70. The draft begins. Encountering old friends as they landed, a housekeeper was there to greet them at the airport. The housekeeper, a competent middle-aged woman named Emily, exuded an air of sharp efficiency. She escorted them to their residence in Los Angeles. During the journey, Sulu engaged in casual conversation with her, knowing that he could rely on her for future arrangements regarding their daily lives. The villa was modest in size, spanning 3 stories. The first floor housed the kitchen, living room, and the quarters for the housekeeper and her staff, which consisted of compact rooms containing 2 beds each. The second and third floors were dedicated to Su Lu and his companion, along with a gym. A quaint backyard featuring a basketball hoop provided a space for Su Lu to practice his shooting skills. In addition to Emily, there was a Chinese chef and 2 African-American maids tending to the household. Your father truly put thought into choosing such a wonderful place, Huan remarked appreciatively. It is indeed quite nice. Everything is convenient in a big city, Su Lu responded. However, he was aware that once the games officially commenced, he would need to settle in the city of the team that drafted him. As of now, he remained uncertain about which team would select him. Yet he knew that the 2 teams in Los Angeles, the Lakers and the Clippers, were not suitable for him. Both teams boasted elite small forwards. The Lakers had LeBron James, a seasoned player who would never allow Su Lu to take his place. The Clippers' small forwards, Kawhi Leonard, and Paul George, were similarly formidable and at the peak of their careers, making it improbable for Su Lu to secure a position among them. Upon reflection, Su Lu found that some of the weaker teams appeared promising. The Eastern Conference teams, like the Magic, Pistons, and Hornets, along with the Thunder, Rockets, and Kings from the Western Conference, seemed to offer a solid opportunity. Securing a starting position with any of them appeared to be a certainty. The following day, Su Lu applied to join the University of California basketball team, as it was a requirement to participate in the draft. Fortunately, he did not need to concern himself with enrollment matters. Emily had already taken care of them. He wouldn't even have to attend classes regularly, only needing to show up during team games. Su Lu planned merely to participate briefly, as the rules were rigid and he intended to navigate them to his advantage. A testament to the practicality of the affluent world he inhabited. "Brother Lu, how tall and heavy are you now?" He Huan inquired, attempting unsuccessfully to execute a shoulder throw. "I stand at 196 meters and weigh 88 kilograms, Su Lu replied, having just weighed himself the previous day. His height was nearly sufficient, though exceeding 2 meters would be preferable. However, his weight was still lacking. He needed to surpass 95 kilograms to gain a competitive edge in physical confrontations against stronger opponents. Yet, the weight he needed to gain must come from muscle, not fat. Only by increasing muscle mass could Su Lu enhance his explosiveness. With his body fat at approximately 9, he was already at a commendably low level. "Do you have any suggestions, Emily?" Iwan asked, as she was currently in an advanced stage of her boxing training and thus not fully versed in Su Lu's physical condition. "Increase your intake of beef." "I'm almost sick of it," Su Lu replied, expressing his dissatisfaction. Although there was a Chinese chef in the house, his culinary skills were rather mediocre and the flavors somewhat monotonous. If not for Su Lu and Appo's lack of cooking skills, he would have preferred to prepare his own meals. He once suggested, with a month and a half left, why not take a trip to relax and clear our minds? "I just completed my training and could use a break." "That sounds great." Su Lu agreed enthusiastically, having not ventured out since arriving. "I'll submit the application tomorrow, and we'll be on our way." The next day, the two packed their belongings and, accompanied by Emily, traveled across various states. It was only a month and a half later that they finally reached New York. During this time, while Su Lu had relaxed mentally, he remained disciplined in his diet, adhering to the professional athlete meal plan Emily provided. His body fat had decreased to 11, while his weight had increased to 92 kilograms, and his height reached 197 meters. Though he had yet to meet his ultimate goals, the gap was closing. Dressed in a tailored suit, Su Lu, along with He Huan, entered the Barclays Center, home of the Brooklyn Nets. The team was owned by Mr. Tsai, a Chinese entrepreneur with a passion for basketball, who had purchased the team several years prior. Under his ownership, the Nets had successfully recruited superstars like Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, along with a cadre of seasoned veterans, even acquiring the then-leading star from the Rockets, James Harden. However, despite their apparent strength on paper, the team failed to clinch a championship, as they struggled to make a mark in the Eastern Conference playoffs. In China, many fans criticized Mr. Tsai, suggesting that if they were in his position, they would have dismissed the troublesome Irving. Su Lu, however, paid little heed to such opinions. As he surveyed the arena, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar face, Yu Jia from Qianjiang Sports University, along with two other Chinese players he did not recognize. Upon seeing Su Lu, Yu Jia could not feign ignorance and beckoned him over. "Come sit here." Su Lu, indifferent to the attention, joined Yu Jia with He Huan by his side. He recalled having previously joked about wanting to fight Yu Jia each time they met, which now made him chuckle internally. "It seems today I won't get the chance to settle that score." "Still holding a grudge?" Yu Jia laughed. "I didn't expect to see you here." "Just trying my luck," Su Lu replied. "Have you seen that guy over there? His name is Xing Fan. He has a good chance after training with the Pacers." Su Lu nodded, acknowledging the information but remaining unperturbed. "Where are you staying now?" Yu Jia casually inquired. "In Los Angeles, though I haven't and Appo's trained with any teams yet." Su Lu waved off the question. He was confident that his skills would earn him a place in the NBA without a doubt. Hua Hao also tried out for the Lakers. Yu Jia pointed to another Chinese player. "Honestly, I'm not too concerned about all that. I'm more preoccupied with whether I should bring my housekeeper and staff along when I move to another city. After all, I still need them to look after Huan Jie in my absence." "You seem to have it all figured out. I can't compare," Yu Jia said, a hint of envy in his voice. In his eyes, Su Lu and Appo's life appeared flawless, wealthy, skilled, and accompanied by beauty. It was perplexing that someone like him would travel such a distance to pursue the NBA. Little did he know, it was precisely individuals like Su Lu who possessed the purity of ambition necessary to chase their dreams. Chapter 71. Draft begins at the 15th pick. The president, known for his humor, delivered a speech that could be summarized in 2 words: empty promises. He promised the players generous benefits and engaged in some promotional activities. However, this was of little consequence, as the players present were primarily focused on proving their worth and securing lucrative contracts. Of course, Su Lu was an exception. Let us observe who the Orlando Magic, holding the first overall pick, will select. As the host finished speaking, the much-anticipated Magic team manager took to the stage and chose Paolo Banchero, a versatile player from Duke University, who plays the power forward position. It must be said that the Magic demonstrated great foresight in their selection, as Banchero was highly sought after by numerous teams. He is immensely gifted, standing at 2.08 meters tall and weighing 114 kilograms. His exceptional physical attributes and ball-handling skills are noteworthy. Su Lu nodded slightly, committing the name of this year's first overall pick to memory. Next was the Oklahoma City Thunder. Throughout the lottery selections, Su Lu remained unchosen. However, when the Charlotte Hornets took the stage, their general manager announced Su Lu and Oppo's name. Su Lu was momentarily taken aback, having anticipated a selection in the second round. After all, he had made it clear that he would not settle for a backup role. Few teams had shown interest in him, and the Hornets were indeed his preferred choice. Acknowledging the audience, Su Lu walked up to the stage. He addressed the Hornets and Oppo's manager, expressing his surprise at being chosen. "I didn't expect you would select me. I truly admire the Hornets." The general manager embraced Su Lu, clarifying, "I think you may have misunderstood, Su. We intend to trade you. As for where, I cannot say much." Su Lu shrugged nonchalantly. Being selected indicated that he was capable of securing a starting position. Therefore, the destination was of little consequence, was it not? As the draft concluded, the other 3 Chinese players remained unselected. In the realm of the NBA, if there is a desire to tap into the Chinese market, only the strongest would be chosen. The rest are seen as superfluous, a lesson learned many years ago. At that time, the NBA had selected 3 Chinese centers in succession. Yet only the Houston Rockets succeeded, solely due to their acquisition of Yao Ming. Su Lu was still unaware of where he would establish his new home. Suddenly, a call came through. It was a scout from the Chicago Bulls, Best, on the line. "Su, I regret to inform you that we were unable to select you." The Bulls held only the 18th pick, positioned behind the Hornets, causing them to miss out on Su Lu. "Indeed, it is quite unfortunate. I understand your team could use someone of my caliber at the small forward position," Su Lu jested. Best revealed, "Despite our pre-draft discussions with other teams, our general manager believed we could secure you at the 18th pick, but he miscalculated." "Do you know where you're headed?" Su Lu responded, "I do not. It's the Mavericks." "Oh, my goodness. They traded away Finney Smith and secured you from the Hornets, along with $1,000. Su Lu was astonished. Mark Cuban had indeed outsmarted everyone. He had not anticipated ending up with the Mavericks, a team known for its affinity for foreign players, particularly those from Europe. Last season, their general manager, Donnie Nelson, had been dismissed, and the team was now under the leadership of Nick Harrison, a former executive of a sneaker brand. This individual had discreetly sent scouts to China and reached an agreement with the Hornets, seizing Su Lu before the Bulls could act. This trade was a significant win for the Mavericks, as they not only shed Smith and Oppo's undesirable contract, but also reduced their luxury tax while acquiring an exceptionally talented small forward. This transaction would go down in history as one of the most successful trades ever, leaving Hornets owner Michael Jordan in tears. Best awkwardly ended the call, believing that establishing a good rapport with Su Lu would yield future benefits. Perhaps Su Lu could even introduce him to more players from China in the future. After hanging up, Su Lu read about his new destination in the news. Shortly thereafter, he received a call from Harris. "Su, welcome to Dallas. It's an honor to have you on board, and I am committed to bringing a championship to your team. I appreciate your confidence. I wonder if you are available this evening, Luka, and I would like to invite you to dinner." "I am free." Su Lu was familiar with Luka Doncic, a rising star in the league who had made the All-Star team the previous year and triggered the Rose Rule to secure his contract. Many players had triggered this rule last year, but he was undoubtedly the most distinguished among them. He was a player who elevated the Mavericks to heights they had never reached before. Su Lu was genuinely pleased at the prospect of collaborating with such a talent. Though he had heard rumors that Luka was somewhat of a ball hog, He wondered how their on-court chemistry would unfold. In the evening, Sula brought Yihuan to a fine restaurant. The establishment was quiet, yet not extravagant. Upon entering the private room reserved by Harris, Sulu apologized for the late notice. I did not want to make any announcements before the draft, fearing other teams might snatch you away. Sulu shrugged. He then introduced Yihuan to the two men. Please, take a seat, lovely lady. Sulu observed Luca, who was also scrutinizing him. This man was taller and more robust than Sulu, primarily playing as a point guard or shooting guard, alternatively taking on a swingman role. With such a powerful physique playing as a guard, few could withstand his aggressive play. His exceptional rhythm and ability to finish drives were particularly admirable traits for Sulu to learn from. In our country, you have quite a few fans. Sulu remarked politely, unsure if this was indeed the case or merely a casual statement. Oh, really? I am honored, Luca replied, appearing heavier than on television. They say a little weight can ruin everything, and he was nowhere near as handsome as he had been in his younger years. Sulu compared him to himself and found Luca lacking. The primary reason for today's dinner is for you to get to know each other. Coach Kidd is currently on vacation and unable to join us. However, in 2 weeks, we have a training camp, and I hope you can attend. No problem. Typically, new players are expected to participate in the summer league, but Sulu replied, I have no interest in playing with a bunch of rookies. He continued, I need to focus on enhancing my physical condition. However, I will participate in all training sessions leading up to the preseason. Harris nodded in understanding. Recognizing that this player could not be treated like an ordinary rookie, Luca appeared surprised at Suli's boldness in his refusal. Nonetheless, it was of little concern to him, as he would be returning home to play with the national team during the summer. I look forward to seeing you in the new season. After dinner, both parties bid farewell. Meanwhile, in China, the news of Suli's signing had ignited a frenzy among fans. Longtime Maverick supporters expressed sentiments such as, for Luca, I have decided to support 2 teams. Such statements were rampant. Chapter 72. Venice Beach, uncertain of why the team manager summoned him. He initially assumed it was for something of great importance. Was the team really pinning its hopes on this newcomer? The manager certainly seemed fond of foreign players. Don and Amp, Oppos, T underestimate him, Harris remarked. The scout and Amp, Oppos, S player comparison is Durant and George. Durant? What a joke. A Chinese player? That and Amp, Oppos, S simply impossible, he scoffed. Had he known he would waste his time in such a manner, he would have abstained from attending. The team manager continued to jest with him. When you return for training, you might understand what I mean. Let us await that moment, Harris replied, offering his best wishes. Under his leadership, Slovakia's recent performance had been commendable. Meanwhile, Sulu was en route to the airport with Yihuan, preparing to return home that very night. Emily had organized everything meticulously. What's going on? You seem rather distant from your teammates, Yihuan inquired. This guy looks down on others, Sulu shrugged nonchalantly. When I step onto the court, he will treat me like a deity. Such confidence. Arn and Amp. Oppos, to you my god? She teased. As they set off, Emily remained behind to find Sulu suitable accommodation. For more than 2 months, Sulu had resided in Los Angeles, training diligently without a hint of complacency. On this day, he practiced boxing with Yihuan. She attempted to execute a shoulder throw to toss him aside, but found herself unable to do so. Frustrated, she declared, I'm done. I lack the strength to compete with you now. What are you saying? I haven't even fought back. I'm merely a punching bag, Sulu retorted. Having gained considerable strength, he now weighed 95 kilograms. Let's South go out for street basketball. We're heading to Dallas tomorrow, Yihuan suggested. Sula had no objections. He would certainly return to Los Angeles for matches in the future, considering there were 2 teams here. They arrived at Venice Beach, bustling with people. Sulu discovered a crowded court, only to find that Westbrook was also present. Since returning to Los Angeles, Westbrook had faced considerable controversy, with many fans issuing death threats. Yet he dared to show his face. Hey, Westbrook, I and Amp, Oppos, am going to dunk over you. A brash youth taunted. Westbrook merely shrugged, inviting the challenge. The two engaged in a contest. The youth caught the ball, made a few moves, but was swiftly intercepted by Westbrook. He bolted towards the basket and executed a thunderous dunk. Is that all you and Oppos, B got? Go home and drink your milk, Westbrook bellowed. The court erupted in excitement. No matter how poorly Westbrook performed, he had once been the king of triple-doubles. Thus, one should never pit their hobbies against another's profession, for it could lead to a devastating defeat. Seeing no one else step up, Sulu approached. I'm the rookie of this year, Sulu. Shall we have a 2-on-2? He proposed to Westbrook. Westbrook glanced at him and nodded slightly. He was here to vent his frustrations on those who had criticized him all season long, and now that they were too afraid to confront him, he would take it out on this newcomer. His lessons were costly, and this rookie was about to get a valuable education. Several spectators gathered around, eager to witness this duel between professional players. Though they held disdain for Westbrook, they looked down upon the Chinese player even more. "Let us take him down a peg. Show him what we're made of," they shouted. "If you can't hold your ground, you don't deserve to stand beside LeBron. If you can't win, go back home and drink your milk." The crowd and Oppo's taunts infuriated He Huan. Sulu, however, signaled for her to remain calm. He was merely there to unwind and had no intention of letting these fools ruin his mood. As Sulu initiated his offense, Westbrook spread his arms wide. Sulu sidestepped and launched a three-pointer that swished through the net, silencing the hecklers. The crowd was taken aback. Westbrook nodded. Acknowledging Sulu's skill, this was no mere stroke of luck. In that moment, Westbrook had applied pressure during Sulu's shot. Now it was Westbrook's turn to attack. Sulu stayed close. Westbrook dribbled, took a couple of steps back, then executed a series of between-the-legs dribbles, signaling his intent to break through. Sulu retreated slightly. He was unconcerned about Westbrook's shooting accuracy. True to form, Westbrook began his drive, performing a praying mantis move before pivoting left. Sulu, however, remained steadfast and did not fall for the feint. Westbrook aimed for a reverse layup, but it was no longer feasible. He spun and leaped near the free throw line. Sulu followed suit. The distance was too great for Sulu to block, and the shot went in. "Good," Sulu praised. The spectators finally regained their voices, emboldened by Westbrook and Oppo's performance, and forgot how they had initially mocked him. The athletic prowess of the youths was undeniable, and after witnessing Westbrook, Sulu felt invigorated. When it was Suli's turn to attack, he held the ball, sidestepped again, leading Westbrook to believe he would shoot. However, Sulu quickly cut to the basket, executing a gliding dunk that sent the ball through the hoop. The court fell silent once more, save for He Huan and Oppo's exuberant exclamations in Chinese, "Damn, that was splendid." The youths recognized the significance of her words. When Yo played for the Rockets, he would often shout similar phrases. At first, they thought it was a fondness for tomatoes, but later realized it was a form of insult. Provoked by He Huan, they began to hurl insults anew. "Westbrook, if you can't handle it, let me take your place." Westbrook, nearly laughing in exasperation, gestured for the youth to step up. Encouraged by his peers, the youth picked up the basketball to shoot. However, Sulu sent his attempt crashing down with a resounding block. Humiliated, the youth slinked away. "I thought you were tough," Sulu taunted. The game continued as Sulu passed the ball back to Westbrook. After making 3 successful shots, Sulu was beginning to adapt to the intensity of the competition. This time, he would not allow Westbrook an easy score. Chapter 73, Westbrook and Oppo's invitation. Seized the moment, anticipate his breakthrough direction, Sulu silently mused. Westbrook dribbled the ball slowly, then quickened his rhythm. With a couple of swift dribbles, he was preparing to break through. He lowered his center of gravity and suddenly surged to the right. Sulu firmly locked onto his trajectory, preventing Westbrook from approaching the basket. In Westbrook and Oppo's strategy, he aimed to get close to the hoop, followed by a swift reverse layup. However, that plan appeared futile now. He executed a praying mantis move to shake off Sulu, stepped back, and took a jump shot. From this position, he felt confident in his ability to score. Yet, at the moment he released the ball, Suli's hand was already there. The basketball grazed Suli's fingers, altering its course. As anticipated, Westbrook's shot clanged off the rim. Those who could not discern the situation began to boo. "What a poor performance. Is this how one competes professionally? 100,000 pleas for your retirement, Westbrook." Only Westbrook understood that Suli's fingertip had made contact with the ball. It was astonishing. When he faked Sulu out, Sulu was at least 1.5 meters away. Though Westbrook and Oppo's shooting speed was not exceptionally fast, it was certainly not slow either. The only explanation was that this fellow's leaping ability was remarkably quick. "This is unbelievable. Are you truly from Huaxia? Your athleticism is extraordinary," Westbrook inquired. "Indeed, it's genuine. Perhaps I simply train more diligently," Sulu replied. Westbrook had encountered Huaxiao individuals before. Their physical capabilities paled in comparison to those of athletes like Black Mamba. The disparity was primarily due to differences in dietary habits and genetic factors. "One last shot. Be cautious," Sulu kindly warned. Sulu emulated Westbrook and Oppo's dribbling style. initially moving slowly before gradually accelerating, creating a tense atmosphere. He broke to the right, then performed a praying mantis to throw off Westbrook and Oppo's balance. Suddenly accelerating and darting past him, he executed a reverse layup, successfully scoring. Westbrook shook his head in resignation, uncertain if he was growing old. It was rare to witness such an aggressive young player, reminiscent of the Celtics' Jaylen Brown. "One day, I will defeat him," Sula declared nonchalantly. He intended to conquer everyone here and claim the title of the NBA's finest, leaving behind his legacy in the annals of history. After Su Lee's victory over Westbrook, the others lacked the courage to step onto the court. They feared losing face to this Huaxiao player. What do men value the most? Undoubtedly, it is their reputation. No one wishes to suffer humiliation in front of others. They believed they could triumph over Westbrook, but facing Su Lu, they felt utterly defeated. If no one is playing, I and Oppos, am leaving, Su Lu gestured dismissively, a clear act of humiliation. He tossed the ball to Westbrook, who surprisingly did not catch it. "Let us go, Su. I would like to treat you to a meal. I know a Chinese restaurant that will surely delight your palate," Westbrook invited, eager to learn more about Su Lu. Initially hesitant, Su Lu quickly agreed upon hearing about the restaurant, as he had grown weary of his chef and Oppos' cooking. They had arrived by taxi, so they returned in Westbrook's vehicle, a sturdy G-Wagon. Fortunately, he had not whimsically driven a two-seater Lamborghini. Otherwise, they would have been cramped. Su Lee's rookie salary was $1.3 million, enough to purchase 2 or 3 supercars abroad. In contrast, Westbrook and Oppos' salary exceeded $40 million, rendering Su Lu and Oppos' earnings trivial. "Nice car," Su Lu complimented. Westbrook smiled slightly. "You know, in the league, few opt for such spacious vehicles. They prefer to squeeze into cramped spaces to flaunt their wealth." It was undeniable that he spoke the truth. Su Lu often saw towering players crammed into supercars on television, unable to stretch their legs. Such a predicament made the G-Wagon a far better choice. "You Haven and Oppos, signed your contract yet, have you?" Westbrook inquired. "Not yet, no rush. I and Oppos am heading to Dallas tomorrow. My manager will arrange everything," Su Lu replied. "Someone like you has nothing to fear regarding playing time." "You and Oppos, overestimating me," Westbrook chuckled, driving for over 40 minutes before arriving at Macy and Oppos' in Torrance. When Su Lu spotted Din Tai Fung, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth in disbelief. "Is there anything worth eating? No hot pot? No 8 major cuisines? Why come for such small bites? Su, look at those perfectly square characters. How marvelous." Westbrook boasted about his extensive experiences. Sula shrugged. "Now I understand why NBA stars like to tattoo Chinese characters on their bodies. It just looks so cool, doesn't it?" Hee-Hwan chimed in. "Has anyone actually done that?" "Many have. Allen Iverson has tattooed on him," Sula recalled, having watched him play on television when he was much younger. However, by then, Iverson had already begun to decline and would retire shortly thereafter, which was rather poignant. Sula ordered a few soup dumplings, some roasted meat, and several stir-fried dishes, to which Westbrook had no objections. Hee-Hwan smiled. "Westbrook, the Chinese food here is truly indescribable." Westbrook, mistaking it for a compliment, laughed heartily. Sula gazed at his smile, feeling a twinge of sadness. Westbrook was no longer in his prime. The former Westbrook, capable of soaring through the air, had built his career on his physical prowess. Now, he was noticeably declining, and rapidly at that. Since leaving the Thunder, his performance had waned. Experiencing stints with the Rockets and Wizards before arriving at the Lakers, where he was merely a shadow of his former self. Many labeled Westbrook and Oppos' contract a burden. Yet, he remained unfazed, simply wishing to play the game he loved. "Perhaps you could start by refining your shooting technique. I and Oppos, observed Luka Doncic play. His rhythm is worth emulating," Su Lu suggested. Westbrook shrugged. "I can't master it." Su Lu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, not everyone possessed the extraordinary learning ability he had. Furthermore, Westbrook had been playing for nearly 2 decades, making it challenging to alter ingrained habits. Rarely does one find players like Jordan, who relied on mid-range shooting in the latter part of their careers, thriving against all odds. The two discussed Su Lu, and Westbrook was eager to share insights about the league's unspoken rules. By the time they parted ways, it was a delightful farewell. The following day, Su Lu and Westbrook set off for Dallas. Emily had prepared everything. Upon arriving at their Dallas residence, Su Lu was taken aback by a huge surprise. "Mom, Auntie, what are you doing here?" Su Lu exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Hee-Hwan had already rushed over to embrace Auntie. Chapter 74. Interview. Astonishing remarks accompanying Su Lingshan were not only a few parents, but also his secretary. Unexpectedly, Yi Qiu had also arrived, brandishing his camera to indicate that he was there to interview Su Lu. Su Lu nodded helplessly, exclaiming, "Old Yi, you seem to have taken a liking to me." There was no escaping it. During the previous talent show, he had failed to secure first-hand information and had returned to face a severe reprimand from the editor-in-chief. "You wouldn't want me to be unemployed, would you?" The seasoned journalist lamented. His workload had significantly increased lately, with numerous columns to write, all of which came after his rise to fame, a fame rooted in the very presence of Su Lu before him. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Lu led his parents upstairs. Sitting on the sofa, he remarked, "You arrived quite unexpectedly. We just came back from Los Angeles. It seems Emily is managing everything well. You need not worry. I was even contemplating whether to leave my secretary for you." Su Lingshan sipped his tea. The living room on the second floor was slightly smaller, yet well-equipped. Meanwhile, Mother he was peeling oranges, incessantly feeding them to Yi Huan. "At this age, you still can and amp. Oppos, to take care of yourself? You look so thin." Mother he expressed her concern, subtly blaming Su Lu for not looking after her daughter properly. Yi Huan rolled up her sleeves slightly, retorting, "Not at all. I may appear slim, but my weight has actually increased. I've transformed it all into muscle." With a current body fat percentage of only 15, she was aware that achieving such a figure was significantly more challenging for girls than for boys. Old he turned to Su Lu and inquired, "How has your training been lately? Have you been slacking?" "Not at all. I train every day, focusing recently on strength and shooting. The competition here is fierce. It's tough to keep up. I played 3 games with Westbrook yesterday and felt the intensity firsthand." "Westbrook?" Old he paused in surprise. "Indeed, that's him." Su Lu chuckled. "You young man certainly knows how to take advantage of others and off days." To which he replied, "It was simply a fortunate coincidence." After some light banter, they finally got to the crux of the matter. Su Lingshan declared, "We came here primarily to enjoy a couple of days, and, in the meantime, have you shoot some advertisements for the group?" Sula had no objections. "Shooting advertisements? Certainly, it is only right that I contribute to the group." He was also contemplating the matter of breaking his contract to return home after a year of playing. Given the threefold compensation, he would owe $4 million, and he felt it would be inappropriate not to support Su's father in some way. As fate would have it, an opportunity had presented itself. "I and Amp, Oppos, LL join in." Yi Huan raised her hand. Su Lingshan glanced at He Guodong, seeking his opinion. "Let them shoot together. Huan has some notoriety as well." He Guodong was indifferent. Since Yi Huan enjoyed shooting, he had no objections. Huan is not just somewhat famous, she is quite well known." Mother Su chimed in. "People often ask her for autographs." Out of social obligation, Mother Su had acquiesced. Fortunately, Yi Huan did not mind such requests and even seemed to relish them. The two women were having a delightful time together. "Then it's settled. You cannot imagine how excited the public was during the talent show," Su Lingshan remarked to Su Lu. "It was largely due to those who returned empty-handed. I was the only one selected." Su Lu chuckled. At that moment, Yu Jia and the others returned in disappointment, as the public had held high hopes for them. Fortunately, Su Lu had been retained, sparing everyone from total disillusionment. The Joy Group, which specialized in sportswear, had been established by Su Lingshan after Su Lu decided to pursue a career in sports. All the sports gear for Yi Huan and Su Lu was provided by the Joy Group, which had developed a commendable reputation in recent years, ranking among the top domestic brands. Many athletes favored their products, especially Wang Ziming, who was particularly fond of the group's offerings. He had collected every pair of sneakers, dedicating an entire room in his house to display them. "You should spend a day shooting properly. The secretary will arrange everything," Su Lingshan suggested. "So, you all are preparing to sneak away." Su Lu quickly grasped their intentions, to have them stay for the ad shoot while the 4 of them enjoyed some leisure time. Su Lingshan shrugged and joked, "We are quite busy." Su Lu scoffed, "Please, spare me the excuses." "Very well, off you go." What they did not anticipate was that as Su Li's fame burgeoned in the NBA, the Joy Group's products would fly off the shelves, not only domestically but also internationally. Players of all colors began to emulate Su Li's style, believing these products would bestow upon them a mysterious Eastern power. Once the conversation had reached a natural pause, Su Lu went to instruct Emily to arrange dinner, as he intended to host Yu Qiu and the others at his home. Seizing the opportunity, Mother Su brought out photos of Yi Huan for her to sign. "This is for Wang Ziming and Amp, Oppos, S aunt and Amp, Oppos, S daughter, and this is for Su Lu and Amp, Oppos, S aunt." Mother Su recalled precisely who had requested the signatures. After a hearty meal, Yichio directly interviewed Su Lu in the living room. How do you feel about being able to play in the NBA? Su Lu pondered for a moment before responding. I am not overly concerned about whether I can play, as I have many ways to prove my excellence. What was your feeling when you learned you were selected by the Hornets? Su Lu joked, initially. I intended to congratulate the owner, thinking he had such keen insight to choose me from the vast crowd. However, the manager immediately informed me that I was to be traded. You see, rookies can be traded within 48 hours. So, at that moment, I thought, they clearly lack vision. A Finney Smith managed to take my place. Perhaps years down the line, he will be the only one capable of trading me back. And I would have to pay an additional $10 million for the privilege. Haha, that was quite amusing. Are you suggesting they will regret their decision? Regret is inevitable. When have they ever traded without remorse? What are your thoughts on the current star of the Mavericks, Doncic? Su Lu shrugged and stated, we had a meal together once. He was quite polite, but that was merely courtesy. To be honest, he doesn't and Oppos, T think highly of me. As for my thoughts on him, I don't have much to say. I am destined to be the true star of the team. He will have to step aside. I truly enjoy interviewing you, Xiaolo. Each time, I manage to uncover astonishing news, Yichio exclaimed, his excitement palpable. What a gift this is. This news could go viral, potentially garnering millions of views. Within a month, Su Lu would ensure that he understood the importance of fulfilling the responsibilities of a point guard. The offensive duties would be his to handle. For Su Lu, who had yet to establish his footing within the team, this segment of the interview felt like a fevered dream, a whimsical fantasy. Nevertheless, he believed he would gradually transform these aspirations into reality. Chapter 75. The training turmoil. Su Lu could no longer maintain a low profile. Rather than being meek, he decided to speak some truths, which garnered him more attention. The interview proceeded swiftly. Yichio obtained all the information he sought and promptly returned to the hotel to finalize the article. The headline read, Luka Dong 77 assigns me assists. He was quite fond of this title, confident that the piece would achieve the same explosive success as his previous interview columns. The following day, while Su Lu was shooting an advertisement with Yi Huan, his messaging app was inundated with notifications. However, accustomed to silence, he paid no heed. Domestic media, particularly Penguin Sports, even launched a special segment to critique the interview. The youth in the country were undeniably audacious. Su Lu, a player with merely a year of Cuba experience, boldly asserted that he would replace Dong 77. I beg to differ. Su Lu and Amp. Oppos' performance in Cuba was impeccable, demonstrating exceptional prowess on the court. Coach Zhang, you have expressed your admiration for him before, but can he truly achieve this? Dong 77 was selected for the All-Star team last year. An All-Star? That hardly suffices. I believe Su Lu will claim the MVP, FMVP, D-Boy, and every conceivable honor. He is destined to become a legendary figure. Perhaps we might wager on it. In 2 months, when the regular season commences, we shall see if my predictions hold true. Yang Yi, a renowned commentator, was notorious for his contrarian views, and few dared to engage him in debate, as it would only diminish their standing. Coach Zhang refrained from further comment, leaving the matter at that. Those who understood, understood. Yet Yang Yi persisted, his words pouring forth fervently, growing increasingly agitated, fearful that others might doubt him. Far away, Su Lu remained oblivious to these developments and received no word regarding his inclusion in the discussion. Nevertheless, his aim had been achieved. He had captured the attention of many, including his teammates. On training day, Su Lu arrived at the Dallas home arena, the American Airlines Center, which was older than him by 3 years and could accommodate nearly 20,000 spectators. After presenting his credentials and changing into his gear, he stepped onto the court. Upon seeing Su Lu donning the number 26 jersey, Dinwiddie exclaimed, "Look who is here to take the mantle of team leader, the rookie." Su Lu regarded this bearded fellow, and the details about Dinwiddie flashed in his mind. 2 years prior, Dinwiddie had been a player for the Nets, undeniably their leader before Durant and others joined. He was later traded to the Mavericks, capable of organizing plays and scoring, a true point guard. His position somewhat overlapped with Dong 77's, often relegating him to the bench. Eventually, Coach Kidd had the insight to start him at shooting guard. Su Lu waved at Dinwiddie, greeting, former Nets leader, "Good to see you." This remark struck Dinwiddie like a slap to the face, inciting immediate anger. "Rookie, do you even know who you're talking to? Didn't I just say?" Former Nets leader, Su Lu shrugged nonchalantly. In a fit of rage, Dinwiddie hurled the basketball at Su Lu, who effortlessly caught it and turned to take a shot. Swish. The sound resonated through the arena. Positioned 4 or 5 steps beyond the three-point line, it was a veritable logo shot. The onlooking players began to take notice. Sensing a confrontation was inevitable. Provoked, Dinwiddie retrieved another ball and tossed it to Sulu, beckoning him to attack. "You can't guard me." Sulu regarded Dinwiddie with a hint of disdain. His speed paled in comparison to Westbrook's, and to think he could defend against Sulu was sheer folly. "Bring on the best defender. I just faced Westbrook 2 days ago, and even he couldn't keep up." Sulu called out to the spectators, showcasing his audacity. However, one had to admit Dinwiddie and Oppo's defense was rather lackluster. "Block, you go. You're both small forwards. You're not afraid of him, are you?" Block stood up, eager to take on the challenge. He had heard he was to substitute for the rookie. Why should he? Did Sulu think he was Dong 77? He patted Dinwiddie on the back, but Dinwiddie shoved him aside. "Step aside," he snapped, visibly irritated. Seeing this, Sulu decided to take matters into his own hands. He began to dribble slowly, turning his back to Dinwiddie, leaning in aggressively. Then, with a swift pivot, he evaded Dinwiddie's defense. This fellow, strong yet lacking in speed, was at a disadvantage in one-on-one play. Why was he so fast? Dinwiddie was taken aback, astonished that an Asian player could possess such speed. After Sulu scored, Dinwiddie finally reacted. "My turn to attack," he growled, clearly dissatisfied with his earlier defense. "Go ahead." Sulu passed him the ball. Dinwiddie bent low, his hands performing a dazzling display, swiftly transferring the ball between them. He faked a move, then executed 2 quick changes of direction, breaking to the right. Sulu, however, remained vigilant, tracking Dinwiddie's footwork. One had to concede that Dinwiddie's dribbling appeared quite competent. He attempted a quick-stop jump shot, a position he was confident in. Sulu leaped as well, swatting the ball from Dinwiddie's grasp and sending it bouncing across the floor. "Told you, you can and Oppo's. Do it. Do you believe me now?" Sulu's voice rang out. "You little brat." Dinwiddie, humiliated, pushed Sulu. Sulu raised his hands, taunting. "Can and Oppo's handle losing? Did you not say I'm unworthy of being the team leader?" Dinwiddie was restrained by his teammates. Fighting here would jeopardize any future prospects. He aspired to be the team leader. The one who should be concerned was Luka, not him. Teammates gently reminded him, and this brought Dinwiddie back to reality. They were right. What did being the team leader have to do with him? He calmed himself, patting his teammates to indicate he was fine. Sulu observed Dinwiddie's composure, snorted softly, and turned his attention to Block. "You're the best defender?" Sulu inquired. "I might be able to guard you. I'm not some old-timer like Dinwiddie." Block, too, had little regard for Dinwiddie. Though he wore number 25, similar to Dinwiddie's, Sulu had yet to choose his number, which would be decided after he signed. As for when that would happen, it depended on Coach Kidd's further assessment. As the two players squared off, Coach Kidd arrived at the arena, watching the unfolding scene with keen interest. Chapter 76. One can only earn respect through strength. Reflecting upon Jason Kidd's illustrious basketball career, he was selected by the then-called Dallas Mavericks in 1994. He subsequently played for the Phoenix Suns and the New Jersey Nets. In 2008, he returned to the Mavericks and played a pivotal role in securing the championship for the team in 2011. However, by that time, he had significantly declined in performance, with his scoring, assists, and rebounds all dwindling to single digits. This was hardly befitting of his title as the king of triple-doubles. One could argue that at that stage, Kidd was far inferior to the current Russell Westbrook. At the age of 38, after winning the championship, Kidd spent another year with the New York Knicks before retiring. His career is most celebrated for his impressive all-time assist and steal totals, ranking second only to John Stockton in assists. Of course, Stockton is in a league of his own, and it is unlikely anyone will surpass him in the next decade. Kidd also ranks second in all-time steals, following Stockton. Moreover, he was named to the All-NBA first team 5 times throughout his career. Such accolades scarcely encapsulate Kidd's contributions to the sport. After retiring, he served as a coach for the Mavericks, later moving on to the Nets, Bucks, and Lakers, before returning once again to the Mavericks. His coaching journey has been as tumultuous as his playing career. Last year, upon his return to the Mavericks, he led the team to the Western Conference Finals. In the 2 preceding years, they had been repeatedly thwarted by the Los Angeles Clippers, suffering first-round defeats. That wretched Clippers team had become a nightmare for Luka Doncic. Fortunately, in last year and Oppo's playoffs, the Clippers faltered in the play-in tournament, failing to qualify for the postseason. Kidd held no particular views about Spencer Dinwiddie, who had also played for the Nets. It It was evident that Kid's coaching abilities earned him the players' respect. Although he may not yet rival legendary coaches like Greg Popovich, he certainly ranks among the second tier. Last year's defeat stemmed from the absence of a dependable support for Don I in critical moments. Dinwiddie, it seemed, was not up to the task. Kid had initially intended to trade for a scoring player this year, but was surprised when the team manager brought in a young Chinese player from the draft. This newcomer audaciously proclaimed his intention to assume the role of the team's leader, suggesting that Don I should play second fiddle to him. Such brashness was indeed remarkable. On the court, Sulu initiated an offensive play, and one could not deny that Brock and Amp, Oppos, defensive prowess surpassed Dinwiddie and Amp, Oppos, by a considerable margin. After all, Brock played the small forward position and possessed inherent advantages in height for defense. Sulu dribbled behind his back, rhythmically tapping the ball. He was not in haste to attack but attentively observed Brock's every movement. Then, his body began to sway. Will I break through on the left or the right? Sulu teased, before suddenly shifting to the left. He brought the basketball in front of him, executed a quick pull back, and surged to the right. The player known for his defensive skills, Brock, was left flat on the floor. Cheers erupted from his teammates as Brock fell without warning. This new Chinese player earned the title of Ankles Terminator. Sulu easily scored with a layup. Is that all you've got? Aren't there any stronger players? Sulu continued to provoke. He aspired to be the leader of the team, but that was no simple feat. It required not only solidifying the team's cohesion but also securing victories on the court. Every endeavor has its rules, and internal consolidation is often the more manageable route. Brock rose, fuming. Now it and Amp, Oppos, my turn. Go ahead and shoot. I want and Amp, Oppos, defend you. Sulu chuckled. Go ahead and shoot, but you want to make it. What can you possibly do against me? Brock, undeterred, took a shot, only for the basketball to bounce off the rim. With that skill, if you aren't an Amp, Oppos, my backup. The owner won't and Amp, Oppos, even consider paying you. Sulu didn't even glance at the hoop. In the NBA, one must be audacious and stronger than others to earn respect. A player like Don I, always smiling, lacked the qualifications to be a leader. When it mattered most, he was feeble. Brock sulked off the court. But Sulu called out to him, Hey, do you want to win a championship? Before Brock could respond, Sulu turned to his future teammates. You. And all of you, do you want to win a championship? No one spoke up, but Dinwiddie chimed in. Yes. I will help you claim the championship title. And each of you will receive a championship ring. Sulu declared with unwavering confidence. Kid sensed it was time for him to step onto the court, clapping as he approached. Excellent. I admire such spirited young talent. Coach Kid, you and Amp, Oppos, really late. Don and Amp, Oppos, let it happen again, Sulu quipped, causing everyone to chuckle. This newcomer from China was indeed audacious, showing no deference even to the coach. Kid had been thoroughly impressed by Sulu, responding with a smile, Next time, I promise. Now, let us get to know one another. Please welcome our new player, Sulu from China. Kid announced. Coach, he hasn't even tried out yet. He hasn't signed a contract, Powell, wearing number 5, interjected. Do we still need to go through that? Surely those 2 one-on-one matches can suffice as a tryout, Kid paused. Then continued. Besides, he has the ability to unify the team better than anyone else. Upon hearing this, the players nodded in agreement and began to applaud. Welcome, you audacious fellow. You've certainly made an impression on your first day. I hope you keep your promise to defeat all the strong teams and secure the championship. While they spoke with jest, they were clearly won over. Only Don I, who had yet to return to the team, remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. It was inevitable that further disputes would arise. Kid calmed the players before addressing Sulu. All right, what number do you wish to wear? I haven't thought about that yet. Are there any options? Sulu admitted, still unfamiliar with the numbers worn by the players. Perhaps you could wear number 4 or 6. There are many choices available. Kid suggested. Sulu pondered and inquired. Is number 24 taken? He scanned the room and saw no one wearing it. Kid nodded. No, you can have it. Sulu suddenly found this bald coach rather endearing. Then I'll take number 24. It's a number many will remember. And thus, the Mavericks and Amp, Oppos, number 24 was destined to become another legend. Chapter 77. The return of Dong 77. Upon completion of his training, Sulu immediately signed a contract with Harris. This agreement was structured as a 2-year deal with an option for 2 additional years, with an annual salary of $1.3 million. This figure surpassed that of many contemporaneous rookies. However, Sulu and Oppos primary concern transcended monetary compensation. He was far more invested in the atmosphere of the team, an aspect crucial to his enjoyment of the game. Fortunately, both the head coach and the team manager exhibited commendable behavior during training. Kidd mentioned that the preseason would commence in just over a month. Sulu had opted out of the summer league, but he could not evade participation in the preseason. With a little more than a month remaining, he hoped to make slight improvements. The opponents he had recently encountered were not particularly formidable. Yet the league still boasted a plethora of exceptional players, some of whom could be deemed prodigies. In recent years, the NBA had witnessed a scarcity of extraordinary talent, however. Next year promised the emergence of a player named Victor Wembanyama. Rumor had it that many teams were prepared to tank the upcoming season to secure his draft rights. The last player of such caliber was LeBron James, or perhaps Tim Duncan. In Duncan and Apos' draft year, the Spurs secured the first overall pick and promptly selected him. That was in 1997, a year after the famed 1996 draft class. This singular choice netted the Spurs 5 championships. A few years prior, another prodigious talent named Zion Williamson emerged, standing at 2 meters tall and weighing 128 kilograms. Unfortunately, this prodigy suffered from fragility, prone to injuries. It was said that he was currently attempting to shed weight, though it remained uncertain whether he had succeeded. In comparison, Sulu appeared somewhat slight. His height had stabilized at 1.98 meters, and he anticipated reaching around 2.02 meters eventually. However, at this stage, an additional centimeter was inconsequential. What mattered most were his weight and body fat percentage, both critical factors influencing his explosiveness and physicality. Currently weighing 92 kilograms. He still faced challenges when matched against elite small forwards, needing to reach at least 95 kilograms to be deemed adequate. Players of Sulu and Apos' age and height typically weighed between 80 to 85 kilograms. Achieving a weight of 92 kilograms at an 11 body fat percentage was no small feat. Yet it remained insufficient. To excel, Sulu needed to surpass his peers, including those who could potentially enter the Hall of Fame. After training, Sulu did not allow himself to relax. He practiced 200 additional shots in his yard and embarked on his journey of strength training and weight gain, refusing to pause. He had ceased performing pull-ups as his height had seen minimal growth over the past month and yielded little effect. Instead, he dedicated his energy to his diet, consuming 6 meals a day, each rich in protein, primarily consisting of beef, chicken breast, and fish, complemented by vegetables for a balanced nutrition. He felt a tinge of loneliness in the absence of Ihuan, who had left after filming an advertisement to enjoy a trip with her parents. The once spacious vehicle now felt cramped with 5 occupants. You know, the advertisement you filmed received an excellent response. Today and Apos' revenue across all stores exceeded Lulu and Apos' annual salary. Not counting online sales, Su Lingshan reported, offering encouragement. He initially intended to compensate Ihuan for her role in the advertisement, but she declined, insisting that families should not charge for assistance. Ihuan beamed with joy, seated in the middle of the back seat. Flanked by her future mother-in-law on one side and her mother on the other, with her father in the passenger seat, there was no greater happiness. In high spirits, she jested. This is fantastic. Lugu and I could debut. Whenever Su Lu was mentioned, Su Lingshan could not help but express that the young man had gained some recognition following the draft, finally worthy of Ihuan. Otherwise, he had often been labeled as a freeloader. Nonsense. Lulu is exceptional. How could he be a freeloader? Ihuan and Apos' future mother-in-law chimed in. It is often said that a mother-in-law grows increasingly fond of her son-in-law. Laughter filled the car. Meanwhile, far away in Dallas, Sula sneezed unexpectedly, feeling as though someone was speaking of him. It must be Sister Juan missing me, he mused. Days passed as Ihuan and her family continued their travels. Meanwhile, another foreigner arrived by plane in Dallas, Dong 77 from Slovakia. Recently, he concluded his tenure with the national team, and the one encounter he had with Su Lu had caused him considerable trouble. Su, I hear you wish to become the team leader, but that requires my approval, Donai stated bluntly. He had left his significantly older girlfriend to seek out Kidd. Since the age of 15, his path had been smooth, devoid of substantial life challenges. Not only had he found a caring girlfriend off the court, but he also thrived in the league, forming connections with numerous stars and established players. Little did he expect to encounter someone as formidable as Su Lu. Coach, what's the deal with this guy? Dong 77 inquired directly. Kidd produced a USB drive, saying, "This is impressive. It contains his training footage. You can take a look." Each player had a dedicated device during training that recorded their performance comprehensively. This footage was captured by Su Lu and Amp, Oppo's personal camera. Dong77 regarded Kid skeptically, pondering what kind of individual would elicit such high praise. Previously, he had found it perplexing when Harris suggested dining with Su Lu. Now, however, he began to understand. Perhaps Su Lu truly possessed talent, otherwise he wouldn't have garnered the admiration of teammates, the team manager, and even the head coach. Is there a computer available? Dong77 asked impatiently, eager to assess the capabilities of this Chinese player. Kid, surprised by Dong77's lack of patience, retrieved a laptop from upstairs. Dong77 plugged in the USB drive and began watching the footage. The more he observed, the more serious his expression became. The video showcased a 5v5 training session, with Su Lu scoring effortlessly both inside and outside, complemented by his formidable defense, which paled in comparison to Dong77's own capabilities. The latter, constrained by his stamina, struggled defensively. He is indeed quite formidable, Dong77 concluded, recognizing that his own rookie season had not matched Su Lu and Oppo's prowess displayed in that training session. Chapter 78. The scoring bet. Even after witnessing Su Lu's training performance, Dong77 was far from surrendering. Instead, he brimmed with determination, embodying the spirit expected of a worthy opponent. Kid was momentarily taken aback. What did he mean by that? Sitting on a chair with his elbows resting on his knees, Dong77 reflected, my previous rivals were Yang, the Otter, and Morant. However, they were always so distant, competing only infrequently. Such circumstances left me uncertain of my own abilities and whether I had made any progress. Now that I have a Chinese player as a reference point, I find it immensely beneficial. Kid sighed. I didn't expect your mindset to be so resilient. No wonder Su Lu remarked that you enjoy being carefree. How should one put it? Dong77 possessed a mentality befitting a leader, yet his actions often contradicted that notion. While he instilled confidence in his teammates during challenging moments, he occasionally relaxed too much, especially after scoring, indulging in inexplicable antics that made him seem a bit eccentric. What the Mavericks truly lacked was a fierce competitor. Someone who was singularly focused and dominant, akin to Jordan or LeBron, leading the team to victory. Such individuals are rare, emerging only once in a decade. Take Giannis from the Bucks. Despite his physical prowess, he lacks the character and skill to match. Everyone knows he rose to fame through controversial means during his championship year. Perhaps you could learn something from him, Kid encouraged. The youth certainly required encouragement. Self-doubt could be a virtue, but it must not become overwhelming. Rest assured, Dong77 consoled, sharing a unique bond with Kid and Nowitzki as fellow white players. The following day, Su Lu arrived punctually at the training facility, and this time, Kid was not late. Su Lu nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his approval. Kid clapped Su Lu on the shoulder, saying, you do remember that I am the head coach, right? Su Lu replied, a head coach should lead by example. Otherwise, how can one command respect? Su Lu was not swayed by such notions. As a member of the post-2000 generation, he adhered to his own principles. With Kid and Oppo's substantial salary, arriving late would be tantamount to shirking responsibilities. Kid nodded in agreement, recognizing Su Lu and Oppo's point. You and Oppo's rewrite. Su Lu is destined to become a future superstar. There and Amp, Oppo's. There's nothing wrong with me adopting a more humble stance. Besides, your argument holds merit. Arriving earlier fosters team cohesion and elevates morale. Before long, Dong77 arrived as well. Everyone's here so early? Dong77 was taken aback, noting that it wasn't Oppo's even time yet. The others collectively gazed at Su Lu, exclaiming, it and Oppo's. Su Lu who has got us all working hard. He brought the Chinese work ethic to the NBA. After some time training together, camaraderie had blossomed, allowing for playful banter. Su Lu had no choice. The lazy tendencies of his teammates required a firm hand. Yet, not all players were like that. Stars like Kobe and LeBron were exceptionally diligent. Su Lu greeted Dong77. You're back? How was the national team experience? It was enjoyable but exhausting, Dong77 replied, shrugging. I heard you aspire to be the leader of the team? Dong77 shot straight to the point. Men should be direct and forthright, not meandering like a woman avoiding confrontation. Su Lu responded seriously, indeed. It looks like you'll have to bear the burden of being the second in command. Dong77's playful demeanor faded. You really are infuriatingly arrogant. You're just a rookie. Su Lu remained unfazed. Weren't you the leader of your team when you were a rookie? The coach devised strategies around you, and everyone revolved around your game. That was because I had already made a name for myself in Europe, Dong 77 defended. How about this? Let's make a wager. The new season is about to commence. Let us compare personal statistics, points, assists, rebounds, steals. Whoever wins becomes the leader. What do you say? Absolutely, I have nothing to fear when it comes to stats. In the gym, the spectators were astonished at the unexpected rivalry brewing between the two. Hey, who do you think is stronger? No one is stronger than me. I am the greatest, Dinwiddie declared, embodying the mindset of a warrior. Forget it, Don and Apos. Do you remember how Su Lu left you disoriented last time? That was due to an unfair matchup. He's taller than me, Dong 77 countered. Nonsense. As a guard, if you can't match his speed, then how can you claim superiority? I'm placing my bets on Su Lu. His talent is frightening, and Dong 77 might not stand a chance. Before long, nearly all the players participated in this friendly wager, as such light-hearted gambling fostered camaraderie among the team. Kid was tempted to join but refrained, as a coach. He needed to remain impartial and objective. Moments later, the team owner arrived. How was everyone's holiday? Mark Cuban, a beloved figure among Mavericks fans, approached. Boss. Come practice with me, Dinwiddie shouted. You bully an old man like me. Cuban called out as he walked onto the court, casually picking up a basketball and sinking a shot. It was evident that he truly loved the game. Luka, you're finally back. I missed you. Cuban embraced Dong 77. I've missed your family's beef. You're always welcome to visit, but do give me a heads up so I can prepare, Cuban graciously replied, clearly indicating Dong 77 and Apos' status as a favored guest. Su Lu, hello. I'm Mark Cuban, he introduced himself, extending a hand. Su Lu shook it, responding, boss. You have a keen eye. Cuban gestured for Su Lu to step aside for a more private conversation. Of course, I'm the most astute businessman among NBA owners. Su Lu regarded the now gray-haired businessman with a twinge of nostalgia, recalling how he had watched Cuban on television since childhood. Back then, Cuban had not yet shown signs of aging. The passage of time is daunting. One must accept it rather than resist. Recognizing one's own aging is essential for a fulfilling life. You're getting old, Su Lu remarked bluntly. I know, and that's precisely why I sought you out. Cuban replied. Oh, what's on your mind? Su Lu inquired, puzzled. Chapter 79, the regular season approaches. Cuban was forthright in his approach, stating, I have heard that your father operates a joyful enterprise in China, and you have served as its spokesperson. After a brief pause, he continued, since you endorse the brand, its sales have skyrocketed. Thus, I would like to extend an invitation for you to represent my other products. His calculations were astutely crafted, leveraging Su Lu and Apos' influence to unlock avenues into the Chinese market. Su Lu inquired, what compensation do you propose? $10 million a year, Cuban quoted directly. For a typical rookie, such an offer would be exhilarating, akin to a fortuitous windfall. However, this contract paled in comparison to the lucrative deals secured by top draft picks like LeBron James. It is noteworthy that back in 2003, LeBron's contract was unceasing, with Nike granting him a 5-year deal worth $90 million. Not to mention the endorsement agreements with major corporations such as Sprite. Even LeBron's son, Bronny, commands endorsement fees exceeding several $1 million annually, despite being merely a high school student benefiting from his father's legacy. Apologies, but I am not in need of financial gain. Su Lu offered a rather feeble excuse to decline. To be precise, it was his father who lacked financial concerns. In terms of net worth, Cuban and Apos' wealth was several tiers below that of Su Lingshan, although the apparel division of the joyful enterprise was valued at only a few billion. Significantly less than Cuban's fortune of over $40 billion, it represented merely a small fraction of Su Lingshan's extensive business interests. What a pity, Cuban lamented, shaking his head. Why would such a wealthy second-generation scion choose to play in the NBA? It is utterly perplexing that money fails to entice him. With Cuban's financial allure rendered ineffective, he decided not to linger, for he had numerous other matters to attend to. If you come to a decision, feel free to call me, Cuban remarked as he departed. Su Lu nodded, unwilling to further oppose Cuban and Apos' face, for a man's honor is paramount, especially when the individual in question is his employer. The day's training continued with a 5v5 scrimmage, where Su Lu and Dong 77 led their respective teams in fierce competition. The match was intensely contested, ultimately culminating in a narrow victory for Su Lu's team. You truly are impressive, Dong 77 gasped in the break area, gulping down an energy drink. Su Lu too had exerted considerable effort, the stamina of his opponents was remarkable, rendering his physical advantages somewhat diminished. In the heat of competition, some of the players could match his endurance throughout the game. You need to improve your stamina. It is trainable, Su Lu suggested. That's an inherent difference between races, something unchangeable, Dong 77 replied dismissively. Su Lu shook his head, asserting no. Many believe that individuals from China lack stamina. I have proven that we can excel as well. You are an anomaly. And how can you be compared to the average person? This is unrelated to physique or talent. So how did you train? Dong 77 queried. When I was younger, I ran 10 kilometers daily. As I grew older, that increased to 20 kilometers. Once my stamina improved, I extended my training duration, Su Lu explained, relishing the exchange of ideas. It was precisely this dialogue that allowed Su Lu to continually refine his methodology, enhancing his performance. I stand by my previous statement, Dong 77 declared. What statement? Su Lu inquired. You truly are an anomaly. Su Lu shrugged nonchalantly, disagreeing with the label. If Dong 77 was a prodigious talent who rose to fame at a young age, Su Lu believed his achievements stemmed from years of unwavering dedication and relentless training. Training has concluded. Let us go for a drink, Dong 77 kindly suggested. Su Lu shook his head, replying, I am afraid I do not drink. After a shower, he prepared to leave. Watching Su Lu walk away, Dong 77 shook his head in disbelief. Truly a peculiar individual. Did this fellow exist solely for training? He abstained from alcohol and lacked any other form of entertainment. What meaning did life hold for such a person? In terms of self-discipline, Dong 77 believed he could not measure up to Su Lu. Despite being teammates, their lifestyles were worlds apart, akin to heaven and hell. To Dong 77, it seemed Su Lu resided in a figurative hell. Yet, Su Lu reveled in his rigor, believing there was nothing more splendid than self-discipline. Upon returning home, he was surprised to find Yihuan already there, busily engaged in the kitchen. Their parents had left for home without even a farewell. For Su Lingshan, it was a rare holiday, but he had been away long enough to warrant a return. They didn't even wish to see me, Su Lu remarked, feigning disappointment. How was your trip? Fantastic. First, we drove around the vicinity. Then we flew to New York and visited many bustling cities. When you have time, we must go out together, Yihuan replied cheerfully. Absolutely, it's a promise. Leaning against Su Lu, Yihuan inhaled the scent of his body wash. And you? How is the team faring? Is the chemistry developing well? Interestingly, it seemed that all significant events transpired on this day. He had met Cuban, encountered Dong 77, and now Yihuan had returned. The team's chemistry should be just fine. That's great. We made bold declarations. We cannot afford to lose. Let us go for it, Yihuan exclaimed, raising her fist in encouragement. However, Su Lu harbored some concerns regarding the team's depth, aside from Wood. Who could support the weaker substitutes? Perhaps he ought to request additional playing time from Coach Kidd. Should he confide in Kidd about his injury-proof condition? Yet, Kidd was not like old he. He would likely not keep such a secret. Such revelations could lead to Su Lu being subjected to scrutiny by national organizations, eager to unearth the secrets behind his capabilities. Never mind, I shall not jeopardize my position for the sake of the team's performance, Su Lu murmured to himself. Brother Lu, what did you say? Yihuan asked, glancing up at him. Nothing, just reflecting on some matters, Su Lu replied softly, leaning down to kiss her. Yihuan closed her eyes, for the adage of absence making the heart grow fonder rang true. No couple could escape this truth. Tonight, they were bound for another passionate encounter, with the outcome uncertain. Perhaps they would both emerge victorious. Chapter 80. Su Lu and Apos. As first regular season game as October draws to a close, the Mavericks have played 3 preseason games over the past half-month, with Su Lu and several key players participating only briefly, merely to fulfill the formalities. Su Lu has conserved his strength during the preseason, averaging a modest 5 or 6 points per game. After all, these games, which do not count towards the official standings, are merely for amusement. Today marks the commencement of the regular season, and by a twist of fate, their opponents are the Hornets, who originally selected Su Lu with the 15th pick. The game takes place at the Hornets' home arena. Entering his private box is the Hornets owner, Michael Jordan. This suite, reserved for himself, costs over $2 million annually. Even though Jordan is the owner, he still has to pay for it. Yet, he is unconcerned about such trivial expenses. The joy of watching the game far outweighs the cost. Moreover, the box serves a unique social function. Upon entering, he notices that others are already present. This space is also conducive to business discussions. Hey, Cuban. Long time no see. Jordan greets, showing no displeasure at Cuban's uninvited presence in his box. Instead, he exudes warmth. They had recently executed a trade during the summer, albeit under the management of the team's general manager. Jordan is aware of this trade and clearly approves of it, a swap involving the 15th pick and $10 million in exchange for an immediate contributor, Smith. In his view, it was a significant win. Cuban shrugs, Jordan, I'm here to tell you something. When the game begins, don't be surprised. Jordan, puzzled, replies, what? Do you have a surprise for me? By the way, how's that player from China? I heard he claimed in the media back home that he intends to surpass Donich as the team's leader. Huh. That's the biggest joke I've heard in the past decade. Cuban merely smiles in response, for Su Lu is indeed the surprise he alludes to. Jordan, noticing Cuban's silence, grows increasingly curious, wondering if Su Lu is truly exceptional. No way, I must be mistaken. Well, there's a saying in China, 1,000-mile horse is common. But a good jockey is rare. And Oppos, you may be accustomed to being the horse, but you and Oppos, will never become the jockey. Look at the Hornets and Oppos trades over the years. How many have been successful? You once traded for Batum from France, making him the star and offering him a salary exceeding $20 million a year. And now? He was bought out and has been earning $250,000 with the Clippers for 2 years. Cuban declares mercilessly. Batum is a curious case. He was bought out in his prime, only to regain value with the Clippers, ultimately signing a new contract worth $10 million a year. In business, wins and losses are commonplace. When you signed Porzingis for 5 years at $150 million, was that a good deal? Jordan counters, opening a bottle of wine. Their banter resembles that of children quarreling as they expose each other and Oppos' wounds. Cuban, animated, exclaims, hey, old Jordan, this time is different. I first drafted Donich, and now I have Su Lu. The Mavericks are destined for greatness. Don't you see, my old friend? Jordan remains unfazed by Cuban's exuberance. Many in business often exhibit such delirious states after making poor trades. Comparing with Donich? You must be out of your mind, Cuban. He hands Cuban a glass of wine. And they toast. Nothing compares to watching a game while sipping wine in front of a television. If anything could rival it, it would be the experience of being present at the game. Donich is among the most talented players Jordan has encountered, taking a different path than muscular players like LeBron. He is a playmaking guard with extraordinary scoring ability, the initiator of the team and Oppos' offense. This was not evident last season when Donich faced injuries, during which the team performed even better due to the presence of several formidable players. This allowed them to reach the Western Conference Finals. However, this year, the Mavericks have undergone numerous trades, losing several solid players, including the consistently reliable Brunson. I'm not crazy. The game is about to begin. The results will soon reveal themselves, Cuban asserts before bidding farewell to Jordan. He prefers to blend in with the audience, appearing as an ordinary fan, though the cameras always manage to capture him. As he walks, his mind is racing with thoughts. By parting with the declining Finney Smith, he not only saves the team from luxury taxes but also profits by $10 million. Even if Su Lu turns out to be an average player, Cuban still considers this trade a resounding success. This year, the Mavericks' total salary stands at $160 million, placing them 8th in the NBA, with nearly $30 million in luxury taxes owed. In the box, Jordan seems unaffected by Cuban's mood. He raises his glass towards the camera and downs the bitter drink in solitude. Suddenly, the lights dim in the arena. The players have completed their warm-ups, and spotlights illuminate those emerging from the tunnel. Tonight, they are the stars of the venue. The announcer introduces the key players from both teams. For the Hornets, the starters are Rozier at point guard, Oubre at shooting guard, Washington at small forward, Hayward at power forward, and Plumlee at center. With Ball injured, Oubre has shifted from small forward to shooting guard. The Hornets and Oppos' poor performance is evident. They lack superstars, consisting instead of role players. Previously, the young Ball had invigorated the team. But now, the roster reveals a collection of individualists. Passing? Teamwork? Those concepts seem non-existent. On the Mavericks side, the lineup features Donich at point guard, Dinwiddie at shooting guard, Su Lu at small forward, Kleber at power forward, and Powell at center. Wood remains on the bench, tasked with leading the second unit in scoring while the starters rest. As Su Lu takes the court, he exchanges high-fives with his teammates, eliciting a wave of cheers, predominantly from women who have not seen such handsomeness in a while. In foreign lands, Asian women are quite popular. Those who have studied abroad know they are only a tier below their Caucasian counterparts. In contrast, Asian men often find themselves less favored, regardless of their appearance or background. Thus, Su Lu and Amp, Oppo's entrance garners only a modest cheer. Then comes Donich, whose appearance ignites thunderous applause. Although this is not the Mavericks' home ground, his popularity is undeniable. Chapter 81. An explosive opening as the match commenced. Plumlee, positioned at the center for the Hornets, leaped to secure possession with a jump ball, while Powell of the Mavericks, standing at a disadvantage of 3 centimeters shorter than the 2'11" Plumlee, faced a formidable challenge. The centers of both teams appeared somewhat lackluster compared to their counterparts in the league. The game was evenly matched, with neither team exhibiting remarkable prowess. Rozier, playing as point guard, swiftly advanced the ball, energetically waving his left hand twice. Plumlee, understanding his intention, retreated to the three-point line to set a screen, realizing that Rozier was determined to go solo. As anticipated, Rozier engaged Powell, exploiting the size mismatch. After executing a couple of dribbles between his legs, he surged towards the paint. Powell, unable to keep pace with the guard, found himself outmaneuvered. Suddenly, Rozier stepped back and unleashed a jump shot, which swished through the net, putting the Hornets ahead at 2-0. Turning back, Donich calmly dribbled the ball up the court. With 10 seconds left on the shot clock, he took a step back beyond the arc and released a shot, another basket. His explosive start mirrored his stellar performance with the national team. He exchanged a glance with Su Lu, who greeted him with a smile and a high five. In these initial plays, Su Lu had not been directly involved but enjoyed the luxury of conserving energy while participating in the game alongside these standout players. The Hornets initiated their offense, focusing their attention on Washington D. Su Lu placed a hand on his waist, leaning in. This player stood a couple of centimeters taller than him and had previously played as a power forward but had shifted to a small forward position due to Hayward's presence. Washington D bent down, attempting to shove Su Lu aside, but was met with unexpected resistance. The seemingly slender player possessed surprising strength. Frustrated, Washington D began to dribble and attempted a turnaround jump shot, only for Su Lu to leap and sweat the ball away with a thunderous block. The resounding impact echoed through the arena. Upon landing, Su Lu darted forward to retrieve the ball. Cuban, seated in the audience, could not help but rise in excitement. Had it not been for his notoriety as the owner of the Mavericks, the home crowd might have expressed their displeasure towards him. Su Lu executed a long pass to Dinwiddie, who faced Rozier one-on-one beneath the basket, successfully scoring. In the luxury box, Jordan finally began to take notice. While Dinwiddie displayed commendable defensive skills, Jordan felt it was merely that. Rozier drove the ball again, using another outside screen to penetrate the lane, leaving Powell helpless as he watched Rozier slip past him. "Quick, help out," Powell shouted in desperation. Without needing to be reminded, Su Lu was already in position before Rozier. Caught off guard by Su Lu's swift arrival, Rozier hastily passed to the unguarded Washington D. However, the ball was intercepted mid-air by Su Lu, who had anticipated Rozier's passing lane. Initially intending to initiate a fast break, Su Lu noticed that Ubry, the Hornets' shooting guard, had already advanced into the front court. A reckless pass could lead to a turnover. Su Lu passed the ball to Donich and sprinted towards the front court, positioning himself for a pass. Donich obliged, stating, "This one and Amp, Oppo's, for your 2 excellent defensive plays." Receiving the ball, Su Lu smirked, acknowledging the compliment. He pressed against Washington D, forcing him to retreat step by step. Upon nearing the 3-second zone, Su Lu executed a spin move, circumventing Washington D, and soared for a powerful, folded dunk, sending the ball through the hoop. The crowd fell silent, witnessing the remarkable play from this rookie, who could easily secure a starting position. Only a handful of Mavericks fans, including Cuban, cheered enthusiastically. Meanwhile, in the luxury box, Jordan was growing increasingly agitated. What on earth is happening? Aku wasn't lying. This guy can truly rival Donich. His mood soured as he realized that the better Su Lu performed, the more difficult it became for him. After all, he was the one who had chosen Su Lu with the 15th pick, only to let him go. This would undoubtedly become one of the most humiliating moments in his managerial career. "Bring the team manager over. I need to have a serious discussion," Jordan instructed the attendant. Too frustrated to even make a phone call, his heart shattered as he recognized the value of what he had lost. The Hornets and Amp, Oppo's, head coach called a timeout, having witnessed Su Lu's explosive impact just 2 minutes into the game. Such an exhilarating start, particularly from a player of Chinese descent, was unprecedented. In China, Penguin Sports was broadcasting the Mavericks and Amp, Oppo's, game, having invested heavily to acquire NBA broadcasting rights. However, in the current domestic climate, Who would pay for VIP access just to watch a single game? Consequently, viewers either resorted to television or illegal streams. At this moment, Li Bang was attending class and secretly watching the illegal stream. With a time difference of nearly 13 hours, it was night in the US and midday in China. Brother Lu is truly phenomenal. Playing against us felt like bullying chicks. I never imagined that in the NBA, those black players were no different. They too were treated like chicks. He remarked. You're right. They used to toy with us, but it was lighthearted. They never went all out. Lu Hang, who often hung out with Li Bang, chimed in. Look at this comment. I'm genuinely heartbroken. Ever since Yao retired, I haven and amp. Oppos. T seen a Chinese player this impressive, exclaimed one fan. That and amp. Oppos, SA fair point. Have you heard the commentary? They're saying we Chinese players start strong but fade later. Damn, Yang Yi is such a scoundrel for saying that about his own countrymen. If I ever see him, I slap him into next week. In the Penguin Sports live stream chat, viewers echoed their disdain for Yang Yi's biased commentary. This guy is so blatantly biased. His commentary lacks objectivity. Meanwhile, everyone is cheering for Brother Lu, shouting, and Oppos. Go, Brother Lu, and Oppos. Su Lu had barely warmed up before the timeout was called. He glanced toward the front row of the audience, where He Huan applauded him. The courtside reporter, Yu Chiu, captured this moment. Always keen to document the intriguing occurrences on the court from various angles. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. And the newcomer Su Lu was poised to continue astounding the crowd. Chapter 82, The Sudden Slap in the Face Faced with the Hornets. An underwhelming team from the Eastern Conference, Mavericks and Oppos, head coach Kidd naturally aspired to secure a decisive victory. After all, how else could he showcase his coaching prowess? The strategy was simple, focus on offense, for the Hornets lacked a superstar scorer and would surely falter under pressure. Understood, coach, replied Dong77. Eager to demonstrate his scoring ability, which was unmatched among all on the court. Well, except for Su Lu, the player from Huaxia. He recalled their wager. A competition of individual statistics, with the caveat that the triumph of their team was paramount for the challenge to bear significance. Su, let us begin, called Dong77. Summoning Su Lu, Kidd presumed they were discussing tactical execution, oblivious to the fact that the duo was preoccupied with their own agenda. Okay, 2 points, 1 block, 1 assist. Su Lu noted. 3 points, Dong77 countered. As they resumed play, the Hornets initiated their offense. Rozier continued his audacious style, earning him the moniker of a reckless shooter. The old adage rings true. There are no erroneous nicknames, only misplaced names. As a veteran, he had earned this reputation. Since Ball and Oppos' injury, he had been reinstated, showcasing impressive scoring prowess. He executed a jump shot from near the free throw line, swishing the ball through the net. All of the Hornets' points thus far were attributed to Rozier. Gordon Hayward, playing the power forward, glanced at Rozier but refrained from voicing his dissatisfaction. He was always one to keep his thoughts to himself, expressing his feelings solely through his performance on the court. During his tenure with the Celtics, he had placed more faith in Brown than in the team's star, Irving. In critical moments, he would pass to Brown rather than the more prominent Irving. However, it must be said, Irving was indeed not trustworthy. With age, he seemed to have grown increasingly immature, lacking the maturity expected of a seasoned player. Tensions began to surface between Hayward and Rozier, albeit this was Hayward's unilateral perception. Rozier, however, was indifferent to such matters. In his world, he was the best, and he did not target anyone specifically. Everyone else was simply inferior. Turning back to the action, Dong77 launched an audacious long-range three-pointer, which found its mark. The Hornets' defense was abysmal. Since the start, both teams had exhibited shockingly high shooting percentages. Hayward received the ball in the backcourt but chose not to pass to Rozier. Instead, he executed a solo drive towards the Mavericks' basket. Powell moved in for help defense, but Hayward remained undeterred. He released the ball, albeit a bit short, failing to score, and Su Lu secured the defensive rebound. Su Lu passed the ball to Dong77, who controlled the tempo of the offense, awaiting his teammates and Oppos' positioning. Suddenly, he tossed the ball towards the basket. Just as everyone anticipated a missed shot and prepared to fight for the rebound, Mavericks power forward Kleber soared high, executing an alley-oop to score. In China, commentator Young from Penguin Sports began to lose face. Nevertheless, he attempted to redeem himself. Indeed, from the game's onset, it appeared that Su Lu was gradually becoming less involved. Aside from securing rebounds and fulfilling defensive duties, he seemed unable to contribute further. His partner, Wang Ming, remarked, that may not be the case. You mentioned it's early in the game. Who knows what might unfold later on? Oh, one can predict the trajectory of a game by merely observing the first 2 minutes, Wang Ming mused, aware that the comment was rather nonsensical and chose not to respond. Shifting focus back to the court, the Mavericks' shooting percentage had reached a terrifying 100. This was attributed to the individual talents of Dong 77 and Su Lu, but more significantly, it highlighted the team's growing synergy, nearing the level achieved during last year and Oppo's Western Conference Finals. On the other hand, the Hornets faced constant obstacles. With no evident advantage in the paint and failing to outshine on the perimeter, they resorted to hasty isolation plays to conclude their possessions. Observing the play, Rozier seemed at a loss for options and ultimately passed the ball out. Ubry, the shooting guard, rushed a shot, which, predictably, did not go in. Yang, what must the Hornets do to turn the tide? A commentator inquired. Yang pondered briefly before responding. This season, the Hornets give off a vibe of complacency. However, in this game, there is still hope. How so? They must effectively contain Dong 77, employing double-teaming tactics, which could potentially debilitate the Mavericks. Many teams have attempted to double-team Dong 77, yet his vision for passing is extraordinary. He can always dish the ball out. The efficacy of the double-team is rather questionable. Wang Ming interjected. That was last season and Oppo's scenario. Back then, the Mavericks had Brunson to rely on for scoring. Who do they have now? No one. Yang. You seem to completely disregard our Cuba MVP, retorted another. Those unfamiliar with Yang's character might assume he held a grudge against Sula. In reality, he was merely offering his candid opinion. Hey, how can players from Cuba compare to those in the NBA? Look at those athletes. None are smaller than Sula. It's not a matter of disparaging Huaxiao players. It's simply that the opponents are physically imposing. I beg to differ. Just the other day, I saw a video from Yichio in Dallas. It featured Su Lu's confrontations with internal players, and from that, I could tell his physicality is on par with those athletes. Otherwise, the head coach wouldn't have him starting or playing significant minutes. In a commercial league, what matters most? Commercial value. Su Lu possesses that value. He can attract a larger Eastern audience to the games. Continuing with the action, the Hornets indeed adopted a double-team strategy. Dong 77 passed the ball to Su Lu, who executed a clean mid-range jumper for points. This basket was a direct slap in the face to Yang, who had spoken too hastily. Now, the sting was palpable. The live broadcast room fell into silence, which Wang Ming broke. Clearly, double-teaming Dong 77 has proven ineffective. Even if they manage to limit him, they cannot suppress the contributions of other players. Thus far, the Mavericks' shooting percentage remains an astonishing 100. The score stands at 12-4. The broadcast chat could not resist taking jabs at Yang, with viewers repeatedly typing a single number, 6. No further words were needed. A mere 6 sufficed to convey everything. Yang, the skeptic of his own countrymen, was humorously dubbed a 6, with a single 6 in his way. It must be said, the director had a keen sense of humor, focusing the camera on Yang's face. As a flood of 6 comments swept across the screen. Chapter 83, Punching Out After Work? As the score gap continued to widen, Hornets head coach Atkinson could no longer restrain himself and rose from the bench. Rozier, you wretched fellow, stop with the damn isolation plays and pass the ball. Once an undrafted player who found his way back to the NBA, Atkinson had climbed the ranks from assistant coach to head coach. He possessed a remarkable ability to lead teams devoid of superstar talent, although his coaching record was not particularly stellar. He had spent several years with the Nets until the arrival of Durant and Irving. Unfortunately, Atkinson struggled to manage his relationships with these superstars due to his fiery temperament, earning their disdain. Eventually, the Nets hired Nash, and the outcome was predictable. While Nash excelled as a player, he proved inadequate as a head coach, falling short of Atkinson's capabilities, a classic case of a fading star. Rozier glanced at Atkinson, acutely aware of the coach's fury and recognizing the need to temper his behavior. Yet, at 32 years of age, with no bright prospects in the struggling Hornets franchise, he felt compelled to strive for personal achievements to secure a lucrative contract in the twilight of his career. It was easy for others to criticize from the sidelines. The competition in the NBA was ruthlessly unforgiving, particularly for lower-tier players. The disparity was stark. Top stars earned over $40 million annually, while many bottom-tier players made merely hundreds of thousands. Though this might seem substantial to the average person, these athletes were far from ordinary. Their expenses far exceeded those of the average individual by thousands. Moreover, many failed to save or invest wisely, often facing financial ruin after their careers ended. Rozier approached the coach, feigning compliance and attentively listening. Yes, coach, I will strive to improve. But Atkinson was all too aware of Rozier and Oppo's true thoughts. Regrettably, he had no other options available. LaMelo Ball was injured with an uncertain return date. Otherwise, Rozier would undoubtedly find himself benched. As the first quarter neared its conclusion, Sulu began to unleash his prowess. He attacked relentlessly with an array of moves, shooting, layups, dunks, his agility seemingly boundless. By the 8-minute mark, he had already amassed 15 points, propelling the score to 30-12. The home crowd erupted in frustration, hurling insults at Rozier and Hayward, demanding they channel their energies into the game rather than frivolous pursuits. Some even shouted for them to return home, while others requested refunds for their tickets. During a Hornets possession, Sulu adjusted his defensive positioning slightly higher. The Hornets struggled to penetrate the paint, despite the Mavericks and Oppo's own lackluster interior defense. Shooting guard Oubre received the ball, and after maneuvering through a screen, found himself against Doncic. After a protracted battle, Oubre's fatigue began to show, and Sulu had no choice but to assist him defensively. In doing so, he inadvertently left the Mavericks small forward, Washington, unguarded. Quick-witted, Oubre passed to Washington, who seized the opportunity for an open shot, scoring effortlessly. The arena echoed with scattered applause, yet the chorus of jeers prevailed. Finally, they scored. Keep it going. 1 point isn't enough? We need more. Indeed, the Hornets' score barely reached half that of the Mavericks. Doncic, feeling the urgency, resolved to expend all his energy on scoring, allowing his defense to relax. He recognized the disparity between himself and Sulu. He perceived that Sulu faced no issues with stamina, remaining vibrant and energetic. In contrast, his own statistics paled in comparison: 12 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists. While Sulu boasted 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists. As the Mavericks initiated their offense, Doncic feigned an attack, driving toward the paint before stepping back for a three-pointer that missed. The Hornets and Oppo's Plumlee secured the rebound, igniting a fast break. Doncic failed to keep pace with Oubre, who, upon receiving Plumlee's pass, executed a layup. Mavericks coach Kidd recognized the deteriorating situation and promptly called a timeout. The first quarter's timeout would not accumulate, rendering it effectively wasted. Doncic took a brief respite, making way for Pinson, while Wood substituted in for Kleber. Kidd proceeded with tactical adjustments and personnel rotations. Coordinate with Wood and dominate their interior, Kidd instructed, gesturing toward Wood. Understood, coach, Sulu replied nonchalantly, as he was capable of attacking both inside and out. Kidd's strategy seemed aimed at dismantling the Hornets and Oppo's confidence by exploiting their interior defense, thereby allowing Sulu and his teammates to secure an easy victory. Following Doncic and Oppo's exit, the Mavericks and Oppo's offense resumed its efficiency, while the Hornets struggled to close the gap. As the first quarter concluded, the Mavericks led 42-24. An 18-point advantage that led Sulu to momentarily believe they could clock out early. Chapter 84, The Regret of Old Master Chiao in the Aftermath of the First Quarter. The Mavericks and Oppo's bench players appeared remarkably relaxed. They recognized the wisdom of their team and Oppo's manager and Oppo's decision during the summer, which had brought an exceptionally gifted player to their roster. This young talent from Huaxiao was destined to astound the entire league, much like Luka Doncic. Meanwhile, the traded-away Finney-Smith had yet to see any playing time in the first quarter. Well done, Sue. You and Oppo's, re the one, Wood exclaimed as he exchanged high-fives with Sulu, giving him a thumbs up. With Sulu on the court, he received less attention from the opponents, making his game considerably easier. You did well too, Sulu replied cheerfully. Wood had only been on the court for a few minutes but had effortlessly scored 6 points. The Mavericks had amassed an impressive 42 points in the first quarter, a rare feat in most games. In teams with lower scoring averages, reaching 42 points by halftime was often a challenge. Kidd's enthusiasm was palpable. Having led the team to the Western Conference Finals last year, he was determined to push for the finals this season, especially not wanting to let down the powerful rookie Sulu. Should Sulu secure a spot on the All-NBA first team, or claim an MVP or Defensive Player of the Year award, he could trigger the Rose Rule, allowing him to renegotiate his contract for a maximum salary. Akin to Doncic's situation, Kidd approached Sulu for a hearty embrace, expressing his fondness. The blending of cultures in their team often led to such gestures of camaraderie. Sulu patted Kidd's back lightly, appreciating his ability to listen and adapt as a coach. Kidd then clapped his hands and addressed the players, foreseeing a counterattack from the opposing team in the second quarter and a reduction in Rozier and Apos' playing time. Sue, I need you to hold out for another 4 or 5 minutes to withstand their offensive surge. If we can weather the storm, you can rest at the end of the third quarter. Sula had no objections to the coach's plan. While playing continuously for over 10 minutes might be daunting for others, it was merely a trivial task for him. Kidd continued, Donich, I want you to take command of the game in the latter half of the second quarter. Whatever it takes, achieve that goal. Donich nodded, confident that with ample rest, he remained an exceptional facilitator and scorer. In the second quarter, McGee would replace Powell, with Green and Hardaway stepping onto the court to further extend their lead. Understood, coach. In stark contrast to the harmony of the Mavericks, the atmosphere within the Hornets camp was rather somber. However, they were accustomed to such feelings. Each season, they aimed for the playoffs, yet always fell short. The team's core transitioned from Walker to Graham, Rozier, and Bridges, all culminating in disappointment. Year after year, they witnessed glimmers of hope only to see them extinguished. Come on, guys, we Haven and Apos, lost yet. It and Apos, only the first quarter. Anything can happen in the remaining 36 minutes. The coach rallied his players. Hayward stepped forward, saying, Hey, we can't keep going like this. We must take action. What do you propose? Other players inquired. Though Hayward had recently joined the team, he was well-liked, and his words commanded attention. I'll defend that washout player, wear him down, and you all focus on offense, Hayward declared. While he had a height advantage over Sulu, his speed was lacking. The coach immediately replied, Exactly. If we can also limit their power forward, we might close the gap right from the start of the second quarter. The players nodded blankly. Perhaps this was indeed a feasible strategy. After all, they had no better options left. It was worth a try. Rozier sensed it was time for him to shine. Channeling the traits of a seasoned veteran, he said, Hey, this might actually work. You know, hard work may not guarantee success, but without effort, success is impossible. How will we know unless we try? The atmosphere among the team was invigorated by the trio's enthusiasm. Rozier raised his left hand, encouraging everyone. Come on, let us push ourselves. The players rose, renewed with determination. 321, let us go? The coach nodded in satisfaction. He did not utter the word give up, for no one should abandon hope. He cast an appreciative glance at Hayward, recognizing his commendable spirit. In the VIP box, old Master Chiao was filled with agitation, setting his glass aside. He reprimanded the team manager, Mickey. I demand to understand what transpired. We clearly selected that Huaxiao player. Why was he traded to Dallas? Mike, I don't believe this trade was flawed. We had no way of knowing his true potential beforehand. That's quite normal. Furthermore, you reviewed and signed off on the documents. Mickey Puksek replied politely, presenting a logical argument that left old Master Chiao momentarily speechless. His tone softened as he continued. I simply wish to know how they managed to select this Huaxiao player while we consistently overlook such prospects. Their team frequently invests in intelligence gathering, with scouts dispersed globally, whereas we Haven allocated funds in that direction. So where has all my money gone each year? Old Master Chiao expressed his dissatisfaction. He spent just as much as that fellow Cuban. There, and there. Kupchak pointed out Hayward, then Rozier, and finally gestured at the air. Indeed. They spent money to buy out Batum's contract. Initially, Batum signed a 5-year, $120 million deal with the team. Ultimately, he underperformed and was cut by the Hornets. Kupchak's words struck a nerve, suggesting old Master Chiao squandered funds on pointless endeavors while he was still intent on undermining him. However, we did acquire Ball. So not all is lost, Kupchak added. He should have refrained from uttering that, as it only fueled old Master Chiao's fury. If memory served, that player was also nearing $10 million, and he hardly ever stepped onto the court. Old Master Chiao nearly roared, Kupchak, this was utterly unpredictable, was it not? Defeated, old Master Chiao waved his hand dismissively, signaling Kupchak to leave. He was consumed with regret, burdened with wealth yet devoid of discernment. Chapter 85. Seizing the momentum upon returning to the court, Sulu engaged in a series of stretches and playful hops, reminiscent of a frog preparing to leap. As the second quarter commenced, the Hornets implemented a novel strategy. Hayward, brimming with confidence, was determined to thwart Su Lee's scoring attempts. During the Mavericks' possession, Green initiated the offensive play, penetrating the paint before distributing the ball to Sulu. Receiving the pass, Sulu was immediately confronted by Hayward, who advanced with outstretched arms. Sulu attempted to use his body to create space, but quickly realized that Hayward's weight and strength were advantageous. Consequently, he began to dribble, gradually creating distance and retreating to the perimeter. Suddenly, he accelerated and slipped beneath Hayward's outstretched arm, a move so swift that the opposition scarcely had time to react. "Oh, he's getting past," Hayward shouted. Instantly, Hornets backup Jones rushed in for support, but it was too late. Sulu collided with Jones, using the force of the impact to propel himself away, and with a deft flick, he sent the ball soaring into the hoop before losing his balance. The referee blew the whistle, calling a foul on the defending player, number 23, awarding an additional free throw. Jones, seemingly innocent, raised his hands in protest, believing he had jumped straight up without infringing upon Sulu and Apos' vertical space. However, the referee remained unyielding. The league had become increasingly stringent regarding physical contact. A mere brush, even a slight graze of an opponent's body hair, could result in a foul, a phenomenon colloquially referred to as the body hair whistle. Sulu was taken aback by the additional free throw, as he was unaccustomed to such officiating. During his time in Cuba, similar collisions would have been overlooked by referees. Yet, in the more fiercely contested NBA, it was deemed a foul. Nonetheless, this worked to his advantage, and he supported the referee's judgment. It appeared he would need to exercise caution in his defensive maneuvers, refraining from unnecessary contact unless he could secure the ball. Standing at the free throw line, he effortlessly sank the shot, bringing his score to 20 points. For him, scoring was as effortless as dining. The scoreboard read 45-24, with a commanding lead of 21 points. On the sidelines, a purple, yellow-haired Hornets mascot energetically waved its arms, encouraging the sparse crowd to rally behind the home team. However, the fans remained largely indifferent, unmoved by the mascot's efforts. The mascot, named Hugo, continued its spirited display, but to no avail. The Hornets' offense resumed, with backup player Bouknight, after executing a simple screen, launching a three-pointer that ricocheted off the rim. Sulu and Wood leaped simultaneously, colliding in the process. Yet, Sulu's keen judgment of the ball's trajectory allowed him to secure the rebound effortlessly. "You're a genius," Wood exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Despite being taller and more experienced in rebounding, he was outmatched by Sulu's remarkable skill, coupled with Sulu's offensive prowess. Wood began to consider the possibility of Sulu challenging for the team and Apos' top spot. "Let Apos' go." "No time to waste," Sulu urged. Okay, Wood responded, willingly sprinting to the front court. Playing alongside Sulu was a vastly more enjoyable experience compared to playing with the ball-dominant East 77, who often monopolized possession to the detriment of his teammates. Sulu passed the ball to Tim Hardaway Jr. before positioning himself for an inside play. Hardaway, with keen intuition, executed a feint before delivering the pass. Receiving the ball near the two-point line, Sulu spun and jumped, effortlessly sinking the shot. Hayward, frustrated, clapped his hands in dismay, unable to contain the formidable small forward before him. With that basket, Sulu reached 23 points, continually shattering his own NBA records. The home crowd fell silent, rendering Hugo's previous efforts futile. They had hoped that with this year's reinforcements, even if they could not best the Mavericks, they would at least compete on even terms. This had been their driving motivation, given Charlotte's status as a smaller market with fewer fans. Immediately after his shot, Sulu retreated to the backcourt, denying the Hornets any opportunity for a fast break. This sequence of two offensive plays and two defensive maneuvers left the Hornets bewildered, rendering their first quarter strategy ineffective. The head coach quickly called a timeout. The score gap had now widened to double. East 77 rose from the bench, leaping to collide with Sulu in celebration. "That was absolutely insane. How did you manage to score 23 points all on your own? That's just 1 point shy of the entire opposing team," East 77 exclaimed, momentarily forgetting their rivalry. Not only he, but the entire arena was in disbelief. What on earth are they doing? Why can Apos' they even contain that rookie from Huaxia? The crowd marveled at Sulu's prowess. "He is undeniably more talented than East 77. The chant "refund" erupted from the audience, resonating throughout the venue. The broadcast shifted to Yang Yi, whose expression reflected a mixture of disbelief and regret for his earlier remarks. Wang Ming deftly redirected the conversation, noting, after so many years, "Since Yao and Apos' retirement, we finally witness another exceptional player from Huaxia in the NBA." Yang Yi nodded stiffly, quickly altering his tone. "Indeed. 14 minutes for 23 points. He and Apos' on track for a 40-point game. He truly is a marvel." A barrage of mocking comments flooded the screen. Yonggi returned to form. Noting the standout performance of the first overall pick, Banchero, who had scored 16 points in his debut. This remark drew further ridicule, as fans pointed out that Su Lu had outscored Banchero in a single quarter. Ultimately, all eyes, whether avid NBA fans or casual observers, were glued to the unfolding drama. Back on the court, the esteemed owner, Joe, could no longer bear the scene and silently exited the box. He had resolved to dismiss the team manager. Amidst this pause, Kid opted to rest Su Lu, substituting in a freshly energized East 77. The Mavericks were poised to maintain their relentless pursuit, determined to vanquish their adversaries completely. Chapter 86. The rapid dissemination of news. Dong 77 took the court, resolutely adhering to the strategy set by Kid. Their aim was to decisively overpower their opponents in the second quarter and then clock out for the day. The Hornets held possession, with Oubre initiating the offense. Approaching the familiar vicinity of the free throw line, he utilized a screen to circumvent Dong 77 and, unchallenged, skillfully sank the ball into the hoop. This marked their first basket in the past 2 minutes. Dong 77 received the ball in the corner, while Oubre implemented a full-court press. His objective was to exhaust Dong 77 and amp Oppo's stamina as much as possible. Oubre had previously spent some time with the Warriors, but his performance had been lackluster. The year after his departure, the Warriors clinched the championship, indicating that he could only thrive alongside teams with dominant centers. He struggled in small ball lineups. Unfortunately, the Hornets lacked a towering center to facilitate quality high screens with him. Truth be told, he would have been a better fit for teams like the Timberwolves or the 76ers. The Timberwolves had just executed a significant 7-for-1 trade, acquiring the Frenchman Gobert from the Jazz. Moreover, they already had Towns, who favored floating on the perimeter, making them a perfect match for Oubre. Regrettably, he ultimately chose the Hornets due to their lucrative offer, a 2-year contract worth $24.6 million was hard to resist. The 76ers, on the other hand, boasted the dominant presence of Embiid, who ruled the paint. Perhaps after completing these 2 seasons, he could explore opportunities with those teams. Oubre was indeed a commendable player, much like Su Lu, both being 15th overall picks. Among other notable 15th picks, there were the likes of Kobe and the Clippers' Leonard, all of whom were dominant figures in their own right. Currently, the players on the Hornets court included Melden at point guard, Oubre at shooting guard, Washington at small forward, McDaniels at power forward, and Kai Jones at center. This lineup was quite formidable. On the Mavericks side, aside from Su Lu, all the starters were present. Su Lu was replaced by the small forward, Bullock. Previously, Bullock had faced Su Lu in a one-on-one, claiming to be the Mavericks' best defender, though that was before Su Lu's arrival in Dallas. As Dong 77 dribbled near the three-point line, both Oubre and Melden rushed to double-team him. After a couple of dribbles, he swiftly passed the ball into the paint. Power forward Kleber attempted a jump shot, but missed, causing the ball to bounce off the rim. Hornets Jones seized the rebound, initiating a fast break. Oubre, after the double team, sprinted to the front court. With no defenders in his path, he received a pass from Jones and executed an effortless dunk. This was Oubre's preferred style of scoring during a defensive transition, reminiscent of his scoring prowess, akin to that of Prince Ming. Once again, it was the Mavericks' turn to attack. Kid shouted from the sidelines, urging them to control the pace, play slowly, and utilize the full 24 seconds on the shot clock. Dong 77 dribbled near half-court, while the Hornets hesitated to double-team him at that position, fearing they would be unable to recover in time. As the shot clock dwindled to 8 seconds, Dong 77 made his move. His speed was undeniably slow, yet he adeptly used his body and rhythm to maintain control of the ball as he pressed toward the paint. Oubre sought to intercept the ball but found no opportunity, helplessly watching as Dong 77 powered his way to the basket for a soft layup. Throughout the subsequent plays, the score fluctuated between the Hornets and Mavericks, with both teams finding their rhythm and scoring rapidly. As the second quarter concluded, the score stood at 70-50, maintaining a 20-point gap. The Hornets were not renowned for their offensive prowess. Their efficiency on both ends of the court ranked among the lowest in the league. Su Lu rose from the bench, exchanging high-fives with his teammates. "Well done, but your scoring still hasn't surpassed mine," he remarked. Dong 77 felt exasperated. Su Lu was still fixated on their wager. "Su, I think you should set that aside for now. When the next match begins, I'll show you what I can do." Su Lu was aware that Dong 77 was employing a delaying tactic. Time was of the essence, and whoever faltered first would lose. Dong77 had accumulated 16 points in the first half, a modest tally by his standards. Statistical analysis indicated that his first-half efficiency often exceeded that of the second half. Based on this data, it appeared unlikely that he would surpass 30 points today, while Su Lu had already amassed 23 points, boasting a shooting percentage of 60. With just a few more successful attempts, he could easily reach the 30-point mark. All right, you've won this round, but this is just the first game. We have plenty of time ahead. Don't forget, our wager spans the entire season. Dong77 responded, a hint of resignation in his voice. I'm not in a rush. Take your time to find your rhythm while your opponent is relatively weak, Su Lu replied as he and Dong77 made their way to the locker room. Passing by the stands, he waved to Yi-Huan. Brother Lu, do you think you can score 40 points today? Yi-Huan exclaimed, elated by Su Li's successful debut. Even more so than her own championship victory. I doubt it. I'll be clocking out after 3 quarters at most. Su Li said as he bid farewell to Yi-Huan and entered the locker room. The halftime break would last only 15 minutes for Su Lu and his teammates. Though typically, the interval between the second and third quarters was around 20 minutes. This duration felt brief for the players, yet it provided ample time for the rapidly operating news agencies to compose several articles. Headlines began to ascend the trending charts, titled, Another Huaxia player battles in the NBA. Scoring 23 points in 14 minutes. Barkley commented beneath this news on social media, when you scored over 20 points, I kissed a donkey's behind. If this one scores 40, I'll do it again. The post garnered over 2,000 shares and tens of thousands of likes. Huaxia netizens, upon hearing the news, eagerly shared it across platforms. Call me when you kiss a donkey. I missed the last live stream. The influx of viewers into the live stream surged as the Mavericks vs. Hornets game, initially not slated for national broadcast, had become a surprise feature, replacing the anticipated Warriors vs. Lakers match. Viewership plummeted from thousands to just a few million for the latter. As the second half approached, viewers exceeded 20 million, many communicating in Chinese characters, rallying to support Su Lu. Chapter 87, Madness. Audience surpasses 50 million. Su Lu was blissfully unaware of the unfolding events until Cuban called Kid. Kid, you must give your all until the very end of this game. This is the directive from the president of jokes. Kid, feeling resigned, replied, Boss, I have no concern for that. We could clock out after 3 quarters. I must think of our players. Our next opponents are the formidable Boston Celtics. They need ample rest to secure victory in this away game. You do not comprehend. Our game is being broadcast live across the nation. We already have 30 million viewers, Cuban said, seated in the stands, covering his ears with his left hand while speaking on the phone. After a moment of contemplation, Kid acquiesced. The significance of the situation was undeniable. The players' visibility was immense, and performing well could only bode well for them. With 2 minutes remaining before the match resumed, he restructured the game plan, intending to deploy all his starters at the beginning of the third quarter. Meanwhile, the owner of the Hornets, Old Man Joe, received the news but chose not to take any countermeasures. It was evident that the president of jokes aimed to elevate that Huaxia player, which had nothing to do with the Hornets. They might even be used as a stepping stone to enhance Su Li's reputation as the team's owner. He had initially selected this rookie during the draft before trading him away. Such actions were destined to invite ridicule. Whatever chaos ensues, it is of no concern to me, was his response. In the national live broadcast, viewers continued to pour in, drawn by the spectacle. They were eager to witness the action after hearing about the explosive viewer count. Su Li noted Kid and Appos as tactical adjustments and the command to give it your all. A furrow formed on his brow. Things appeared to be growing intriguing. He was unaware of the specifics, but it likely signified something positive for him. Returning to the court, the Hornets retained possession, fielding the same lineup as in the first half. Faced with the Mavericks and Appos, full-strength squad, they were momentarily taken aback. Damn it, they intend to annihilate us. Even the usually amiable Hayward could no longer tolerate the pressure. What should we do? I heard there are nearly 40 million viewers now. We cannot afford to disgrace ourselves. They were not here to witness our downfall. God knows how distressed I am right now. Let and Appos, us not concede. Brothers, even in defeat, we must stand firm. Those under scrutiny often find self-motivation. Rozier, an experienced player, initiated an offensive play, knowing he needed to pass the ball to showcase his prowess to the audience. This approach had the added benefit of shielding him from criticism should they lose. He passed to Oubre, who attempted a mid-range shot but was obstructed by Su Lu, causing the ball to veer off course. Su Lu swiftly moved towards the basket, securing a rebound. He executed a long pass to the perimeter, reaching Donich, who advanced rapidly. Though the Hornets players were quick to counter. Relying on his physique, Donich barreled past Rozier, only to find Hayward looming behind. In a flash of inspiration, he passed to Dinwiddie, who, despite being wide open, missed a three-pointer. Oubre collected another rebound. Both teams exchanged blows in a contest that felt more intense than regulation play. Those unaware might have mistaken it for a playoff battle. Midway through the third quarter, the viewer count surpassed 50 million. The flood of comments rendered the host invisible. Lines upon lines of Chinese characters filled the screen, and American viewers, intrigued, joined the fray. Initially, they engaged in a verbal exchange with translators on both sides. However, as the game progressed, some American fans gradually shifted their support towards Su Lu. Being Mavericks fans, they saw no reason to disparage their own player or his supporters. As more individuals rallied behind Su Lu, it became evident that he played exceptionally well, and his scoring surpassed 30 points. Many transitioned from critics to supporters in a matter of minutes. The initial rating for Su Lu had plummeted to 2 points, but a surge of Huaxia fans boosted it to approximately 7 points. With a significant number of Mavericks fans switching allegiance, the score climbed to 8-5 and continued to rise. Notably, Donich's initial score reached 9-0, benefiting from his early entry into the NBA. By the latter half of the third quarter, another wave of American viewers switched sides. They observed Su Lu's robust physique, thriving in the paint, and the visceral nature of his play endeared him to them. Su Lu's rating climbed to 8-7, bolstered by a faction of fans enamored with his appearance. It was undeniable that Su Lu was more handsome than Donich. There was no reason for Donich to have more beauty fans, while Su Lu lagged behind. This segment of admirers was substantial. In a swift reversal, his score increased by 0.5 points, reaching 9-2, an impressive feat, considering the deep-seated biases against Huaxia individuals. On the court, with 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Su Lu continued to shine, amassing 32 points. As the Hornets initiated their offense, Rozier relentlessly pursued assists, tossing the ball to Plumlee. Plumlee, facing Powell and Oppo's defense, executed a deft layup, bringing the score to 98-72. During the Mavericks' offensive turn, Donich passed to Su Lu in the paint. Su Lu dribbled twice before attacking from the side, executing a reverse layup that found the net. With each basket Su Lu made, Barkley grew increasingly anxious. This kid is extraordinary. I see the shadows of many great players in him. Hey, Barkley, are you finally feeling the pressure? Thanks to your commentary, over 50 million viewers flooded the stream. Shaq remarked, "You know, I faced defeat once before. This time, I only wish to reclaim victory." You're overthinking it. I know this kid. I've seen his highlights. He is quite popular on Huaxia websites. Barkley felt a pang of regret. According to Shaquille's predictions, he might be on the verge of another loss. He sensed that. During the next broadcast, he might need to bring a donkey along. As the live stream and Oppo's comments section began to mock Barkley. Even those who previously criticized Su Lu joined in the laughter. After all, Barkley's notorious big mouth had become quite irksome. By the end of the third quarter, Su Lu's score had reached 34 points. Chapter 88, a tremor in the NBA during the intermission of the third quarter. The lively atmosphere in the live broadcast room across the nation did not wane. The two factions engaged in a heated debate, no longer concerning themselves with whether Su Lu could score 40 points, but rather whether Barkley would kiss the left or right side of a donkey's behind. The Americans staunchly asserted it would be the right side, while the Chinese unanimously claimed it would be the left. Barkley, noticing the audience's attention drifting from him, felt a twinge of displeasure. He relished the spotlight and the attention it brought. Hey, audience, it seems you've forgotten who the real star of this broadcast is. It and Oppo's me, Barkley proclaimed, attempting to redirect their focus. How shameless of you to wager that a rookie will score over 40 points. He scoffed, recalling his previous remarks about Yao Ming, where he had only predicted a mere 20 points. Barkley clearly observed the barrage of comments flooding in. Friends, I am no longer the man I once was. I exercise caution now. I stand firm in my belief that he cannot surpass 40 points, he declared, shaking his head, his thick lips lending him an air of earnestness, despite his loose tongue. Oh, Barkley, you are truly obstinate. Even if the sky were to fall, you would still maintain your stance, Shaq teased from the side, harboring a uniquely complex sentiment for his longtime co-host. They were, indeed, the quintessential frenemies. Shaq, do not fret, there is still a quarter left. And he needs to score 6 more points, Barkley remarked. Trust me, kid will ensure he plays until he reaches that score, Shaq asserted with unshakable conviction. Indeed. All eyes were on Barkley as the drama unfolded, while the true protagonist, Su Lu, remained blissfully unaware. "What is happening, coach?" he inquired of Kid. Sensing the unusual excitement among the crowd, Kid, cradling his head, explained, "Well, our game is being broadcast nationwide, so we've made some tactical adjustments." Sula nodded slightly, realizing that not every game garnered such attention. Kid continued, "Also, that loudmouth Barkley has bet your score 1 and oppos to exceed 40 points. Sula was taken aback. "Is he even human? This is my first regular season game." Dong77 interjected, recalling his own debut, where he had performed dismally, a far cry from Su Lu and Oppo's astonishing prowess. Kid nodded in silent agreement. Barkley was indeed crossing the line. What rookie scores over 40 points in their first game, after all? But that hardly matters, Dong77. Look at Su Lu. He has already racked up 34 points. That surpasses Iverson's record of 30 points. Kid pondered for a moment before adding, given Su Lu and Oppo's appearance. He seems brimming with energy. Dong77 suddenly realized, indeed. How long has he been playing? Over 30 minutes, perhaps? Sula chimed in, not quite. For him, it was trivial. Firstly, the opposing team lacked defensive intensity, and secondly, Sulu was known for his exceptional stamina. You truly are an anomaly. I remember feeling utterly exhausted after just 20 minutes in my debut, Dong77 remarked, patting Sulu's shoulder. After this game, he felt a newfound respect for Sulu. Perhaps Sulu was destined to be a leader, he mused, recognizing his capability to unite and elevate his teammates. As Dong77's thoughts wandered, the game resumed. You rest. Let him take the court, Kid noted Dong77's fatigue. The first 3 quarters had depleted his energy reserves. With Green stepping onto the court along with some substitutes, Kid also sent Su Lu in. The others were inconsequential. Su Lu was the focal point of the match. Kid sensed he had grasped Cuban and Oppo's intent. They aimed to elevate Su Lu and Oppo's profile, thereby boosting jersey sales. As the players entered the court, Kid exchanged a look with Cuban, who gave him a thumbs up. The presence of Dong77 and the others was now secondary. The audience was eager to witness the spectacle that was Su Lu. Returning to the game, the Hornets had not given up. Their star forward, Washington D, was assigned to guard Su Lu. As Su Lu approached, he received the ball, dribbled a few times, and began to retreat, distancing himself to 3 steps from the 3-point line. The Hornets executed a double team, prompting Su Lu to shift laterally and pass to Wood, who effortlessly scored. Just moments after their timeout, the Hornets received orders. Su Lu must not score again. Their owner was already quite irate. Accompanying Washington D in the double team was Finney-Smith, the recent acquisition from the Mavericks. The Hornets deployed 2 forwards with the singular aim of stifling Su Lu's scoring. Su Lu discerned their strategy. The number of points he scored was inconsequential to him. He wasn't involved in any wager. Moreover, he had already shattered records. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Finney-Smith managed to score beside him. As Sula prepared to inbound the ball, he caught sight of Cuban in the stands, who shouted, "Attack! Get us points!" The crowd reacted with visible disdain, wishing they could confront him, yet knowing they could not. Sula too felt a surge of frustration. He was well aware of Cuban's passion for the game. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, disregarding the opinions of others. In the next possession, still facing the double team, he passed to Wood for another assist. In the broadcast room, Barkley grinned triumphantly. "See? I told you so, Shaq." "Did you anticipate the Hornets would not let him score easily?" Shaq, incredulous, replied, "I can't believe you would think he has that foresight." "Indeed, you're correct. I considered this long ago. More than me. It's old Joe who's concerned about the score. You know, he's the one who drafted Su Lu before trading him away." Barkley laughed unabashedly. The comments section lit up, mocking old Joe for his poor judgment. A consensus emerged among the viewers, teasing Joe for his past choices, especially during his 3rd comeback when he drafted Kwame Brown, often dubbed the biggest bust in history. That season, Joe single-handedly led the Wizards to an 8th seed, while Brown averaged less than 14 points per game, prompting the media to deride Joe's scouting acumen. "Come on, Shaq," Barkley retorted, "this is merely a coincidence. When you mentioned 40 points, you weren't even paying attention to the game. You simply spoke off the cuff." He ruthlessly exposed Barkley, who merely shook his head indifferently, asserting that the process was inconsequential. It was the outcome that mattered. Under their relentless double-teaming, Barkley found it increasingly arduous to score, and I wondered how he could possibly amass 40 points. Observing Barkley's demeanor, the barrage of comments erupted in anger. vehemently criticizing him. Do you not have any shame? Truly, this flying pig is nothing but a swine. But let us not celebrate prematurely. My friend Lou will undoubtedly secure those 40 points. Even the loyal supporters of Old Me began to turn against Barkley, unable to tolerate his demeanor any longer. In the live stream, all viewers exhaled in unison, denouncing Barkley. Back on the court, halfway through the fourth quarter, both teams exchanged points in a thrilling back and forth. With the score now standing at 110-85, the Hornets had managed to narrow the gap slightly, yet the suspense of the match had dissipated. Many spectators began to exit, unable to bear the humiliation of watching their team struggle. It was indeed wiser to leave early. In the span of this half-quarter, Sulu had yet to score, but he had accrued an impressive 11 assists. He concluded the game with 34 points, 12 rebounds, 11 assists, and 3 steals, a magnificent triple-double. A feat commendable at any moment. He had etched his name in history, and the game continued, presenting him with the opportunity to further extend his record. During the Mavericks' possession, facing a double team, Sula found Ubry and Smith closing in, hands reaching out in an attempt to snatch the basketball. With a deft push of his head, Sulu maneuvered Ubry aside and sprang into action. Just as everyone anticipated a pass, Sulu made a decisive move, breaking past Ubry and charging towards the paint from beyond the arc. Within a mere 2 steps of the free throw line, he leaped, executing a thunderous one-handed dunk. This spectacular display ignited cheers from the bench, as everyone lost their composure, exclaiming, "Sue, you are truly phenomenal. My goodness." Initially, Wood intended to continue receiving the ball to score, but upon seeing Sulu approach, he swiftly positioned himself to shield others, crafting an ideal environment for Sulu's dunk. He rushed over to high-five Sulu, acknowledging the splendid play. In the fourth quarter alone, Wood had accumulated 10 points, totaling 28 for the game. He was immensely satisfied with this score, which came effortlessly, all thanks to Sulu's contributions. In the ensuing possessions, Sulu faced the double teams with unwavering determination, opting to take matters into his own hands. He no longer restrained himself, consistently scoring over Ubry and Smith. By the end of the match, he had amassed an astounding 45 points, proving that even with 3 defenders sent to contain him, it was futile. With this remarkable debut, Sula proclaimed to the world that the people of Huaxia could indeed dominate the NBA. Chapter 89. Suli's notebook throughout the vast expanse of the NBA court. Some players dedicate their entire lives to the game yet fail to score even 30 points. Others may occasionally surpass the 30-point mark, but these athletes rarely, if ever, reach 40 points. However, those who manage to score 45 points or more invariably possess genuine talent and prowess. After the game, Sula found himself being interviewed by a television station. "Did you know that this match was switched to a nationwide broadcast midway through?" inquired a blonde reporter. "Yes." The coach mentioned it as the fourth quarter began. Sula replied, bending slightly toward the microphone. "But at the start of the fourth quarter, it seemed you lacked any offensive drive," the renowned player and host, Barkley, remarked during the program, stating that if Sue scored over 40 points, he would kiss a donkey's rear. "Well, such an old joke is hardly amusing. His kissing antics have nothing to do with me," Sula chuckled in response. As Sulu was being interviewed, Donich and Wood were goofing off behind him, performing comical antics that succeeded in making Sula laugh. Clearly, Barkley's just paled in comparison to the humor emanating from these two. The reporter joined in with hearty laughter. "Sue, you truly are a humorous man. Is there anything you'd like to say to your fans?" Sula replied earnestly, "There is nothing much to say. It was just a regular game. The opposing team worked hard, and we put in a great deal of effort as well. Any moment of slackness on our part could have allowed them to stage a comeback. The Hornets are a team deserving of respect. So, your way of respecting your opponents is to strive to defeat them with all your might. We all witnessed your sudden surge of energy in the latter half of the fourth quarter. Indeed, you are astute. I relish scoring and possess a myriad of offensive techniques. If they push me to this extent, I shall retaliate." Sula concluded, handing the microphone back to the reporter, unwilling to waste more time on the subject. He moved over to hug Yuchio, a fellow journalist from his hometown, feeling grateful to have someone from his roots witnessing his record-breaking feats. "Did you manage to capture me looking handsome?" Sula leaned toward Yuchio and Appo's camera, playfully posing. This one looks great." The photos encapsulated Su Lee's dynamic dunks and shots. Su Lu exuded an effortless grace juxtaposed with a rugged strength, creating a striking contrast. He possessed both the raw power of a fierce strike and the elegance of scoring effortlessly amidst opponents. he could seamlessly transition between these two distinct styles, showcasing his breathtaking athleticism with an array of movements. After bidding farewell to Ichio, Su Lu and his teammates engaged in celebratory antics. "Su, you are absolutely phenomenal. This year's Rookie of the Year is undoubtedly yours," Wood exclaimed, vigorously patting Su Lu's shoulder. Su Lu felt the weight of the gesture and retorted, "Oh, it was nothing special." He playfully slapped Wood on the back, nearly toppling him. "You absolutely must make the All-Star team. Otherwise, I shall not accept it," Brock stated. Understanding Su Lu well, having guarded him numerous times during practice. "Let us see, that's not what matters. My goals are the championship and MVP," Su Lu shrugged. Donich chimed in, "Just be careful not to get injured. With such momentum, you could become a target." Having experienced such scrutiny as a rookie himself, he knew all too well the challenges that awaited. The NBA is a mixed bag. Some players are commendable while others are not. The thugs of the court are not there to play but merely to cause havoc, like Giannis from the Bucks and Ingles from the Jazz, who fall into this category. Su Lu glanced at Donich, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your reminder, but those who wish to hinder me have yet to be born." Donich furrowed his brow momentarily but then relaxed, understanding that it was not his concern to fret. Kidd entered the locker room, offering words of encouragement. As this marked the team's triumphant opener, he felt buoyed, with the championship as his ultimate goal. "Soon, I shall be calling you championship coach," Su Lu teased. "Isn't that precisely the title Kidd has long desired?" He waved his hands dramatically. "Su, that title suits you splendidly. I hope you can help me attain it." "Absolutely." Kidd enthusiastically embraced Su Lu as a brother. Su Lu took He Huan to the team's dining hall, where the buffet was quite satisfactory. After their meal, Su Lu declined his teammates' invitation to a nightclub, opting instead to leave with He Huan, as he had no interest in such venues. Furthermore, he was focused on the upcoming match against the Celtics, a highly significant event for him, as they boasted an elite small forward, Tatum, who would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent. "Brother Lu, you were absolutely divine today. Playing against NBA players felt akin to facing Cuba opponents," He Huan remarked, raising a fist in triumph. "It's quite similar. I've been diligently engaged in strength training for the past 6 months without any slacking." Upon returning to the hotel, Su Lu meticulously recorded his reflections. He opened an old notebook to the latest page. Oubre, adept with his left hand, often breaks through from the left side. His first step is slow, but his second step can suddenly accelerate. Average defensive skills, possesses good hang time but lacks vertical leap. He can shoot upon receiving the ball or execute a quick stop and pop. Washington D, a low-profile player with limited offensive capabilities but defensive skills above C. He can be a nuisance, excelling in physical confrontations and often attempting to poke the ball away, creating opportunities for breakthroughs. Hayward lacks verticality but possesses exceptional timing and judgment for rebounding, a talent stemming from his innate intuition. Offensive skills rated B-. He can face resistance but primarily relies on his technical abilities. Su Lu had written extensively, though each entry was concise. This summarization was a ritual he performed after every game. The first name inscribed in his notebook belonged to Wang Ziming, who could be regarded as Su Lu's first adversary, taking up an entire page, indicative of Wang's evolving techniques and Su Lu's ongoing diligence in recording. He wants to beside Su Lu, attentively observing him write. It is often said that focused men are the most captivating, and indeed, the sentiment rang true. A chance glance upward revealed the stunning beauty of He Huan, leaving Su Lu momentarily entranced. Unable to resist, he stood up and leaned in for a kiss, inevitably igniting another tumultuous encounter. Chapter 90. The Eye of the Vortex. Following the climactic events, the Mavericks players found themselves in a state of calm contemplation. They began to dream of the future, envisioning the potential glory of capturing a championship this season, which would undoubtedly elevate their market value as essential components of a championship puzzle. As for you, I'm uncertain. However, I firmly believe that Lu will secure the team and Oppo's maximum salary. In this era of small ball, those who possess a small forward reign supreme. Just look at the Golden State Warriors from last season. Their small forward, Andrew Wiggins, once he set down his thermos, it was clear that no one could challenge them. Of course, the true hero was undoubtedly Curry, who earned the Finals MVP title. After a night of rest, the players rejuvenated their spirits. With their next away game scheduled in Boston, they chose to remain in Charlotte rather than return to Dallas. Coach Kidd decided they would fly to Boston later that evening, as all NBA teams have charter flights and can adjust their itineraries at will. The media buzzed with headlines proclaiming, "Genius rookie, a mysterious force from the East. The new generation leader." the strongest 15th pick in history. Naturally, these sensational titles aim to capture attention. And whether this rookie truly merits such praise would require more games to ascertain. Barkley fulfilled his promise, drawing hundreds of thousands to his sensationalist program. With a crowd erupting in applause, Shaq teasingly inquired about the next wager, insisting it could not involve any peculiar animals this time, expressing his suspicion that Barkley had developed a peculiar addiction. The audience erupted in laughter at the absurdity of such a notion. Barkley, with a playful grin, declared a bet. "I'm now a devoted fan. I wager he scores 40 points in the next game. Otherwise, I'll kiss your backside." Shaq retorted with laughter, "Get lost. I'm no donkey. Go home and kiss your grandmother and Appo's backside instead." The audience erupted in mirth, and thus the farce concluded. Meanwhile, in Dallas, Sulu's jersey began to sell like hotcakes. The Dallas number 24 jersey emblazoned with his name sold out overnight, much to the delight of owner Mark Cuban, who could hardly contain his joy. This was a significant financial windfall. Back in China, the sports products endorsed by Sulu for the Happy Group saw astronomical sales, raking in millions overnight, with numbers continuing to rise. This unexpected success even astonished Su Lingshan, who had not anticipated such remarkable achievements from the young man. When he attempted to call Sulu the previous day, he found that the latter had likely muted his phone, a habitual practice. At that moment, Sulu was engrossed in watching footage of the Celtics game. The Celtics, like his own team, had played the previous day, facing the Western Conference Kings, another underdog team. Tatum delivered an impressive performance, scoring 35 points and grabbing 12 rebounds, proving to be a formidable opponent. Coach Kidd turned to Sulu, asking, "Su, do you feel confident about defeating him? He excels in shooting and possesses exceptional court vision. It and Appo's challenging for most to hinder his performance. You see, he is quite muscular and engages in physical play often, making it easy to push defenders aside." Sulu casually remarked that he had seen many similar small forwards on television, such as LeBron and Kawhi, all of whom were physically imposing. To combat such powerful small forwards, one must engage in a physical contest. If an opponent identifies a weakness, they will exploit it relentlessly until one is overwhelmed. Kidd encouraged him, saying, "Don't worry. If you find it difficult, I can arrange for teammates to assist in defense." This was a reward for Su Lee's commendable performance. In his team, he believed in a clear distinction between reward and punishment. There was no need for leniency, otherwise it would only exacerbate defensive issues, leading to targeted attacks against him and Doncic. The Celtics boasted a duo of talented players, including Tatum and Smart, who was a year ahead of Tatum. Additionally, they recently acquired Horford, a veteran who still proved he had plenty left in the tank to continue as a starter. This was a formidable team, having reached the Eastern Conference Finals last year, on par with last season's Mavericks. "Don't worry, coach, we will win the game," Sulu reassured Kidd. Kidd, unfazed, gently patted Sulu's shoulder. "I'm not worried at all. Last year, their strength was comparable to ours, but this year, our team has you. Defeating them won't be difficult." Sulu felt a bit embarrassed by Kidd's praise. "You still don't realize your value. The brands seeking your endorsement are nearly going mad. The last time I witnessed such a scenario was with Zion from the Pelicans," Kidd exclaimed excitedly. Though Kidd and Appo's career had been illustrious, he had never experienced such treatment, which was reserved for superstars like Kobe, LeBron, and recently, Zion. "I'm not interested in their products. However, if you fancy the sneakers I wear, I can gift you a pair," Sulu offered, stepping forward with his left foot. His sneakers were produced by his own company, available in abundance and free of charge. Kidd's eyes lit up. He admired the craftsmanship of the shoes. "Then I'll count on you," he said, showing no signs of politeness. His words implied that he was entrusting both the upcoming game and the sneakers to Sulu's capable hands. Sulu nodded in agreement. Just then, Doncic entered. "I've been looking for you both. Today is 5v5 practice. I'm teaming up with Su." He wished to practice their synergy, having previously underestimated its importance. Today, it was essential to take it seriously, as he recognized Sulu as a powerful ally and, as the team leader, he must lead by example. "It's up to you. Just don't annihilate the other players too much. I fear they might develop psychological scars," Kidd joked. "All right, we'll hold back," Sulu replied before stepping out. Indifferent to the happenings outside, his dream, nurtured over the years, was to become the foremost player in the NBA. For this aspiration, he practiced a discipline that surpassed that of anyone else. He paid no mind to trivial matters and remained oblivious to the world around him. In fact, His leisure activities had been scarce throughout the years. His daily pursuits comprised solely of training and basketball. He once asked Tijuan if he found life exceedingly dull. Tijuan's warm response resonated with him. Only those who are accustomed to solitude can conquer all. Chapter 91. A Journey to Boston. Boston, the largest city in New England, is renowned for its prestigious institutions, Harvard University and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. To be candid, the city is indeed beautiful. Yet Sulu harbors little affection for it, largely due to his disdain for the Celtics, a team that has claimed a total of 17 NBA championships, the most recent being in 2008. The team has long since fallen from its former glory. The health of the city's residents ranks among the highest in the nation. Upon their arrival at the Celtics' home ground, TD Garden, Sulu and his companions felt a sense of excitement, much like Dallas. It is a major city where one can unwind after a game. Brock, having experienced a nightclub once, developed a fondness for that atmosphere. However, the two team leaders, Dong 77 and Sulu, are not particularly drawn to such venues. Dong 77 has an older sister, several years his senior, who is exceptionally gentle, considerate, and understanding. Sulu, on the other hand, has previously introduced his teammate to his sister, Huan Jie. As expected, this match was broadcast live across the nation, from beginning to end. Wood shrugged his shoulders in resignation, wondering if the league had taken a particular interest in them, perhaps to exploit their potential. Dong 77 furrowed his brow, realizing that typically, only evenly matched games are featured nationally, and the Mavericks and Celtics were indeed closely matched. Look good, do you feel confident? Dong 77 addressed Sulu using a term popularized by Huan Jie, which he found quite endearing. Sulu paused for a moment and inquired, "Are you referring to the match against the Andapos, Badger and Apos?" "Precisely." Sulu shook his head, asserting, "I cannot say until we face them. We shall adhere to the coach and Apos as strategy." Dong 77 silently took a shot as they began their warm-up. After completing their warm-up, they would yield the court to the Celtics for their own preparation. Dong 77 made 3 consecutive three-point shots, all of which found their mark, indicating his excellent shooting form. Sulu glanced at the others. Their shooting percentages were less impressive, particularly Wood, who specialized in drives rather than mid-range shots. Sulu jested, "You fellows, enamored with nightclubs, look at how your forms have suffered. Look good. Life is meant to be enjoyed. Otherwise, what is the point of earning so much money?" Powell protested. Sulu merely offered a kind reminder without further comment. In both the NBA and football, there are always players who squander their talents through excessive indulgence. One notable example from football history is Ronaldinho, a Brazilian player who once dazzled as a virtuoso of samba football, effortlessly dribbling past opponents with a plethora of flashy yet practical skills. However, he eventually succumbed to the allure of nightclubs and gradually faded from the public eye. Another player often criticized for his nightlife is Harden of the 76ers. His scoring prowess has plummeted from its former heights. Sulu tested his shooting touch, achieving approximately a 75% success rate in uncontested situations, which was slightly above his usual performance. After over an hour of warming up, the Celtics players finally arrived. Sulu noticed the prominent figure of the Badger with his distinctive beard. He approached to greet him. "Hello, I am Sulu." "Hello, I've heard of you. You're quite the talk of the town," the Badger replied, extending his hand for a handshake. Sulu reciprocated, "It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope we both give our all in the upcoming match." "I certainly will, but you. I saw you conserving your energy on television." The Badger remarked with a shrug. "Let us anticipate this match together." After exchanging pleasantries, Sulu and his team exited the arena to allow the Celtics to warm up. Sulu observed the Celtics players. They appeared fit and strong, presenting a formidable challenge. Only after nightfall did they return to the arena. Following a series of introductions, the match commenced. The Celtics starting lineup consisted of Smart at point guard, Brown at shooting guard, the Badger at small forward, Griffin at power forward, and Williams at center. The Badger, donning the number 0 jersey, stood out distinctly. Griffin, who had recently joined the Celtics from the Nets, had found limited trust from Nash, resulting in reduced playing time. Brown, wearing the number 7 jersey, was 2 years older than the Badger and had entered the NBA a year earlier. Together, they formed the Celtics' dynamic duo. The synergy of this pairing was evident, with Brown being ball-dominant and the Badger excelling in off-ball situations. The Mavericks and Apos lineup mirrored that of their previous game against the Hornets, featuring Dong 77, Dinwiddie, Sulu, Kleber, and Powell. Curiously, Al Horford of the Celtics was absent, reportedly due to an ankle injury, a common plight for veterans. Consequently, The Celtics lacked overall height as the jump ball commenced. Powell tapped the ball to Dong 77, who initiated the offense. He maintained a steady rhythm from the perimeter until only 10 seconds remained on the shot clock when he decided to penetrate. His movements were deliberate and steady, despite not being particularly fast. Sula positioned himself in the paint, signaling for the ball. Dong 77 understood and lofted the ball towards the basket. Everyone anticipated a shot from Dong 77, but Sula cleverly maneuvered around the Badger, spinning and cutting towards the basket. With no defenders in his path, he leaped high to catch the ball and executed a thunderous dunk. His explosive start elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. The Badger glanced at Sula but refrained from comment, promptly inbounding the ball. Smart brought the ball up the court while Dong 77 lowered his center of gravity to defend outside the three-point line. Smart executed 2 consecutive crossover dribbles to elude Dong 77 and drove towards the basket. Sula moved to help defend, but Smart delivered a behind-the-back pass to the unguarded Badger, who effortlessly sank a jump shot from a wide-open position, responding to Sula's earlier dunk. Sula quickly inbounded the ball, and Dong 77 surged past the opponent's three-point line. Kleber received the ball at the three-point arc and swiftly passed it to Dong 77, who scored on a fast break, catching the Celtics off guard. As the game resumed, the Celtics initiated their offensive series. This time, regardless of Smart's ball handling, Dong 77 refrained from attempting to steal. He understood that Smart and Oppo's dribbling skills were exceptional and would not present an opportunity for a turnover. He retreated, eventually positioning himself beyond the three-point line. Williams, playing center, set a screen for Smart beyond the arc. Smart utilized the screen to launch a three-pointer, successfully scoring. Both teams had converted their initial 2 shots, indicating that the match was set to become a high-scoring affair. Coach Kidd, observing from the sidelines, called out to Dong 77, urging him to stabilize the pace, utilize the full shot clock, and execute their plays. He was wary of Dong 77 and Oppo's propensity for reckless shots when his temper flared, as he could effortlessly make long-range attempts from the logo. Dong 77 was indeed displeased after being confronted with a shot. He initially intended to deliver a logo shot to instill fear in his opponents. However, he was persuaded otherwise by Kidd. Sulu positioned himself beyond the three-point line, setting a screen for Dong 77, then swiftly cut towards the basket, drawing Smart away. Dong 77 signaled his intention to go one-on-one against the Rabbit. This was not a wise decision, for the Rabbit's defensive prowess was formidable. No one could fathom Dong 77's thoughts as he dribbled slowly, waiting until only 6 seconds remained on the shot clock before driving towards the paint. Yet, the Rabbit stood in his path like an impenetrable wall. Dong 77 leaped high and passed the ball to Sulu. It became evident. Sulu understood immediately. He was to go one-on-one against Smart. If facing the Rabbit posed a challenge, then taking on Smart would be considerably easier. Sulu had a height advantage of nearly 10 centimeters over Smart. He executed a clean jump shot, hitting the backboard and scoring. Since the beginning of the game, every shot had found its mark. In the live broadcast, Barkley continued to express his opinions emphatically. That little Smart dares to compete with my brother Lou? He truly overestimates himself. His rhetoric shifted rapidly, as he had been watching numerous videos from Huaxia over the past few days, particularly those featuring Sulu. Initially, he struggled to grasp the content until he viewed a translated version. He found the translation particularly engaging and adopted its tone. For the first time, the Huaxia viewers in the live chat refrained from criticizing Barkley. He had come to recognize the need to support Sulu, and astonishingly, he was secretly learning about Huaxia and Oppo's culture. This was indeed commendable. The comments on the screen inquired, Barkley, how many points will Brother Le score in this game? Barkley, noticing the question, responded without hesitation, at least 40 points. The foreign viewers, particularly fans of K, suddenly became agitated. They flooded the chat with inquiries about how many points the Rabbit would score. I predict under 30 points. Even God couldn't change that, Barkley declared proudly. He had immense confidence in Sulu's defense. His perception of Sulu had shifted from disdain to reverence, all due to a single game. Consequently, a torrent of comments erupted, predominantly from Rabbit fans, cursing Barkley. You should die. You are unworthy of being a commentator or analyzing basketball. You and Oppos read nothing but a pig. Amidst the barrage of comments, Barkley spotted one. He chuckled. You are correct. I am a pig. The fans from Huaxiao affectionately call me and Oppos, the flying pig, and Oppos. I take pride in that. The audience had long grown accustomed to his shamelessness, while on the court, the intensity continued to escalate. Chapter 92. The most formidable opponent thus far. On the court, the brash Tattoo spat out taunts, proclaiming, "You may be strong, but you cannot stop me. I currently have 8 points, while you only have 6, trailing by 2. Sulu was taken aback by Tattoo's audacious demeanor. Why resort to banter when the game is at hand? Yet, it is often the case that those with a penchant for bravado speak before they think. Shaking his head, Sulu remarked, "You truly are quite the chatterbox. Lacking any semblance of sophistication. I care not for such trivialities. Life is about expressing oneself freely," Tattoo declared, assuming the role of a life coach. While their banter continued, their hands remained active. Sulu received a pass from Dong 77, positioning himself with his back to the basket. Gripping the ball with both hands and leaning back to create space between himself and Tattoo. After executing a feint shot, he passed the ball to the unguarded Dinwiddie in the corner. Dinwiddie took the shot, but alas, the ball failed to find the net. It ricocheted off the rim, and Tattoo obstructed Suli's path, anticipating the ball's descent, and secured a rebound from the left side of the 2-point line. His keen sense of the ball and Oppo's trajectory was akin to Sulu and Oppo's. As a premier small forward in the league, such prowess was fundamental. However, it is curious that in recent years, small forwards seem increasingly inclined to chase rebounds, perhaps influenced by some unspoken trend. In contrast to their meager assists, each small forward's rebounding numbers have risen. "Hey, Sue, I snagged the rebound," Tattoo boasted, passing the ball to Smart. "Damn it, you're a tough nut to crack," Sulu retorted in jest. "What did you say?" Tattoo, unable to comprehend Sulu and Oppo's Chinese, wore a puzzled expression. Yet, he understood that those who spoke dialects never uttered kind words. Sulu waved it off. "I meant, you and Oppo's, redoing quite well." "Hey, Don and Oppo's, fool me. I know what that means. It's an insult in your language." Tattoo shot back, casually dropping an expletive. "You know, when people get excited, they often resort to expletives to ease the tension. You're too formidable, and it makes me nervous." Sulu continued his ruse. Tattoo, lost in the flattery of being too strong, broke into laughter, a stark contrast to his usually stoic demeanor. Meanwhile, Smart passed the ball to White, who took a shot at Dinwiddie. Unlike Dinwiddie, White succeeded in sinking the basket, flashing an OK sign with his palm outward as the arena erupted in cheers. Fans in the front row leaped to their feet, shouting, "Well done, White. White, you're no longer playing like my grandmother. Teaming up with Tattoo ensures victory. You contributed too. I saw it with my own eyes." White, playfully embarrassed, shook his head at the fans, who managed to insult without resorting to vulgarity, truly a cultured city. The score stood at Mavericks 24, trailing behind by 6 at 30. Dong 77 dribbled the ball from the backcourt to the front, signaling the team to spread out. This time, he did not call upon Tattoo but motioned for Powell to set a screen. This was his signature move. He excelled at small ball tactics and aimed to take on Williams. However, it must be noted that Williams was not a clumsy giant like Horford. He was agile, perhaps even more so than Horford. As Dong 77 confronted Williams, he attempted to penetrate the lane but found no speed advantage. Nevertheless, he possessed an arsenal of moves. After a few feints towards the lane, he abruptly pulled the ball back and executed a step-back jumper from beyond the 3-point line. His release was swift, catching Williams off guard just as he raised his hand. Dong 77 successfully punished Williams, landing the three-pointer. His ability to exploit the weaknesses of every center in the NBA made him one of the premier small ball players in the league. Only Paul of the Suns could rival him. And that was only during Paul's younger days. Dong 77's response silenced the arena momentarily. After a quick high-five with Powell, he retreated on defense. Meanwhile, Tattoo dashed down the court, intent on a fast break, sprinting straight to the baseline. Sulu positioned himself in front, but was deftly maneuvered around by Tattoo. Without warning, Tattoo leaped beneath the basket. Smart's long pass found Tattoo midair, who seized the ball with both hands and executed a thunderous dunk. This play did not solely reflect Tattoo and Oppo's individual prowess. It was Smart and Oppo's pinpoint passing, both in strength and timing, that facilitated this aerial connection. Their synergy was pivotal. Even the most precise pass would falter without Tattoo and Oppo's cooperation. Sulu cursed under his breath, recognizing Tattoo as the most challenging opponent he had encountered thus far, unreasonably strong. In a mere span, Tattoo had amassed 10 points, and if this trend continued, 30 seemed inevitable. Sula steeled himself, striving to avoid dwelling on such thoughts. Hey Sue, did you see that? Just standard procedure. Tattoo proclaimed, a true chatterbox in Sulu and Apos' eyes. Sulu replied nonchalantly, I saw it. Well done. Just wait until I dunk over you. You'll have to be capable of that, Tattoo retorted. The arena, having momentarily quieted after Dong 77's previous play, erupted once more at Tattoo and Apos' impressive display, invigorating team morale. Sulu resolved to respond in kind, commencing his offensive strategy. Dong 77 once again advanced the ball. Initially intending to go solo, he noticed Sulu had already established position and was calling for the ball. In the past, Dong 77 might have feigned ignorance. But times had changed. With a reliable teammate in Sulu, he was unwilling to forfeit such an asset. Thus, Dong 77 passed the ball. Sulu received it, and unlike his previous play, he opted not to pass. He surveyed his surroundings. In a one-on-one defensive setup, Tattoo signaled for his teammates to retreat, effectively sealing off Sulu's passing lanes. Sulu realized Tattoo intended to force him into a one-on-one duel. As you wish. Sulu lowered his center of gravity and began dribbling, in the presence of a top-tier small forward. The primary objective was to avoid a turnover before plotting an offensive move. Sulu dribbled once, then twice, searching for a weakness in Tattoo's defenses. Suddenly, he made a feint and swiftly broke to the left. Tattoo, ever vigilant, matched Sulu and Apos' movement. Sulu then changed direction, pulling the ball back into his right hand. Using his upper body, he pushed Tattoo aside, creating just enough space. From just inside the two-point line, he leaped, executing a ferocious axe dunk. Chapter 93. The competition reaches a fever pitch. Sulu successfully slammed the ball into the basket, narrowing the deficit to 3 points, yet the Mavericks remained behind. However, the team's morale was undeterred. They witnessed the exchanges between Dong 77 and Sulu and realized that, despite facing formidable opponents, they were not destined to lose. For they had two exceptionally skilled foreign players, one from Slovenia, Dong 77, and the other from Huaxia, Sulu. On the bench, Wood waved a towel energetically, shouting, Logo, you are the best. Sulu turned back, giving him a thumbs up. Such encouraging words should be shared more often. Unexpectedly, Tattoo was taken aback by Sulu's explosive performance during their one-on-one encounter. Stepping up to Sulu, he issued a challenge. Hey Su, let and Apos' make it interesting. For every basket you score, I will score one too. Whoever fails to score first loses. What do you say? Sula felt a bit numb. This chatterbox was not only talkative, but also quite immature, treating the match like a game. Without hesitation, Sulu agreed. If you lose, you teach me a unique skill. How about that? No problem. But if you lose, you owe me a drink, Tattoo swiftly countered. Without a second thought, he accepted. This posed a dilemma for Sulu, as those who knew him were aware that he did not drink. Nevertheless, having issued the challenge, he found no reason to back down and nodded resolutely. After all, what was there to think about? There was no way he could lose. Sulu's confidence soared beyond the ordinary. As the game progressed, Tattoo's attacks grew increasingly aggressive and fierce. He utilized his physique to score with backward shots or exploited screens to swiftly release his shots. This left Sulu in a quandary. Fortunately, Sulu possessed a diverse array of scoring techniques, capable of scoring effectively regardless of whether he had a screen or not. The first quarter transformed into a scoring duel between Sulu and Tattoo. Tattoo attempted to employ his signature move, a lob pass to Smart. But Sulu shadowed him closely, leaping simultaneously to obstruct Tattoo's dunking path. With one hand, Sulu effectively sealed off the basketball. Meanwhile, Tattoo secured the ball with both hands, leaving him with no alternative but to forcefully attempt to dunk, braving Sulu's block. What began as a lob became a contest of strength between the two. Refusing to yield, Sulu bellowed, "Get down." His powerful block caused Tattoo to lose control of the ball, which flew violently toward the commentary booth. The commentators, witnessing the ball hurtling toward them at incredible speed, quickly ducked and raised their hands in defense. Despite their efforts, they failed to intercept it, and the basketball knocked their headsets askew, scattering one of them to the ground. My goodness, what kind of force was that? One commentator exclaimed. Are you all right? The referee halted the game, deeming it a mishap. Oh, it's nothing. I'll just grab a spare headset, the commentator replied, although his ears still throbbed in pain. He simply did not wish to appear weak. What would it look like to be hit by a basketball thrown by a player from Huaxia? The referee, seeing that everyone was fine, signaled for the game to resume. However, There were only 5 seconds left in the first quarter. Tatu inbound the ball, and after receiving it, Smart charged toward the basket, only to be thwarted by Powell's block. With no angle left to shoot, he tossed the ball carelessly toward the sky, concluding the first quarter. In the live broadcast room, Barkley and Shaq were left dumbfounded, exchanging incredulous looks. Barkley gestured. That shot had your flair, reminiscent of when you shattered the backboard back in the day. Shaq shrugged innocently. That was and amp. Oppo's. T intentional. This kid and amp. Oppo's. S block was particularly targeted. The cameras remained fixed on the court, allowing the two to engage in playful banter. Barkley cleared his throat and exclaimed, "Goodness, did you know the headset was shattered on site?" Shaq replied, "This kid is impressive. I must challenge him to a strength contest sometime. I believe he possesses 5 points of my true essence." "Hey, Shaq, do not insult my idol. He could easily knock you out with a single punch." Get lost. Their playful exchange continuously drew the audience's attention to Su Lu, undeniably a focal player. As a first-year rookie, this was only Su Lee's second game. The live stream's comment section was ablaze with excitement. "Look, Tatu scored 16 points, while Su has 18, surpassing Tatu by 2 points. My goodness. This is just the first quarter. Even if they only play for 30-some minutes, they could easily surpass 40 points. Is this Su destined to score over 40 points every game? You all have no idea. He is the scoring champion from Cuba. Scoring 40 points is nothing out of the ordinary." As more viewers joined the conversation, Su Lee's name surged in frequency. His popularity peaked at 21 million, surpassing Smart and Dong's 77, ranking him second only to Tatu's 25 million. This only indicated one thing: the number of Huaxia viewers watching the live broadcast was limited. Otherwise, Su Lu and Oppo's popularity would have skyrocketed. Many viewers were diverted by other sports channels and pirated broadcasts. Foreign viewers showed increased interest in Su Lu, bombarding the comments with questions about his identity and prowess. Who is this guy? Why is he so incredible? He scored 45 points against the Hornets. The Hornets? Aren't they a weak team? Even if they are weak, their defense is no joke. Initially, Aubrey guarded him, then Hayward switched in. Hayward plays the 4. Yet he was tasked with guarding a 3. Even so, they had to resort to double teaming. And guess what? The double team failed. In the final moments of the game, they sent 3 defenders. Yet he still managed to score 45 points. What the hell? He and Oppo's an anomaly. How could someone so talented be the 15th pick? And yet, old man Jordan let him go. Barkley chuckled upon reading this comment, as he relished mocking the legendary Jordan. Jordan was decent on the court, but his judgment is utterly flawed. Shaq agreed, adding, "I hear his son has been getting close to Pippen and Oppo's wife. You know, Pippen was the second in command on Jordan's championship Bulls team, and his wife is significantly older than Jordan's son. But I heard Marcus Jordan is just having fun." At this point, the comments exploded with demands for more details. Chapter 94. The substitute's entrance. The intrigue surrounding such matters, whether domestically or internationally, captivates many. It is a fundamental aspect of human nature. However, the discussion within the live broadcast remained minimal. Barkley skillfully redirected the focus back to the face-off between Su Lu and the Rabbit. Although this contest may seem somewhat inequitable for Su Lu, being merely a rookie in his first year and having participated in only a fraction of the games, his remarkable performance cannot negate this reality. It is well known that the Rabbit has spent 4 years in the league and secured a substantial contract last year, Barkley noted. Shaquille reclined in his chair, exuding a sense of languor. You are correct. Last year saw a plethora of rookies landing significant contracts. During the NBA's draft years, we often witness a surge of exceptional talent. Before the Rabbits cohort, we can trace back to 2010, 2011, and 2012, an era brimming with talents like Paul George, Klay Thompson, Kawhi Leonard, and Anthony Davis. Following that, the years 2017, 2018, and 2019 witnessed another wave of prodigious players, including Tatum, Doncic, and Zion. The Rabbit, being a protege of Kobe, exemplifies diligence and talent of the highest caliber, Barkley stated. Nonetheless, he continued, the second quarter serves as a time to evaluate bench depth. Comparatively, the Celtics possess a slight advantage with Brogdon and Cornette. In this quarter, I anticipate the Celtics will extend their lead. Shaquille waved his finger, reminiscent of his old rival, Mutombo, after executing a block. But where does Wood fit in for the Mavericks? He is a strong contender for the 6th Man of the Year. I foresee a stalemate in the second quarter. As for the overall game, I believe the Mavericks will emerge victorious. Historically, in their recent encounters, the Mavericks have consistently triumphed. I shall not contest your view, as everyone is entitled to express their opinions. Moreover, I am indeed a fan of Su Lu. I naturally wish for his success. However, judging solely by the second quarter, I still believe the gap will continue to widen. Barkley maintained his stance. All right, let us resume our observation of the game. Shaquille declared as the second quarter commenced. The Mavericks held possession, while Su Lu, Dinwiddie, and other starters rested, leaving Doncic still on the court. He formed a commendable duo with Wood, alongside Hardaway, McGee, and Green, constituting the Mavericks and Oppo's second unit, albeit without Pinson, who was Doncic and Oppo's backup. The Celtics, on the other hand, featured Brogdon, Hauser, and Griffin, with Brown leading the charge on the court. This arrangement by Joe Mazzulla seemed quite pointed. Brown matched up against Doncic, setting the stage for an exhilarating contest. Brogdon sought to penetrate the paint, inevitably confronting Wood, which promised a potential clash. For those familiar with the Celtics head coach Mazzulla, he is relatively unknown, being only 34 years old, making him the youngest coach in the league. Although he serves as an interim coach, only one coach in NBA history was younger than him, the Celtics' legendary Bill Russell, who took on a player coach role in 1996. This indicates the Celtics' emphasis on nurturing young coaching talent. It is noteworthy that the previous Celtics head coach, Ime Udoka, was suspended for the entire 2022-23 season due to an inappropriate relationship with a female staff member, paving the way for Mazzulla and Oppo's rise from assistant coach to interim head coach. Just 3 years ago, Mazzulla was coaching at the NCAA Division II level, a true rags-to-riches story. One must acknowledge that young coaches possess their advantages. They tend to be less rigid and more adaptable in their strategies. I am confident that within a few games, he will earn the Eastern Conference's Coach of the Month accolade. Doncic received the ball and initiated the offense, with Wood providing support in the paint. However, Doncic exhibited patience, skillfully manipulating space, a hallmark of his prowess. While Su Lu's ability to create space stems from his inherent skill, compelling defenders to collapse around him. Doncic's approach relies more on dribbling and ball movement. Despite the differing methods, both produce similar effects. He passed to McGee, then moved in front of him for a handoff. Upon receiving the ball, Doncic powered toward the paint, using his body to fend off an opponent and successfully executed a layup. As the momentum shifted, the Celtics launched their attack. Brogdon, maneuvering the ball on the perimeter, unexpectedly unleashed a three-pointer that veered slightly off course, allowing Wood to secure the rebound. On Penguin Sports, the commentary continued with Wang Ming and Yang Yi. Yang Yi remarked, "Brogdon appears somewhat anxious today. His shot selection seems rather hasty. This is merely his first attempt. I trust he will recalibrate his performance as the game progresses." Furthermore, his coach, Mazzulla, will certainly assist in making timely adjustments. Wang Ming maintained a moderate tone, reminiscent of the former 3-second rule star and spokesperson for J.A. Bond. Suddenly, a barrage of playful comments regarding Yang Yi flooded the screen. "Yang, do you have faith in Su Lu today?" Yang Yi feigned ignorance regarding the remarks. Although he harbors reservations about the young player, he finds himself unable to contest Su Lu and Oppo's abilities. He continued, "Today, both teams and Oppo's primary scorers have performed admirably. For the statistics, Su Lu has accumulated 18 points. The Rabbit 16 points, Doncic 15 points, and Brown 10 points. All are on track for 30-plus points. In contrast, Dinwiddie, the Mavericks shooting guard, has struggled, shooting 8 times with only 3 successful attempts, totaling 7 points." Wang Ming added, "Indeed, the recently entered substitutes have yet to record any points. It seems the bench players have fallen into a scoring drought." Yang Yi nodded in agreement, stating, "This is a typical scenario, often when starters excel. The bench players find themselves overshadowed, particularly when both team starters perform exceptionally well. The substitutes tend to focus on surviving their time on the court, allowing the starters to determine the outcome." Both coaches exhibited displeasure, as the performance of the substitutes today has been decidedly lackluster.